The Man from Homicide. A new dramatic series starring Charles McGraw as Lieutenant Dana.
According to Webster's Unabridged Dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another.
According to a man from Homicide, it's just the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until a killer is found. But I like it. Maybe because I don't like killers. We don't bother much with names at headquarters. We give them a number and a file card. When they're in and the case is closed, we file a card and forget it. Only sometimes we don't forget that easy. The perfect cop would have a computing machine for a brain and a hydraulic pump for a heart. The perfect cop would never get hurt. I'm not a perfect cop. Terminal Street pitches up sharp from San Miguel Harbor. It's not the kind of street you'd be taking a walk on unless you were a cop like me. On a case that started with a dead man in a ditch. A dead man who'd collected too many ice picks. I walked up Terminal Street at night with only the shadows for company until... You in a hurry?
What do you want?
Let's go inside where you just came from.
I can't.
Gun shy?
I gotta find a policeman.
You found one.
You? But...
No uniform? No, but the city gives me a badge to carry around.
Oh.
Lieutenant Dana, Homicide, come on.
I'm so glad you were here. I'm frightened. I almost fell into that garbage can.
I'm sorry, but we'll still have to go into that house.
I know.
Door's locked. Let me have your key.
All right,
Never mind. Turns out it wasn't locked. Well, it's nice to know you have a key. It's nice carpet.
Yes.
Houses around here don't run the carpets often. You left the lights on. Where is he?
The living room. Door on your left.
Thanks. Why don't you sit down for a minute? Well, the corpse was male, white, in its early 30s. What might have been a look of surprise on his pretty face probably meant nothing because of the 2 bullet holes placed less than an inch apart in his chest. The expression on the faces of the dead being incapable of verification. Corpse wore silk socks. Silk socks.
What?
Whose house?
I live here, if that's what you mean.
That isn't what I mean.
It's a rented house.
The rent receipts being among his souvenirs? What's his name?
Winthrop. Harold Winthrop.
Yours?
Claire Thorpe.
You know, that suit he's wearing will never be the same. It's too bad. It's nice tailored.
I didn't kill him. I was in the kitchen mixing drinks for us. I heard the shots and ran in here. I was frightened. I ran out to find a policeman. And...
You know, it'd surprise you to hear the actual figures on telephones in use in a city of this size.
I was afraid to stay in the house. I should have phoned the police. I know.
Show me the kitchen, would you please?
All right.
I wonder how many men wearing silk socks ever walk up Terminal Street.
The kitchen.
The back door's wide open.
I'll close it.
Wait a minute, don't touch it. Don't touch that knob. Kick it shut. The drinks, the ice cubes are beginning to melt. Was he married?
Yes.
The pretty ones usually are. You know, this is a funny neighborhood for a man wearing silk socks to be found dead in. I'll bet he's embarrassed. The mills began to grind. I phoned in, and after a little while, during which none of us said anything, me, Claire Thorpe, the corpse, company came.
Come on, boys, let's get at it.
A handful of educated cops who did things with fingerprints and blood stains and photographs from 19 different angles. The gun that killed Winthrop was among the missing. A special escort arrived for Claire Thorpe.
All right, miss, let's go.
No. Wait a minute.
She started to cry again. So I decided to leave. Anyway, somebody had to notify the new widow she was a widow. I went down Terminal Street the way Claire Thorpe had run, stopped at the garbage can she'd stumbled over. There was nothing in it but garbage. The place covered what seemed like a couple of acres. The house undoubtedly had come over on the Mayflower. Even the trees looked refined. I rang the bell and decided the next time I visited, I'd be sure and get my shoes shined.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Winthrop? Mrs. Harold Winthrop?
I am.
It's late.
Are you going to give me the weather report next?
No. You mind if I come in?
I don't suppose I do. Come in.
Thanks. We don't need that music.
It's Mozart.
Yeah?
His 39th. In D, I think. But you wouldn't know about that, would you?
No, I wouldn't know anything about that. Would you turn it off, please?
All right. It's not important. Sometimes very important things aren't important. Why don't you sit down? Or something.
You got a big place here.
Oui. My husband and I like it.
Any children?
You're from the Census Bureau.
No. Any children?
None.
Okay.
I'm glad you approve. Or were you approving?
I'm Lieutenant Dana, Homicide.
Oh, I've read about you men in the papers. I'm very much impressed. I don't know exactly what I would have expected one of you to look like. I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you must have had a reason for coming here. Beside the fact that it's late.
I had a reason. Your husband isn't home.
No.
He's down in a sleazy shack on Terminal Street. That's near the harbor.
Am I supposed to ask you what he's doing there?
You can if you like.
All right. What is my husband doing in a sleazy shack on Terminal Street?
He's lying on an imitation Oriental rug with a couple of bullets in his heart.
You shouldn't wear your hat indoors, Lieutenant.
I'm sorry.
You won't mind if I don't try to squeeze out a tear?
No.
Harold hasn't meant anything to me for a long time. Alive or death hasn't changed that. He wasn't very much of a man. I suppose that's why he had to go slinking down back alleys trying to prove something to himself. Who killed him?
Did you ever hear of a woman named Claire Thorpe?
No, but he'd hardly tell me about her, would he?
Where are the servants?
Asleep.
Been home all evening, Mrs. Winthrop?
Yes.
What time did the servants turn in?
Around 10. What time was Harold killed?
10:30. Good night, Mrs. Winthrop.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah?
That question, it means I'm going to see you again, doesn't it? You might have answered that more quickly. All I meant was, in the line of duty...
You're beautiful, Mrs. Winthrop.
If you're going to say things like that, better make it...
Nearest I ever came to silk socks turned out to be rayon. Oh, one thing more.
Yes?
Mozart's 39th is an E flat. Good night. First interview with Mrs. Winthrop ascertained that she had no alibi for the time of her husband's murder. No grief for his death. Failed to discover possible motive, if any. Ignore female. White, middle 20s. Dark eyes, olive skin. Soft black hair. A cop would give his pension to white around his hands. Heading south on Claremont, I picked up a trailing car in my rearview mirror. His left beam was weaker, which led to recognition after a half a mile. Proceeding south on Claremont, I swung my car across the road. I got out and was waiting for him. He was fumbling for the reverse when I got his door open. You looking for me?
Your car is blocking traffic.
What traffic?
I'm in a hurry, mister.
Get out.
I said
get out.
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
Okay.
Now turn around.
All right, Dana, give me that gun.
You got a license for it?
Who
Who put you on me?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who put you on me?
You can't get away with beating...
You're a hood carrying a gun. Maybe you never heard. I don't like hoods who pull a gun on me. I lose my temper with them. Stop it. Who put you on me, crybaby?
Ready.
I know. He owns the Avon Club. Roulette and dice. The wheel's square, but the dice are loaded. Let's go visit.
Okay. Want to go in my car?
No, my car. The city pays for the gas. The spoiler dried his tears beside me. I had thoughts about Mr. Reddick. The department had been interested in him for quite a while. Crooked gambler. Man had a string of hoods in the payroll. A man who'd maybe seen to it that a rival wound up dead in a ditch punctured with ice picks. Also a man who liked women, not to mention vice versa.
Oh, me, spoiler. You I can recognize with, pardon the expression, the naked eye. Whose muscles?
Lou Dana, Benny.
Social call, copper?
We'll leave it at that.
We'll do even better than that, copper. You'll leave.
No.
Got a search warrant?
No.
Goodbye, copper.
Keep your finger off that buzzer.
What are you...
This isn't a raid. I don't care for right now what's going on in the club. I'm visiting Reddick.
He ain't in.
I'm going to try that again, Benny.
He ain't... Stop crowding me, copper.
You don't like crowds, Benny?
No.
How'd you like to join a crowd down at the lineup?
You got nothing on me.
I can dream, Benny. About a guy found dead in a ditch. A guy on the receiving end of ice picks. Stanley was trying to muscle in on your boss. What's the matter, boy? Don't you boys believe in free enterprise?
Down the hall, Dana.
Thanks. Come on, spoiler.
Yes?
Speak up, spoiler.
Spoiler, Mr. Reddick.
Come in. Spoiler, I thought you were supposed to...
He is trailing me. Trailed me right into your office, Reddick.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Other side of the door, spoiler.
Do we want to be alone, Lieutenant?
We do.
Mr. Reddick, he's got my rod.
Oh. Spoiler doesn't feel right without his protection, Lieutenant. Here's the license for that gun.
Oh, pretty engraving. It's a shame I can't read.
You could get in trouble taking the spoiler's gun.
He could get in worse trouble. He's a little careless.
Now that you mention...
Mr. Reddick, it ain't my fault. He beat up on me. Look at my face. It's swollen.
Biggest mosquitoes you ever saw this.
Mr. Reddick, yeah, do something about it. You send me after him, you know.
Spoiler.
Yeah, Mr. Reddick?
Yeah.
Sure, okay, but... Hey, Mr. Reddick, you ain't sore at me.
No.
I mean, I couldn't stand that. If you were sore at me,
Get out.
I couldn't help it if that guy... He wouldn't have tried it if I'd had a chance to get a gun on him.
Spoiler.
I want to talk to you.
Here's your gun. Catch. Now you got a gun on me.
Out, spoiler.
Yeah.
Not a strong character, the spoiler.
It wasn't a character analysis of spoiler that brought you here.
No.
I don't want any trouble with you, Dana. I realize perfectly well that you can make trouble. But perhaps I should remind you that my clientele happens to be composed of some of the finest people in the city.
You mean the best heeled. How's Harold Winthrop these days?
Harold Winthrop? Oh, yes, he's patronized the club on occasion. Mr. Winthrop, Lieutenant, is a gentleman of the highest social standing.
The last time I saw him, he was lying down.
Oh?
I want a gun, Reddick.
Lose your own?
The gun I want has 2 bullets missing. Bullets that wound up in Winthrop's chest.
Oh. Yes, I can see why you would want that gun.
Uh-huh. Tell me, where were you tonight at 10:30?
Reading a good book.
How many witnesses?
3, I think.
The spoiler, Benny. Who's the third?
Claire Thorpe.
Oh, she's the little blonde girl, isn't she? I heard tell you used to play together.
She's the girl you picked up and booked, Lieutenant.
At 10:30.
10:40. Terminal Street is only a few blocks from here.
Yeah. I hadn't realized that.
Think about it. 3 witnesses for her, too.
And I'm only one dumb copper. Good night, Reddick.
Good night.
It was dark in the alley back of the gambling club. I was close to my car and maybe careless. They were peeling the layers of black velvet off me. After a while, they got them all off. The place was maybe 20 miles outside the city limits. I had a gun in my hand. Mine. Maybe 4 feet from me, Spoiler was resting. I got up out of the sand and went over to him and decided he wasn't resting. A number of bullets had worn him down. Bullets out of my gun. That wasn't a good frame. It wasn't intended to be. Spoiler's death was insurance, nuisance value, and it consumed time. Wake up, Dave.
Oh, hi, Lieutenant. I'm wide awake.
Claire Thorpe.
What about her?
I want to talk to her.
She's been sprung, Lou.
The angle?
Habeas corpus. No murder weapon on the premises. No way she got rid of it. DA didn't care for her.
Why, that's stupid. Say, Dave, would you get Malone on a first aid kit?
Huh?
Blood's tickling the back of my neck.
Holy mackerel. Who slugged you?
Little boy Blue. Well, one thing more. Locate Winthrop's lawyer. Find out who inherits, huh?
Whatever you say. First thing in the morning.
No. Tonight.
Okay.
Who was assigned to Claire Thorpe?
Nobody's tailing her. We didn't think it was...
Nobody. Look, find her, Pappy, and find her quick. I sat around headquarters and waited. Plenty of reports came in. The weather was going to be fine tomorrow. Captain O'Malley had a baby over in the 16th precinct. Mrs. Winthrop was the sole heir to the Winthrop estate. But nothing on Claire Thorpe. The department would turn her up in time, but I got tired of waiting. Maybe she'd gone back to the house on Terminal Street. Claire Thorpe had gone back to the house on Terminal Street for keeps. I phoned the sergeant. Then I sat on a flimsy bench in front of the vanity staring at my bandage in the mirror, stirring the Rochelle powder in the open box on the table. Claire Thorpe had stopped eating. When the fingerprint boys and the meat wagon got there, I got out fast. By the time I got to Reddick's Club, the finest people he'd mentioned had gone home.
I'm afraid you're a little late.
Well, you're not kidding.
I mean, the club's closing.
All these mink coats and no roulette?
Yes, sir.
My badge isn't going to look good compared to the gold braids you've got on your epaulets.
A cop.
Lieutenant Dane, if you want to be formal.
I didn't notice any other cops around.
There aren't any.
But if this is a raid...
It isn't. All I want's Reddick.
He's busy.
He's going to be busier.
Look, Lieutenant, I don't want to get into this. I got a job. It pays off.
You don't have to get into it. Where are they?
Well, office. Down the hallway from the main room. But I didn't tell you, see?
You didn't tell me.
Don't like it, Mr. Reddick.
Now, look, Benny,
Good evening.
Dear. Lieutenant Lou Dana.
Glad you remembered me from the last time. Benny, take your hand out of your pocket.
Sure, copper. See? Gun.
You got a license for it? Never mind. Mr. Reddick will have one on file.
Oddly enough, Lieutenant, I have.
Makes it nice and legal.
Checking in all the guns in the city, Lieutenant.
No, I got a report for you from the Bureau of Vital Statistics.
Indeed.
Yeah, indeed. The population of the city's dropped within the last couple of hours. By 2.
2?
The spoiler, but that wouldn't be news to you.
You said 2?
Oh, imagine my forgetting. Claire Thorpe.
Claire? Dead?
As dead as they ever get, and they get very dead, Reddick. You had her sprung.
Yes, but that was...
brought her out in the open. The open's a good place to get shot.
You'll have to do any further talking with my attorney.
Oh, why don't you stop? I haven't got a whereas on me. Harold Winthrop, the spoiler, Claire Thorpe. Let's think about the spoiler, Reddick.
He was my boy.
How'd you happen to know he was dead? Oh, don't bother. Benny told you. How'd Benny know? Benny shot him with my gun. Benny?
Wise copper.
That wasn't nice. Especially when you had a gun of your own, licensed and all. Spoiler fell down on the job. He let me spot him trailing me. He wasn't a strong character, so he died.
You're doing fine.
The rest is tougher. Reddick, you never were a big man. Now you are. How come?
Merit is always recognized and rewarded.
Oh, yeah, in the copybooks. You moved up when the heavy money boys started dropping in at your club. Why?
They were treated properly.
They were robbed blind. But what made them suddenly decide you were a nice boy to play with, huh? Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't bother thinking up the answer. We got it from a stoolie weeks ago. The name is Winthrop. One of the oldest and classiest names in the city.
I was proud to be numbered among his friends.
In that case, then you're the one to ask. What was a guy like that doing in a house in Terminal Street?
Lieutenant, you've seen Claire Thorpe.
Oh, yeah, sure. Right after Winthrop was killed. She made a break from the house and ran into me. I took her back inside. But Reddick, before I did, she stumbled over a garbage can.
The poor girl must have been nervous.
The poor girl was smart. You know what she did, Reddick? She got rid of a hot gun in that garbage can.
Then all you had to do was search it.
At the time, I couldn't know about the gun. Afterwards, all I came up with was garbage.
Just like a cop.
She stuck her neck out. Why? She was in love with you, that's why. She must have thought she was covering for you. You had the house staked out. Somebody spotted her act, fished the gun out of the can. That was Benny.
No, it was this...
Correction. Spoiler. Who do I get for him, Reddick?
Actually, as I told you before, I know nothing about the spoiler's death. It's a blow to me, Dana. A very sad blow.
I don't think you realize how much of a blow. They let accessories smell the cyanide gas just as quick as killers.
I wasn't...
Before, during, and after the fact, Reddick.
No, I
Prove
was...
it. Who do I get for the spoiler?
Dana, I will admit that, well, one of my employees may have lost his head.
Shut up, Reddick.
I wouldn't know, of course. True, Benny did happen to go out for a while. What time was the spoiler shot?
Roughly 1:40 a.m.
That, roughly, is when Benny went out.
Mr. Reddick, don't do that.
Well, Benny, I'm sorry. I'll get you the finest lawyer. You needn't worry about his fee. I'll take care of that. We must be sensible about this, Benny. I can help you.
I'm dying. Let's have your gun, Benny.
Why don't you come and get it, copper?
All right. I will.
You better stop right where you are, copper. Maybe it ain't supposed to be smart blasting a cop.
I want your gun, Benny.
All right, another step, just one step more. You get it. I don't mean the rod either. I mean bullets in your belly.
Your gun, Benny.
What's the matter? What's the matter? What's wrong with you? You think bullets won't hit you? You think you're different from other guys just because you're a cop? Will you stop moving in on me? What's wrong with you?
I'm Lou Dana, Benny.
All right. Take it.
No, Benny. Pick it up. Hand it to me.
Here.
Thank you, Benny. Reddick, you're coming with us.
All right, Lieutenant, I'll be glad to. Of course, it's only for a little while.
That'll be between you and the district attorney's office. Oh, one thing more.
Yeah?
The other gun, Reddick. The one that was used on Winthrop.
You're sure I've got it?
What kind of a question is that?
Yeah. All right, Dana. It's in the drawer here.
Right, I'll take it.
Be careful. Don't take the handkerchief off that gun.
Don't worry. I'll keep it warm. I took him down, and the desk sergeant made marks on his brand new blotter. Benny Carolla, alias Benjamin Carter, alias Benjamin Wilde, along with Vincent Reddick, was charged with murder. The murder of a man referred to as the spoiler. We left the other deaths off the blotter. A man can die only once. And then, I got my shoes shined.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana. You'll have to overlook my dressing gown. I was just about to go to bed.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Winthrop.
Lieutenant, what's your first name?
Lou, why?
I don't know. I just wanted... I don't know why.
That's not important.
Let's not discuss things being important. Or are you being unkind and trying to remind me that I thought Mozart's 39th was in D?
Mozart's dead.
Yes, and so is my husband. But won't you call me Kate anyway?
Oh,
Never mind, I know. You're here on business. All right, Lieutenant. You found out that I inherit Harold's estate, haven't you?
Yes.
That's why you're here, isn't it?
I know that's for me. Yes, Pappy. Uh-huh. You're fine. All right, go back to sleep.
What was that, Lieutenant?
Further check to find out just what it was you inherited.
And you found out?
Harold Winthrop had nothing to his name but the silk socks he died in.
That's true.
He wasn't killed because of anything anybody would inherit from him.
Thank you. And now I suppose I don't interest you anymore. In the line of duty. So, you'll be going away.
I'd like to tell you something first.
All right.
When your husband got shot, a girl named Claire Thorpe gave the gun that did the killing to Reddick. She was in love with him. She thought that he'd killed her husband. I got that gun from Reddick. It was carefully wrapped in a handkerchief.
Does that mean something?
It means Reddick didn't shoot your husband. He would have been careful about preserving the prints on that gun if he had.
You've got more to tell me.
Yeah. Way it set up, your husband and Claire Thorpe were keeping house on Terminal Street. Your husband was steering all his rich friends to the Avon Club for a split of the take.
I can't believe that of Harold. Oh, it's true, I suppose, but
It isn't true.
It isn't. But then...
Somebody was keeping house on Terminal Street, sure. But it wasn't Claire Thorpe, because she had the whitest skin on a woman I've ever seen.
I'm not especially interested in Miss Thorpe's attractions.
On the vanity table in that house, there was a box of face powder. Rochelle. Blondes with very white skin don't use Rochelle. Brunettes do. A brunette was keeping house with someone on Terminal Street. You're a brunette, Mrs. Winthrop. You were keeping house on Terminal Street with Reddick.
No.
Your husband found you there, didn't he? And all he found was death.
I don't think I'm going to say anything.
Don't. Wouldn't do any good. We've got a date with the desk sergeant, Mrs. Winthrop.
All right. But, you wouldn't want to take a girl to headquarters in her night clothes, would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Then you won't mind if I get dressed? In my bedroom?
No.
You shouldn't have ripped my dressing gown off.
I had to make sure you were wearing street clothes underneath. You are. Claire Thorpe was killed only a little while ago. That finishes it.
All right. But I wish you'd take your hat off indoors, Lieutenant Dana.
I'm sorry. Let's go. Kate. Catherine Winthrop was booked at the 14th Precinct for the murder of her husband, Harold Winthrop, and for the murder of Claire Thorpe. Her prints on the murder gun clinched it. We gave her a file card and a number and the eyes, the warm lips, the hair a man would give his soul to get his hands on. Didn't mean a thing. I don't like killers.
You have just heard The Man from Homicide, starring Charles McGraw. Mr. McGraw appears by arrangement with RKO Radio Pictures Incorporated and will soon be seen starring in The Target. The script was written by Louis Vittes and was produced and directed by Helen Mack. Music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. In tonight's cast, Reddick was played by
James Backus.
Kate Winthrop,
Joan Banks.
Benny,
Larry Dobkin.
Claire Thorpe,
Maggie Morley.
Spoiler,
Lamont Johnson.
the sergeant,
Tom Tully.
the doorman,
Arthur Q. Bryan.
and Lieutenant Lou Dana.
Charles McGraw.
Listen to the exciting new adventure series, The Man from Homicide, following a brief reminder. In world affairs, issues you've always thought of as being political problems with economic aspects, viewed from another point, become economic problems with political aspects. This is the reason it's so very important these days to listen to news analysts who know all angles of world affairs. Henry J. Taylor, ABC's distinguished commentator, who is heard tonight, is such a person. Listen to Henry J. Taylor a little later this evening when he will bring you his commentary on the news in the program Your Land and Mine over your ABC station. The Man from Homicide. Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you the distinguished star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. But to the men of the homicide squad, It's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. Lieutenant Lou Dana doesn't mind.
I don't like killers. There's not much to see up at headquarters. Desks, typewriters, filing cabinets, tools on a job. Yeah, the cops, too. They're also tools, except they've got a defect. They remember things. Things like blood and tears, and the eyes of the frightened, and sometimes the eyes of the dead. They were blue eyes, and they stared up at a dirty ceiling in a cheap hotel room. They were blue eyes, and they belonged to a girl who registered as Muriel Smith. Smith. All right, boys. Outside, huh? Her hair was brown. Age maybe 25. Her dress was expensive, and she was lying on her back. She was also dead, having been hit in the chest by several bullets. After a while, I stopped looking at her and looked at the other girl in the room.
I killed her. I killed her.
And your name is,
Susan Carter. I've already told the policeman.
We have a kind of routine in these things. Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Who was she?
She? Muriel. Muriel Smith.
Oh, no.
Why do you say no?
Her dress. Not in a hotel like this.
She called herself Muriel Smith. That's all I know.
Those gloves you're wearing, they're not very clean.
Oh, they're only for driving. Well, that is, I wore them so I wouldn't leave fingerprints.
Yeah. It also helps explain why you waited around for the police, huh?
I don't especially like you.
You and me both. Why did you kill her?
Your questions, you keep jumping around.
It's supposed to confuse you.
I killed her because she was taking my husband away from me.
Is he that valuable?
I'd rather tell this to someone else.
The trouble with killing people is it limits your choice of company. How did you know she was here?
I overheard Mike phoning her.
Mike being your husband. You beat him to the appointment?
Yes.
Tell me how you killed him. Start outside in the hallway. You came to the door. You'd knock, of course.
Naturally. I'm not
a cop. You knocked. Then what?
She opened the door and I came inside.
Now, we can skip the introductions. What then?
I had the gun in my bag. She laughed at me. So, what more do you have to know?
You shot her. She fell down and died. Then you waited for the police to arrive.
Yes.
What did you do with the gun? Eat it? I found I was looking at Muriel Smith again. I found I didn't like her being dead. I wished she'd close her eyes.
I'm not going to say anything more to you.
If you insist on meeting an assistant district attorney, come with me, please. Murphy, Mrs. Carter's going to headquarters, district attorney's office. Goodbye, Mrs. Carter. The room had been thoroughly searched. There was no gun in it. There was nothing in the room except what would be Exhibit A in a murder trial. Nobody would mention her eyes. The butler at the Carter home didn't delight in me. My tie seemed to bother him most. I decided that before I visited the next time, I'd get it hand-painted. Mr. Carter?
Yes?
Lieutenant Dana. My, credentials.
Well, don't waste them on me. What can I do for you?
Is your wife in?
Yes, she's upstairs asleep. It's rather late, you know.
I know. Would you mind asking her to come down?
I think I would, unless it's terribly important.
It's important.
Well,
I don't have a warrant. I could get one, though. It'd be even later by that time.
I see. Well, will you wait, please?
I didn't know exactly why I put him through it. Maybe it was because his tie was already hand-painted.
Lieutenant?
Yep.
My wife isn't feeling very well. She can't come down.
Uh-huh. When did you see Muriel Smith last?
Smith?
Let's just leave it at Muriel. We'll discuss last names later.
I think perhaps you'd better get that warrant.
Did I mention I'm from Homicide?
No.
I'm from Homicide.
Must be interesting work.
No, nasty. When did you see Muriel last?
Why not ask the lady?
There's a technical difficulty. She's dead.
She's what?
Dead.
You're quite serious?
I'm serious.
Well, how did she... I mean, you said you're from Homicide.
She was murdered.
That's ridiculous. Who would want to murder...
Depends on who she was.
Her name was Muriel Allen. She sang at the Golden Slipper. Her voice was very beautiful.
She's still dead.
I find it hard to believe. She had such quality.
We could manage without the piano.
I'm sorry. That was Ravel, his pavan for a dead princess.
Yeah?
Yes, Lieutenant.
A man named Marv Blakey runs the Golden Slipper. He's short, fat, and greedy. He doesn't hire princesses.
What do you mean by that? She sang for Blakey, that's all.
And what did she do for you?
Get out.
Uh-huh. Keep your appointment at the Standard Hotel tonight?
That is not... I had no appointment tonight.
It might pay you to keep in touch with your wife. Good night, Mr. Carter.
Good night.
She's downtown, holding conversation with the district attorney. Your wife, I mean. It was 1:33 in the morning. Lieutenant Dana was having unpleasant thoughts. It took me a while to notice the black coupe on my tail. I proceeded south on Market, and then at a point equally distant from either cross street, swung my car across the road and got out. The black coupe burned brake lining but made it.
Hey, get that car out of the way.
Get out.
What's the big idea? You're blocking traffic.
What traffic?
Okay, I'll get out, wise guy.
That's better. Looking for me?
Look on my arm. Who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
All right. Now maybe you won't be so smart.
Got a license for that gun?
You mind your own.
Thanks.
Hey, that's my gun. You can't do that.
Who put you on my tail?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Who put you on me?
Nobody. Now, you can't get away with beating me up.
You're a hood, carrying a gun. Maybe you never heard, but I don't like hoods. I lose my temper with it.
Stop it, would you?
Who put you on me?
Mr. Blakey.
The boy with the golden slipper? Pull your car over at the curb. We'll use my car. The city pays for the gas. I wouldn't want this visit to cost Mr. Blakey anything. The Golden Slipper was open for business. Most of it dirty. The hood and I didn't stop to enjoy it.
This here's Mr. Blakey's office.
Don't knock.
What? Okay. Mr. Blakey.
Benny, what are you doing here?
He's trailing me. Trailed me right into your office, Blakey.
Benny?
I had a little trouble.
The other side of the door, Benny.
Not quite so fast, Lieutenant. Benny.
Well, he's got my gun, Mr. Blakey.
Oh? Benny doesn't feel right without protection, Lieutenant. There's the license for his gun.
Pretty engraving. Too bad I can't read.
You could get into trouble taking Benny's gun.
He could get into worse trouble. He's a little careless.
Now that you mention it, perhaps he is.
Oh, Mr. Blakey, he beat up on me. Look at my face. It's all swollen.
Biggest mosquitoes you ever saw
Mr.
this
Blakey,
year.
you ought to do something about it, because you sent me after...
Get out.
You ain't sorry, Mr. Blakey.
Get out.
Because I couldn't help it if the guy... He wouldn't have tried nothing if I had a chance to get a gun on him.
Benny.
I don't want to talk to you.
Here's your gun. Catch. Now you got a gun on me.
Out, Benny.
Benny isn't a very strong character.
Wasn't a character analysis of Benny that brought you here?
No.
I don't want any trouble with you, Denny. I realize you can make trouble, but why?
Why did you put Benny on me?
I didn't. You misunderstood his instructions. Now, why not let the whole thing drop, huh? This isn't your beat.
Homicide's my beat.
All right. Maybe the prices I charge the suckers is murder, but...
How'd Muriel Allen go tonight?
Muriel?
Muriel Allen.
She didn't appear tonight.
Why not?
I don't know.
Where were you at 11:30 tonight?
Right here. Reading a good book.
How many witnesses?
4? 7? How many would you like?
You got a large payroll.
What happened at 11:30 tonight?
Muriel Allen quit the Golden Slipper?
Practicing to be a theatrical agent, Lieutenant?
3 bullets hit her. I need the gun they came out of.
At 11:30 tonight, I was here reading a good book. 7 witnesses, Lieutenant.
And I'm only one dumb cop. You're playing it too straight, Blakey.
Which means?
You had it for her.
Well, that may be true. It's a habit of mine.
I've seen her. More than habit, Blakey. She was worth a gross of your ordinary stock.
All right. So I'm all broken up inside by the news.
It wasn't news. Why was Benny staked out at the Carter house?
Good night, Lieutenant.
I can still use that gun. Good night. The hallway that ran behind the club was dark. I headed for the floor quick, but halfway down I found out it wasn't entirely my own idea. Oh! For a while, everything was very still. Everything was very black. But then they began peeling the layers of velvet off me, and something began to pound. It must have taken me 20 minutes to discover it was my own head. I lifted it off the ground, and the air smelled good, which meant I'd traveled. There were trees around and a sky. From which handful of obscure facts, Lieutenant Dana deduced he was out in the country. The gun somebody'd been careful to put in my hand was still warm. I got to my feet and crossed over to him. Dying hadn't improved his looks any. Benny was a very dead boy. Not a frame, especially. Nuisance value, maybe. Time consumed, more likely. But time for what? They still had the green lamp burning out in front of headquarters.
What?
You sound like a Hawaiian, Sergeant.
I'm wide awake and further... Oh, hi, Lieutenant.
Hello, Dave.
Well, you've been gone quite a time without checking in. Hey, what's with your head?
My head? Oh, now you mention it, the blood's tickling the back of my neck.
Who slugged you?
Little boy Blue. I've also got a corpse out in the car for you.
Oh, anybody I know?
Have the boys collect them.
Sure. Now, you ought to do something about that head. Huh?
Trade it in for a new model, maybe. Dave, I want conversation with Susan Carter.
Not tonight, Lou. The DA threw her out. Didn't care for her confession, especially without the gun to go with it.
How long ago?
Oh, a half hour, maybe.
Come on. I'm dumping the corpse in your lap, and you've got the lap for it. I'm in a hurry.
Okay, Lieutenant. Now, why did that girl confess?
Maybe because she loved her husband.
Like that, huh? He must have something.
Sure. Hand-painted ties and plays the piano.
Where are you heading?
I still want conversation with Susan Carter tonight. Maybe I was wrong. My head was still pounding and confused. And I was more worried about a dead girl named Muriel Allen than current events. The Carter house was dark when I got there. A huge pile built by $1 million and a lousy architect. I'd hoped the butler would try to stop me. I had no luck. He must have been asleep. The front door opened to the second key I tried. The skating rink they called a foyer was dark, but a line of light at floor level down the corridor told me where I wanted to go. I went. And rehearsed my manners for the Carters. Nobody noticed my low bow as I went through the door.
Lieutenant!
Which way?
The window.
I caught a taillight going around the corner. There's nothing special about a taillight. I was late. Seconds late. I turned back into the room. Susan Carter was as white as the belly of a dead fish.
Lieutenant,
The faint was a break for her. She could stop looking at her husband. As for him, maybe he was looking at something, but it wasn't anything a pair of living eyes could see. Maybe it was a girl named Muriel. The rich are always lucky. Lou Dana here. Put out a call fast for Marv Blakey, late of the Golden Slipper. That's right, Blakey. And when you pull him in, drop me a card, huh? I ordered half a dozen policemen and waited. Life caught up with Susan Carter.
I can't.
Take it easy, Mrs. Carter. You got a long time to settle down with your husband's death.
It's not possible.
It's possible. Happens all the time. Ask any cop in homicide.
But who?
That's for later. This one you wouldn't want to confess to, would you?
How can you say things like that?
Practice. I need a little information from you, and I need it quick.
My husband is just... Mike is...
He's gonna stay that way. There's nothing you can do about the dead.
You're brutal.
I try. What happened back at the Standard Hotel? That confession isn't worth a small smile now.
Oh, Dell. I got there after Mike. From the hallway, I could hear them quarreling. And then they shot. I wanted to run, but I went in. Mike wasn't there. I can't go on. I can't.
You don't have to. The rest's for me. I think I'm gonna like it. The uniformed men came along, and the technicians, and a doctor. It was probably the first time Mike Carter had a doctor without a Park Avenue address. He didn't put up any objections, though. I got out, went back to headquarters, and waited. Somebody sneaked in and bandaged my head. I didn't notice at the time. Later on, I admired the bandage. Plenty of reports came in. The weather was going to be fine tomorrow. Captain Slocum had a baby over at the 16th Precinct. It was going to rain tomorrow. And then it came. They'd run Blakey down, but were having trouble. I decided to go and have trouble with him. Make me smart, Dave.
Blakey's inside, Lieutenant. Only way of getting to him is through the alley, and he's got a couple of guns on it.
So?
Well, he sent for the heavy artillery, and they ought to be getting here soon.
I can't wait.
Lieutenant, what are you going to do?
Go in and take Blakey?
Now, Lou, the alley is clear. You'll be a setup.
I don't need artillery for Blakey. I'll be seeing you.
Lou! Lieutenant, you can't. You're not bulletproof.
Quiet. A thing like that's liable to get around.
Dana,
Yeah?
stop where you are.
I'm coming in.
I told you.
I'm coming in. Hello, Blakey.
All right. All right, you got this far, so what?
I'm taking you in for murder.
Yeah, you make a nice announcement.
Thanks. Let's have your gun.
Why don't you come and get it, copper?
All right. I will.
All right, you better stop right where you are.
I want your gun.
All right, now. Another step, just one step more, and you get it. I don't mean the gun either. I mean bullets in the belly. They hurt there.
Your gun, Blakey.
What's the matter with you? What's wrong with you? You think bullets won't hit you? You think you're different from anybody else because you're a cop? All right, well, you stop moving in on me. What's wrong with you? You're...
I'm Lou Dana, Blakey.
All right. All right, take it.
No, Blakey. Pick it up. Hand it to me.
All right.
Thanks. All right. Let's go make marks on the sergeant's blotter, huh? Marvin Blakey was booked at headquarters, the charge being murder. Marvin Blakey, being booked, was put in a cell to await his lawyer and his trial. Marvin Blakey had a few things to say.
Carter killed Muriel. Benny, how safe would I have been with him on the loose? I see you're grinning, Lieutenant. You mean how safe am I now? Never mind. Carter killed Muriel. You didn't know her, did you? Even now, with me where I am, can almost figure it's worth it. I did know her, see?
I left him. Maybe he'd crack in the months to come before the state put him away. Maybe walk into the death chamber, having known Muriel wouldn't help. How would I know? I was a cop on my way to make an official notification. The sky was turning dirty gray. The Carter house was large. The uniformed men and the technicians had long since gone. Michael Carter had gone with them. I rang again. It wasn't the butler who opened the door. It wasn't the girl I'd seen for the first time that night a few hours earlier. This woman was older, grayer and tired.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah. Mind if I come in?
I don't think I'll ever mind anything anymore. Come in.
Thanks. Let's go where you can sit down.
Kindness doesn't become you. Well, Lieutenant?
Your husband ever wear driving gloves?
No.
This is the summertime. He wouldn't have worn any other kind of gloves.
He didn't.
Your confession didn't make very much sense, Mrs. Carter.
Do we have to...
Without the gun. We found that gun.
Did you?
Your husband's pocket.
Should I be surprised?
No. His prints were on it.
Yes.
Very clear prints. Too clear.
Too clear, Lieutenant?
A man fires a gun. The prints tend to be smudged a bit from handling. But supposing a gun is wiped clean, and then the man's fingers are carefully pressed on the handle, then you'd have his prints on it, but they'd be too clear.
I never knew that.
No. I had the lab give his hands a paraffin test.
What's that?
When a man fires a gun, small gunpowder particles are embedded in the skin.
Oh?
Michael Carter hadn't fired a gun recently.
I'm tired. I'm not sure I know what you're trying to say. With Michael dead, you've got his murderer. Why did you make all these tests?
Because Muriel Allen registered at the Standard Hotel as Muriel Smith.
She was ashamed.
A club singer? Working for Blakey?
She was going to see Mike.
Then she wouldn't have registered as Miss Smith. She didn't take that room for romance. She took it for a meeting with you.
Lieutenant Dana, what are you getting at?
Something very simple, Mrs. Carter. I'm just believing your confession. She stared at me. Through the long windows, the sun was starting to flush the sky. She stared at me and worked her tongue over her dry lips. She wanted to say things, but didn't know what things to say. You were jealous. You met Muriel Allen in that hotel room and killed her. Your husband was there. He took the gun you'd used away with him. Why? Maybe because he loved you once.
Aren't you being sentimental?
He was. And it led to his death. He thought maybe he was giving you a chance to get away. That's why he lied to me when I got to your house. Said you were upstairs sleeping. You didn't even try to get away, though. Instead, you made your confession. A confession that would seem false. That would make it look as though you were trying to protect your husband. That's the way Blakey figured it. That's why he killed your husband.
I couldn't have known.
Would you have cared? With your husband dead, you remembered the gun in his pocket. You took it out, wiped it clean, and then carefully pressed a corpse's fingerprints on it. The corpse didn't object.
You're very clever.
No. I just get feelings about killers.
All right. I'll go with you, Lieutenant. But
Yeah?
what about the feelings you get about the dead?
Susan Carter was booked at the 12th Precinct for the murder of Muriel Allen. We gave her a number and a file card, and the law would take its due process. There was dust on my desk at headquarters. I signed my report, Louis Dana, Lieutenant of Detectives, Homicide Squad. In a little while, I'd get up and go home. Till then, I could think about a girl whose eyes stared up at the dirty ceiling of a cheap hotel room. I don't like killers.
You've just heard the first in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gene Bates as Susan Carter, Bill Boucher as Blakey, and Howard Culver as Michael Carter. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is written by Lou Vittes, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Bill Spargrove speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide, following a brief reminder. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose penetrating commentaries on world events is heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to get his own reaction to the feeling among the peoples of other nations about world conditions. On his current trip, he plans to visit 8 countries. Remember to listen a little later this evening to Henry J. Taylor, one of the nation's best-informed news authorities, broadcasting from London on ABC.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
You can get used to the dead. It takes time, but you can do it. You can get used to the men who've given up their lives suddenly to a knife, a piece of lead pipe, or a gun, or a broken bottle. In time, you can get used to all of that. But when the dead are very young, when you look down the beam of a police flashlight to see the death pallor spreading over cheeks that still wear a youthful fuzz, no, you never get used to that. They find him like this, Dave?
Yeah, just like this, Lieutenant. Bum came up the alley looking for a place to flop, I guess. Saw him there. Must have been right after the kid got it. Excuse me a minute, Lieutenant.
Right after the kid got it. Yes. The blood hadn't clotted yet. The large pool it made looked purple under my light. They bleed out fast when the throat is slashed.
Picture boys are here, Lieutenant.
In a minute, Dave.
Yeah.
Notice this arm?
No.
Oh, right here. Look.
Yeah.
What would you give him? 17?
17, 18.
The peddlers start him young these days. Makes for more business later on.
17, 18.
Well, he got the man off his back. The hard way.
Anything on him?
Oh, see. I don't think so. No. Here's his wallet, though. Nobody cut his throat just for money.
Dough in it?
Couple of bucks. No Social Security. Here's his draft card. Hold the light a minute.
Oh, sure, Lieutenant.
Donald M. SHALLBERGER, 1264 Martin. Well, guess I better go talk to his family.
Yeah, nice job. Lieutenant.
Yeah?
How did he stand in the draft?
I didn't look. Yeah. 4F. 1264 Martin was a tenement. No worse, no better than other tenements. It was after 1 a.m. when I got there, but you can usually find somebody up on a hot summer night. I found out that Don SHALLBERGER lived on the 3rd floor, rear. No answer at the door, so I settled down to wait. I must have been tired.
Hey!
Hmm?
Take a load somewhere else to sleep it off, will you, Jack?
Oh. You live here?
If you can call it living.
Let's go inside.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Police.
Oh, copper. What is it now?
We better go inside.
All right. We'll go inside.
Where were you tonight, Miss SHALLBERGER?
SHALLBERGER, please. I lost that years ago. Gloria Gay. You got a badge?
Yeah, here. Lieutenant Dana.
All right. I was working. I'm a dancer.
What, kind of a dancer?
Just the kind you think I am.
And where were you dancing tonight?
What's the charge?
Let it go for now. Let me see your arm, Gloria.
Hey, you got a thing for arms?
Nice smooth skin.
You could have just asked me.
I could have. Who's Donald SHALLBERGER, Gloria?
Miss Gay, and he's my brother. What's he done now?
Live here with you?
Off and on, yeah.
Mother and father dead?
I don't know. My father took a powder when Don was 4. My mother pulled out about 3 years later. I tried to take care of him since.
You did a great job.
City paying you a salary to mind my business?
How long has your brother been taking dope, Miss Gay?
That's a lie.
Sure. You don't know how long, or you don't want to say?
I didn't know. He hasn't been home much lately, but I didn't know.
All right. Miss Gay, your brother was murdered tonight.
No. You might have told me right off. You might have told me.
I'm sorry. I'm homicide detail, Miss Gay. My first responsibility is to catch murderers. Anything else has to come second.
18 he was.
Know any reason for anyone killing him?
No, I guess even I didn't know him too well. I tried to raise him, but you know. No, you don't.
Anybody else live in this apartment, Miss Gay?
My husband, off and on.
Care to explain that?
There hasn't been anything between us for a long time, but I let him stay because he can't find another place. He's a... You wouldn't understand that either.
Got any idea where he is now?
There's a bar over on Elm. It's just called Ed's. Frank's kind of handyman there.
Frank? Okay.
Anything else?
That's, Don's picture?
Yeah.
Nothing else. I'll be in touch.
Sure.
And I'm sorry.
Just leave me, will you? Just leave me.
I left her. Standing alone in the tenement apartment with its water-stained ceiling and peeling walls. This was the home from which Donald M. SHALLBERGER, age 18, had tried to escape. Well, he finally made it. What catches most killers? Not big thinking. Routine. On my way to Ed's place, I stopped in headquarters to see how the routine was sifting out.
Got something on the SHALLBERGER boy, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Been checking with Henderson on narcotics. They had a warrant out for the kid as a peddler. Been watching him to try to pin down his source.
Dave, where was Henderson tonight?
He didn't say, Lou.
Yeah. Well, there's the motive for us anyway. His supplier found out the kid was going to be picked up. He didn't want to be stooled on.
Oh, he sure didn't.
What's the record on the kid?
Not much. Arrest shoplifting 8 months ago, probation. Suspicion car theft 2 months later, insufficient evidence. And since then, nothing.
Not hard to figure, is it? Took a lot of loot to buy his, medicine. Around $20 a day. The kid made it by stealing for a while. And then somebody showed him how he could get his for free. He got it, all right.
Yeah. You notified his family? How'd they take it?
He's got a sister. Well, I got a call to make it a bar. Ed's on Elm. You know it?
No. Anything?
A brother-in-law of the kid's. From what I hear, he's nothing. 2:30 when I hit Ed's place. A neighborhood bar, small and dirty. 2:30 a.m. was after closing. But in bars like Ed's, it makes little difference. They just serve it under the counter in coffee cups. In answer to my question, the bartender nodded me over to Frank. Frank. Shabby clothes, bloodshot eyes, and racing form. Frank?
Yeah, sit down.
Anything good running tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow might be the day. Just might be the day. You know, I got a theory. Every day just $1 on a 3-horse poly. Long shots, you see. See, someday I gotta hit. Big. Don't I? Huh? Don't I?
Where were you tonight, Frank?
Well, Law?
Yeah.
Oh, right here, Captain. Right here all evening. Or in the back room, Ask Mr. McPherson. He runs this place, see, and he'll tell you. He'll say, Frank was here. That's where Frank was. Frank was here.
McPherson's the owner?
Yeah, huh?
You married, Frank?
Nothing's happened to Gloria?
No. Roll up your sleeve, Frank. Left sleeve.
Oh, sure. Sure, Captain, sure. There.
You only take yours in a glass, huh, Frank?
Beer. It's all I can afford, see? But look it now. It stands to reason. I'm going to hit it someday, now, don't it? Law of averages? Just 3 horses. That's not much to ask for, is it? And look at what I got picked out for tomorrow. See, right here. Now, look at
Frank.
What?
The kid, Don. Did you ever look at his arm?
Don? Oh, I know. No.
Come on. You knew.
Well, I got the word here and there, but I didn't say anything to Gloria, because he'll come around. Don'll snap out of it while he's...
Did you know how he got his money?
No, I didn't, Captain. Now, look, I swear I didn't.
Talk, Frank.
No, please, look, I didn't. I'd tell you if I knew. Honest, I would. Look at Captain. He's almost like my own son. Oh, sure, he's had a little trouble, sure, but he'll snap right out of it any day now. He'll come
Frank,
right...
The kid got it tonight.
Oh. Bad?
As bad as it can get.
Oh.
We found him in an alley with his throat cut.
Oh. I need a drink.
Frank stumbled his way over to the bar, and I let him go. In the back of the room was a swinging door. I went through it, took a few steps down a narrow hallway that reeked of stale beer, and turned the knob on a door lettered office. Empty. Big surprise. But the odor of cigar smoke told me it hadn't been empty long. And in one wall was a peephole surveying the bar. I looked out. Frank was back at his table, hunched over his racing form. But he wasn't picking winners. He was crying. I took myself out of Ed's place, and Frank didn't look up as I got McPherson's address from the bartender. After persuasion. It was a good address, and his name wasn't Ed. It was Andy. He interested me. Just outside of the saloon, I got a break. Hey, you. Hey! My friend Needlenose. You're not happy to see me?
Take your hands off me, Dana. You got very heavy hands. I told you that before. Take them off.
You clean?
Yeah, sure I'm clean, Dana. You got nothing on me. You know it.
Shut up. What were you doing in this neighborhood, Nose? Just passing by?
Matter of fact, I was just passing by. Not that it's any of your business, Dana, what I do or where I...
I don't like you. I don't like your face. I don't like that needle nose of yours.
Listen, Dana, you got no right every time you see me to start fight.
Maybe if I keep it up long enough, you'll get out of town.
I got friends on newspapers, Dana. They'd be glad to hear how
Friends? You haven't even got acquaintances. What were you doing around here?
Now listen, Dana. Take your hands off me. I know my rights.
Talk. You're one of the miserable rats who make wrecks of these kids. Where do you get your stuff, Nose?
I got rights. All right, beat me up, hit me. You're a big man, sure, hit me. See what good it does you. Go on.
Okay. There are other ways, Needle Nose. Maybe you'll wish you had the slaps in the face.
What ways? I got friends, Dana. Maybe you ain't so big like you thought. Maybe you... Hey, what's the $10 for?
A loan. Maybe I'm sorry I hit you.
$10. Well, thanks. But I don't get it, Dana.
Nose. Don't you get the feeling that maybe somebody's watching us? I do.
Well, what's that got to do?
How's it gonna look?
Huh?
I slap you around. We talk. I give you money. You took it. Gonna look like you're stooled, isn't it?
But I didn't. You know I didn't.
I know, sure. But how does it look?
Dana, you...
You're shaking, Nose. Know what you better do? You better start running. Fast.
But I... Yeah.
I stepped back into the shadows of a warehouse doorway to let Needlenose get a good start and see who might start trailing him. It wasn't a smart move. I stepped into the wrong shadow. Something was dripping. Water? Blood? My blood? I didn't care. I wasn't curious at all. I had the idea something had happened to my head, but I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel anything up there at all. My eyes opened, and I was lying in an alley with a rusted-out drain pipe leaking alongside of me. But it just seemed exactly the right place to be. I wasn't gonna move. 4 o'clock. I wasn't interested. 4 o'clock. Headquarters wasn't far. And even though walking was pushing one leg in front of the other, it was good for me to walk. I could almost think by the time I hit the station.
Lou, what happened to you?
Games, Dave. Funny games.
Oh, here, son, sit down.
No time, Dave, no time. Get out on all points on Needle-Nose Rackley. I want him found, and it's got to be quick. Get it on the air, Dave.
And Dave... You want him found, Lieutenant? It won't be hard.
You got him?
Yeah. On a slab in the morgue.
4:20, and I was just beginning to care about time again. Outside of Dave, I was the only other one in the room who did care.
Think they put him in lower 2. He's not pretty, Lieutenant.
Nah, he wasn't pretty alive. Roll him out, Dave.
Right. There he is. It's a funny thing, Lieutenant. He had to die before we found out his real name was Henry.
Henry Needle-Nose Rackley. For the second time in one night, I was looking down at a man with his throat cut. This time, I could feel responsible. If it wasn't for me, Needle-Nose could have been still alive. Alive and ruining the lives of 18-year-old kids. I looked down. I didn't feel sorry at all. Put him back, Dave. Almost 5 in the morning. I got around to the address I'd gotten from the barkeep at Ed's place. Andy McPherson. He was beginning to interest me more and more. Somehow I doubted that McPherson was a sound sleeper. One of my keys fit the lock. It usually does. I looked in all the rooms. Found nothing. So I sat down. My head was coming around to the point where it was hurting pretty good, and the chair was too modern to be comfortable. McPherson had more money than taste. Then a key turned in the lock. Come in.
What?
A social call, Miss Gay.
I couldn't sleep. I had to talk to someone.
I got ears.
You're a cop.
Yeah, and my apartment doesn't look like this at all. There's a little hole in the wall with only 2 keys. I've got both of them.
Well, an early morning newscast.
Why did you come here, Miss Gay? My job is finding your brother's killer. You're either on one side or the other.
You don't think much of me.
Oh, we won't argue it. What's McPherson to you?
I've been going with him.
How's he get his money?
I never asked him. It was the same color as all other money.
That's pretty doubtful. Look, Miss Gay, I want you to go to the Windsor Hotel on Elm. Register there in your own name, right now. I want to use you as bait. Will you do it?
It's for Don?
Yes.
All right.
Miss Gay, it's only fair to tell you that I tried this trick a few hours ago and got a man killed.
Oh?
Well?
You couldn't be that lucky twice.
5:30. A few milk wagon drivers and streetcar jockeys were on their way to work, and a few late drunks were on their way home. For the second time in one night, I headed for Ed's place, and it was still open. They must have thrown away the keys to that place the day they opened it. A track sweeper was having a belt at the bar before starting work, and there in the corner was Frank. Clothes a little shabbier, eyes a little more bloodshot, and racing form a little more dog-eared. Frank.
Oh, the law.
Got those 3 horses picked out yet?
I don't know. No, for the first time in my life, I got the feeling that maybe today isn't the day. I don't know.
Frank. About Gloria.
What about Gloria?
She took a hotel room, Frank.
So,
I think she found out something about Don's killer and she's scared. Want to know where she is?
Well, sure I want to. Maybe you better not tell me.
The Windsor Hotel.
No, maybe you better. Windsor Hotel.
Be seeing you, Frank. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, thanks very much, huh? Thanks very much.
I got out of Ed's place all right. My head was booming like a circus parade, but I was smart enough to stay out of the shadows. At the Windsor, the night clerk was asleep in his chair, the register in front of him. Gloria Gay was in 202, second floor. Anybody could have stolen the whole hotel, but who'd want it? Up the worn flight of stairs with the walls painted an institution brown. I knocked on 202.
Who is it?
Lou Dana.
Oh, I never thought I'd be glad to see you come in.
Jumpy? Sit down. I don't think we'll have long to wait.
How did you tell?
Frank.
You don't think Frank...
I don't think Frank can keep a secret very long.
Did you have to do it that way?
No, but that's the best way I could think of.
Do you chew gum all the time?
Yeah. Getting on your nerves?
You got on my nerves the first minute I saw you.
Uh-huh.
I've heard about you, Mr. Dana. You take chances. You don't wait for a killer to come out. You go in after him. What are you trying to prove all the time?
I don't like killers.
You married, Mr. Dana?
No?
No, you wouldn't be. You put on a little tin badge. You're the type that resigns from the human race. Do you wear it when you go to bed, Dana? What is it you don't like, Dana? Yourself?
Shut up. I heard something. Get in the bathroom, quick, and stay there. If anything happens to me, go out the window. Now beat it. Hi.
Oh, I guess I made a mistake.
I guess you did. Come all the way in, McPherson. Let me get a good look at you.
Who are you?
You know who I am. Yeah. Big guy, aren't you? What'd you bring with you, knife or gun? Come on in and close the door.
Sure, I'll close it.
Thanks. Been a busy evening for you, McPherson.
Take it easy, Dana.
Now he tells me. A little different this time. I'm not Needlenose, and I'm not an 18-year-old kid either. A little different.
All right, where is she?
You want to know? Here I am. Take a good look. I killed your brother, but we can still be friends, can't we?
I told you to stay out of this.
You'd have been smarter to listen to the copper, Gloria. And I brought along a gun this time, Dana.
I hope you got good teeth. You're gonna have to eat it. Get back where you were, Gloria.
All right, hold it. I'm just as good with a gun as a knife, Dana. All right, freeze, copper. I said...
Frank, watch out, Frank!
Oh, no.
Hold on to it, McPherson. Hold on to it and get your arm roped. Oh, you didn't hold on to it.
Take care of Frank, Gloria.
Is it bad, Frank? We get a doctor for you. You'll be all right.
I didn't want to tell him, Gloria, but he made me. He made me.
It's all right, Frank. It's all right.
He made me Gloria?
Yeah, Frank.
Just this once? I didn't do so bad. Did I?
Oh, you did great, Frank. You did great. Frank. Frank.
3 in one evening, McPherson. You're a dandy fellow.
All right, take me in. But I'm not talking.
Not talking?
I got a lawyer.
A lawyer? McPherson, it costs the state about $40,000 to electrocute you, and I'm just itching to save him that dough. Come on. You got a knife. Make a move for it. Come on.
All right, let me alone, Dana. Let me alone.
Let him alone. Killed 3 people, and now he wants to be let alone. Come on, McPherson. You're a big fellow. One move.
No,
Just that one eyelash. Come on.
Let me alone.
Take him in, Dana. He's all through.
Yeah. I guess he is.
I'll stay here with Frank.
6 o'clock. Frank was right. Today wasn't his day. What does a cop think about after a case? Right now I was thinking about how a girl named Gloria might have looked before she'd been pushed around so hard and so long by the years since her father and mother walked out on her. Then I tried to think what Lou Dana was like as a kid so long ago. I couldn't remember. But I know what he is now. A cop who doesn't like killers.
You have just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gene Bates as Gloria, Bill Boucher as McPherson, and Joe Forte as Needlenose. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed and written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Lou Cook speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Man from Homicide in a moment. You can play a part in your country's defense and at the same time help your dreams come true. How? With United States defense bonds. By buying bonds, you lend your purchasing power to the government and at the same time set money aside for your own future. In 10 years, each $3 you invest will bring you $4 in return. Save with defense bonds. Buy them on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan. If you are unable to participate in either of these automatic plans, buy extra bonds as you can. Remember, United States savings bonds are now defense bonds. Buy them regularly.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
Most men spend their lives building walls around themselves. Money, social position, land. And the man with many walls may seem to be different from the man who sells pencils on the corner. But sudden death knows no walls. And when they look into its face, all men are pretty much alike. I know. What's up, Inspector?
Something hot, Lou. Just took a call from old man Kelso. He's scared. Scared to death, Lou.
What's he got to be scared of? Falling off his money?
Claims someone is threatening to kill him.
Stick of gum, Inspector?
Huh? Oh, no. He asked for you, Lou. Right away.
Yeah.
Well, you better get on it, Lou.
Inspector, what happens if we get a call from a fruit peddler who thinks someone is trying to kill him?
Oh, I know, Lou. I know.
We ignore it 9 chances out of 10. Why is this so different?
He sounded really scared, Lou, for one reason. And, well, you know the other.
$9 million. And I bet he can't sleep nights thinking how to make it 10.
Better get out there, Lou.
Sure. I'll go out and hold Kelso's hand, and maybe some of what he's got will rub off on me. The Kelso butler and I exchanged chilled greetings before he consented to guide me to Mr. Kelso's room, the 50-cent tour through a mausoleum. He announced me, left, and I was face to face with $9 million.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana, come in. Sit down. Thank you for coming so promptly, Dana. I won't forget it. I still have 1 or 2 friends left, you know. I won't forget it.
Somebody's been threatening you, Mr. Kelso?
Yes, he's been threatening me. Tell me a better word for it, Dana. Tell me a better word for it when a man announces openly, brazenly, over a period of weeks, that he intends to kill me.
All right, Mr. Kelso. What's his name?
There will be no publicity concerning this, Dana?
Not unless he carries out his threat.
What? Oh, yes. Well, his name is Farley, Dana. Stephen Farley. The name should be familiar to you?
Vaguely. Small-time hood, I think. I haven't heard anything of him in a couple of years.
Small wonder. I've been supporting him lavishly.
Any particular reason?
Farley has a sister, Vivian, formerly a singer.
Oh, I remember now. And Vivian is...
Mrs. Kelso. We were married quietly 2 years ago.
Lucky you. I remember.
It's because of Vivian that I haven't gone to the police before now. But, well, he means it, Dana. He means to kill me.
All right, if he made threats, we'll pull him in.
I'm afraid it's not quite that easy. He has not openly promised murder in front of witnesses. He's too clever for that.
What has he done?
To me, he has implied repeatedly that I must be suffering, that death will be such a happy relief, that while Vivian and he will hate to see me go, they're willing to face it for my sake. He goes on like that repeatedly.
Mr. Kelso, I'm from the Homicide Squad. If you got a nasty brother-in-law, I'm sorry for you. But sympathy is about all I can give you.
Lieutenant Dana, wait. What do you call this, if not overt evidence of intent to murder? 2 days ago, Farley took an option on an expensive home with the down payment to be made in 2 weeks, when he says he expects to come into a great sum of money. 2 weeks.
Anything else?
No, certainly. He took an option on a yacht in the same manner, ordered expensive clothes. He even consulted a mortician about funeral arrangements. I ask you, Dana, for the taxes I pay, I'm not entitled to protection from a thing like this? Am I to be murdered in my own bed with no one turning a hand to save me? What's this country coming to?
I'll look into it, Mr. Kelso. Where's Stephen Farley living?
Gramercy Apartments on South Garden. I've maintained a residence for him, supported him, given him a car, and now...
I'll look into it. Your, wife around, Mr. Kelso?
I believe Vivian is in the pool, right?
I'll find it.
What have I worked for all my life? What security have I obtained? What...
Mr. Kelso, tell me. What's it like to have $9 million?
It's not what you'd expect, Tina. It's not what you'd expect at all.
Mr. Kelso was shivering in the warmth of the day as I left him. And on guard outside his door was an empty suit of armor with a spear. A multi-millionaire defended only by a tin soldier. I found the pool, and arching off the board in a front jackknife was Vivian. I wanted her to come up and out of the water fast so I could see if it was true.
Hi.
It was.
Oh, water's wonderful today. You want to join us?
Almost any other time, Mrs. Kelso. Lieutenant Lou Dana, Homicide Squad.
Oh, you're looking for my husband, Lieutenant Dana?
I've seen him.
Didn't believe him, I hope. Oh, this is Gordon Elliott, my husband's business manager.
Oh, how are you, Dana? Excuse my wet hand.
Sure. Just don't drip on my suit.
Dana, believe me, I'm sorry you had this trip out here for nothing. I tried to stop Mr. Kelso from phoning the police.
It's all right. I don't mind.
Gordon was just going to dress and go into town unless you want him for anything, Lieutenant.
I guess you can take care of everything, Mrs. Kelso. So long, Elliot.
Bye, Dana. See you at dinner, Vivian. Huh?
Right, Gordon. Gordon's got a wonderful tan, hasn't he?
He must go over the books under a sun lamp.
The bitter Lieutenant Dana. I've heard of you.
What about your husband, Mrs. Kelso? And your brother?
Sit down, Lieutenant. Oh, no, that one's wet. Over here. I'll stretch out if you don't mind.
I'd be silly if I did mind.
Thank you. You didn't take my husband seriously, did you, Lieutenant?
Well, he seemed pretty serious about it.
He did. Well, you know how it is with someone that old.
No. How is it?
Would you like to rub some sun oil on my back?
I'd love to, but I won't. What about your brother? Anything to it?
Steve's not very much good. Never could take care of himself. He's one of the reasons I married Franklin.
What are the others?
Obvious.
I like the reasons why he married you better.
Well, I got a response.
And there's nothing in your brother's threats?
No, I'm sure of it.
Maybe I'd better ask brother.
And then are you coming back and rub my back?
There won't be much sun by then.
Well?
I know the pay is good, being Mrs. Franklin Kelso. But tell me, is it hard work?
If I told you, Dana, would you? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Goodbye, Mrs. Kelso.
Yeah?
You should remember me, Farley.
I do. You worked me over about 3 years ago. You didn't get anything out of me, Dana.
Well, maybe I'll have more luck the next time. Can I come in, or shall we talk for your neighbors?
You can come in, Dana.
Nice apartment.
Thanks.
I know your decorator. He does calendars for pool rooms.
Same old Dana, same jokes. Sit down. Drink?
Not with you. Old man Kelso says you've been shooting off your mouth about killing him, Farley.
He's in his second childhood.
I saw his second childhood. She says there's nothing to it either.
Then why bother me?
How about that house you took an option on?
I've been looking for a place, yeah.
What's with the yacht?
Nothing serious.
Nothing serious. Come here, punk.
Lay off me, Dana.
This smells like a game, and I don't like anybody playing games with me. In particular, a cheap hood living off his sister. Here's a string around your finger to remind you.
I don't have to take that anymore, Dana.
Then don't reach in your pockets when I talk to you. What your sister married don't build you up with me at all, Farley.
If you didn't have that badge, you wouldn't be so easy with your hands, tough guy.
If I'm tough, it's because crime and guys like you have made me tough. I don't like your apartment, Farley. Don't give me any cause to come back. I thought it over on the way back to the station, and I didn't like it. The deal was giving forth a very ripe odor, but I couldn't localize it. The inspector shared the same headache.
I don't know, Lou. Use your own judgment, I guess. What do you think?
I don't know either. We haven't got enough to be sure. I guess we better put a tail on Farley for a few days.
All right. Take Metzger for it.
Okay, I'll send him out.
And don't take any chances on a thing like this, Lou. Kelso's a big man. If he gets knocked off, we're not going to look good.
We'll look a lot better than Kelso.
Very comforting.
I sent Metzger out to stay with Farley and tried to forget about the Kelso family. The old man was easy, but at midnight that night, in my room, I was still having trouble with Vivian. Yeah? Oh, Metzger. You what? You lost Farley? How long ago? 2 hours. Well, why didn't you call me before, you... All right. No. Go on into the station, if you can find it. I'll go out to the Kelso place. And Metzger, great work. It was almost 1 when I pulled into the long driveway, and it took a lot of banging on the door to bang up the butler. This time I didn't wait for the guide service, but took off for Kelso's room alone. Did I mention that Kelso's room was an overnight hike from the front entrance? Well, it was, and I didn't encounter any of the settlers along the way. I paused outside the door of the man guarded by a tin suit of armor. Something was missing from the empty soldier, but I couldn't place it. Mr. Kelso? Are you awake, Mr. Kelso? Mr. Kelso? All the lights were on in the room, and Mr. Kelso was in bed. Then I knew what was missing from the tin soldier outside. It was the spear. Sticking straight up in the air, it was pinning Kelso to the bed. And his $9 million life had run out in a thin, red trickle.
Technicians all through upstairs, Lou?
Just about, Inspector. They got some very pretty pictures, but not much else.
No prints on the murder weapon?
Too smeared to be any good for anything. Get anything out of the butler?
Says he was in a clinch with the maid all evening.
Did you check?
Yeah, she says yes. Must want to hold her job pretty bad to be in a clinch with him.
Yeah, like necking a quick frozen salmon. Mrs. Kelso and Elliot show up yet?
No, not yet. Butler said they went out about 10.
And the murder was around midnight. How about little brother, Farley?
Well, nothing on him yet. We got out a broadcast on him. Should hear something if he hasn't skipped. Looks open and shut against him.
Sure. Open and shut. Open and shut.
Now, don't make things complicated, Lou. I'm going upstairs.
I'll wait for you. It's not so pretty I want to go back. I prowled around downstairs. The library with the expensive first editions that Kelso had never read and never would. The dining hall with the Italian masters on the walls that Kelso had never really seen and never would. The whole huge place for entertaining the friends he had never really had and never would. Then I heard someone at the front entrance.
Hello? Who's here? What's happened?
How are you, Elliot?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Dana.
Mrs. Kelso? Have a bright and gay evening?
We saw the police cars outside. What's wrong?
One thing at a time. There's nothing wrong that you can do anything about. Care to tell me where you both were this evening?
Oh, of course not. We went to a drive-in movie. Mr. Kelso didn't feel up to it, so I took Vivian.
And how long were you there, Elliot?
Why, it was a little after 10 when we got there, and after 12 when we left. Isn't that about it, Vivian?
Yes. What is this, Dana?
Somebody saw you when you drove in and when you left?
I think so, yes.
The movie is close to here?
Fairly close.
Walking distance?
What is this?
You can both give me the plot of the movie?
Well, I think so. It was the one about the talking mule. Francis goes to the races. You want a resume?
It's after 2 now. You left the movie at 12?
We had a few drinks.
And people saw you having the drink?
Yes.
Look, Dana...
I imagine you both can hazard a guess as to what this concerns.
My husband?
Somebody threw him a spear. He caught it. You're now the sole possessor of $9 million.
So he did do it.
Who did do what?
Nobody.
You'd have trouble convincing the late Mr. Kelso.
Can I see him?
He's not very nice to look at. How bad do you want to see him?
Not very.
Dana, can I take her into the study?
If that's the best place you can think of, go ahead.
Come on, Vivian.
Mrs. Kelso.
What, Dana?
This new job, managing $9 million, it may be tougher than the last one.
It's possible. But, Dana, don't let it keep you up nights.
I was standing there wondering how it'd be to have Vivian Kelso keep me up nights when someone came down the stairs on very flat feet. Inspector Eddie Sherman.
I got something, Lou.
What?
One of the prowl cars outside just picked up a flash. They grabbed Steve Farley trying to get on a bus for out of town.
That's handy. Makes you look good, Inspector.
Yeah. But Lou, if it ever gets out that Farley ventilated his brother-in-law after Kelso asked us for protection...
I was just given some sound advice.
Yeah?
Don't let it keep you up nights. Let's go.
That's not much of a story, Farley.
That's all the story I got for now.
That you don't remember anything from 10 last night until they picked you up getting on a bus 4 hours later.
That's it, Dana.
Oh.
And you're happy about your prospects. Inspector, take the boys out and give me some time alone with them, huh?
Well, I don't know, Lou. There's going to be some expensive lawyers in this case.
Just quiet conversation, Inspector.
I'm warning you, Inspector. Dana's stuff don't go with me anymore. You're not fooling with some kid. I know my...
Shut up. All right, come on, boys. Oh, Lou, quiet conversation.
You don't remember anything.
I told you, Dana, and if you think that you can... What are you going to do?
Quiet conversation. Reminiscence. I knew a real smart head a few years back got picked up on a murder rap. He was innocent, had an airtight alibi, but he waited until his trial to spring it.
What happened?
In the meantime, his alibi got hit by a car. They burned the real smart head.
What's that got to do with me?
Another case. Real shrewd operator went on trial for a murder his partner committed, just to throw the cops so far off the trail they'd never catch up. He had an airtight alibi, too.
What happened?
His partner shot the alibi. The shrewd operator got 10,000 volts.
I guess you think you're scaring me.
You're pretty stupid if I'm not.
Now listen, Dana, I told you that...
Come on, talk. Where were you tonight? If you got an alibi, spill it. You're 10,000 miles out on a limb, Buster. What happens when it gets sawed off?
Please let me alone, Dana. Let me think.
Let you think? That could be days. Where were you tonight?
All right. Just let go of me.
Give.
I was in a Turkish bath tonight from 10 to around 1. The guy that owns it left town right after. He's coming back for the trial.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
What are you going to do with me?
Bait a trap.
Oh, Lou.
Yeah, Inspector?
The Kelso lawyer is on the phone. Wants to know what the charge is on Farley here.
Tell him no charge. We're sending him home.
Lou!
Tell him, will you, Inspector? I'll give you the reasons in a minute.
You know what you're doing, Lou?
I think so, Inspector. I think so. I got a nose for these things. Inspector Sherman took some more persuading. But in the end, we let Steve Farley go home. I figured to give him a half an hour and then go after him. I did. But when I got to Farley's place at the Gramercy, I'd figured it too close. I got to Farley's door fast and put my shoulder to it. That was my mistake. Oh. The gun butt didn't catch me square, and I've got a hard head. I went down, but not out. There was no hurry. I knew where I could find the one that slugged me. I crawled over on the floor to Steve Farley. There was no hurry about him at all. He was dead. It was around 4 when I arrived for the third time at the Kelso place. It was quiet. There were a couple of crickets outside. And they were the only ones who felt like singing. I could see light through the front window, but somebody heard me coming. The lights went off as I got to the door. I gave it the shoulder treatment. I did what I was trained to do, dropped to the floor and shot back. Then I got up and found the light switch.
You're late, Lou Dana.
How is it? Bad?
As bad as he could make it. Don't let him get away, don't.
I'll be right back. I'll call a doctor as soon as I get him.
Don't bother, just get him.
I'll get him. I was outside, and on the broad lawn there was no place for a murderer to hide. Then I heard something. Old man Kelso had a huge aviary at one corner of the house. Something had disturbed the birds. Elliot? Not a very good place to hide, Elliot. Too noisy. There's no home for a killer, Elliot. Not even in a cage. Come on out.
Come in and get me.
Sure. Only I haven't got much time, Elliot. There's a girl needs a doctor because you shot holes in her. That wasn't very smart, Elliot. You must be about out of bullets. Try again. No bullets? I've still got plenty. And there's no one I'd rather use them on. Have one. Close? Maybe I can do better. Now I've got the range. I think this one has your name on it, Elliot.
No, don't shoot, Dan. I'm coming out.
I changed my mind. I like it better this way, Elliot. I want you to know what Kelso felt like. And Farley. And Vivian. Hold still, Elliot.
No, don't, Dana, don't!
You're not going anyplace.
Go me!
You should have stuck to bookkeeping, Elliot. It suits you better. That'll keep you quiet till I get back. I know. I wouldn't want to share the same cage with him either. There was a chill in the night air as I walked back into the house. To the beautiful widow, the beautiful heiress who was bleeding red on a white rug. I called the station. Then I bent over her, and she opened her eyes. Vivian?
Did you get him?
Yes, I got him.
You're good at that.
That's my trade.
Dana.
Yes, Vivian?
I wonder what my trade was. I never found it, did I?
Looking like you do is a trade in itself, Vivian.
Maybe. But it's not enough to make a life out of.
Take it easy. I've got a doc on the way.
I don't think I'll wait. Dana.
Yes?
How did you know?
That it wasn't your brother? Well, I've been through it 1,000 times. That makes a difference.
It wasn't so smart.
Oh, smart enough. Almost. We bring your brother to trial, he springs an alibi. Acquittal. Then if we come back to you and Elliot, your brother could confess. We couldn't try him over again.
But we didn't fool you. Do you believe me, Dana, that I didn't know Elliot was going to shoot Steve?
He had to shoot him. When I let Steve go, Elliot knew he'd spilled the alibi.
Then he had to shoot me, too, when I found out.
All right. All right.
Dana.
Hurt much?
No. Dana. Steve's not dead. He'll be all right.
Vivian, Steve is... He'll be all right.
I'm glad. Steve will get the money. Maybe he'll enjoy it.
Sure. Sure.
I never did. You hear me, Dana? I never did.
Vivian. Her face relaxed, and it was a beautiful face, even in death. In the distance, I could hear the wail of the oncoming siren. Late. A lot too late. And everything else was silence. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Bill Boucher as Inspector Sherman, Herb Butterfield, Kelso, Joe Gilbert as Vivian, and Barney Phillip as Farley and Tony Barrett as Elliot. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Dick Powell, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood.
Preceding transcribed, America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Listen to Man from Homicide transcribed starring Dan Duryea following this reminder. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world events are heard every Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand and to get his own reactions. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He'll speak tonight from Zurich, Switzerland. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's Your Land and Mine tonight on ABC.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job. It doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
The job a man does leaves its mark on him. Generally, you can spot a doctor, a lawyer, a butcher, a baker, half a block away. But what kind of a mark is left on the men who work out of Homicide? Dave carried his 300 pounds into my office at headquarters. It had been a long time since he'd pounded a beat.
Lou?
Yes, Pappy?
Martha Kent has come home.
Martha Kent?
Yeah, she was spotted coming into the Cleveland train, picked up, and...
Where is she now?
Her apartment. Couple of men are covering. Now all we gotta do is let a little time pass, and we've got Eddie Kent, Lieutenant.
Like that?
Well, we can't keep away from her, whatever it costs him.
She must be, interesting.
Oh, I seen her once a couple of years ago. I'm an old fat cop, Lou, but I'm glad she never smiled at me.
Eddie Kent killed 3 men we know of. The last one was a bank job we can pin on him. Dave?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Those men covering her apartment.
Uh-huh.
Pull them out.
But, Lou...
Do it right away.
Okay, Lieutenant, only I don't...
She came in by train. How much of an effort did she make to shake anyone off her tail?
Well, not much the way I got it.
And headed straight for her apartment. No, Dave. Too packed.
Well, I see what you mean a little, only what would she be after?
Maybe she wants to be Mary.
Huh?
A merry widow. What's her address?
49 South Grover.
49 South Grover. If I'm not back in a little while, send my mail there. Maybe she'll smile at me. I spent the trip to South Grover thinking about Eddie Kent. After I got finished thinking about him, I wished there was a way a man could wash his mind out. Martha Kent would be what? Something shrill, and heels an inch too high, brassy hair, a runway figure?
Yes?
No. Something a lot more dangerous.
What?
Excuse me. Mind if I come in?
Well, who are you?
The name's Dana.
Oh.
That's right. Lou Dana.
There's nothing much I could do about keeping you out, is there?
Nothing much.
Come in. Well?
Eddie in?
You should know. Don't your men tell you things?
I took 'em off you.
You did what?
Sent 'em back to the precinct.
Why?
Their feet hurt.
That was very kind of you.
Thanks.
Eddie isn't in.
That's too bad.
Do you plan on waiting for him here?
No. Do you?
That's all, Lieutenant.
Mrs. Kent, does Eddie know you don't, care anymore?
Why not ask Eddie?
Because he doesn't know. That was when she turned her back on me. Being a cop blunts the finer sensibilities. I only noticed your stocking seams weren't crooked.
I'm tired. I'm going to bed. If you like, you can tuck me in. There's probably a police regulation about it.
You don't have to worry. I wouldn't like.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Good night, Mrs. Kent. Eddie should be along any time now, huh?
Get out.
Sure. She hadn't smiled at me once. Cops in hallways are a natural. I didn't enjoy it. I stayed with it an hour and then moved out. There'd be 2 of them, one for the front, one for the back. I took the back. He'd be the easier of the two. There was an alley, garbage cans, and...
Hey, cut it out.
Don't reach for it.
Oh, it's a big idea.
Not very big.
Is it?
Out in the light, huh?
Now, look, mister, if you think you're tough, you... Oh. Hello, Boiler. Dana.
I think I'm tough.
Well, I didn't know it was you, Lieutenant.
What's special about that alley?
Oh, I just happened to be passing by. Nobody passed any law about passing by.
Boiler.
Well, it's like this. I had a date to see a fellow, and he says, meet me there. You know, in that alley.
Let's go down to the precinct.
No, you ain't got nothing on me.
Would you like to try resisting arrest?
You throw me in the can, I'll get a mouthpiece. He'll spring me so fast, you
24 hours before I have to book you, Boiler. Nothing to eat. Nothing to drink. Not even tea.
Oh, I'm off this stuff, Lieutenant. I ain't touched the stick and...
I'm not narcotics, Boiler.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody like you, narcotics would be better. They make arrangements. They don't like their arrests to be screaming, scraping cement with bleeding fingernails.
Lay off, will you?
In homicide, we can't accommodate you properly. In homicide, we don't especially care.
Guys like you ain't human, Dana.
You guessed. Well, Boiler?
It's a dame up in that house. Eddie Kent's wife. She's kind of worried he might show.
She doesn't love him?
I wouldn't know. Orders was you don't get to her.
What does he get? I'd say 8 hours before you break.
No, look, Lieutenant, it was only a job. They don't tell me anything. They give me orders. And
Who gave you orders?
I can't, Dana.
The precinct. Come on.
Hey, look, Lieutenant, I start spilling to cops. What would my life be worth?
What's it worth now?
Okay. It's McGrath.
McGrath, huh?
Yeah.
Good night, Boiler.
You won't tell him that I... Oh, what's the use? He'll know. You don't care what happens to a guy, do you, Dana?
Not if he carries a gun.
That's only in case Eddie was to get
A
tough.
man with a gun, all he's got to do is crook a finger and he's a killer. I don't like killers. Good night, Boiler. Boiler went back to the alley and the garbage cans. I went to visit Mr. McGrath. Boiler had the best of it. Start with the kid stuff, snatch and run. Knock over a couple of small stores. Move up into hot cars and cold decks. Pick up a few houses, take over a few wheels, buy a few deaths, and you wind up Mr. McGrath. But you wear tailored suits by then, and handmade shoes. And you got a hood for a doorman.
Hey, what's the idea of this, Copper?
Copper?
No, you don't. You got a paper, Copper? Turn around and go away. No warrant. You keep coming. I got a legal right to blast you.
Sure. But have you got the guts?
Okay. Come on. We'll find out.
I'm coming.
Max!
Yeah, Mr. McGrath?
What's the trouble?
I'm having words with a cop. He wants in. He ain't got no paper.
Put your gun away and let the fool in.
Okay.
It'll be a pleasure to have him thrown off the force.
Hello, McGrath.
Lieutenant Dana. Max, you've been rude.
Huh?
Lieutenant Dana isn't an ordinary policeman. He's a personality. My door's always open to him. Apologize to the lieutenant, Max.
He's a cop.
I said...
Forget it, McGrath.
Very well. You may leave us, Max.
Okay.
Max is a trifle crude, I'm afraid. Have a drink, Lieutenant?
No.
Never drink on duty, huh?
I wouldn't like your brand.
Not raw enough, I suppose.
I got work to do.
Haven't we all?
What's half of $80,000, McGrath?
$40,000?
That kind of money worth a death?
I haven't seen the latest quotations.
Eddie Kent knocked over a bank 2 months ago. Killed a guard and collected $80,000. He had help.
Indeed.
$40,000 for Kent. $40,000 for, the help.
Seems equitable.
How do you share the death? He needed a little time to think for an answer. I looked around. It was a charming room. Mostly Chippendale pieces. Oak paneling on the walls. A small Renoir hung where the sunlight would hit it in the mornings. A girl brushing her hair before a mirror. She looked like someone I'd seen, and for a minute I couldn't remember where. Then I remembered, but the girl in the painting was smiling.
You've evidently decided to be nasty, Lieutenant. Why?
Martha Kent.
I beg your pardon?
Martha Kent.
A lovely girl, as I recall. Pity she's not in town anymore.
She's in town.
A pleasant thought.
Eddie Kent alive gets $40,000. Eddie Kent dead gets a mouthful of dust in Potter's Field.
You're picturesque.
How do we kill Eddie Kent, McGrath?
It's not exactly my problem.
How do we kill him safely? Got it. We bait a trap. The lure? Martha Kent. Fine. Eddie goes for her. How does that kill him, though?
I couldn't say.
We make sure the cops know where Martha Kent is. We fake it a little, so the cops think it's their own idea. They stake out. Eddie makes a beeline for her lovely arms. Runs into a couple of cops.
So?
You picked us to kill him for you.
No, be careful.
I'm very careful. That was from me, personally.
You'll be sorry for this.
The department will mail you a written apology. Headquarters was where I'd left it. They'd built it of stone.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You got out of that one fast.
Who was asleep? I was.
Go on back. It's cold out here.
Yeah. How's it set up, Lou?
Oh, stalemate, I guess. McGrath's got a couple of men covering for Mrs. Kent. They'll keep Eddie off.
McGrath, huh? No good, Lou.
He was in on the bank job with Kent.
You got proof?
No, but it has to be that way. He was the one set up Mrs. Kent as a decoy. When I pulled the cops out, his men moved in.
Don't want to split with Eddie, huh?
40,000 reasons against it.
Yeah. Lou, you look beat.
Occupational disease, Dave.
Yeah. Martha Kent do any smiling?
Not in my direction. I'll be in my office for a while.
Doing what?
Waiting. I wouldn't know for what. Don't ask me, huh? I waited. I thought it might be nice if I had a Renoir. It could be a small Renoir on the wall. I thought what Captain Kowaleski might have to say on the subject. I decided I'd settle for the dirty plaster.
Why don't you go on home, Lou, huh?
It's an idea.
Nothing's going to happen tonight.
Oh, I suppose not. I feel restless.
You slap McGrath around?
Only once, Dave.
Oh, you're improving. You could still find trouble that way.
Well, he was trying to buy a killing from us.
Yeah. You take it too hard, Lou. You'll never get fat like me.
Too bad. I was looking forward to it.
Go on home.
I'm going.
Lou.
Yeah?
49 South Grover. ain't on your way home.
What makes you think I might be passing there?
Bet you my pension against a peppermint lifesaver.
Pappy, I don't like peppermint. He would have won. McGrath's man out front of her house was holding down the same tree. I drove around the block to see if Boiler was still holding down the back. Martha Kent was in on the deal with McGrath. The decoy had to be, and she was. The girl in the Renoir was smiling. Maybe she was too polite to laugh out loud at me. Renoir painted beautiful things. No sense of reality. Boiler among the garbage cans would have been a more practical subject. But Boiler wasn't there. The alley closed in on me. I was in a hurry. And careless. I stumbled over a garbage can and almost missed him. Boiler was propped up against the wall, his legs straight out before him, his head slumped down over his chest. He might have been brooding about the blood that had poured out of that chest if he hadn't been so completely dead. I left him there. I wasn't in a hurry anymore. He'd been dead some little while. Whatever had been going to happen in Martha Kent's apartment would already have happened. I didn't care too much about finding out. The lock on Martha Kent's door was in fine shape, except that the door wasn't locked. The living room was the way I remembered it. I had nothing to remember about the bedroom. But there'd be something I'd work at forgetting. She'd fallen back across the bed. The stain on the front of her dress hadn't been her dressmaker's idea. Her eyes were open, and when I bent over, I could have sworn they saw me.
Hello.
Mrs. Kent.
I thought maybe I'd see you again.
Hold it. Operator, police emergency. Lieutenant Dana. Get a doctor to 49 South Grover, apartment 3C immediately. Got it? Yeah.
Lieutenant.
Better not talk.
There'll
be a doctor here in a couple of minutes.
You've seen people like this before. I should be dead.
Will you stop?
No. What do you want me to do? Think about what my life has been. And what's happening to it now.
There might be a chance.
Are you trying to make me laugh? Lieutenant, you look funny.
It's a habit my face has.
You know who?
Yeah.
I'm tired. I want to go to sleep. You can tuck me in if you like. That's what I said when I was still alive. You said you wouldn't like. You lied, didn't you, Lieutenant?
I lied.
I knew. Please. It's all going so fast now. Please.
All right. I'll tuck you in.
Thank.
Good night. The doctor was a little late. The homicide squad arrived and made noises and was very busy. There was a guy named Shakespeare, wrote a play. And when his character died, he said, "The rest is silence." In my line, the rest is routine.
Go on, Sam. Get the cameras out of here. You ain't shooting a movie.
Terry, rush that print over to the lab, huh?
Take it easy, will you?
Go get the lead out. Get the lead out.
Dave was there, making like a sergeant. The men loved every pound of him.
No reporters till later. Come on now, boys. Get rolling, huh? Lieutenant.
Yeah, Dave?
Snap out of it.
Out of what? I'm feeling fine.
Don't kid Pappy, huh?
Sorry, Dave. Call it I'm tired and forget it.
Okay. The boys have been through the building.
Did they have fun?
Dug up a couple of neighbors, heard the shots. Thought it was a car backfiring.
That was bright of them.
Well, it gives us the time she was shot. 1 hour and 11 minutes ago.
That'll help.
Not the girl, maybe, but the district attorney's going to need it.
All right. He's got it.
And Boiler must have been shot a few minutes before that. Gives you the pair of them. Pinned down close, too.
Close enough.
Eddie Kent's out in the open now. Must have been holed up the last 2 months someplace in town. With her showing, it brought him out. He realized she'd thrown in with McGrath, so he
Save
figured...
it for the report, Dave.
Yeah, okay. We'll get him pretty quick now.
Sure. So long, Dave.
Lou, where you going?
Out.
What for?
I need a killer. There's the old one about the man who lost a horse, who said to himself, if I were a horse, where would I go? And then he went there. If I were Eddie Kent, I'd go to visit McGrath. I went. It was a nice night. The only thing wrong with it was people. There was a car parked outside of McGrath's house. It pulled away as I came up. I didn't have the patience for a chase, so I cut my wheel and slowed it up. Max was climbing out of the other car, tugging at his pocket. I discouraged him. He fell down. I got the gun all the way out of his pocket. 2 bullets gone. Within very recent history. There was nothing else that moved in the car. McGrath might still be at home. Worrying about his car, maybe.
Max, what on earth? Dana?
Inside.
Now, look here.
I said inside.
All right. What do you want?
Your car's in a bad way.
Oh? Well, that crashed.
Yeah, I'm a careless driver.
You could be drunk.
I could be.
That won't help your record any.
You really think I'm drunk?
If you're not, you're insane.
Oh, no. We just haven't met professionally before.
Max, was he hurt?
He'll live.
I'm going to call a doctor for him.
No.
Now, look here. This is a completely preposterous...
Something bothering you?
I haven't anything further to say to you, Dana.
One man's opinion. Yours. I don't share it.
You must have... you must have looked into the car.
I did.
Well, that can be explained easily.
Explain it easily.
Eddie Kent was a killer. He apparently thought his wife and I had been a little too friendly.
Had you?
You know how it is, Lieutenant.
No.
Anyway, he came here, threatened to kill me, so Max beat him to it, that's all. It was a case of self-defense. Would stand up in any court.
Sure.
So there's no reason to act the way you are.
Where was he delivering the body? To the aquarium?
Well, you see, Max's record isn't too good. He was afraid the police might not readily accept a self-defense plea. He wanted to dispose of the body. I tried to persuade him not to, but I failed. As a matter of fact, I was just about to notify the police myself.
Uh-huh.
I think you'll find the bullets in Eddie Kent's body came from Max's gun.
I know they did.
Well, we can relax, can't we?
I've been relaxing for hours. How about the bullets in Boiler's body and Martha Kent's body?
Well, they'd have come from Eddie Kent's gun, obviously.
You mean the gun planted on Eddie Kent, don't you?
What do you mean?
Kent came here to see you first, for his share of the bank money. Kent died here. Max took care of that. But you still didn't own that $80,000. There was Martha Kent left. You saw a nice piece of business opening up.
You're dreaming.
A cop's dream. So you headed for her apartment. You had to dispose of Boiler. He knew too much. You couldn't afford to have him around. And then you went upstairs and ended the partnership between you and Martha Kent. You came back, planted the gun you'd used on Eddie Kent, and instructed Max to dump his body where it wouldn't be found for a while. That way, no medical examiner could prove Kent had died before his wife.
Well, that's very ingenious. You've got nothing to base it on.
I've got Kent's body.
Good lawyer.
I've got something else. An unlocked door.
What does that mean?
Martha Kent's door was unlocked when I got there. And the lock hadn't been tampered with. She wouldn't have opened that door to her husband. Not when she knew the trap she'd helped set for him. She'd have opened it for you, McGrath. You've been fumbling in that desk long enough. Bring the gun up. I'll let you have first shot.
You can't do anything to me.
First shot. Well? Yeah. You do better with women. Don't worry. I won't slap you.
All right.
How dirty can a man's hands get? They train you to make out a report when you're a cop. You learn how to put all the facts down in proper order. The names and the times and the places. You do it, and you sign your name, and it's a job that's done. Except where would you mention the fact that a dying girl's last action had been to smile at you? I don't like killers.
You've just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Gloria Blondell as Martha, Herb Butterfield as McGrath, and Barney Phillip as Max. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed and written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide.
America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. In just a few moments, The Man from Homicide, starring Dan Duryea. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world affairs are heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He speaks tonight from Heidelberg. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's penetrating analysis on Your Land and Mine.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
One way or another, people keep dying all the time. That interests doctors, insurance companies, and statisticians. But sometimes people are helped to die, and that interests us. In homicide, we work at it. The death that comes because somebody was afraid, because somebody hated, because somebody killed.
Pretty clear case of suicide, Lieutenant.
The place was a pier jutting out into the bay. The time was 2 a.m. The occasion?
You don't often get an eyewitness to suicide, Lou, but this time we've got one. A cop, too.
The girl they'd fished out of the bay was young. At one time, she might have been pretty. But that time was before the waters of the bay got at her.
Yes, sir, one of our men saw her go in.
They were working on her with a pull motor. What they needed was a miracle.
Yeah. Uniformed man was maybe 50 yards from her when he heard her scream. He started towards her. She was easy to see on account of the lamppost right near the spot she jumped from. By the time he got there, she was under. Lou?
The sergeant was fat. Probably made getting clothes to fit him tough. I thought it was a good thing he didn't have to wear a uniform anymore.
Lou!
Sorry, Dave. I guess I was dreaming. Stick of gum, Pappy?
No, thanks. Lou, okay if the boys remove the body? She's dead.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, boys, get her out of here, huh?
There was no identification on her, Dave?
No.
No labels on her clothes and no purse, huh? How about a hat?
She was wearing one when she went in.
Where is it?
The hat?
The hat.
Well, I guess nobody bothered fishing for it.
I want somebody to bother.
Well, okay, Lou. I'll put a couple of the boys on it. But
call it attention to detail, Dave. I don't like it.
Don't like what?
That girl dying the way she did? She was young, Dave. Pretty. Death by drowning hurts.
She picked it for herself.
Maybe. She was too alone, Dave.
Suicides don't usually look for company.
They don't bother dying incognito either.
Well...
Sure, I know. It could have been that way. Did you notice her hair, Dave?
Was blonde.
She'd had a permanent. Even the bay water didn't bother it much. A recent permanent.
Nah, something's working on you.
Yeah. Suicides are tired and worn, bitter sometimes. This girl's face was untouched. She hadn't lived long, Dave. She hadn't lived much. Not nearly enough to find out what life was. Not nearly enough to ask for death. And Dave, she screamed. I went back to headquarters and waited. I wondered how it felt to breathe water instead of air. I wondered why any man chose to be in homicide. After a while, I stopped wondering and just waited.
Lou?
Yeah, Dave?
No sign of the hat. You know, the bay is kind of big.
Autopsy in yet?
I got it.
Thanks.
Anything?
Sure. She was drowned. Water in her lungs. Water that tested out as bay water.
Well, that cleans it up, don't it?
I don't know. Dave, get a hold of the copper so I'll go in. Have him describe the hat to one of the lab men and have the lab man make a sketch of it.
Sure, only...
Why? I'm trying not to believe that life's so lousy a girl like that wouldn't want it. Her clothes were cheap. It's been a warm night. Why was she wearing a hat?
Have you got something there?
A bad taste is what I've got. Get me that sketch, will you, Dave? If nothing else, it'll look good in her file. The rest of the routine went along fine. Pictures of her would go to the papers, and the request for identification would go with them. There might be trouble, though. The people who'd known her hadn't seen her dead. Her lungs filled with bay water. It, makes a difference.
Here's There's your sketch, Lou.
Thanks. Wow. This is quite a hat.
Yeah. Designer must have just heard about the birds and the bees, not to mention the fruit.
Elaborate and expensive. It's a wrong note, Dave. Too much hat.
Oh, you're a stubborn man, Lou. Maybe the girl just blew a week's salary on that hat. Kind of a splurge.
Just before she decided to die?
Yeah.
No one's come in to identify her, huh?
Not yet.
Not ever.
You're guessing wild.
No, I'm not. Why were the labels on her clothes removed? Dave, have copies of that sketch made. Put a few policewomen on the job. A hat like that means a designer. It's not mass production stuff like the girl's clothes. I want that designer found.
Okay, Lou. And if we turn him up?
Make sure our people don't get spotted as cops.
Yeah. And then what?
And then I'll go visiting. I never heard her scream, Dave. Just a report about it. But somehow that screams in my ears. I want to get rid of it. It took time, but the dead girl had all the time there was. Finally, I got an address. And a name. The name was printed large in gilt letters on a shop window. It read Vogue Millinery. Underneath, in small letters, Martha Wayne. I went in.
Hello.
Hello.
I rather like to have a man stop in. I get so tired of... Well, women are fine. They're the ones who buy my hats mostly, but... Oh, you did want to see me about a hat.
I did. You're, Mrs. Wayne?
Miss Wayne.
You design all these hats?
Yes. Guilty as charged.
They're manufactured here?
Manufactured is such a large word. They're made here. I usually have someone help me.
Oh, isn't that a lot of work?
Well, not really. You see, I make only one of a kind. Not very many at that.
Then, any hat bought here...
would be absolutely unique. You're thinking of surprising your wife?
I'm not married.
Well, you're thinking of surprising someone?
In a way. I have a picture here.
Oh?
Look at it.
I see. Oh, she's very pretty, of course, but the photograph isn't terribly good, is it? I mean, well, it looks distorted.
Maybe. You, don't recognize her?
Recognize? Oh, she must be a celebrity, and I'm very stupid, but... No, I don't recognize her.
No, she's no celebrity. She bought a hat here.
She did?
That's why I thought you'd recognize her.
Oh, I have a very bad memory for faces. Now, if you showed me the hat she bought...
I've got a sketch that might help. Take a look at it.
Oh, you're quite an artist, aren't you?
This is one of your hats?
Oh, I think so. Your friend told you she bought it here?
No.
Well, then however
you put labels in the hats you make, don't you?
Oh, of course. I'm terribly dense. All you had to do was look inside the hat.
You keep records of the sales you make?
Well, naturally. The kind of clientele I have. And besides, there's so many taxes we have to pay.
I want the name of the girl you sold that hat to.
Her name? But if she's a friend of yours...
I didn't say that.
Well, no, but I assume
I'd like her name.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can give you that information.
Why not?
I don't know that the lady would want you to have it.
The lady's wishes don't matter very much. Not anymore.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Dana, Lieutenant Dana. My credentials.
Oh. Well, there isn't anything wrong about...
Your hats? That wouldn't be my business. I'm Homicide.
Homicide? Oh, then you'd be Lou Dana. You're the celebrity.
Well, the papers run out of copy every once in a while.
I didn't recognize you. Although I've seen pictures of you. You look younger and...
The name of the girl?
Oh, I'm sorry. My record's in the back room. If you'll wait a few moments...
I'll wait.
I'll be right back.
It was a long distance from the cold waters of the bay to the warm, perfumed shop where Martha Wayne made hats. I wondered how the dead girl had got from one place to the other. It kept me from wondering about Martha Wayne and the things that had nothing to do with death. Martha Wayne was taking a long time. Too long a time. Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne? Miss Wayne! There was a back room. It held a couple of sewing machines, odds and ends of equipment, a desk, a chair, and an open window. The window looked out onto an alley leading to the next street. It was empty as the room I was in. Lieutenant Dana, I want an address for a Martha Wayne. She's not in the phone book, but she runs a hat shop on Miller Avenue. Yeah, that's right. Sales tax people that have it. Make it fast and call me here. The number's Arden 48747. I'm in a hurry and I don't know why. Dana. 39 Carlisle. Thanks. The house was an old brownstone. The steps were worn that led up to the stoop. The windows were shuttered. No one was in a hurry to answer the doorbell. The door was locked. The neighborhood wasn't good. Streets littered, sidewalks cracked, doors sagging. I tried a few keys. One of them worked. The lights weren't on. That figured. No one was home. I was wrong. For a while I felt fine. Things were soft and dark and warm. Nothing mattered. That was the way it would be when you died, I thought lazily. But I was wrong. It didn't last. Light came back, and sound, and pain.
Lou.
Oh.
Lou. Lou, wake up, will you? Lou. Wake up.
What? Hello, Dave.
Oh, you had me worried.
I seem to be lying down. Yeah. On the floor. Dirty floor. Help me up, Dave.
Okay.
Thanks.
For a minute there, I was scared.
Nobody kills Dana.
Now, that could be wrong.
Sure, but I don't want to know about it. Why did you...
phoned in for this address and then you didn't check in. I got worried.
How long
is it? It's 11, Lou.
11?
Yeah.
I must have been out for a good 4 hours. Correction, a bad 4 hours.
Yeah.
Dave, did you see anyone when
No.
Now, let's go look through the rest of the house.
Now, you feel all right?
I feel lousy. We'll look anyway.
For what?
A dark-haired girl named Martha Wayne. A girl who runs a hat shop. Right now, maybe. Just a girl who runs. We looked through the rest of the house. We didn't find Martha Wayne. I hadn't expected to. We found lots of other things, though.
Well, that's it, Lieutenant.
That's it.
House full of antique furniture, old silver, paintings.
Very high class.
Very expensive. Also too much.
A lot too much.
Yeah, not a house for a family to live in.
A warehouse, Dave.
What I was thinking.
A warehouse for stolen goods.
We'll get the burglary detail on it.
They'll love us for finding the merchandise.
Now, what does all this make Martha Wayne, Lieutenant?
A receiver of stolen goods, at best.
And at worst?
A killer. The burglary detail came and loved us. The house that Martha Wayne had lived in was filled with the loot from half a dozen big robberies. That took care of that. We put out an alarm for Martha Wayne. That didn't take care of that.
What's that thing you're fiddling with?
Oh, this?
Yeah.
It's something I picked up in the room Martha Wayne lived in. It's a medal, Dave.
Medal?
Yeah. She'd been a Girl Scout. Also a senior lifesaver.
What flavor? Trying to be funny.
Relax, Pappy. I don't bite. I hope that's for me. Dana here. Yeah? Uh-huh. Yeah. Good. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
What was that?
Burglary detail. Good old routine. The cop's best friend.
Yeah. I'm not only getting fatter, I'm getting stupider.
They've been worried about a cat named Barlow. A lot of burglaries bore his trademark the last few months. And they haven't been able to get anything on him, though.
Well, what good is that?
I don't know yet. I'll go ask Barlow.
But if burglary already worked on
They were gentle. All they had to worry about was stolen property. I won't be gentle.
Lou, you better take it easy.
Dave, there's nothing in my life except what? Death, killers, pain and violence. I'll take it as easy as I know how, but I'm not worrying about stolen property. I'm worrying about murder. Burglary had mentioned the yellow disc. It turned out to be a saloon with a girl singer, an out-of-tune piano, and a tough doorman.
Yeah?
I'm coming in.
Mention a name.
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
I don't like that name.
I'm still coming in.
Look, mister. Nobody gets in the yellow disc without an invitation. You ain't got one.
I got this.
A badge. A real badge. You know what? I bet you're a cop.
You win the bet.
You still ain't coming in.
Let's find out.
You know what this is?
Yeah, a sap. Technically, a concealed weapon.
Well, it ain't concealed now.
You're frightening me.
You're gonna get it.
I've been sapped before tonight. I'm getting used to it.
Well, you must like it.
Hey, my arm. Hey, you could break it.
Don't suggest things to me. Drop the sap.
Okay.
Well, it won't do you no good taking me. You did a nice job. Walk in there, you got trouble.
Maybe I like trouble.
Okay, I'm out of your way. You're tough, sure. You could handle me. There's half a dozen guys in there.
Open the door for me, huh?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. Suppose you announce me.
Oh, okay. What name?
Lou Dana.
No wonder you took me.
You heard what I said.
Yeah. Lieutenant Lou Dana. That's this guy.
Now get back outside.
Yeah?
A saloon. The girl singer left quick. A small combo played background music. A handful of men sat around at small tables. They all bulged at one place or another. Shoulder holsters or hip pocket rods, concealed weapons. Most of them had a girl at the table with them. Their weapons weren't especially concealed.
Dana.
Make it lieutenant. I feel formal tonight.
What do you want here?
Not a thing.
Then get out.
You worried about what?
Something happening to you.
Thanks.
Let's not play games. I run this place. I run it without cops.
Keep right on running it. Which one is Barlow?
I don't hear a word you say.
Which one is Barlow?
You got a warrant for him?
All the mugs in town are turning legal.
I never heard of anybody named Barlow.
Which one?
Move in on me and you'll stop asking questions. You get an answer. You won't like it.
I'm crazy about answers, any kind. Point 'em out.
Okay. He's the one at the corner table.
Thanks. Hello, Barlow.
Hello.
Let's go for a walk.
Okay.
You're coming easy.
Why not?
I wouldn't know. How about your little playmates?
You must have been reading the papers about you.
Convenient. Come on.
Since when you doing burglary, Lieutenant?
I'm not.
Hey, no, wait a minute.
Oh, no. We keep right on going. Or don't you believe what you read in the papers?
We keep on going.
Thanks, Mr. Barlow. Thanks.
Hey, what are you stopping here for?
This time of night, I'm crazy about the bay. Get out.
I ain't interested in sightseeing.
Get out.
Okay, but under protest, see?
Under protest. Come on. I want to get a closer look at the water.
I don't know what you got in mind.
I'll let you know in time. Right here ought to do. Up above and to your right, Barlow. That's a pier.
Oh, thanks for telling me.
Down here, we've got more privacy. Funny thing about that pier.
Yeah?
A kid jumped off it last night right into the bay. She drowned.
What's that got to do with me?
A cop saw her go over. With a little luck, she might have been saved. If somebody went into the bay from down here, nobody'd see him, Barlow.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Oh, no, you're staying right here, Barlow.
What do you want from me?
An introduction to Martha Wayne.
Martha? I don't know nobody named that.
From down here, you'd go into the water smooth and easy. Can you swim, Barlow?
No.
Too bad.
Hey, let go of me.
Ever try breathing water instead of air?
I said let go.
We're right near the edge now, Barlow. One push and... Who'd hear you out here at this time of night?
Okay. I'll take you to her.
Why, thanks, Barlow. Thanks very much.
I don't know what you think you're doing.
Very simple. You're a burglar. Martha Wayne's a fence. You steal the stuff, she disposes of it. The millinery store's a front.
Oh, that's guessing. And besides, what's it got to do with homicide?
That's what we're going to find out. Knock, Barlow.
Okay.
Who is it?
Barlow.
What do you want?
We're both coming in, Miss Wayne.
Lieutenant Dana.
You remembered.
You're not an easy man to forget, Lieutenant.
Thanks. This, apartment's a lot nicer than the brownstone.
What brownstone?
You're listed as the owner.
But there's no law against having more than one place to live.
Tonight, everybody's quoting the law to me.
Why did you bring Barlow here?
He brought me.
I had to. He would have drowned me.
Shut up.
Okay, I'll shut up.
You were really anxious to meet me, weren't you?
I still want the name of the girl who bought that hat from you.
You're very persistent.
So?
Why not forget her, Lieutenant? Wouldn't be hard. I'd help.
All this for a burglary rap?
That's an act, Lieutenant, isn't it? Because you do respond when I'm close to you, like this.
I respond all right. I remember the kid who went into the bay.
The kid who what?
Last night, a girl wearing one of your hats jumped into the bay. A cop on duty heard her scream and looked around. She was near a lamppost. He saw her go over.
Well, that's very sad, but...
It's more than sad. It's murder.
Murder? But you yourself just told me she jumped in.
She did. But she wasn't the one who died.
She wasn't the one who... You're confusing me.
No, I'm not. You run a millinery store. In that store, you have an assistant. Let's suppose that assistant is a girl. A girl who finds out by accident what your business really is. A receiver of stolen goods. Suppose that girl is young, naive. Tells you she's going to inform the police. What would you do?
You're the one who's supposing all these things.
You'd have to make sure she wouldn't go to the police. One way would be to murder her. But that's dangerous. People get executed for murder. So, with a little help, Barlow's, for example, you get the girl down to the bay and drown her.
That would be murder anyway. Besides, the policeman saw her jump by herself.
You drown her in the bay, in the water underneath the pier. Then you go up on the pier yourself. You're dressed exactly the same way she is. You wait until a policeman's around, some little distance away. You pick out a place near a lamppost. Then you scream. The policeman sees you. He starts towards you, but you jump into the water. The harbor detail dredges, comes up with the body of a drowned girl. The policeman would swear it was the same girl he'd seen go over. It wasn't.
Very, very clever, Lieutenant. But only a guess.
You could do it. You were a senior lifesaver. You swim well. The dead girl was already in the water under the pier. You hit the water, you swim away, climb out of the bay a few hundred yards from the pier. A perfect murder setup.
A guess.
Why would a suicide pick a lamppost? Why would a suicide scream before jumping? Not a guess.
You'll never be able to prove it.
Barlow isn't a very strong character. He brought me to you, and he'll testify, hoping he might get away with a second-degree murder rap. Won't you, Barlow?
Well, she did it all. I didn't know what she was planning.
You see?
I have nothing to say.
No, you haven't. Not anymore. Not in this life. And it all came from a hat. The hat that was wrong. But the dead girl was blonde. You're brunette, Miss Wayne. You had to wear a hat for a masquerade. That hat will hang you. That was all. They were booked, they'd be tried, and in due time they'd die. I finished my report and signed it. I didn't see the paper I was writing on. I saw a young girl with an untouched face and all of her life before her, lying dead and watery on the rough wood of a pier. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. The Man from Homicide is written by Lou Vittes, directed by Dwight Hauser. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide. Henry J. Taylor, author, journalist, and ABC commentator, whose commentaries on world events are heard each Monday evening on ABC, is on a fact-finding tour of European countries. Periodically, Mr. Taylor takes trips abroad to examine activities at first hand and to get his own reactions. During the weeks he's in Europe, his Monday evening commentary, Your Land and Mine, will be broadcast each week from a different European capital. He'll speak tonight from Rome, Italy. So listen for Henry J. Taylor's penetrating analysis on Your Land and Mine over your ABC station.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
The dead are lonely people. They don't eat, drink, chase blondes or hit the night spots. Nobody keeps them company. Their quarters are on the crude side. And when they've died violently, they don't look good. When they check in with homicide, they put in their time at the morgue. I wonder if the cold marble of the slabs ever bothers them. The sergeant standing next to me had surrounded himself with 300 pounds of fat, but even that couldn't keep the cold out.
Lieutenant.
Have a stick of gum, Dave?
No, thanks.
I don't like his looks.
Wee Willie? He ain't exactly in the best of shape.
45 slug?
Yep, in the back of the head.
Somebody wanted to make very sure. When and where, Dave?
A couple of kids stumbled across him in the park around 11 o'clock tonight.
Kids? At 11?
18-year-old kids. Boy and a girl looking for a quiet place. They found a quiet place. They also found Wee Willie.
What's the medical examiner's guess as to time of death?
Around 7 tonight, give or take an hour.
Dinner time. But not for Willie. I'd seen Wee Willie. We got out of the morgue. The room I kept my desk in was warmer, but the chill was still in my bones. Dave.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
What was Willie Baines?
40 years ago, he was a kid in the slums. 10 years later, juvenile delinquent. And since then, petty larceny boy, small bookie, errand boy for the smart ones. Yesterday, the Crime Investigating Committee had him under subpoena.
And tonight, under the sod. Who was he working for?
We're not sure, Lou.
What was the Crime Commission going to ask him about? The weather?
Captain Kowaleski checked through on that. One of the men on the governor's staff stuck Willie Baines' name on the list.
Well?
Yeah, but he had gone home. We'll get hold of him in the morning.
Tonight?
Lou.
Yeah?
Man's name is Schuyler. Old family and stuff.
Well, I'll make sure my fingernails are clean.
Yeah, it's late. He might be asleep.
Well, he can be waked.
He's political, Lou.
I'll try not to hold that against him. Come on. I'll tell you a secret, Dave. I've decided not to run for president. The Schuyler place avoided its neighbors by several acres of manicured lawn and a high fence. The house itself was made of gray stone. Well-trained ivy framed the windows. The front door was so highly polished you could see your face in it. I needed a shave.
Yes?
No, she didn't need anything. She had it all.
What do you want?
Mr. Schuyler?
It's late.
It is?
Well?
My credentials.
Lieutenant Dana. Homicide.
Homicide?
Come in. Mr. Schuyler's in his room. What did you want to see him about?
It might be simpler if I discussed it with him.
I suppose you know what you're doing.
We'll leave it at that.
But I can't understand what connection there is between homicide and...
Professional connection.
Mr. Schuyler won't be pleased at being disturbed.
Wee Willie wasn't pleased either.
Wee Willie?
A man with a priority at the moment.
Well, if it's important...
Why not let your husband decide? Where's his room? Quick.
Down the hall, last door.
Thanks. I went down the hall, quick. The last door was standing open. Mr. Schuyler was wearing a silk dressing gown, leather bedroom slippers, and what looked like a smile on his thin lips, but wasn't. And 2 bullet holes in the head. An open window gave a fair view of the manicured lawns and the fence at the far end. Somebody was climbing it. He was over before my bullets got there.
Lou!
That fence is over 100 yards away. Shh, wait. Yeah.
Now what? Hey. Schuyler?
I'd say so.
Dead?
He's got a right with 2 bullet holes in his head. Dave, when you came in,
the
did
shots figured you might need me.
And did you see a woman in evening dress?
A woman? No.
Come on. Mr. Schuyler will excuse us.
Was there a woman here?
Yeah, she made light conversation with me. Maybe because she thought I was a good conversationalist, or maybe because she had to give a gunman time to shoot his gun off. I left her here.
Nobody around now?
No. She must have ducked out when you came in.
Who was she?
I called her Mrs. Schuyler. It looks like I was wrong. Get on the phone. Notify the department, Dave.
What'll I tell him?
Tell him Wee Willie's getting company. The technical men showed up and got the routine underway. They found out that the corpse was Schuyler, and they found out that the corpse was dead, and that was all. Dave and I went through the dead man's files and found nothing. Out on the lawn, the noise and the smell of gunpowder faded. He went over the fence right about here. Maybe he dropped his calling card.
There's not a thing around, Lou.
I better take a look at the fence itself. Shoot your light up here, huh?
Okay, Lieutenant.
Hold it now.
Yeah.
There's rough stone on top. He must have hit it hard going over with my bullet singing behind him. Yeah.
You got something, Lou?
Something.
Hunk of cloth.
1/2 inch by 1/2 inch, maybe. Jagged edges. Could have been torn off his pants leg.
Yeah, hardly enough to identify, Lou.
That's for the lab to worry about. Dave, we're dead.
I'd say.
Baines was going to sing, and somebody objected to his solo and killed him. And Schuyler had picked Baines for investigation. He had something on his mind. Now, where's Schuyler's mind now?
Well, son, you're being rhetorical.
The girl. What's a description worth? She had nothing that'd make her different from 500,000 other girls except beauty. And that doesn't fit into a police report.
None of it's any good, Lou.
I know, Pappy. So let's feed this cloth to the lab. 1/2 inch by 1/2 inch. I wonder if there's enough to make a hangman's rope out of it. The lab was good. They had the cloth pattern tabbed in an hour. It was a tweed, an expensive tweed. Sketches were made up and every local mill questioned. It took them 4 hours to hit the mill that had woven the cloth. 20 minutes for a list of tailors they'd ship bolts to in the city. By that time, it was the next day, and 12 cops pounded pavement visiting tailors. Maybe I slept while in the chair behind my desk. I must have slept because I saw the girl's face and heard her voice again. It was quite a voice.
Hey, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Pappy?
You ever try sleeping?
Sure. Didn't care for it much, though. You got something?
Yeah, it's a maybe on one of the lists. Boy by the name of Stan Cochran bought a suit made out of that cloth 2 months ago.
Keep going.
Well, he's a Detroit boy. Had a little something to do with the Collier gang out there.
The question is, what's he doing in this town? You got an address?
Yeah, Slocum Arms over on Van Dyke.
That's nice, Dave. Go find a bed and lie down.
Now, you've been gone just as long as I have.
Sure, Pappy, but I don't have so much to carry around. You're dead on your feet. I'll let you know if Mr. Cochran ripped any suits recently. Once upon a time, Van Dyke had been a nice street where people got married, had kids, and died in bed. That was a long time ago. Now, drunks and dirt, blind pigs, houses, and the Slocum Arms. A decaying palm and a cracked tub, cigar butts on the floor, and a quick turnover.
Yeah?
Stan Cochran.
Stan, who's that?
Let's see your register.
Give me a reason.
I'm crazy about hotel registers.
I don't like that reason.
How about this?
I don't like cops either.
You and me both. The register.
Okay.
Thanks. That's funny.
What is?
All your customers got the same handwriting.
Oh, I can explain that.
Go ahead.
They can't write. Hey, let me go.
Dan Cochran.
Look, I'm telling you, the name ain't familiar. Get your hands off
I'll
of
wash
me.
him when I get home. Maybe he didn't feed you the right name. He's 28 years old, 5 feet 7 inches high, weighs around 160, brown hair, gray eyes, dresses a lot better than this dump would call for. Who is he?
Oh. I don't recognize. What's the idea?
Keep your hands away from that drawer. There might be a gun in it. Who is he?
Well,
Oh. Shut up. Bend over towards me. We're holding a confidential chat like that. He's on his way out. What name did he use here?
I don't know.
You gave it away. What name?
Steve Carter.
Yeah. No imagination. Same initials. Gargle when you get home. Your throat will feel better. Goodbye. Mr. Cochran was wearing a tan gabardine. I admired it walking up Van Dyke. Half a block, and Mr. Cochran decided his gabardine was worthy of better places than Van Dyke. He hired a cab. I made my car, and Mr. Cochran and I went for a drive. Mr. Cochran paid his cab off, and it left. I got out of the car, and Mr. Cochran walked past the entrance to the Orange Turban. I ignored it, too. Mr. Cochran picked out the first alley beyond the nightclub and went down it. I gave him time and sampled the alley myself. A thin trickle of moonlight picked out garbage cans, empty milk bottles, and Mr. Cochran knocking on a door at the end of the alley. The door was solid and bolted. I decided I'd use the front entrance to the Orange Turban. It was the kind of a place that had a cover charge. I wondered how Captain Kowaleski would feel about a cover charge. And then I had thoughts about Mr. Schuyler, and I didn't bother wondering. The head waiter had his doubts, but the place was open to the public. The table he gave me commanded a very good view of the wallpaper and the entrance to the gents' lounge. The girl playing the piano was like 500,000 other girls, except she happened to be beautiful. The last time I'd seen her, we were in a gray stone house, and a man was about to die. This time...
Good evening, Lieutenant Dana.
If you say so.
I'm Welsh. I own the Turban. Hope you like it.
Oh, I'm crazy about the wallpaper.
The head waiter didn't recognize you. Now, if you'd like another table...
Ah, this one will do.
Lieutenant, I hope you're not here on business.
I wouldn't know. Who's the piano player?
Claire Mason. Beautiful, isn't she?
And she even plays the piano. I'd like to meet her.
I'll ask her.
You pay her salary, tell her.
Very well, Lieutenant.
Hello.
Mr. Welsh asked me to come.
Sit down, Miss Mason.
Thank you.
It's even later.
I beg your pardon?
Than last night.
I'm not sure I know.
Last night was the night we met at Mr. Schuyler's.
At Mr. Schuyler's? Who is Mr. Schuyler, Lieutenant Dana?
Oh, like that, huh?
You and I have never met before. I wouldn't have forgotten if we had.
You're very beautiful. And how did you spend last night between the hours of 11 to 1, say?
Why,
Don't bother. You were here all the time. How many dead men have you ever seen?
I don't think I've seen any.
That's a shame. Everybody should see at least a few.
Why?
Then maybe more people than Homicide would hate killers. Welch got an office in the club?
In the back of the building.
Now, let's go visit him.
I don't particularly want to.
Your lawyer wouldn't be happy with your unwillingness.
I don't have a lawyer.
You will by the time you get to trial. I said let's go.
I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, but... All right.
I just want Welch to tell me that you were here all last night, too.
It's through here. He'll tell you I was here.
I know he will. But once he tells me, you see, I'll have a couple of accessories. You and Welch.
Accessories to...
Murder. That's what it always is, isn't it?
Would you mind?
Oh, I keep forgetting we first met in very high society. Sure.
Lieutenant Dana.
Yeah?
Since Welsh will corroborate my story, what's there for you?
Exercise. Look, Miss Mason, if this were a book, it might turn out that you have a wicked twin sister. Or maybe somebody hypnotized you and the game you played at the Schuyler house wasn't your fault at all. But this isn't a book. We both know where you were last night. And one of us knows exactly why. The other has a very good idea. Welch is on the other side of that door?
Yes.
You're looking at me as if I were a can of somebody's ideal dog food.
Am I?
Yes. You're wrong. I'm nobody's ideal. Not even a dog's. You sticking to your story?
It's not a story. It's the truth.
I've got just enough brains, Miss Mason, to know you're lying. I'm just enough of a fool to wish you weren't. Forget it. We go back to the script now. Keeps his door locked?
Yeah.
Go on, Miss Mason.
It's Claire, Mr. Welsh, and the lieutenant.
Oh, cute.
What do you mean?
Never mind. You know the answer to that one, too.
Come in, come in. Just doing a little bookkeeping. Make yourselves comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Welch, where was Miss Mason at 11 o'clock last night?
Claire? Why, here at the club, of course.
And how do you know?
Well, because I was here myself.
How about 7 o'clock?
7?
That one you need a minute for. Take it.
I don't know what you mean. At 7, Claire and I were dining together.
But she told me
we were
that
dining together.
Oh, neat. Very neat. What restaurant?
No restaurant, Lieutenant. Claire happens to be a very fine cook, and she was kind enough to invite me to dinner at her apartment.
Then she's got more talents than one.
Why, you...
Piano playing.
Lieutenant, if you're going to be nasty...
What else can I be? Look at the company I keep. Miss Mason, you're buying one alibi from Welsh. Know what he's getting in return? 2 alibis.
2?
You know about Schuyler. You were there.
I've already told you I wasn't.
Save it. Welch offered to pull you out of that one by saying you were here. It'd be my word against the pair of you. You took his offer. In return for that, you've given him an alibi for 7 o'clock last night.
We were together. What happened at 7 o'clock last night?
A little man named Willie Baines had part of his head shot off with a .45. Oh, that one you didn't have down in your little book, huh?
I didn't know.
Claire, the man's trying to trap you.
Shut up.
I've got my right.
How about Willie Baines's rights? How about Schuyler's rights?
I had nothing to do with them. Remember, Dana, you're not a jury.
I remember that all the time. That's why I don't kill you. All right, Miss Mason.
I have nothing to say.
You've got lots to say. It went like this. Schuyler was down here, saw you, decided your eyes held all the stars, and your lips were what a man dreams of. He also happens to be on the Crime Commission. He got hold of Willie Baines, and Baines decided to talk. About who? You know the answer to that one. Otherwise, you wouldn't have recognized Willie Baines' name when I threw it at you.
I still have nothing.
Let me... Baines was going to tie Welch in with the racket. Schuyler told you. You worked for Welch, you told him. Mistaken loyalty or a cut in the profits?
I work here, that's all.
Oh, thanks. It makes it a little cleaner. You told Welch, and Welch started moving. He hired a gunman from Detroit. First, Willie Baines went at 7 o'clock. And then Schuyler at 11. You were with Schuyler at his house in evening dress. Or maybe you didn't know the program for the evening.
I didn't.
Claire, that was for obstructing justice, Welch.
I'm confused.
Say the phony alibis work. Where does that leave you the minute Welch stops worrying about you?
Oh, I don't care
Where
about
does
what...
that leave you? 2 dead men on your doorstep morning, noon, and night, waking and sleeping. Schuyler, who loved you with 2 bullets in his head. Willie Baines, dead in Potter's Field.
Stop! Please stop it. All right, Lieutenant.
Claire.
I was at Schuyler's, you know that. You saw me. It's 7.
What? The lights. Claire, get down. Don't move. The boy from Detroit was around. Claire.
I don't feel good.
Let me look at... Yeah.
Don't leave me.
I'm not. It wasn't Welch. I had my eyes on him. It was the Detroit gun boy. Emergency. Lieutenant Dana. An ambulance, quick. The Orange Turban Club, back room. Take care of that and then send a patrol car over.
Lieutenant, I don't feel...
There'll be a doctor here pretty quick.
What chance? You don't have to answer that one. I know.
This isn't going to be easy. But, Miss Mason, I'm a cop from Homicide. I got a duty to perform.
What are you so worried about?
I don't like it. There's a gimmick in the law. It says testimony by a witness not alive at the time of trial isn't admissible unless the witness made the statement and signed it at a time when the witness knew he was dying.
Then I'll make a very good witness, won't I?
I'll write the dying declaration out. Name, Claire Mason. Where do you live?
The Ardmore Hotel.
Do you now believe you're about to die?
Yes.
Have you no hope of recovery from the effects of the injury you've received?
Isn't there any...
No.
I have no hope.
I'll write the statement. You'll have to try to read it.
All right. It says what you said before.
Yes.
Give me the pen. That'll make up for Schuyler and Willie.
It'll make up.
Oh, I think maybe now, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
The way you figured it out, I wasn't so bad, was I?
You weren't so bad.
Lieutenant, you and I, we know, don't we, that really I was part of the...
I don't know a thing except what's on this statement.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
She thanked me, and she died. It wasn't fair. Dead, she looked even more beautiful. I got out before the ambulance and the squad car. I got out of the room and down the hallway and to the door that opened out on the alley. I was late, but not too late. Welch and the gunboy Cochran would be waiting. They had to wait. Alive, I was their executioner. Dead, they'd be safe. I killed the hallway light, slid the bolt open, kicked the door wide, and headed for the dirt on the alley pavement. I picked number 1 by the flares of his gun. Welch. He hadn't expected me to come through the door that low. The gun boy had been smarter. He pulled in behind the stack of barrels he'd used as cover. We were going to have fun. Cochran, Welch is out. It's just you and me now. Come out. No? Then I'll come after you. You got the girl. A neat job, Cochran. Real neat. Not a word, Cochran? I'm coming after you. Not like Willie Baines, who tried to run. Not like Schuyler, who didn't know it was coming. Me, you've got to take from the front, Cochran. But to do that, you know what, Cochran? You'll have to come out yourself. Stand up to it and take a chance. How about it, gun boy? How about it, killer? All right. I'm on the other side of the barrels. I'm kicking them over, and when they go down, we'll each have a shot apiece. Fair enough, gun boy? Fair enough, killer?
No! No! I'm coming out. Here's my gun. Don't shoot. Please, please, don't shoot.
He crawled out on the dirty floor of the alley and cried. I didn't shoot him. They die harder and more often in the death cell. The boys arrived and washed the thing up. I went back to headquarters. I wrote up my report with pen and ink on white paper. I attached Miss Mason's dying declaration to my report and threw it in the outgoing basket. In due time, the district attorney would use it in a court of law, and a murderer would die. Fair enough. And Claire Mason, with the lights in her eyes and the warm lips, was dead, and would be forever dead, with all her beauty. I don't like killers.
You have just heard Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Ann Diamond was Claire, Jay Novello Welch. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed, written by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for The Man from Homicide. There are 2 requirements essential to a good radio newscast: speed and flexibility. News of Tomorrow, ABC's nightly roundup, heard Monday through Thursday, ensures listeners of both. Editor John Daly can draw upon 30 overseas correspondents stationed at vital points around the globe, 6 news bureaus stretching across the United States, and over 290 ABC affiliates with their local news staffs. When News of Tomorrow hits the air, a complete to-the-moment picture of the world's happenings is on its way to ABC listeners. Tonight, for swift news awareness, listen to ABC for News of Tomorrow.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job. It doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company presents transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
trouble with being a cop in homicide is that by the time you get there, the damage has already been done. You just pick up the pieces and put them together, if you can. If the puzzle adds up to an answer, then a killer is stopped from doing further damage. If not, well, then you just wait till the next time. That's one thing you're pretty sure of about a killer. Sooner or later, there'll be a next time. The picture boys and the lab boys were pretty well through by the time I got there.
Okay, boys, hurry it up, huh?
The corpse was male, white, about 45.
I'll be sure you get those color shots good, Eddie. They'll be important in this one.
Steve Morton had been shot full in the face at close range with a double-barrel shotgun.
Get a close-up in that color, Eddie.
2 12-gauge shells can make quite a change in a guy's features.
Well, the boys are through, Lou. What do you make of it?
Somebody didn't like him.
Yeah, sure proved it.
Anybody around?
The wife and a fellow named Thompson. He's, he was Morton's attorney.
Where?
Library.
There?
Yep.
Come on. You talked to him?
Not much. The wife was in pretty bad shape. She found him, called homicide, then this attorney. She's pretty hysterical.
She is, huh?
Well, maybe she loved him.
It happens, I hear.
Here we are. Yeah, that's her.
I didn't think it was the guy.
Mrs. Lou, Dana, Mrs. Morton.
I'm homicide, Mrs. Morton. Been assigned to cover this.
Oh, please, no more questions. I can't.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton. You want us to catch whoever murdered your husband, don't you?
I can't talk about it. I tell you, I can't.
Lieutenant Dana, I'm Everett Thompson. I'm Mrs. Morton's attorney.
That sounds nice.
Couldn't you possibly postpone any further interrogation of Mrs. Morton until she's had time to compose herself?
Sorry, first impressions are the most important. 10 minutes from now, she may not remember as clearly. Mrs. Morton, I'm sorry, but there are a few things I have to know.
Very well, I'll try.
You know who shot your husband?
No.
Do you suspect anyone?
No.
Where were you when it happened?
I told the other officers I'd been to a bridge party.
Witnesses?
Of course.
And when you came back, you...
I opened the door, stepped in the room, and there, lying there on the floor. No, I can't. I can't.
She's terribly upset. I'll try and quiet her.
Yeah, try. You get the time she got home?
About 40 minutes ago.
How long's he been dead?
A good 2 hours.
Well, doesn't look as though we get much from her.
No. And she called Thompson. He got here after the first of the boys.
What you got there?
Oh, Miss Morton dropped her handkerchief when she ran out.
Oh, let me have it. I'll give it to her when I question her again.
Yeah, here.
Thanks. Hey. That's funny.
What?
Oh, wouldn't you say Mrs. Morton seemed pretty shaken?
Never saw anybody cry any harder. Why?
Her handkerchief, Dave. Feel it.
It's dry.
It sure is, Pappy. Sometimes the leads come fast. It looked like this was the time we'd stumbled onto something right off. I went back in the living room for another look at Morton. Nothing. He was just 10 minutes deader. The room was large, luxuriantly furnished. It was an exclusive neighborhood. It'd take dough. Morton had dough. But what's a corpse gonna do with dough? A more pertinent question might be, what's a widow gonna do with dough?
Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
When did you get on speaking terms with Shakespeare?
Oh, I read a book.
Ever read one entitled The Care and Feeding of Rich Widows?
Oh, I could write that one.
Yeah. With your figure, writing it is about all you could do.
All right. You gonna try and break her with that dry hanky, I mean?
No, let's pretend we didn't find it. That way she may not have her guard up.
All right. You through with the leading man here?
Yeah, tell the boys to clean it up. I'm going to have a talk with the missus.
Right. Okay, boys. Take the morgue there, customer. Then get back to the lab and start sifting.
Back at headquarters, I started putting the pieces together. There were 3 of them. A dead rich man, a young beautiful widow who cried dry tears, and a suave attorney. Put the pieces together, and they added up to homicide. There was only one thing wrong with the idea, and that was that's all it was. Just an idea. I started out after information that would turn it into a fact.
Dave.
Yes, Lou?
Have a check made on this guy, Everett Thompson.
Sure, Lou.
I want everything. Background, financial interests, friends.
Check.
Same thing on the deceased.
Background and financial interests, okay, but it's going to be a little hard to check on his friends. I don't know which place he went.
You got the build for a comedian, but not the brain.
Past friends.
Okay, Lou, just kidding.
You got the names of the people Mrs. Morton says she was playing bridge with at the time of the killing?
Yeah, sure. Right here.
Leave them.
Am I going someplace?
You are.
Where?
Justice Court, Division 3. Ask the clerk if Everett Thompson was there yesterday at the time he said he was.
Anything else?
Just get back here as quick as you can. Then you can go with me to make a pinch.
Oh, you seem pretty sure.
I got a nose for these things. It's so pat. Motive, Thompson and the missus are in love. She inherits, and then they get married and live happily ever after. Only I'm afraid they're going to find it a little crowded in the electric chair.
Yeah, but Lou, they both claim alibis.
I got a hunch that's where we'll find the hole in their plan. Now get going.
Right.
Now, let's see. Spangler, Edith, Mrs. George, Moody, Peters, Sandler, Simpson, Spangler, George, Hillbrook 716.
Hello, Mrs. Spangler. Lou Dana, Homicide. Do you know Mrs. Steve Morton? Yes, it is too bad. You know her then? Oh, I see. Was she at your home playing bridge yesterday? Oh? Well, what time did she leave? I see. There were other witnesses? I see. Thank you very much, Mrs. Spangler. Oh, yes, you've been a big help. You just helped my best idea into oblivion.
Oh, Lou, glad I caught you. Afraid you sent me on a wild goose chase, son.
I've been on one myself, Pappy. The season's open on wild goose chases.
Well, we've been where he goes before. Sorry to disappoint you, Lou, but Thompson was in court yesterday at the time he says.
And Mrs. Morton was playing bridge.
Well, looks like we maybe convicted those two a little premature.
It looks to me like we didn't convict them at all. Dana here. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, shoot. Oh, I see. Thanks a lot.
Anything?
The lab with the autopsy report?
Yeah.
Time of death, 3 p.m. Thompson was in court till 3:20, and Mrs. Morton was playing bridge till 4.
So we cross them off the list.
We tear up the list. They're the only ones on it.
Yeah, and they're apparently as clean as Las Vegas tourists.
As the actual killers may be.
Meaning?
Sometimes the hand that points a gun is a long way from the finger that pulls the trigger, Pappy.
Now,
if
Lou...
those two didn't have something to do with that guy's death, then I've lost my instincts.
Cop and homicide without instinct?
I said if, Dave. And I haven't lost them. I've still got them. And I'll bet you my pension against Mrs. Morton's dry hanky that they're right.
There's always something fishy about a killer's story. I had only a hunch, but it kept prodding me. I couldn't prove how, when, or why she and Thompson had wanted her husband dead, but I was sure they had. I decided to go ask her.
Well, Lieutenant, I hardly expected to see you again so soon.
It isn't a social call, Mrs. Morton.
Sit down, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Stick of gum, Mrs. Morton?
Gum? Certainly not, Lieutenant.
No, you wouldn't. Mind if I do?
If you must be gauche, go ahead.
I will. Helps me think.
What flavor do you chew, Lieutenant? Cyanide?
What's that mean?
I was just thinking. The kind of thoughts you think
come from the people I have to associate with.
I see.
A cop in Homicide doesn't write poetry about birds and flowers, Mrs. Morton. He thinks more in terms of guns and blood, knives and wounds, rigor mortis, bodies on slabs in the morgue, and faces blasted from 2 barrels of a shotgun.
Stop it.
Why did you and Thompson kill your husband, Mrs. Morton?
Oh, you're despicable.
Thanks. Why, Mrs. Morton?
Lieutenant Dana, I didn't kill my husband. Neither did Everett. I loved my husband. I'm sorry you don't believe me.
I don't.
But I'm sure of one thing, Lieutenant. I don't have to submit to this sort of torture from you. Unless and until you're ready to charge me with murder. I don't have to see you again.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, okay. You'll see me again. She was right. She could refuse to answer any questions. She could deny any implication. She could mourn and weep for her dead husband. And she could insist that neither she nor Thompson were involved. But she couldn't make me believe it. The trouble was, I didn't have any way of making anybody believe me either.
Lou?
Yes, Dave, what?
Got something. Routine report on Morton.
Oh? What is it?
He was in trouble, Lou.
What kind of trouble?
Money.
Morton? Oh, I thought he was one of the idle rich.
Might have been idle, but not rich. Not anymore.
Explain.
Yeah. Income tax boys breathing down his neck. They were about to make a formal charge. Evasion. $600,000. Seems he'd been phonying up his returns for years.
And they were going to collect?
And not only that. According to this report, they were going to ask a stiff prison sentence as well.
How long?
10 years, anyway. And they'd have made it stick, too. Except somebody beat him to the punch.
600,000 and 10 years, huh?
Yeah. You know, maybe he wasn't so unlucky after all. Guy in that spot'd be better off dead.
Yeah.
Lou, you thought about the other angle?
Suicide? Oh, could be a motive, all right. But what about the gun? The guy doesn't shoot himself in the face with both barrels of a shotgun and then get rid of the gun before he dies. If Morton killed himself, which I doubt, somebody had to help him. No, Dane. I don't think Steve Morton wanted to die. I think... Wait a minute.
Idea, son?
Could be, Pappy. Could be. How long has Steve Morton been buried?
About 2 weeks. Why? Oh, what's on your mind, son?
Murder, Pappy. Murder. Hello, Dana. Give me the lab. Casey? Dana. Now listen, Casey. Could you still get prints off a 2-week-old corpse? You could? Good. Thanks.
Lou, you aren't thinking of...
I am. Get an order out to have Steve Morton's body exhumed. Get the lab boys to make prints. Then I want to have a look at him myself.
You're welcome.
You don't expect pleasant work in Homicide. We only had Mrs. Morton's word for identification. I got a hunch that's not enough. Now get on it.
Okay, son, if you say so.
I say so. And Dave.
Yeah?
Don't let the boys from the press in on this. Let's keep it strictly inside the department, huh? The boys got busy with their grave digging, and I got busy on a fresh pack of gum and some more heavy thinking. I still had that hunch. I still felt Mrs. Morton was mixed up somehow. I went out to see her again. I got the kind of a fishy stare only an unwelcome guest can get from a well-trained butler who likes his job. I wore my nastiest disposition and discouraged him. Mrs. Morton came right down.
Lieutenant Dana,
I thought you understood that I didn't wish to see you again.
I know, I'm a pest, huh?
If you've come to make more accusations, especially unfounded ones...
Did your husband drive a car, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly.
I want his driver's license.
What makes you think I'd have it, Lieutenant?
The way you apparently felt about him, I thought you'd probably keep his personal effects.
Yes, of course. But I don't believe I remember seeing his driver's license. I don't have it.
You don't have it, or you don't want me to see it?
Why shouldn't I want you to see it, Lieutenant?
Maybe because it'd have his fingerprints on it. Goodbye, Mrs. Morton.
I went back to headquarters. The driver's license didn't worry me too much. There'd be prints somewheres of a guy as important as Steve Morton. Dave had the boys do a real fast job bringing in the body. They had it now on a slab in the morgue, and Dave and I went together for a look.
Which one, Dave?
Right here.
Pull him out.
Yeah. Well?
The boys get his prints?
Yeah, that's all you wanted. Can I put him back now?
Wait a second.
Dave.
Yeah.
Look. His hair.
Well,
Notice the color, Dave?
Yeah. Same as it was, black.
Look close.
Gray. Close to the scalp, it's gray.
It sure is.
Well, what does it mean?
It means we check his prints against every source, and most of all, we compare them with Steve Morton's. Steve Morton, it turned out, had a government job during the war. The federal boys cooperated, and we got a copy of his prints in a hurry. The guy in the morgue was wearing a different set. The hunch was becoming a reality. At first, I was sure Cynthia Morton had murdered her husband. Now I was sure she hadn't. Matter of fact, I was beginning to think nobody had. We'd need some more routine to be sure.
Give me the lab. Dana here. Listen. I want you guys to sketch a reconstructed face for the guy we got in the morgue. Yeah. And then a physical description. Weight, height, eyes, and so on. Yeah, as near as you can come to what he looked like alive, except for one thing. Give him gray hair. Thanks. Dave? Dave!
Yeah, Lou?
In here quick, huh?
Okay.
Good old routine, the cop's best friend. It always pays dividends. Sometimes you gotta have a hunch to get it rolling, but in the end, it's the routine that pays off.
What's up, Lou?
I'm having the boys make a sketch of a face to go on the guy in the morgue. As soon as it's finished, run a check with the missing persons.
What am I supposed to be looking for?
A name to fit the body we got on the slab.
And the boys ran off the sketch. He's a pretty good-looking guy, maybe in his 50s, strong chin, large nose, iron gray hair. Of course, anything, even a sketch, would look better than he did after taking that blast in the face. I went to show Mrs. Morton my sketch.
Well, Lieutenant Dana, how unpleasant meeting you again.
You're pretty rude.
Don't you like competition?
I don't mind. You don't win friends in homicide, but then you don't particularly care for the people you meet.
Something special on your mind, Lieutenant.
Your age.
Well.
You heard me, your age.
34.
Ah, you look older.
Now listen,
Nervous strain, maybe. Do you dye your hair, Mrs. Morton?
Certainly not.
How about your late husband? Did he dye his?
No.
Mind taking a look at this? It's a pencil sketch of a guy. Know him?
No. Why?
You should. He's using your old man's coffin.
Well,
that is, he was, till we dug him up. Where is he, Mrs. Morton?
I haven't anything further to say to you.
Rather say it to the DA?
You can't bring any charge against me. I've done nothing.
Ever hear of an accomplice or concealing a criminal, obstructing justice? Stiff sentences with all of them. Maybe even the chair for the first. And that's real hard on a beautiful woman. Like to tell me where he is? The best you can get now is a light rap for turning state's evidence. And the worst? The chair. Just tell me where he is. Make it easier. We'll find him anyhow, and this'll be quicker and easier for you, too.
Well, Mrs. Morton?
The Suffolk. It's an apartment hotel. 2200 block out on Canyon Road.
Okay, Mrs. Morton, get your hat. I'll drop you off at the jail on my way. Steve Morton had dyed his hair all right, red. He'd be wearing glasses, too, and he'd have a mustache and be going by the name of Fred Carter. I found out about these things on the way to headquarters from his wife. I booked her on suspicion of murder and then drove out looking for the guy we thought we'd already buried. It was one of those small places in a residential district that tries hard to look like a home. But business wins in the end, and the neon sign spoils the approach. There was a guy on duty behind the desk. Mr. Carter in?
Oh, you startled me. Mr. Carter, yes. Whom shall I say?
Don't. What room?
I'm sorry, unless I can announce you. I'm afraid that
Dana, homicide. Murder.
Yes.
What room?
214. The elevator... you run it yourself.
I can manage. Just keep quiet. The hall was dimly lit. I would have liked more light, but I didn't have a choice. 214 was close to the elevator. That part I did like. Mr. Carter wouldn't be expecting company.
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Carter. Last time I met you, you were dead.
I don't believe I understand.
Maybe you'd understand better if I said Morton. Steve Morton.
Who are you?
Lou Dana.
I never heard of you.
You'll wish you never had. I'm Homicide. I overplayed my hand. Morton slammed the door in my face. The night latch was on. I gave it the shoulder. It didn't splinter like they do in the movies. I thought, if I was a trapped killer, what would I do? I figured the fire escape. There was an alcove 20 feet down the hall. I took a chance. The window at the end opened onto the fire escape. I looked out. I was right. He was on it. It didn't seem like a good idea to stick my head out again. I peeked. He was still there. I'm coming out, Morton. That means you'll have first shot. But if you miss, I'll have the second shot. I think you'll miss. But you know I won't miss, don't you, Morton? Cops learn to shoot. We go to school, go to the pistol range to practice. We shoot straight, Morton. Remember, if you take first shot, I take second. Okay? I'm coming. Real smart, Morton. You'd have come out second best. Okay. Let's go to headquarters. How they doing, Dave?
The dame won't talk, and the guy is screaming for his lawyer.
72 hours before we have to book him. Get him in my office, Dave.
Okay, Lou.
I could have written my report without them, but it looked better on the record if I had their stories on it. I was thinking. It was funny. First time I ever had to track down a corpse for his own murder. Dave brought in the corpse, alive and kicking.
You can't do this. I demand to see my attorney.
Relax, Morton. Killers don't demand things here.
You have no proof. It's only guessing. Wild guessing.
Want to hear how wild?
Yeah, Lou, tell him.
It's too easy. It wouldn't have been. You might have made it except for that dry hanky.
Dry hanky?
Yeah. Your wife was real broken up about your death. She really threw the weeps. Trouble was there weren't any tears. She dropped her handkerchief. It was dry. From then on, I knew it was a phony. Just a matter then of proving how and why.
And you think you have?
Sure. Here's a report from missing persons. Man by the name of William Forbes disappeared from his home and job about 4 weeks ago.
It's a funny thing. He was about your size, height, and weight. Of course, his hair was gray, but that was easy to fix. And you know something, Morton? His fingerprints fit the guy you picked for your stand-in.
And I suppose this person just agreed to all this?
Well, I got a theory about that. You got an attractive wife, Morton. After you'd picked him for size and shape, it'd be easy for her to lure him to your house.
Why, thank you, Lieutenant.
I don't know how you got him to dye his hair, but when we exhumed his body, we found it was gray at the roots.
Is that all?
No. One more thing. You're in deep on an income tax rap. Straightening it up would break you as well as get you 10 years. So you get this guy Forbes in your house, shoot him full in the face with a shotgun. That fixes it so nobody can tell it isn't you. You take the gun and hide out. That makes catching the killer tough, on account of we're looking for the same guy that's supposed to be dead.
And just why do I do all this?
Because you carry a real nice insurance policy. Mrs. Morton's the beneficiary. When things simmer down, you and she can live nicely as Mr. and Mrs. Carter. Well, Morton, like to tell us where the gun is?
I'm not talking until I see my attorney.
Okay, Dave. Take them both down and book them on a charge of murder in the first degree.
Oh, no.
Feeling bad, Mrs. Morton? Well, what do you know? This time the tears are wet.
Attention to detail. That's what catches killers. And lack of it, that's what trips them up. Morton and his wife had fixed up a real cute plan. The trouble was, neither one of them had thought about a dry hanky. Funny how a little game of drop the handkerchief can make the difference between freedom and a chair. Of course, no killer gives the cops credit for being smarter than he is. That's because a killer has an incurable conceit. Yeah, a guy has to think an awful lot of himself to kill another man, especially to shoot him in the face with a shotgun. It'd be a long time before I'd get rid of that memory. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a transcribed series starring Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide was written and directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations, to hear Dan Duryea as The Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Stay tuned for Man from Homicide, starring Dan Duryea. The United States is engaged in an immense program of defense mobilization. Its success depends upon the maintenance of a strong, healthy economy. Increased sales of United States defense bonds will ensure that success. Here is a job for America in which everybody can share. Furthermore, in addition to helping your country, you also help yourself because a bond bought is money saved. You can buy bonds on the payroll savings plan where you work or the bond-a-month plan where you bank. But remember, buy bonds.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer's found. I don't like killers.
every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company presents transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the man from Homicide.
cop and homicide, the dead aren't much help. They don't do much except lay there and bleed. After they've bled enough, they die and get cold. And unless you get on it, the trail of the killer gets cold, too. Every second from the moment of the violent act on, the trail of the killer gets colder and colder. She wasn't cold when I got to the ladies' lounge of the local theater. She was still warm and beautiful. No, she wasn't cold, but she was all through bleeding. They bleed out fast with a wrist cut. Her identification said she was Lucille Forbes. I wondered who killed her. She didn't seem to care, the dead being pretty much unconcerned with how they got that way.
Looks to me like you got the killer's name right on that card, Lou.
Meaning?
Lucille Forbes.
Why?
Oh, slashed wrists. Probably broke up with her boyfriend.
She sure did, Pappy. The hard way.
Well, it happens. Boyfriend gives her a sweet line. She finds out it wasn't for real. Can't take it. Suicide.
Not this time.
Well, how come not?
You'll never get on the radio, Pappy, not as a private eye.
No? I bet I could replace the fat man.
Stick of gum, Pappy? You've seen people die violently, Dave.
Well, so?
They don't do it gently, even if they want to die. They lose consciousness, and then the death spasms start. The blood doesn't run out of the wrists in two neat pools. It spatters things up.
Oh, yeah, I see. And she didn't cause no fuss. Well, what's it mean?
Only one way she could die that easy with her wrist cut.
Yeah?
Drugged. Have the lab boys run a test. I had an address from her purse where she'd lived when she was alive. I went there. $65 apartment with a Murphy bed. Mediocre neighborhood. Too expensive for a shop girl. Not good enough for a shop-worn girl.
Oh, why didn't you use your key? I was asleep. Who are you?
Who are you?
Oh, now listen, you don't give me any lip. Who are you?
Who were you expecting?
Lucille. I thought she forgot her key. Otherwise, I wouldn't open the door.
You would have. Glance.
Cop?
Lou Dana, homicide.
Somebody dead?
Lots of people. What's your name?
Darrell McKay.
Don't wait up for Lucille, Darrell.
What? You mean she's...
She's dead.
Dead? Oh, gee, Oh, you're kidding, aren't you? Because
I got better material for comedy. She's dead.
Somebody killed her?
Maybe.
Who? I mean, you know who?
Do you?
Oh,
Where
listen.
were you, say, at 9 o'clock?
The circus.
I hear it's in town. How long?
For a week, I think.
How long were you there?
Oh, well, I just got back here maybe 40 minutes ago. You see, she told me to come in and wait in case I got back first, and this was only our third date.
And your fourth one is still with me, at headquarters. It occurred to me that the boyfriend would hardly have much motive for murder if he'd only known her a week, and he'd be the kind of a guy who'd have to have motive. Not a psycho, this guy. I had the boys start a check to find out if he was lying. I was afraid he wasn't. Dave came in with a report from the autopsy.
Cause of death? Loss of blood due to slashed wrists.
Yeah.
Afraid that shoots your theory, son.
Cause of death may have been loss of blood, all right, but what was the cause of the loss of blood? Never mind. Let's see the report.
Yeah, sure. You know, I still think I'm right. Jilted girlfriend can't take it. Suicide.
You didn't read far enough in this report, Pappy.
Huh?
Listen. While immediate cause of death has been determined as being due to severe loss of blood, tests of the victim's stomach show strong concentrate of pheno in sufficient quantity to invoke extremely deep sleep bordering on coma. See what I mean?
Yeah, but sleep and death, that's two different things, Lou.
But related, maybe.
How do you figure?
Well, a person who's sound enough asleep might not object too much to being murdered.
This is so pat, Lou. Now I tell you. Jilted girl.
Jilted, maybe. But there are a lot of ways to jilt a girl, and one of them is to kill her. At the end of the second day, the routine began to sift out. The boyfriend seemed clear.
We had it from the landlord that Lucille Forbes had taken the apartment only a week before. Darrell McKay, the boyfriend, had a bachelor up on the floor above. The check on the girl wasn't going so well.
I'm telling you, Lou, that girl was a gypsy.
Meaning?
Well, always on the move. Before the last place, she lived on Harper Street, 2 weeks. Before that, a middle-class hotel up on the Heights. Out of town for a month before then, and then 2 months in a place in the 50s out on Carlisle.
How transient.
Nobody at any of these places knew her much. She seemed to stay alone most of the time, had a few boyfriends, nothing on any of them.
Who was she, Dave?
Well, I can't find out. Like I said, Lou, nobody knew her.
Papers have run stories on her, haven't they?
Sure.
Anything?
Nothing. Now, what about that boyfriend?
No, he's got Ringling Brothers for an alibi. Any of the papers run pictures?
No. We couldn't find any. Except for that post-mortem stuff, and that's never any good for identification.
No, but without pictures, one thing is obvious.
Yeah, what?
Phony name. Otherwise, friends or relatives would have made inquiry from the news breaks.
Seems like.
Better check missing persons.
Yeah.
Dana here. Yeah, that's right. Sure, shoot. What? When? Great. Get it over here right away. Yeah, maybe the break we've been waiting for, thanks.
What?
The mailman.
Huh?
I hear he always rings twice. This time maybe once will be enough.
Will you please talk sense?
The boys we had on the apartment, they picked up a letter.
Yeah, for who?
For Lucille Forbes. They're bringing it over right away.
Yeah, probably a bill.
Maybe, and maybe not. Also, maybe it'll have a return address. It's not at all like it is in the movies. Cops in Homicide aren't storybook sleuths who walk in and break cases by master deduction. No, in Homicide you wait. After a while, the routine starts sifting in. You get a little here, a little there, and soon you put it together. Sometimes it adds up to an answer. We just had a real fine assist from the U.S. Mail. Listen to this, Dave.
Yeah.
So we're hoping you'll come home. I know you feel humiliated. I know it will be hard, but when there's trouble like you've had, you ought to be close to those who love you. Forget the past and come home. All my love, your dad.
Too bad.
Yeah. Dave.
Yeah.
Better make arrangements to send her home.
Yeah.
Body to be claimed by your father, Elmer Brown, 5432 Pine Avenue, Hopeville, Indiana.
Yeah, I'll take care of it right away.
And get 2 tickets on the first plane that'll put us down closest to Hopeville, Dave.
2? Can't you tell them by yourself?
Sure. Only who can tell what a cop might find out while he's telling a father that his daughter's been murdered?
Well?
It's a lousy job.
Yeah. Gotta be, though. Want me to knock?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes?
Your name Brown?
Yes?
My name's Dana.
Howdy.
I'm a policeman.
A policeman? Well, come in.
Thanks. This is Dave Myers.
Policeman, too?
Policeman.
Well, I don't know why you're here, but...
You got a daughter, Mr. Brown. Goes by the name of Lucille Forbes.
Yes, that's right. Her real name's Lucy Brown. But she changed it when she was trying to get into the pictures.
An actress?
No, just pretty. Won a local beauty contest. Them newspaper guys filled her head with crazy ideas. She tried it out there in Hollywood. But she wasn't no actress. Wait a minute. She ain't in trouble, is she? She done something, I mean? You said you were a policeman.
Mr. Brown, I've had to do this maybe a couple of 100 times in my life. And I've still never figured out a good way.
Good way? For what?
To tell a person that somebody they love is dead.
Lucy. You mean Lucy? My Lucy is...
Dead, Mr. Brown. I'm sorry.
No. Oh, no. How?
Well, according to the autopsy, she died of extreme loss of blood. Her wrist was slashed.
Oh, no.
Some of the boys in the bureau figured looks pretty much like suicide.
Yes, I can understand.
What do you mean?
Oh, she felt so bad. She didn't seem to care about anything after things went wrong with her and Blankford.
Blankford?
Harrison Blankford, the movie actor. When she first went to Hollywood, she fell in love with him. They were going to be married. At least she thought they were. Then I guess he was through with her. She never was the same after that, brooding and crying to herself all the time. Oh, I wish she'd have listened to me. I wish she'd have stayed here with me. Maybe I could have kept her from...
The body's being sent here to you, Mr. Brown. We won't bother you with any more questions now. Later, when you feel better, I'd like to question you thoroughly.
Question me? About what?
Well, I'm not one of the boys that thinks it was suicide.
What?
I may be wrong, but I've got other ideas. We'll see you later. Come on, Dave.
Yeah. Well, son, looks like I was right. Even the father thinks so.
But I don't.
Well, what are you going to do now?
I thought we might take a little trip to Hollywood.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Why not?
Oh, you'll never make an actor, son.
Oh, don't be so sure. I might get a part playing a hard-boiled cop.
Too much competition.
Like who?
Oh, Cagney, Bogart, Duryea. You'd never stand a chance against them.
Oh, I don't know. They're not so great. Anyhow, I still want to go to Hollywood.
Why?
I want to know how long it's been since Harrison Blankford saw Lucille Forbes and why he threw her over. Dave and I went to Hollywood. Not to make a picture, but to get a picture. A clearer picture of the ill-fated romance between Lucille Forbes and Harrison Blankford. After all the swashbuckling parts he played, I'd expected Mr. Blankford to greet me with a sword in his hand. I was wrong. He was concerned with another matter. Dave and I could see in from the large windows alongside the front door.
Beautiful, isn't she?
Nice paint job, at any rate.
Maybe we shouldn't disturb him.
Why not?
Well, looks like he's got his hands full.
Ring.
Yeah. Startled him.
Guy doesn't like to have his work interrupted.
Yes?
Good evening, Mr. Blankford.
What do you want?
Well, let's say, we're fans of yours.
Fans? Oh, now see here. I don't object to signing autographs, but in my own home, can't I have any privacy?
Only place I'd be interested in your autograph would be on a police blotter.
What?
I'm a homicide cop.
I'm fresh out of bodies.
I wouldn't say that.
Were you two looking through the window?
Yeah, we're rude. Why don't you invite us in?
Why should I?
So you can tell me something about Lucille Forbes?
What about Lucille Forbes?
She's dead.
Come in.
Thanks. This is Dave Myers. I sort of bring him along for ballast.
He should do nicely for that.
Darling, whatever's the matter?
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Bit of unpleasantness. These men are policemen. Mr. Myers, Miss Sandra Martin.
How do you do?
And, I don't believe I got your name.
I didn't give it, but it's Dana, Lou Dana.
Miss Martin, Mr. Dana.
Hello.
Hello, Miss Martin.
You want to talk to me? Would you mind, darling?
Of course. I'll wait.
It's okay. She can hear.
But I'd rather
she stayed. Might be interesting to her. Mr. Blankford, how well did you know Lucille Forbes?
Very well.
You asked her to marry you?
I did.
And then you ran out on her. Is that right?
That's a matter of opinion.
Harrison, surely you don't have to stand for this kind of treatment.
Miss Martin, a girl has been murdered. I'm sorry if the questions hurt your boyfriend's feelings, but somebody hurt Lucille Forbes' feelings, too.
Mr. Dana, when did Miss Forbes die?
Last Monday night, between 8 and 10 o'clock.
Well, then I think I can relieve your mind.
Do.
You apparently seem to think I had something to do with her death, but it happens that last Monday night I finished a public appearance tour. My new picture opened and I made a PA at the Crown Theater. You see, I wasn't even in Hollywood. Miss Martin can substantiate my statement. She made the trip with me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blankford. Thank you very much.
Perfectly all right, Mr. Dana. Sorry I couldn't have been of some help to you.
Oh, you've been a help, a great help.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, Lucille Forbes died in the ladies' lounge of the Crown Theater last Monday night.
What?
I remember now. The picture was a premiere, but I hadn't thought about you being there. Thanks for reminding me.
We parked half a block down the street. 3 hours. Nothing. Dave ran true to form. 20 minutes after we stopped, he was in the arms of Morpheus. He had a smile on his face. It occurred to me that he probably figured he was in the arms of Sandra Martin. I envied Dave. My trouble was that I couldn't sleep well with a death on my mind. After a while, the yard lights went on at Harrison Blankford's house. I woke up Dave. Dave! Dave! Wake up. Wake up. We're getting action.
Oh, just when I was...
Blankford's pulling out. Maybe taking the lady home.
That'll be very foolish of him.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Stay on him, Dave. I'm going calling.
Right.
Meet you at the hotel later.
Okay, son. Now be careful.
Whoever caught a killer being careful. So long, Pappy.
It was a real nice neighborhood. Movie colony stuff. Well-groomed lawns, rich houses. A long way from a girl dying in the public lounge of a movie house. But murder isn't conscious of neighborhoods. Naturally, Blankford's door was locked. I got a thing for locks. The fourth one fitted. I felt more at home with Blankford gone. Where do you look? In a house this big, where do you look? When you don't know what you're looking for. I started at the desk. Harrison Blankford was an orderly man. I wondered where he'd file evidence. I didn't find out, but I kept looking. I had a good hour and a half. I knew Harrison Blankford pretty well by then, but useless information. I didn't know any more about Lucille Forbes' killer. Then I found it. I opened an old memento book and found it. Marriage license. Lucy Brown to Henry Forbes. Yuma, Arizona, October 12, 1950. It had pictures of flowers and angels around the border. And at the bottom it said, until death do us part. It was right.
Enjoying my papers, Mr. Dana.
Why, you surprised me.
Your man didn't know the streets very well. I was able to lose him.
How fortunate for you.
And unfortunate for you, Mr. Dana.
That's a matter of opinion, Mr. Forbes.
I see you found the marriage license.
Yeah. Explains a lot of things. Secretly married to Lucille Forbes, in love with Sandra Martin. Lucille wasn't giving you a divorce. Lucille is murdered in a theater where you were appearing. She's dead, you're free. Free to marry Sandra. Only thing is, they don't hold much for weddings at San Quentin.
Very interesting. But you're wrong. I didn't kill her.
A jury will decide that with this evidence.
A jury won't get the evidence.
Explain.
A thing like this could ruin my career.
Sure didn't do Lucille Forbes' career any good.
Naturally, I'm terribly sorry about Lucille, but the marriage was a mistake. She should have given me a divorce. Sandra and I both begged her. No, Mr. Dana, I didn't kill her. But I have no intention of letting you ruin me by presenting that marriage license in a court.
And just how do you intend stopping me?
First, I'm going to take it away from you. Then I'm going to thrash you within an inch of your life.
You're gonna what?
In your business, I believe they'd say, work you over.
You started believing the parts you play.
I don't use stand-ins, Mr. Dana. I'm a good athlete, and I'm in good condition.
Then you better keep that way. In Homicide, we don't do our fighting for a camera. We do it for keeps.
Sounds like fun.
Take my advice, Blankford. Don't tangle with me. That face of yours is worth too much to you. Only be good for horror films after I get through with you. I can't believe it. You're either a better actor than I thought, or you're crazy enough to try to take me.
I'll try.
You'll be sorry, but come on.
I am.
Neat. That's a good left hook.
It always looked good on the screen.
I didn't think it was real.
Try the right.
Looks like business. Okay, we get a few lessons in Homicide, too.
No, you...
No.
Lou, what happened?
There was a fight.
Yeah, so I see. With him?
With me.
Who won?
We both lost.
No, you won. You've still got the marriage license. With your pal and his gun there, I guess you'll keep it.
I'll keep it.
Go ahead and use it. All you'll do is ruin my career. But you'll never prove that I killed Lucy because I didn't.
I never thought you did.
What?
No man could have.
Getting back to my theory. Suicide, Lou?
Nope.
But you just said no man could have killed her.
That's what I meant. Ever try getting into the ladies' lounge of a moving picture theater?
I did. A dame. Another dame.
Another dame. But not just any dame. A specific dame. Your dame, Harrison.
Sandra? You can't mean Sandra.
I do.
Why, that's absurd.
Is it? Listen. She was with you when you made that PA. She knew you were married to Lucy Brown. She knew Lucy wouldn't give you a divorce. You told me you'd both begged her.
Yes, but...
More. She's in love with you. You promised to marry her when you're rid of Lucy, right?
Well, yes, but that...
Well, you're rid of Lucy. She saw to that.
You're only guessing.
Maybe, maybe not. But my guesses are usually right. Now let's all go over to her house and see if her guesses are right.
It's utterly absurd, darling, but Mr. Dana wants to ask you some questions. It's about...
I'll tell her what it's about. Murder, Miss Martin. Know anything about murder?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, I'll draw you a blueprint. The murder of Lucy Brown in the ladies' lounge of the Crown Theater.
Are you insinuating that I would know anything about it?
Just who did it, that's all.
Mr. Dana, you're ridiculous.
And you're a killer. I don't like killers.
You better have some proof for such accusations.
How's this? Ever take sleeping pills, Miss Martin?
Sometimes. Why?
Look around, Dave. See if you can find any.
Right, son.
You needn't bother. There's half a bottle in my medicine chest.
And where's the other half?
I've taken them. Over a period of weeks.
You took them or you slipped them to Lucy Brown?
How could I?
You were with Blankford for that PA at the Crown Theater. Now listen. Early in the evening, you went to see Lucy. You asked her again to divorce him. She refused. You had coffee together. You doped hers. Then you tailed her. She went to the Crown Theater for another look at the man she loved. Sometime during the evening, she got sick and drowsy. She went to the lounge. It'd be empty. People wouldn't pay top price to see Harrison Blankford in person and spend their time in the lounge. Inside, she passed out into a deep sleep. You slashed her wrists to make it look like suicide. Only you slipped up.
Sandra, of course I don't believe any of this, but tell him that...
Be quiet, Harrison. He's bluffing.
Am I? You smoke, Miss Martin?
Certainly.
I thought so. Ever see this, Mr. Blankford? Cigarette case? Elgin American. Pretty, isn't it? You've seen it before, haven't you? On the inside, there's some engraving. Real intimate kind. It just says from H to S. Could that mean from Harrison to Sandra?
Yes, I gave it to her.
You admit it's yours, Miss Martin?
Yes, it's mine. It is mine. What of it?
I found it lying alongside Lucy Brown's body. It was a little way off, so it didn't get any blood on it.
Not nearly as much as you got on your hands, Sandra.
Oh, no.
Not nearly as much of her blood as ran out on the floor.
Oh,
Not
no.
nearly.
All right. I did it. I killed her. I killed her, and I'm glad. She was trying to keep him from me. I killed her. I killed her.
Sandra. That's a pretty good confession. 3 witnesses. Well, Pappy, what do you think of your suicide theory now?
Well, Lou, it wasn't fair. You didn't tell me about finding that cigarette case beside the girl's body.
I didn't find it there.
What?
I found it between the sofa cushions when I was going through your house, Mr. Blankford. I put it in my pocket. I thought it might come in handy. I think it did. Sandra Martin was booked for the murder of Lucy Brown. She died after a while in the electric chair, and in the end was just as dead as the girl she killed. Harrison Blankford, a matinee idol with a walloping left hook, would go on making pictures and be more popular than ever with women because one woman had killed another woman for his affections. And Lucy Brown would be buried in a plot of ground in Hopeville, Indiana. They might put on her tombstone that this little girl with stars in her eyes found out that in Hollywood they paint him on blue canvas. At best, she'd never see him again. Or the real ones. At least not the way we see him. Sandra Martin had seen to that. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another transcribed program in a series starring Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide, with Larry Dobkin as Dave. Mr. Duryea can soon be seen starring in Chicago Calling. In tonight's cast, you heard Ralph Moody as Mr. Brown, Kay Stewart as Sandra, and Howard Culver as Blankford. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide was created by Lou Vitties, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time, over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. America is sold on ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, welcome to Starlight Mystery Theater and another episode in the series Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. We invite you to take your seat as Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, unfolds part 1 of a 3-part story, Day of the Phoenix.
In my job, the hours are odd. So are the circumstances and the people I meet. You could even call some of them dangerous. My calling card reads, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. It was 2:40 a.m. I was at my apartment, the Warwick Arms, completing some paperwork on an extortion case. Hello? Yes, this is Matthew Slade. Oh, yes, Mrs. Marlowe. What? Of course, I'll come right over. It was Laura Marlowe, wife of a client, ex-client. He just stopped 2 bullets cold. I grabbed my coat and headed for the underground garage. It was a bad night, a worse one for a murder. I headed for the Marlowe home, 23 El Cerrito Place. Richard Marlowe had been more than a client. He'd been a close friend, a man of integrity. I couldn't imagine anyone wanting him dead. It was a shot. I got another one as I arrived. A body lay crumpled in the driveway. It was hard to recognize him. A bullet fired from close range had torn away his face. I carried him into the gatehouse, returned to the car, then continued up the drive to the house. One night, 2 murders. I hoped I wouldn't find a third. As I reached the house, I could see Laura Marlowe silhouetted in the doorway.
Mr. Slade.
Mrs. Marlowe, are you all right?
Yes, thank heaven you're here.
I came as quickly as I could.
Please come in. He's over there, by the desk.
You feel up to telling me about it?
I was upstairs. I'd just gone to bed when I heard the shots. As I came down the stairs, I heard a car drive away. I came in here and I found him.
Have you called the police?
You're the only one I've called. Because you're a good friend of my husband, I felt I could count on you for help. I was frantic, don't you see? I had no one else to turn to.
Now, what about the servants?
Oh, this is the housekeeper's night off. I kept ringing for Morris, our show servant. He didn't answer.
I found him lying by the front gate, dead. The best way I can help you, Mrs. Marlowe, is by calling the police. I called Homicide. Within 30 minutes, the place was like a 3-ring circus.
Hey, take another one from over here, Joe. Okay. Let's get this area talking and wrap it up, huh?
You tell a pretty convincing story, Slade. That's all there is to it. No more than I've already told you.
That's true, Lieutenant Slade. Mr. Slade did me a great service by coming here tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. You touch anything, Mrs. Marlowe?
No.
No trace of a gun. You wouldn't be carrying one, would you, Slade? Not today. Keep one? My office. License? Naturally. What sort of gun is it? 38. That's all for the moment, Slade. You're free to go. I left, but not alone. As I passed through the gateway and out into the street, a black sedan pulled from the curb and followed. Lieutenant Flagg obviously intended to keep a close watch on my activities. As I entered into the Warwick Arms garage, the black sedan cruised by. From my apartment window, I could see it parked across the street. Some poor cop was going to spend a very uncomfortable night. I turned in, slept for what seemed like minutes, when the doorbell rang. Okay, I'm coming. I knew it. Who else would come calling at this hour but the police? Don't you gentlemen ever sleep? You gonna let us in? No, I don't know. Did I break some law by sleeping till 7 o'clock? Look, Slade, don't get funny. All right, calm yourself, Lieutenant. Come on in. Now, take a seat. What brings you so early?
Tough luck you've been at the Marlowe place before us. Makes you a suspect.
Now, come on now. You can hardly expect me to believe you think that.
You gotta start with someone. You look good to us. Check you out. Sergeant Tonelli here wrote it all down in this little notebook. Been around, Slade. Born Sydney, 1932. Moved to New Guinea in 49. Joined the Colonial Office 51. 57 Special Customs Agent, Marseille. Very impressive.
Oh, you haven't heard the half of it, Lieutenant. I have a scar on my left thumb, and when it rains, my leg hurts. Oh, that's from the time a dog took a bite out of it. Now, look, let's dispense with this tour and get this over with.
You told us the Marlowe dame called and asked you to go over there.
Yeah, that's right. Richard Marlowe was a client of mine. His wife needed help. I gave it. Anything wrong with that?
Not that that's all there is to it. What was the nature of your business with him?
He collected things. That was his hobby. I tracked down several art pieces for him. In fact, we just recently returned from a buying trip to the Orient.
Mrs. Marlowe?
My dealings were mainly with her husband. I've only met her a few times.
Is that so?
Now, look, I don't care much for your insinuation, Lieutenant.
You were at the scene of a murder last night, and your reason for being there don't satisfy me. Could be you and his wife were playing around. Makes a good motive. There were no signs an intruder had broken into that house. She reported nothing stolen. What clues we have lead me to believe Marlowe is expecting whoever knocked them off. Expecting a friend, maybe. You know a lot more than you're letting on, and I intend to find out what it is. Get dressed.
Oh, you're not serious.
You better do as he says, Matt.
All right, if you want to talk, let's talk.
We'll talk. Not here. I prefer to play the game in my own backyard. You got 5 minutes.
The lieutenant was a man used to getting his own way. I dressed and left with him. As we reached the street and entered the police car, I noticed the black sedan still parked.
In the front, Slade, between us.
You could have sent your watchdog home last night. I wasn't going anywhere.
What?
That watchdog you had tailing me.
We had no one tailing you. You've been seeing things.
I guessed wrong. Then who was in that car, and what did he want? We arrived at headquarters in 15 minutes. An hour later, Lieutenant Flagg was still playing Quizmaster.
What were you doing at the Marlowe place?
You're a hard man to convince, Lieutenant. You've heard my story.
Wouldn't fool an old lady. Now quit stalling and lay it on the line.
Would you like a statement?
A full statement signed and sealed.
Without coercion?
We don't get them any other way.
Well, then I'll need my attorney.
You intend to stand on your right, stage a big scene?
If you think I killed Marlowe, book me. If you do, that gives me the right to bring my attorney down here. Now, I know as well as you do there isn't a charge in the book you can hold me on.
I didn't say I was going to book you. But if I do, I can arraign you on what I've already got.
What charge?
As a suspect. Suspicion of accessory after the fact, a felony, Section 32, in case you're interested.
As an accessory after the fact, you'd have to prove intent. And in this case, knowledge that a crime was committed. Now, just how do you intend to prove that?
Ways can be found. I could rig a dozen things. I could have you locked up as a material witness, for one thing.
Not in this state. Except by a court order. You wouldn't dare try that.
I've got the lab report here. How's it going? Still covering the same ground. Both parties shot from close range with a .45. Marlowe twice through the pump, Morris once in the face. Okay, Slade, you can go.
What? You mean you're giving up that easily?
I said you could go. I didn't say it was finished. You're not off the hook yet, not by a long shot. I'll give you a day or so to think things over. If you're not back here with the kind of story I think you're capable of telling, I'll be forced to go to the commissioner and tell him we have a suspect withholding information in a murder case. Is that clear?
Very clear. Adios, gentlemen. You don't really think he had anything to do with it, do you?
No. My guess is he has an idea who did. We got to come up with a motive. Maybe Slade can supply us with one.
You sure ride him?
Yeah. I intend to keep on riding him until I sort this thing out. We are going to see him sweat.
I felt like a man sinking in quicksand. Like it or not, I was now involved in a murder case. I took a cab to my office across town on Sutter Street. As I got out, the black sedan pulled ahead and parked. I made a mental note of the license number, entered the building, and took the elevator to my 4th floor office. Be a sweetheart and check on who owns a black sedan, license number OKW576, and I'm going in to shave.
Not so fast. You have a visitor.
A client?
Laura Marlowe.
Mrs. Marlowe. Hold my calls, Jonesy. How are you feeling, Mrs. Marlowe?
Better, thank you.
Please, sit down.
Thank you. I really don't know how to tell you this. There's more to last night's killing than you might imagine. Much more.
Yes?
The jade statuette you located for my husband when you were both in Hong Kong that was stolen last night.
The Phoenix? I can't imagine anyone killing 2 people for an inexpensive art piece.
To the contrary, it has extreme value.
Oh, that's hardly possible, Mrs. Marlowe. The statuette is merely a replica of a legendary bird, worth at the most $200. There must be 50 of them around.
Mr. Slade, shortly after you returned from the Orient, Richard discovered the statuette to be the original Tibetan jade phoenix.
To my knowledge, it's never been substantiated that an original Tibetan phoenix actually exists. Oh, why didn't you tell me this last night?
I needed time to think.
And?
I decided to ask you for your help, to investigate for me.
The disappearance of the jade or your husband's murder?
The jade. It may seem a mercenary request at this time, but a necessary one. For some time I've been wanting a divorce, but Richard always refused. And then last week his attorney came to the house with a settlement waiver. He said a divorce would be agreed to if I signed it. Foolishly, I suppose, I did. You see, I'm in need of money, Mr. Slade. If I have the jade, I can sell it. I'm willing to pay you well for its recovery.
Who else knows what you've just told me?
Well, I was coming to that. About a month ago, an antique dealer came to the house to show some art pieces.
Do you know his name?
Edward De Silva.
I've heard of him. He's involved in more than antiques.
Well, somehow he found out about the Phoenix and wanted to buy it. Richard told him it wasn't for sale. De Silva was determined. He kept pestering him to sell. They had a violent argument over it, and then there were threats.
What kind of threats?
Blackmail. De Silva said he knew of a stock manipulation that Richard was involved in some years ago.
Anything to it?
Oh, not that I know of.
Excuse me a moment. Jonesy, see if you can get me both the business and residence address of Edward De Silva. He's an antique dealer.
Will you help me, Mr. Slade?
Let me give it some thought. I'll call you at home later in the day.
Oh, I don't know that I can go back there. Not after what's happened.
Well, if it would be of help, I could have my secretary assist you in moving into an apartment.
Thank you.
I'll have Miss Jones make the arrangements. Excuse me. What do you have for me, Jonesy?
See. The car is registered to Pacific Rent-A-Car. Dallas Hawks leased it yesterday. Gave his address as the Lux Hotel. That took some getting.
That's my girl.
Your Edward De Silva lives at 17 Ronda Vista Lane. His antique shop's at 2500 St. Cloud, but you won't find him there this afternoon. He's at the Beverly Athletic Club.
Well, here's another job for you. I'd like you to arrange for Mrs. Marlowe to move into an apartment, help her get some things together, and then see she gets settled. I'd suggest the Fremont Terrace.
All right.
Mrs. Marlowe, Miss Jones will take care of everything.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Slade.
Not at all. I'll be in touch. I went to the window of my inner office and looked down to the street. The black sedan was still parked. I made up my mind to go down and face the driver when...
Mr. Slade, forgive me if I startled you. My card.
He handed me a lavender calling card, which read, Aram Ballestero, curator, Damascus Museum, Damascus, Syria. He was a peculiar-looking bird, tall, dark, with a goatee. He wore what looked like a morning coat with a carnation in the lapel. A pearl gray Homburg hat set at a rakish angle on his head. He wore white gloves and carried a black ivory cane. My nostrils caught the odor of what seemed like Shalimar. I offered him a chair.
I'm seeking a statuette, a certain jade figure in the form of a mythical bird.
A Tibetan phoenix?
Precisely. It was stolen following the death of its owner 2 years ago in Damascus. He had willed it to the museum. Recently, we learned the phoenix had turned up in the Orient. A Shanghai merchant had used it as a form of payment to a gentleman in Hong Kong for a passage across the Red Border. A man by the name of...
Lyle Milford Jackman?
Yes. I searched out Mr. Jackman, prepared to pay, on behalf of the museum, a reasonable sum for the return of the phoenix. Evidently, Mr. Jackman suspected it might be worth more than was being offered. Told me he had sold it to a dealer in London. I spent 2 weeks there. False lead. I returned to Hong Kong, but Mr. Jackman had gone.
What led you here?
I learned that he had left for San Francisco on a Japanese freighter. Also that some months earlier, you had purchased the phoenix from him for an American collector.
Then you feel this is the original jade phoenix described in Tibetan legend?
That's correct, Mr. Slade.
What makes you so sure?
The museum has conducted extensive research into its history. Perhaps you'll be interested in its findings.
Very interested.
In 600 A.D., as legend tells it, a caravan of Buddhist priests traveled from Karakoram, traversing the Himalayas into Tibet. King Namri Song Sen had offered them a fertile valley in which to build a temple. To show their gratitude, they brought the king gifts of great wealth, among them an exquisite jade statuette, carved into the shape of the phoenix, the king of birds. Oriental rubies were set into the eyes. The jade was stolen by a Nepal warlord and taken into India. Little was heard of it until 1295, when Marco Polo brought it into Venice. News of the jade appeared in Spain in 1542 and again in 1868 in Corsica, but was never positively identified.
What happened to it after Corsica?
Well, there were no reports of the phoenix from 1868 until 2 years ago in Damascus. Unfortunately, it was mislaid before the museum could authenticate it.
You say rubies were encrusted in the eyes?
Yes. They were said to have been covered with a thick green coating, done, obviously, to conceal their immense value. As I mentioned, it is our belief the one I am now searching for is the original. Hence my visit here, to negotiate a purchase with your client.
I wish that were possible. My client was murdered last night. The phoenix stolen.
Oh, this is very distressing news indeed. Could I persuade you to assist me in its recovery? The museum has authorized me to offer $10,000 to that end.
Let me think about it. Where can I contact you?
I'm lodged at the San Moritz Hotel. I'll be looking forward to our next meeting. I feel assured in trusting you with the job at hand.
He left as silently as he had come. He seemed to glide through the door. To say I was slightly intrigued would be putting it mildly. This case was taking on strange proportions. 4 people seeking a jade statuette. Laura Marlowe, Edward De Silva, Aram Ballestero, and now Lyle Jackman on his way here from Hong Kong. Or had he already arrived? I thought of Dallas Hawks in the black sedan. Had Jackman sent him? Or was he to be number 5? I looked out the window. I could see him clearly now as he leaned against the fender. He was dark, slight of build, looked Indian. He was dressed like a carnival barker in his white suit, black shirt, and straw hat. And it was time to force his hand. I left the office and headed for the street. I made sure he saw me as I crossed the intersection of Powell and Sutter. I actually had to stop several times and window shop to keep him from losing me. Fine shadow. I turned down Bush Street and into an alley. I pressed myself into a small alcove and waited. Hawk stopped at the mouth of the alley, then cautiously started down. As he approached my position, I stepped out and confronted him. He moved for his gun. I grabbed his arm and pushed him back against the wall. I brought my knee up into his stomach. He doubled up long enough for me to disarm him. He sagged limply against the wall. The fight was gone out of him. Now, as a shadow, you're about as inconspicuous as a carnival barker. Now, what do you want?
The guy gave me 50 to tell you. That's all I know.
What guy?
I don't know, just a guy.
If this guy's name happens to be Lyle Jackman, you go back and tell him I don't like being followed by the likes of you. And if he wants to see me, my office hours are 9 to 5. Now go back and tell him that, mister. My next move was to call on Edward De Silva at the Beverly Athletic Club. It was a fashionable health spa in the West End for overweight and overwealthy businessmen. The attendant led me to an outside garden patio. He pointed to a bronzed figure poised on the high board of the swimming pool. I watched him execute a pretty fair jackknife. He cut into the water like a missile and came up at mid-pool, shaking the water from his head. De Silva?
Who wants him, friend?
I do. He paid little attention to me, went right on swimming. I thought I'd try something a little stronger. A mutual friend was murdered last night, Eddie. The one you were blackmailing. Now, that reached home. He swallowed a mouthful of water, swam to the steps, and quickly got out. He donned a fancy beach robe.
A man could see a lot of trouble with that kind of talk. Who are you?
I handed him my card. He tugged at the crisp linen handkerchief protruding from the initial breast pocket of the robe, then ran a finger over his hairline mustache.
This night investigator, huh? That's cute. You know, I think I've heard your name someplace. Why don't you join me for lunch? We can find out what's on your mind.
A few minutes later, we were munching on a concoction of carrots, celery, lettuce, and seaweed. He seemed to enjoy it. I felt like Peter Cottontail. They feed this to rabbits, don't they, Eddie?
Well, that's a good way to stay young, friend.
You might have something there. Come to think of it, I've never seen an old rabbit.
You got a funny sense of humor, friend.
Yeah, about some things, Eddie, but not about your connection with Richard Marlowe.
What connection might that be?
A certain art piece you wanted, a jade phoenix.
Oh, yeah, well, it's no secret. I wanted the phoenix. I offered him a good price, and we were close to a deal, and all this happened.
Well, that's not quite the way I heard it.
You listened to the wrong people, friend.
You wanted the phoenix. You threatened Marlowe with blackmail. You go that far, maybe you'd even murder for it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Exactly what I said. 2 people were killed for the phoenix last night, Eddie.
You can't pin that on me.
No, I could make a good try.
Well, now, why would I want to go to that much trouble for an old piece of jade?
Because that old piece of jade is worth money.
That's not enough for me to kill somebody.
Mrs. Marlowe thinks you did.
If she said that, she's a dirty liar. Now, look, she wanted me to force the old boy into giving her a divorce. So she told me of a crooked stock deal he pulled once, wanted me to hold it over him. See, even though he hated her guts, he wouldn't let her go. He got some kind of kick holding out on her. He'd cut her off without any spending money. Well, like I said, she wanted me to blackmail him so she could get a divorce and then a settlement. The deal was we'd split whatever she got. I wanted no part of it.
Where were you last night?
I was at home. I was in all night.
Well, you don't sound too sure.
Where do you get off asking me all these questions?
When the police find out the Phoenix is the murder motive, you're going to have to do a lot of explaining.
Maybe, but not to you.
Eddie was visibly shaken. I'd done a good job of unnerving him. I thought it curious that he didn't seem at all surprised to hear the Phoenix had been stolen. As of now, only 4 people knew that. Laura, Ballestero, myself, and the killer. That put De Silva in a bad light. I decided this would be as good a time as any to give his home a quick going over. 17 Ronda Vista Lane, a Spanish-style home set well back from the road. I rapped on the door to make sure no one was there, then went around back and slipped the catch on the patio door. Inside, the place looked like a museum. An oversized antique desk was set into one corner of the room. I searched it, came across a leather-bound book. There were dozens of names, girls' names, and other pertinent information. This was not just a bachelor's little black book. DeSilva was operating a call girl racket. I heard a car pull into the driveway. I hurriedly returned the book, looked out from behind the drapes. It was DeSilva, and he was heading for the front door, and fast. I looked for a place to hide, darted behind the Soji folding screen as he came in. He moved straight to the desk. I could see partially through the crack in the screen. He lifted the desk blotter, removed a small envelope, checked its contents, then slipped the envelope into his coat pocket. He started for the door, but stopped short as the phone rang. He hesitated for a moment, and then left. The phone continued to ring. I moved to the window and watched as DeSilva drove off, and then picked up the receiver.
Eddie? Hello? Hello, Eddie?
There was no mistaking that voice. Laura Marlowe. Why was she phoning Eddie? Suddenly, I felt a sharp sting on the back of my neck. Fuzziness, smoke swirls, and then black. My next conscious recollection was the distant sound of foghorns and the gentle heaving of the floor under my body. My head throbbed with the beat of a giant kettle drum. I tried to move. My arms were pinned against my sides. My vision was foggy. As it cleared, I could see the huge frame of a man hovering over me. He wore a white suit and a large plantation hat. It was Lyle Milford Jackman.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, welcome to Starlight Mystery Theater and another episode in the series, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. Take your seat as Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, unfolds part 2 of a 3-part story, Day of the Phoenix.
In my job, the hours are odd. So are the circumstances and the people I meet. You could even call some of them dangerous. My calling card reads, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator.
In last week's story, Matthew Slade found himself suspected of killing his friend and client, Richard Marlowe, and Marlowe's chauffeur, Howard Morris. Murders which also involved the disappearance of a valuable jade statuette in the form of the mythical phoenix bird. With 3 separate people contacting Slade to recover the phoenix, Marlowe's young and attractive widow, Laura, a curious man from Damascus, Aram Ballestero, and a questionable art dealer, Edward DeSilva, Slade set out to find the murderer and the reasons behind the interest in the missing phoenix. While searching DeSilva's home, Slade is blackjacked. He regains consciousness to find a huge man standing over him, a man from Hong Kong he knows as Lyle Milford Jackman.
Mr. Slade, good of you to come, sir.
I pulled myself up to a sitting position. Dallas Hawk stood behind Jackman. Next to him, a large, sinister-looking Oriental.
Dallas brought your message. I regret not being able to time this visit to coincide with your office hours, but you're a difficult man to reach. Indeed you are.
Where am I?
Aboard the Condor Maru, sir, a Japanese freighter.
Well, this is the first time I've been shanghaied for an appointment.
Well put. Now, sir, first let me say it's unfortunate the circumstances of this meeting cannot be as pleasant as our first, when I extended hospitality to you and Richard Marlowe in Hong Kong.
Yes?
I was disturbed to read this morning of Mr. Marlowe's untimely death, particularly since I have been caused the inconvenience of a 6,000-mile sea journey to recover what is rightfully mine.
And?
You fraudulently tricked me into selling you the Jade Phoenix for a pittance, when you knew it to be worth a fortune?
I knew nothing of the kind. I estimated its value at $200. That's what was offered. That's what you accepted. A fair transaction.
Come, sir. You can hardly expect me to believe that.
Till proven otherwise, the Phoenix to me is still a replica and worth exactly what we paid. No more.
That is a matter of opinion, sir. Replica or not, the Phoenix belongs to me. I want it back.
You might try telling that to whoever stole it.
Stolen? That fact wasn't reported in the papers.
They don't know about it. And for the moment, neither do the police.
Would it come as a surprise to you, sir, if I told you the Phoenix is worth in excess of $500,000? That is a lot of money, sir. Wouldn't you agree?
I certainly would.
Hank Pinto, Shimoda. The steward with our wine. A little libation, Mr. Slade. I'm sure you could do with it. Untie Mr. Slade, Dallas. That will be all, steward. A definitely delicious blend of fine French wine, sir. I trust you'll find it appealing. Here's to our meeting. Shall we go on?
By all means.
If the Phoenix has been stolen, somebody in the city has it. I want it. Now, let's be frank. Do you have any idea who that might be?
An idea, yes.
Excellent. Now, sir, a proposition for you. Deliver the Phoenix, and 1/3 of its realized worth will be yours. And that would amount to a tidy sum.
Well, what makes you think if I found it, I'd turn it over to you?
I am a determined man, Mr. Slade. Have ways and means of getting what I want.
You mean using your muscle men over there?
If necessary. But you appear to be a man of sound reasoning. I'm sure we can come to a satisfactory understanding.
You leave little choice.
A man of good sense.
Now, assuming I locate the Phoenix for you, what guarantee would I have against you slipping off to Hong Kong, leaving me out in the cold, so to speak, or perhaps even dead?
You would have my word, sir, as a gentleman.
Well, that's fine for a fraternal club, but I mean something that would act as a bond, a guarantee of your good faith.
Would $500 guarantee you that?
No, but 5,000 might. After all, we are talking about $500,000.
A man of definite ideas. I like that. 5,000 it is, sir. I like to be fair, always. Shall we toast to a profitable transaction?
Incidentally, your friend from Damascus is here.
Ballestero?
He arrived yesterday. He said you sent him to London on a wild goose chase.
I did. By Jove, I did. He is a man worth watching. Could cause us trouble. The authorities, if you know what I mean. Where might he be contacted?
So you can send Dallas around to take care of him?
No, sir. Just to follow him.
Well, he's not very good at that. Leave Ballestero to me.
Very well, sir. He is your charge. For the moment, then, that concludes our discussion. I'll have Dallas drive you home.
Oh, and about the 5,000. You have it at my office tomorrow morning. And let's have it understood, I'm not guaranteeing anything. Whatever has to be done will be done my way.
A check will be at your office in the morning.
No checks. Cash.
In crisp new bills. Shall we drink to it?
I'll send you a receipt. Your guarantee.
As you like. Allow me to see you off the ship. I trust I'll be hearing from you shortly.
I left Jackman in a swirl of cigar smoke. He was an insidious man, one not easily tricked. I knew I'd have to walk a tightrope in my dealings with him. I returned to my apartment, was just finishing a shower, when the phone rang. Hello?
Finally. I've been trying to reach you all afternoon. Where have you been?
Oh, it's another long story, Jonesy. How's Mrs. Marlowe?
She's at the Fremont Terrace, apartment 401. She's waiting to hear from you.
Good work. You're a sweetheart. Good night. I dressed, then left for the Fremont Terrace apartment. As I pulled up in front, I saw Mrs. Marlowe leaving in a cab. I followed right to Eddie De Silva's home. Her phone call there earlier now took on a meaning. I watched her from my car. She approached the front door. De Silva opened it. She went inside. I made my way to the door. I could hear their muffled voices. Successive slaps, and then... I tried the door. It was locked. I braced myself and put my shoulder to it. It gave way. They were standing in the center of the room. De Silva had hold of her arm. A thin line of blood ran down his cheek. He raised his hand and slammed it against her face. I moved in on him. He showed no resistance. My, such a lot of brawn and so few brains. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Eddie.
This is a private affair, friend. I don't remember inviting you.
Well, you'll have to forgive the entrance. An invitation seemed unnecessary. Now, what's all this about? It's like that, is it? No one's talking.
Please don't interfere, Mr. Slade. It doesn't concern you.
Well, unfortunately, I'd say I'm right in the middle of it.
If you are, it's because you put yourself there, and I told you this afternoon. Stay out of it, friend.
I know that's what you told me, Eddie, but I wasn't too impressed with your advice. I'm not so sure I understand all this, Mrs. Marlowe. As I remember it, you came to me with a plea for help. And there was that story of being penniless and then those incriminations against your friend. Of course, I didn't altogether believe you, but parts of it did sound interesting, particularly about the Phoenix. Now, I bet you completely forgot about that.
You don't understand it. It's not easy to explain at this time.
Oh, you're right. Discussing it in front of Eddie is bad form. He might feel inclined to challenge some of the things you'd say.
Let's not discuss it any further.
Oh, let's do. Let's sort out the nonsense and get rid of those embarrassing half-truths.
What? As I told you this morning.
Eddie doesn't go along with that story. And besides, he's got a good one of his own.
I told it to you straight, friend.
Playing games, are we? Well, if that's the way you want it, it's fine by me. You're going to have to do your talking sooner or later. And you won't find it easy putting off with the police. They've given me until tomorrow to come up with a convincing story. What I have so far should interest them.
There's no sense in getting riled, friend. There's really nothing to all this. It's an unfinished business transaction. With the events of last night, well, we felt it best to finalize it discreetly.
That's all there is to it.
Oh, you two are good. And you're about as discreet as my entrance through that door. One or both of you are lying. Go ahead and lie. I won't stop you. But see how far it gets you.
Mr. Slade. Matt, please wait.
For what?
Would you take me home?
Get in. Well?
Your entrance was marvelous. You're like a dashing knight saving his fair maiden.
Why, Mrs. Marlowe.
Did you mind my kissing you? You are a friend of the family.
I guess I am doing all right at that. That is the way you planned it, isn't it?
Oh, you're mistrustful of me.
Now, whatever gave you that idea?
You're also making fun of me.
Well, now we're in a fun mood. Why don't you just start in at the beginning?
No questions. Not now. Later, at my apartment.
She was playing it cute, and I decided to play along with her. Here's your key, Mrs. Marlowe.
Keep it. As my dashing knight, you may have to rescue me again. I wouldn't want you to break down this door. You won't mind if I change before we chat?
No, not at all.
If you're handy in the kitchen, you might heat some coffee. It's on the stove. I'll just be a minute. Can you find everything?
All but the sugar.
It's in the cupboard above the sink.
Oh, yeah, correct.
You need help?
Not at the moment.
Turn on some music.
Anything in particular?
No, whatever you'd like.
I noticed some paperback novels lying on the cabinet. The top one caught my eye. The cover displayed an attractive girl clothed in a sheer hostess gown. Her blonde hair fell to her shoulders. The title read, Blackmail.
Something interesting?
Laura stood in the doorway. The girl on the cover had come alive. Remarkable resemblance.
Oh, that's a bed partner.
You don't have much imagination, do you?
Score one for Mr. Slade. Well, you're not going to stand there all night, are you? Come. Sit here.
The apartment comfortable?
Very. Do you take this good care of all your clients?
Special clients.
I'm flattered. Now, I find you very attractive. Falling for you is easy. You're something quite new. Different. And you kiss beautifully.
You're flattering me.
Would you believe me if I told you I'm falling in love with you?
No. I wouldn't.
Well, the truth is I am. I don't know how to pay you a greater compliment.
Well, you might stop insulting my intelligence. You aren't in love with me, and you know it.
I could try to convince you.
From the bedroom?
Possibly.
That's a switch. Well, it won't work, Mrs. Marlowe. Making love is fine. I'd like to spend more time at it, but my intuition tells me that going in there with you...
You aren't the most exasperating man I've ever known. You're sarcastic and unfeeling and...
And old enough to know when I'm being played a line. Now, that's all settled now. What were you doing at Eddie De Silva's?
Oh, Nat, I want you to trust me.
Well, as yet, you've given me little reason to trust you.
I've asked you to help me.
I'm not sure I really know what it is you want.
The Phoenix.
Oh, that's what you told me. But how much of that story this morning is the truth?
I haven't told you everything. I'm afraid.
Of what?
Of what might happen to you.
Someone might try to kill me?
Yes.
You're a gem of a liar. All right, let's take it again. What were you doing at De Silva's? Matching stories?
No. Oh, that's not important. What is important is that you help me. You said you'd help me. Don't you think you're the type of person I need? I've got to have.
I wouldn't know about that.
You're being unfair, totally unfair.
And you're being dishonest. Now, why don't you try telling me the truth?
Please, Matt. With you, it's different. I've never felt this way about anyone before. I know you're wondering about Eddie, but at the time I had no choice. I needed his sort to help me.
The sordid life of Laura Marlowe on display. No sale.
That's the way it is?
That's the way it is. Yeah, go ahead. Take a deep breath and shake a little. Now, let's see how helpless you can look.
You think I deserve it, don't you? Well, you're wrong about me, Matt. If I could only get you to understand.
And stop it. Stop this drivel.
Don't be harsh with me, Matt.
I'll try to remember that tomorrow when I'm talking to the police.
You won't tell them about the Phoenix?
There's no other way. I'm not going to let you involve me in this any further.
Involve you? I don't understand.
You understand perfectly. You need me to run interference between you and De Silva. Somewhere along the line, I pick up the Phoenix and deliver it to you. Oh, I may get killed in the process, but stupid Lancelot Slade will do it all because you say you love him. You're hiding something. If you want me to help you, I've got to know the full story. I'm fed up with being blackjacked, grilled, and threatened with jail, and of you trying to make a fool of me.
Be patient with me, Matt.
I've reached the limit of my patience. This whole thing is ridiculous. And when you're ready to tell me the truth, you call me. I couldn't help but smile as I walked down the hall to the elevator. I thought my performance was pretty corny, but at least it was better than hers. She'd have to use different tactics from here on out. I wasn't about to fall for that phony love-making routine. It was late when I drove into the Warwick Arms garage, parked my car, and rode the elevator up to my floor. I could feel the anesthesia of sleep creeping through my bones as I reached my apartment door. It was ajar. I flattened against the wall. I edged the door open with my foot. And there sat Lyle Jackman, reading a copy of the Brothers Karamazov.
You people have the strangest visiting hours. Again, my apology, Mr. Slade. Forgive the invasion of your privacy. The visit now is purely social.
Yeah, the place is a mess. His work, no doubt.
The search was a necessity. A matter of precaution, you understand. I had to be sure you weren't already in possession of the Phoenix. It seems you are not. Or at least if you are, it is not in this apartment.
Yeah, well, tell Hawks to stop waving that silly revolver in my face, or I have to take it away from him.
No need for that, Dallas. Put it away.
Now, if you don't mind, how did you gentlemen get in here?
I thought you might be wondering about that. Well, sir, in all fairness, I must give credit to Dallas. He has a knack for opening locked doors.
I'll bet. I can't imagine you slipping in through the keyhole.
Very neatly put. Now, sir, let's be candid. The house you were searching on Ronda Vista Lane belongs to Edward de Silva, a dealer in antiques. Would it be foolish of me to think of Mr. de Silva as being our man?
He could be.
I wonder if I would also be correct in thinking, assuming Mr. de Silva is in possession of the Phoenix, that you and he, how shall I put it, are in cahoots.
Your assumption is incorrect.
For your sake, I trust so.
Let's get one thing settled right now. I don't intend to let you threaten me. It's bad enough I should let you get away with breaking in here. Now, if you think
sir, no need to take that
Well,
stand.
that's the stand it's going to be. I didn't select you people to do business with. You picked me.
Be that as it may.
Look, the police have been badgering me with questions I can't answer. Now, just how long I remain out of their reach till some sense comes out of all this depends on people like you staying out of my way.
The police are not my concern, sir.
Well, they are mine, particularly since I'm the one facing them.
My agreement with you, sir, concerns itself only with locating the Phoenix. I trust we can avoid disagreement over the point. In times of strife, men sometimes lose their better judgment. If it be any consolation to you, let me remind you, in the morning you will have in your possession $5,000. Later, a vastly greater sum. I'm sure that's worth a reasonable amount of trouble.
I don't mind a reasonable amount of trouble, but I told you I'd handle it my way, and that's the way it's going to be.
You're an uncommonly difficult person to get the best of. But, have it as you wish. We leave matters as they stand.
Now, let's do that.
One further thing, Mr. Slade. I'm sure you realize the necessity of our keeping close ties from now until the conclusion of our association. I can't afford any indiscriminate moves, you understand.
But if you're thinking of having Dallas follow me again, I wouldn't suggest it.
I wouldn't like Dallas harmed. I'm extremely fond of him. It'd be hard to find another boy like him.
You could pick one up in any cheap pool room.
I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Slade, provoking Dallas is not a wise course to follow. He's sometimes quick to take offense. Now, I think we must be going.
How do I get in touch with you? Are you still on that boat?
Yes, sir. The Condo Maru, Pier 9.
The next morning, I decided to do a little checking on the man from Damascus. I paid a visit to an old friend, Stephen Gates, curator of Far Eastern art for the city's museum.
Matthew, good to see you again. Come in.
Nice to see you again, Steve.
I heard you were out of the country. Where were you this time?
The Orient, mostly. I was on an assignment for Richard Marlowe.
Ah, yes. Unfortunate about his death. Odd business, that.
Yes. I need your professional opinion on something, Stephen.
By all means.
Are you familiar with a jade statuette carved from the likeness of the Tibetan phoenix?
Yes, somewhat. I was reading about it not too long ago. The figure is a strangely conceived image of how the king of birds should look. It's described as having the neck of a serpent, the bill of a wild fowl, and the grace of a swan. Its forehead is crowned with a crest that resembles a mandarin drake. Fascinating, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Is there a possibility an original actually exists?
Oh, my personal opinion is no. There's reference to it here in this volume. I remember it was towards the middle here. Let me see. Yes. Here it is. It's said to be legendary. However, as you're aware, there have been several cases of so-called mythical objects turning out to be realities. In this case, the phoenix has never been proved one way or another. Oh, I see. It says here a Damascus art dealer thought it to be the real thing. The book states he discovered it in a junk store in Corsica, and he kept it for his private collection. It was stolen following his death. Well, it seems more than one person believed it to be anything other than legendary.
Suppose it turned out to be the original. Could you place a value on it?
Oh, it's hard to say. 100,000? $250,000? It could be priceless. How does one put a value on such an item?
Have you ever heard of Aram Ballestero, curator for the Damascus Museum?
Ballestero? It has a familiar ring. I'm sure he's listed in the Maskai's dictionary. Let me look. Here. Oh, yes. Let's see. L. Barlius here. Oh, yes. Ballestero. Aram. Curator, Damascus Museum.
I met him yesterday, but I wasn't too sure of...
Yesterday? You could hardly have met him yesterday. The directory lists him as deceased.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
PINKERTON Incorporated, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell. We present the first in a new series of half-hour comedy detective dramas, complete in each episode, yet featuring the same principal characters in situations of adventure, thrills, and romance. To begin at the beginning, as is customary and proper, the saga of Mary Vance, who may be described as a career woman, and Dennis Murray, whose occupation will be explained later, began of all places on the placid campus of Cornell University. The exact place was the reception room of Mary's dormitory, the time just a little while ago.
And so you see, Miss Vance, because of your cousin's untimely death, your late uncle's detective agency now belongs to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of Uncle Mike, but what do I want with a detective agency? After all, I'm a lawyer, or I will be if I can scrape up enough money to finish my course.
You will then sell the agency?
Certainly.
Your Uncle Michael made quite a name for himself as its head, and the business should be worth a considerable sum.
Well, the next move is New York, huh?
Yes, you'd have to go in any event in order to settle the estate. The sale can be arranged later.
How soon must I be there?
Right away.
Mr. Jones, I'm almost in New York right now.
I beg your pardon. Is the seat taken?
I don't see anyone in it.
May I sit down?
As long as you paid your fare, I don't see why not.
You don't mind if I sit on your books and magazines?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. There you are.
Thank you. No, I see you're reading the case of the missing thumb. Like it?
Why, did you write it?
Oh, no. Just read it myself a few weeks ago.
How nice.
Well, it's not a bad mystery, but it falls off toward the end, don't you think?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far.
Want to know who done it?
No, I don't want to know who done it. I just want to read my newspaper in peace. Do you mind?
Oh, no. How's Superman doing today?
Yeah. See for yourself.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's Superman. What a president he'd make. Oh, my. These streamlined trains are certainly quiet, aren't they, huh? I said these new trains are not at all noisy, are they?
No, and I wish I could say the same for you. Waiter, is this the only seat left in the diner?
Yes, I'm sure the gentleman won't mind you sitting at his table.
Oh, what could be more pleasant than gazing at a fair lady over one's mashed potatoes? Of course I don't mind.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a menu?
Thanks again.
May I suggest the macaroni au gratin? It'll take the wrinkles out of your tummy and put them under your chin.
Waiter, I'll dine when the car is less crowded.
But, ma'am...
Besides, I'm allergic to drafts, and there's certainly a big one blowing through the car right now.
And so we leave the diner and we're back in the club car where our beautiful friendship had its beginning.
Look, don't you want to lie down and play dead?
Oh, come. We've 3 hours of travel ahead. Why not break down and get conversational? I'm not on the make, honest.
Said he with a leer.
Really, I'm not. Now, what's wrong with a little conversation to make a train trip shorter?
Nothing, I suppose.
My name is Dennis Michael Murray. What's yours?
It's Esmeralda. Esmeralda Higgins.
Esmeralda Higgins. Well, it's a pretty name.
Thank you.
Are you going to New York to stay?
No, just visiting.
Are you planning anything definite?
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall. I weigh 118 pounds. I smoke occasionally, drink less occasionally, and I study law at Cornell.
A lawyer? You?
What's funny about that?
Well, if you'd said anything else, a model or a nurse, even a lady barber, but a lawyer.
What's wrong with my being a lawyer?
Well, you're not the career girl type, that's all.
Oh, so you analyze character, too.
Sure. You're the maternal type. I can see mother love shining out of those beautiful blue eyes. You know, the thing for you to do is to marry some nice fella, settle down in a rose-covered cottage.
And raise dozens of children, I suppose.
Sure, that's better than raising dozens of affidavits.
You know, your kind of thinking went out with the horse and buggy era, and believe me, that's where I wish you were right now. So if you'll pardon my back, I'd like to look at the scenery.
Well, Miss Higgins, we've come to the end of our journey. But that shouldn't end our friendship, now should it?
I don't see why not, Mr. Mulligan.
Murray. Oh, no kidding, Esmeralda. Let's be friends. I'm taking a cab. Can I drop you somewhere?
No, thank you.
Well, maybe I can drop your baggage off where you're going to stay. How's that?
You'd do that for me, really? Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
I'd be glad to. Just tell me where to go.
I would, but I don't use profanity. Goodbye, Mr. Mulligan.
Dear Mom, it's been a bad day.
I'm sorry, madam, but if you want us to trace your husband, you'll have to come to our offices and make the usual arrangements. I know, madam, but yeah, until 5 o'clock. Yes, Vance Detective Agency. I'll see if he's in.
Pardon me, but I'm here to see Mr. Parker.
Second door to your left, please.
Thank you.
Come in. Now, please don't worry, Mr. Bentley. Our service has always been satisfactory, hasn't it? Yes, I know it's important. It's just as important to us. I'll have my best operatives there. Goodbye, Mr. Bentley. All right, young lady, what's your experience?
Well, not very much, I'm afraid.
What? There's a fine howdy-do. Well, I'm sorry, Miss...
Vance.
I'm
Mary
sorry.
Vance.
I'm sorry, Miss Vance, but I'm afraid you won't... Mary Vance? Not Mary Vance?
Mm-hmm, positively.
Well, how do you do? I'm Parker, the agency manager. I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course. I gather you were expecting someone.
I was. We're a little short-handed right now. The agency has more business than it can handle.
Well, this is good news.
Ordinarily, it would be. You've heard of the Bentley Emerald?
Mm-hmm, even in Ithaca.
Well, old P.J. Bentley is giving it to his son's bride-to-be as a wedding gift. She's Gloria Van Dusen.
Oh, sure. Sure, the well-known glamour girl.
Exactly. The reception's tonight after the wedding, and the emerald will be on display along with the other gifts. We've been commissioned to see that nothing happens to it.
Sounds like quite a feather in our cap.
It is. His is the biggest account we have. Of course, the police will have their people, too. But old P.J. Bentley is eccentric enough to have no confidence in the police and rich enough to get away with it. And that's why we're in a jam.
A jam? I'm afraid I don't understand.
We're in a jam because I haven't a single operative available. At least not for that kind of an assignment. I need a clever woman. I've even had to try the employment agencies. Matter of fact, that's where I thought you were from.
Oh, I see.
Well, our attorney tells me you're going to sell the agency.
Yes, I am, Mr. Parker.
Good.
Mr. Parker, you say you're stuck for a woman operative for the Bentley affair tonight?
Oh, yes.
And it's very important? You shouldn't pass up this job?
That's right, but
And you need a fairly intelligent young woman who looks well in evening clothes, who can pass for a member of the smart set, who can be trusted to keep her eye on the emerald. Is that correct?
You sound as if you were applying for the job.
I am.
You're what?
Applying for the job. Do I get it?
Oh, please, Miss Vance, you're joking.
I'm not joking. After all, I own this agency. I must have its welfare at heart.
But you don't know anything about this kind of work.
But this is a crisis, and I think I can help.
You're not a detective.
Oh, I know that, but I've studied quite a bit of criminal law, and I think I'll do just as well as somebody you'd get from an employment agency, if you got someone.
Now, Miss Vance, I must insist
Now, just
that
a minute, Mr. Parker. I own this agency, and I'm in a better position to insist than you are, and that's just what I'm doing.
Okay, Miss Vance. You're the boss. You'll need a license, and I'll assign one of our men to stand by and keep an eye on you while you're keeping an eye on the emerald tonight. He's not the type for this kind of a job, but he'll have to do it.
We'll manage.
I hope so.
Yes, sir?
Send in Bingo Doherty.
Hey, Miss Vance, them newspaper guys said they give you a big play this afternoon, didn't they? When you got your license, I mean.
Yes, Bingo. I never saw so much gallantry in one place before.
Murder. They sure went to town. Too bad all that ballyhoo's going to be wasted.
Yes.
Look, Miss Vance, are you really going to sell the agency? Why don't you run it?
Now, do I look like a gumshoe? No, Bingo. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The agency wouldn't be any good to me, and I wouldn't be any good for it. After all, it's no business for a woman.
Yeah, I guess you got the right idea.
I know I have.
Only, gee, it's kind of shame. Your Uncle Mike run the joint for 25 years, and the name of Vance in the detective business has been like a institution. In other words...
I know, Bingo, but that's the way things work out sometimes.
Yeah. Ain't life sordid, Miss Vance?
Well, Bingo, this is probably the most expensive wedding reception of the decade.
Yeah, there's enough champagne here in this joint to float a battleship.
To say the least. Hey, Bingo, you know what I think? I think we ought to separate, mingle with the guests, perhaps. We don't want to look too obvious.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Miss Vance. You ain't going to leave me alone with all these stuffed shirts, are you?
Don't forget you're doing a pretty good job of stuffing your own shirt.
Yeah, and this starch collar is killing me.
Hey, suppose you wait here and keep an eye on the bride's presents while I sort of drift around and mingle with the upper crust.
Okay, Miss Vance. Oh, say, look at Murray of the Headquarters Society detail in the soup and fish. Ain't he got the savoir-faire?
Who?
Over there by the pillar, the good-looking guy.
What? I know that man. I met him on the train. Is he a policeman?
Detective sergeant, and a good one, too.
Well. Pardon me, Bingo. And don't forget your own savoir-faire.
Huh? Oh, sure. Gee, if the guys at Barney's bar could get a gander at me now, they'd swear I was getting, class conscious. Murder.
May I have this dance, Miss Higgins?
I'd be delighted. Oh, it's you.
That's right. Shall we?
But can I lose?
Well, I never dreamed we'd meet again, at least so soon.
It is a small world, isn't it? Sergeant Murray.
Yes? Who told you I was on the force?
Oh, I know all about you, Sergeant. For example, you're on the society detail.
Well, I guess I may as well break down and confess. Yep, I'm always assigned to these society affairs. The inspector thinks I look good in tails.
He's right there, but one tail would be enough.
Sweet child.
And you're here to guard the Bentley Emerald, aren't you?
That's right. Hey, what do you know about the Emerald?
I also know that Mr. Bentley thinks the police force are incompetent and immaterial.
Oh, he does, huh?
Now, Sergeant, don't stop dancing. People are looking at you.
Well, let them look. And how is it that you're so familiar with Mr. Bentley's opinions, Miss Higgins?
Oh, not Higgins. Vance. Mary Vance. You see, Mr. Bentley hired me to keep an eye on the Emerald. In person.
He hired you?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Vance, you wouldn't have any connection with the Vance Detective Agency, would you?
I own it.
You? Woo, from mouthpiece to gumshoe in 48 hours. Oh, lady, you change careers more often than I do shirts.
What's wrong with my being a private detective?
Now, don't stop dancing, Miss Pinkerton. I mean, Miss Vance. People are looking.
Really, Sergeant, I think you're afraid of a little competition.
Oh, sure. I'm afraid to pieces, but not of competition. Now, look, Esmeralda.
The name is Mary.
All right, Mary. Now, kidding on the square. Go back to your law books, but fast.
Oh, now you think the law is a good career for a woman.
Well, it's better than the racket you're getting into. Crime isn't romantic. It's ugly and sordid. It's rotten.
Is that all, Sergeant Murray?
No, that's not all. You get yourself all mixed up with some really bad boys, and your pretty head won't be worth a nickel. Now, take a guy's advice and go back to school like a good little girl.
Would it be too much of a strain for you to mind your own business?
Okay. Let's dance. People are looking.
Well, that's better.
Don't holler when you get hurt.
I won't. And don't you pout if I make you look bad.
It's a deal. Incidentally, now that you're a working detective, you might as well know the kind of playmate you're taking on.
What do you mean?
You see that man near the French window?
You mean that tall, distinguished-looking man with the gray hair?
Yep. That tall, distinguished-looking man is Silk Jennings, one of our better jewel thieves.
No.
Yes, he usually works the European pleasure spas, but the war killed that. And that man in the corner there...
He reminds me of my English professor.
Well, he's none other than High Pocket's Harry Miller, also a dealer in pot ice.
You mean they're criminals?
Yep.
They're probably after the emerald.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, then why don't you arrest them or something?
Because I haven't a thing on them yet.
You know, they don't look like criminals. I mean,
Of course they don't. That's why they're top-notches. But neither of them would stop at murder, believe me.
Excuse me, just a minute, please.
Where are you going?
Just a part of my nose, if you don't mind.
Well, hurry back.
What happened to the lights? Turn on the lights. They're on again. What's happening?
The emerald, it's gone.
It's been stolen. Hey, Sergeant, do you know what happened?
Well, looks like they got to the emerald.
Murder! Hey, you see my boss, Miss Vince?
Nope, she disappeared just before the lights went out.
Disappeared?
Yes, and so have two of the slickest jewel thieves in the country. Come on, Bingo.
Only a minute has passed since the theft of the famous Bentley emerald, and the vast ballroom is the scene of excitement and confusion. No one, however, knows of the disappearance of Mary Vance and the two uninvited but nonetheless to be reckoned with gentlemen from the underworld. That is, no one but Detective Sergeant Dennis Murray and the redoubtable Bingo Doherty.
Well, Bingo, did you talk to the gateman?
Yeah, I conversed with him.
Did he see anything?
Plenty. 2 cars pulling out of the driveway and going like bats out of... Hades.
Oh, that crazy girl. She's chasing two of the most dangerous jewel thieves in the country.
But that ain't it, Sarge.
What ain't it?
Well, what you said. She ain't chasing them. They're chasing her.
Are you kidding?
Well, the gate man says the first car what pulled out had a dame at the wheel, and the car that was following her had 2 guys in it.
But that can't be unless...
Unless what, Sarge?
Bingo, you don't think Mary would swipe that piece of green glass, do you?
Hey, if I thought you meant that, I'd load a boom on you.
Okay, let's go.
Where?
Well, after that nitwit boss of yours. Get my car, Bingo.
Going up?
Make this an express stop, will you?
Floor, please.
10th floor.
Say, where'd you get the shiner?
I got caught in a jam.
Would you like some beefsteak?
Thanks, kid. I'm not hungry.
Okay, lady. Here's the 10th floor.
Thanks. Clerk, this is Miss Vance in 1005. I'm not home to anyone, understand? Anyone at all. Oh.
So sorry to intrude.
Who are you? How'd you get in?
With this pass key,
Well, what do you want?
the Bentley emerald, Miss Vance, and don't try to lift that phone.
What makes you think I have the emerald?
We know you got it. Let's not beat around the bush, Miss Vance. Miller and I were after the stone, had the stage all set. You just worked faster than we
I
did.
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no? Incidentally, I do want to apologize for the condition of your eye. The darkness, you know. I didn't expect to find someone else reaching for the stone at the same time I did.
Gentlemen, I think you're making a mistake.
She's too smart, Silk. Let's get tough and
If
square.
you take another step toward me, I'll scream.
Now, just a moment. I'm sure there's no need for violence. Miss Vance, let me explain the situation.
Do.
To begin with, Miller and I went after the emerald on our own hook. You should know that a stone so large and so famous would be extremely difficult to dispose of. Consequently, we've been operating as what might be termed contractors.
Contractors?
Yes. We were hired to obtain the emerald, and for a very handsome retainer, too. You stepped in and almost robbed us of our commission.
Ah, the world's a cruel place, isn't it?
Yeah, for some people. Get to the point, Silk.
Miss Vance, we aren't the kind of men to lose a large sum of money with a smile. I suggest that we cut you in and split the proceeds 3 ways.
Oh, you cut me in?
Exactly. To dispose of the emerald, you would eventually have to do business with our employer, who happens to be the most important fence on the East Coast. He's a good man to have for a friend. A bad one for an enemy.
And I'm only to get a third. Is that all?
Well, on this deal, yes. But I think you're a clever girl. We ought to be able to work together. And do well, too.
And if I refuse?
Then Mr. Miller here will be forced to apply his own method of persuasion.
Oh. Well, I think you boys have something there. It's a deal. But I want to turn the stone over to your boss personally.
Excellent. You are a clever girl. Good evening, folks. Papa's got a nasty old gun that might explode and go boom. Right in your puss. Funny man, isn't he? Yeah. Now you two step over to the corner and face the wall. That's right. And you, young lady, come over toward me. Say, why did you pick up that black eye? It's a Lulu.
You think you're clever, don't you?
Yeah. Now you stand right here by me while I give these gentlemen the once-over. Toting any artillery silk?
I never do.
Sure. But this time you were a little out of your territory.
Yes, and you're a long way from yours. Drop your gun, Sergeant, because I got one right in your back.
What? Are you in with these... Oh. Good work, Miller.
Did you have to hit him with that thing?
Come on. We better not lose any more time.
Yeah, let's get going.
Who is it? Denning. Just a moment. Gentlemen, come in.
Thanks, Mr. Latour.
And who is your charming companion?
We'll tell you about that in a minute.
Tell me first, did you get the stone?
In a roundabout way?
Yes, you see Miss Vance here beat us to the emerald, but we were able to persuade her to join forces with us. At no additional expense to you, I might add.
Excellent.
Oh, she's a very clever girl, Latour. On our way here, she was also instrumental in preventing our arrest.
Incredible.
Meaning what, Mr. Latour?
I mean that you are as clever as you are charming. Where is the emerald?
Miss Vance has it.
Miss Vance?
Of course. There you are.
I confess that I'm baffled.
What do you mean, baffled?
Miss Vance, why you should steal the Bentley emerald, prevent the arrest of my associates, and then so very obligingly bring the stone to me is more than I can understand.
Well, I decided after talking to these gentlemen that I'd like to join forces with you.
Especially since you are a detective.
She's a detective?
A detective? Why, certainly, you idiots. Don't you read the newspapers? Here's her picture, the story that goes with it. She's taken over the Vance agency.
Hey, what a nervy dame.
Well, anyway, we've got the emerald.
Yes. And we also have a live corpse on our hands.
Yes.
Oh, Sarge? Bingo, where are you?
I was down in the lobby keeping my eyes peeled, like you said, when I seen Miss Vance and them two guys come out. So I figure I better follow them. And guess where they went? They went in the back door of Latour's. You know, that high-class jewelry store on Fifth Avenue.
Well, Bingo, you stay right where you are till I get there, and don't let anybody in or out. And don't go in yourself, you get it? Darn that crazy girl. Guinea Police Headquarters.
Then I take it we're all agreed?
That's right, Mr. Lieutenant.
All right. We leave immediately for my cottage in Maine. It's right on the ocean, you know. By the time Miss Vance's body is washed in, she'll be unrecognizable.
Now, wait a minute. You know murder's a serious business.
But at this stage of the game, so is exposure. I'm sorry we have to do this. Truly, I am.
Come on, let's get going.
Yes, we can leave by the street door. It's late and no one will see us.
We'd better gag her anyway.
Good idea. Take care of it, Miller.
Right. Hey, it's the cops.
Come on, this way.
Not the girl. If we're caught with her, we're dead.
I know. Wait. We put her in the vault. She'll suffocate. We can dispose of her body later. Now, hurry. Hurry. Out the back way.
Let him have it. All right, boys. The game's up. Come on, up with your hands. Nice work, Bingo. Are you hurt?
Nah. Where's Miss Vance?
Yeah, where is she, Latour?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, boys. We'll make them talk. Wait a minute. I'm not taking a murder rap. She's in the vault. Get her out, Latour.
It's not locked. Just throw back the bolt.
Well. Look at little Miss Pinkerton. Come on, out you go.
Think you're smart, don't you?
That's what I get for saving your life. Get back in the safe.
Oh, all right.
Noonan, you can take these gentlemen down to the station now.
All right, Sarge. Come on, get along. Come on.
Now, when and where did you get that shine in his gumshoe?
When I took the emerald.
And why, if I may be so bold, did you snitch Exhibit A?
Because it was the only thing I could do. I saw this high pockets individual getting ready to turn off the lights. I had to act quick. I grabbed the emerald first.
And?
Well, I got the black eye and the tussle with Jennings, and then I got scared and I ran. I don't know why. I got into my car and they followed me.
But why did you stick a gun in my back and get me knocked out?
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Well, I found out that they were only part of a ring. The tour was the big shot, the master fence. That was even bigger than the emerald itself. I had to follow through, and then you got in the way.
Uh-huh. And you might add, it was a mighty good thing for you that I got back in your way.
Well, thank you kindly, Sergeant.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. Now, let me tell you something, little Miss Muffet. All you did tonight was to mess up the sweetest little trap ever set by the police department of this great city.
Don't be a poor sport, Sergeant Murray.
Believe me, I'm not. We've been trying to find the identity of the man above Jennings and Miller for a long time, so tonight we set a trap.
A trap?
Yes, but the wrong mouse nibbled the cheese. Why do you think I gave Jennings and Miller so much rope? It's because I wanted them to steal the emerald.
You wanted them to steal the emerald?
Sure, it was a fake.
A fake? You mean I took a chance on my life for an imitation emerald?
That's right. You don't think we'd bait a trap with a real article? We arranged the whole thing with Mr. Bentley and the insurance company.
Well, of all the things.
Here comes the press. Hi, boys.
Hi, Sarge. Hey, isn't that Mary Vance? Hiya, Mary.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Say, by the looks of that shiner, Miss Vance has been a busy little girl. Come on, Mary, spill it.
What happened?
Now, just a minute, boys.
Sabotage, will you, Sarge?
Come on over here, Miss Vance, and tell us all about it.
Well, how do you like that?
It looks like Miss Vance is getting all the play, huh, Sarge?
Yeah, so it does.
Well, that's life, Sarge. In other words,
a guy named Murray is a first-class...
Sarge. Temper, temper.
I don't mind admitting I had a very anxious night, Miss Vance.
You had an anxious night, Mr. Parker.
How does it feel to have your name on every front page in town?
Yeah, Miss Vance, you're in the limelight, all right.
It hurts my eyes.
Too much excitement, eh? Well, you can relax now. After last night's business, you'll have no trouble at all getting some good offers for the agency.
Mm-hmm.
Come in.
Huh, am I intruding?
Not at all, Sergeant.
Good. I'd like to take you to lunch.
Really? As a tribute to my ability?
Frankly, no. As a tribute to your luck. Stop kidding yourself, Mary. You're not a detective. You never will be.
That's not what the newspapers think.
Yeah? Well, if I hadn't been around, the only newspaper headline you'd rate today would have been an obituary.
Sour grapes.
I hear you're going to sell the agency.
What? I don't know where you got that impression.
But, Miss Vance...
Are you kidding?
I had intended to sell it, but you men who think all women are helpless nitwits give me 12 kinds of a pain. Not only am I going to keep the agency, but I'm going to show you that I can outsalute you in every direction, including spades. Goodbye, gentlemen. I'm going to lunch alone.
Ain't she the spit of her Uncle Mike? Yep. So she's going to be Miss Pinkerton Incorporated, huh? Well, one of these days she's going to poke that pretty nose of hers into something and get it caught. And I won't be around to unhook it. Or, will I?
Supporting Miss Blondell and Mr. Powell were Hanley Stafford, Gail Gordon, Ed Max, Elliot Lewis, Frederick Gurman, and Sarah Berner. Story by Carl Foreman and Charles R. Marion. Music composed and directed by Lenny Kahn. Miss Pinkerton Incorporated was conceived and produced by J. Donald Wilson. This is Art Gilmore speaking. Listen in next week to Miss Pinkerton Incorporated for the story of the man who became obsessed with the urge to kill, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell. Pinkerton Incorporated, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell. We present the first in a new series of half-hour comedy detective dramas, complete in each episode, yet featuring the same principal characters in situations of adventure, thrills, and romance. To begin at the beginning, as is customary and proper, the saga of Mary Vance, who may be described as a career woman, and Dennis Murray, whose occupation will be explained later, began of all places on the placid campus of Cornell University. The exact place was the reception room of Mary's dormitory. The time, just a little while ago.
And so you see, Miss Vance, because of your cousin's untimely death, your late uncle's detective agency now belongs to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of Uncle Mike, but what do I want with a detective agency? After all, I'm a lawyer, or I will be if I can scrape up enough money to finish my course.
You will then sell the agency?
Certainly.
Your Uncle Michael made quite a name for himself as its head, and the business should be worth a considerable sum.
Well, the next move is New York, huh?
Yes, you'd have to go in any event in order to settle the estate. The sale can be arranged later.
How soon must I be there?
Right away.
Mr. Jones, I'm almost in New York right now.
I beg your pardon. Is the seat taken?
I don't see anyone in it.
May I sit down?
As long as you paid your fare, I don't see why not.
You don't mind if I sit on your books and magazines?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. There you are.
Thank you. No, I see you're reading the case of the missing thumb. Like it?
Why, did you write it?
Oh, no. Just read it myself a few weeks ago.
How nice.
Well, it's not a bad mystery, but it falls off toward the end, don't you think?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far.
Want to know who done it?
No, I don't want to know who done it. I just want to read my newspaper in peace. Do you mind?
Oh, no. How's Superman doing today?
Here. See for yourself.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's Superman. What a president he'd make. Oh, my. These streamlined trains are certainly quiet, aren't they, huh? I said these new trains are not at all noisy, are they?
No, and I wish I could say the same for you. Waiter, is this the only seat left in the diner?
Yes, I'm sure the gentleman won't mind you sitting at his table. Oh, what could be more pleasant than gazing at a fair lady over one's mashed potatoes? Of course I don't mind.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a menu?
Thanks again.
May I suggest the macaroni au gratin? It'll take the wrinkles out of your tummy and put them under your chin.
Waiter, I'll dine when the car is less crowded.
But, ma'am...
Besides, I'm allergic to drafts, and there's certainly a big one blowing through the car right now.
And so we leave the diner and we're back in the club car where our beautiful friendship had its beginning.
Look, don't you want to lie down and play dead?
Oh, come. We've 3 hours of travel ahead. Why not break down and get conversational? I'm not on the make, honest.
Said he was a leer.
Really, I'm not. Now, what's wrong with a little conversation to make a train trip shorter?
Nothing, I suppose.
My name is Dennis Michael Murray. What's yours?
It's Esmeralda. Esmeralda Higgins.
Esmeralda Higgins. Well, it's a pretty name.
Thank you.
Are you going to New York to stay?
No, just visiting.
Are you planning anything definite?
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall. I weigh 118 pounds. I smoke occasionally, drink less occasionally, and I study law at Cornell.
A lawyer? You?
What's funny about that?
Well, if you'd said anything else, a model or a nurse, even a lady barber, but a lawyer.
What's wrong with my being a lawyer?
Well, you're not the career girl type, that's all.
Oh, so you analyze character, too.
Sure. You're the maternal type. I can see mother love shining out of those beautiful blue eyes. You know, the thing for you to do is to marry some nice fella, settle down in a rose-covered cottage.
And raise dozens of children, I suppose.
Sure, that's better than raising dozens of affidavits.
You know, your kind of thinking went out with the horse and buggy era, and believe me, that's where I wish you were right now. So if you'll pardon my back, I'd like to look at the scenery.
Well, Miss Higgins, we've come to the end of our journey. But that shouldn't end our friendship, now should it?
I don't see why not, Mr. Mulligan.
Murray. Oh, no kidding, Esmeralda. Let's be friends. I'm taking a cab. Can I drop you somewhere?
No, thank you.
Well, maybe I can drop your baggage off where you're going to stay. How's that?
You'd do that for me, really? Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
I'd be glad to. Just tell me where to go.
I would, but I don't use profanity. Goodbye, Mr. Mulligan.
Dear Mom, it's been a bad day.
I'm sorry, madam, but if you want us to trace your husband, you'll have to come to our offices and make the usual arrangements. I know, madam, but yeah, until 5 o'clock. Yes. Vance Detective Agency. I'll see if he's in.
Pardon me, but I'm here to see Mr. Parker.
Second door to your left, please.
Thank you.
Come in. Now, please don't worry, Mr. Bentley. Our service has always been satisfactory, hasn't it? Yes, I know it's important. It's just as important to us. I'll have my best operatives there. Goodbye, Mr. Bentley. All right, young lady, what's your experience?
Well, not very much, I'm afraid.
What? There's a fine howdy-do. Well, I'm sorry, Miss...
Vance.
I'm
Mary
sorry.
Vance.
I'm sorry, Miss Vance, but I'm afraid you won't... Mary Vance? Not Mary Vance?
Mm-hmm, positively.
Well, how do you do? I'm Parker, the agency manager. I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course. I gather you were expecting someone.
I was. We're a little short-handed right now. The agency has more business than it can handle.
Well, this is good news.
Ordinarily, it would be. You've heard of the Bentley Emerald?
Mm-hmm, even in Ithaca.
Well, old P.J. Bentley is giving it to his son's bride-to-be as a wedding gift. She's Gloria Van Dusen.
Oh, sure. Sure, the well-known glamour girl.
Exactly. The reception's tonight after the wedding, and the emerald will be on display along with the other gifts. We've been commissioned to see that nothing happens to it.
Sounds like quite a feather in our cap.
It is. His is the biggest account we have. Of course, the police will have their people, too. But old P.J. Bentley is eccentric enough to have no confidence of police and rich enough to get away with it. And that's why we're in a jam.
A jam? I'm afraid I don't understand.
We're in a jam because I haven't a single operative available. At least not for that kind of an assignment. I need a clever woman. I've even had to try the employment agencies. Matter of fact, that's where I thought you were from.
Oh, I see.
Well, our attorney tells me you're going to sell the agency.
Yes, I am, Mr. Parker.
Good.
Mr. Parker, you say you're stuck for a woman operative for the Bentley affair tonight?
Oh, yes.
And it's very important? You shouldn't pass up this job?
That's right, but
And you need a fairly intelligent young woman who looks well in evening clothes, who can pass for a member of the smart set, who can be trusted to keep her eye on the emerald. Is that correct?
You sound as if you were applying for the job.
I am.
You're what?
Applying for the job. Do I get it?
Oh, please, Miss Vance, you're joking.
I'm not joking. After all, I own this agency. I must have its welfare at heart.
But you don't know anything about this kind of work.
But this is a crisis, and I think I can help.
You're not a detective.
Oh, I know that, but I've studied quite a bit of criminal law, and I think I'll do just as well as somebody you'd get from an employment agency, if you got someone.
Now, Miss Vance, I must insist
that you... Now, just a
minute,
Mr. Parker. I own this agency, and I'm in a better position to insist than you are, and that's just what I'm doing.
Okay, Miss Vance. You're the boss. You'll need a license, and I'll assign one of our men to stand by and keep an eye on you while you're keeping an eye on the emerald tonight. He's not the type for this kind of a job, but he'll have to do it.
We'll manage.
I hope so.
Yes, sir?
Send in Bingo Doherty.
Gee, Miss Vance, them newspaper guys certainly give you a big play this afternoon, didn't they? When you got your license, I mean.
Yes, Bingo. I never saw so much gallantry in one place before.
Murder. They sure went to town. Too bad all that ballyhoo's going to be wasted.
Yes.
Look, Miss Vance, are you really going to sell the agency? Why don't you run it?
Now, do I look like a gumshoe? No, Bingo. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The agency wouldn't be any good to me, and I wouldn't be any good for it. After all, it's no business for a woman.
Yeah, I guess you got the right idea.
I know I have.
Only, gee, it's kind of shame. Your Uncle Mike run the joint for 25 years, and the name of Vance in the detective business has been like a institution. In other words...
I know, Bingo, but that's the way things work out sometimes.
Yeah. Ain't life sordid, Miss Vance?
Well, Bingo, this is probably the most expensive wedding reception of the decade.
Yeah. There's enough champagne here in this joint to float a battleship.
To say the least. Hey, Bingo, you know what I think? I think we ought to separate, mingle with the guests, perhaps. We don't want to look too obvious.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Miss Vance. You ain't going to leave me alone with all these stuffed shirts, are you?
Don't forget you're doing a pretty good job of stuffing your own shirt.
Yeah, and this starch collar is killing me.
Hey, suppose you wait here and keep an eye on the bride's presents while I sort of drift around and mingle with the upper crust.
Okay, Miss Vance. Oh, say, look at Murray of the Headquarters Society detail in the soup and fish. Ain't he got the savoir-faire?
Who?
Over there by the pillar, the good-looking guy.
What? I know that man. I met him on the train. Is he a policeman?
Detective sergeant, and a good one, too.
Well. Pardon me, Bingo. And don't forget your own savoir-faire.
Huh? Oh, sure. Gee, if the guys at Barney's bar could get a gander at me now, they'd swear I was getting, class conscious. Murder, murder.
May I have this dance, Miss Higgins?
I'd be delighted. Oh, it's you.
That's right. Shall we?
But can I lose?
Well, I never dreamed we'd meet again, at least so soon.
It is a small world, isn't it? Sergeant Murray.
Yes? Who told you I was on the force?
Oh, I know all about you, Sergeant. For example, you're on a society detail.
Well, I guess I may as well break down and confess. Yep, I'm always assigned to these society affairs. The inspector thinks I look good in tails.
He's right there, but one tail would be enough.
Sweet child.
And you're here to guard the Bentley Emerald, aren't you?
That's right. Hey, what do you know about the Emerald?
I also know that Mr. Bentley thinks the police force are incompetent and immaterial.
Oh, he does, huh?
Now, Sergeant, don't stop dancing. People are looking at you.
Well, let them look. And how is it that you're so familiar with Mr. Bentley's opinions, Miss Higgins?
Oh, not Higgins. Vance. Mary Vance. You see, Mr. Bentley hired me to keep an eye on the Emerald. In person.
He hired you?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Vance. You wouldn't have any connection with the Vance Detective Agency, would you?
I own it.
You? Woo, from mouthpiece to gumshoe in 48 hours. Oh, lady, you change careers more often than I do shirts.
What's wrong with my being a private detective?
Now, don't stop dancing, Miss Pinkerton. I mean, Miss Vance. People are looking.
Really, Sergeant, I think you're afraid of a little competition.
Oh, sure. I'm afraid to pieces, but not of competition. Now, look, Esmeralda.
The name is Mary.
All right, Mary. Now, kidding on the square. Go back to your law books, but fast.
Oh, now you think the law is a good career for a woman.
Well, it's better than the racket you're getting into. Crime isn't romantic. It's ugly and sordid. It's rotten.
Is that all, Sergeant Murray?
No, that's not all. You get yourself all mixed up with some really bad boys, and your pretty head won't be worth a nickel. Now, take a guy's advice and go back to school like a good little girl.
Would it be too much of a strain for you to mind your own business?
Okay. Let's dance. People are looking.
Well, that's better.
Don't holler when you get hurt.
I won't. And don't you pout if I make you look bad.
It's a deal. Incidentally, now that you're a working detective, you might as well know the kind of playmate you're taking on.
What do you mean?
You see that man near the French window?
You mean that tall, distinguished-looking man with the gray hair?
Yep. That tall, distinguished-looking man is Silk Jennings, one of our better jewel thieves.
No.
Yes, he usually works the European pleasure spas, but the war killed that. And that man in the corner there...
He reminds me of my English professor.
Well, he's none other than High Pocket's Harry Miller, also a dealer in hot ice.
You mean they're criminals?
Yep.
They're probably after the emerald.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, then why don't you arrest them or something?
Because I haven't a thing on them yet.
You know, they don't look like criminals. I mean,
Of course they don't. That's why they're top notches. But neither of them would stop at murder, believe me.
Excuse me, just a minute, please.
Where are you going?
Just a part of my nose, if you don't mind.
Well, hurry back.
What happened to the lights? Turn on the lights. What's happening? They're on again. What's happening?
The emerald, it's gone.
It's been stolen.
Hey, Sergeant, do you know what happened?
Well, looks like they got to the emerald.
Murder! Hey, you see my boss, Miss Vince?
Nope, she disappeared just before the lights went out.
Disappeared?
Yes, and so have two of the slickest jewel thieves in the country. Come on, Bingo.
Only a minute has passed since the theft of the famous Bentley Emerald, and the vast ballroom is the scene of excitement and confusion. No one, however, knows of the disappearance of Mary Vance and the two uninvited but nonetheless to be reckoned with gentlemen from the underworld. That is, no one but Detective Sergeant Dennis Murray and the redoubtable Bingo Dorrit.
Well, Bingo, did you talk to the gateman?
Yeah, I conversed with him.
Did he see anything?
Plenty. 2 cars pulling out of the driveway and going like bats out of... Hades.
Oh, that crazy girl. She's chasing 2 of the most dangerous jewel thieves in the country.
But that ain't it, Sarge.
What ain't it?
Well, what you said. She ain't chasing them. They're chasing her.
Are you kidding?
Well, the gate man says the first car what pulled out had a dame at the wheel, and the car that was following her had 2 guys in it.
But that can't be unless
what, Sarge?
Bingo, you don't think Mary would swipe that piece of green glass, do you?
Hey, if I thought you meant that, I'd load a boom on you.
Okay, let's go.
Where?
Well, after that nitwit boss of yours. Get my car, Bingo.
an express stop, will you?
Floor, please.
10th floor.
Say, where'd you get the shiner?
I got caught in a jam.
Would you like some beefsteak?
Thanks, kid. I'm not hungry.
Okay, lady. Here's the 10th floor.
Thanks. Clerk, this is Miss Vance in 1005. I'm not home to anyone, understand? Anyone at all. Oh.
So sorry to intrude.
Who are you? How'd you get in?
With this pass key,
Well, what do you want?
the Bentley Emerald, Miss Vance. And don't try to lift that phone.
What makes you think I have the emerald?
We know you got it. Let's not beat around the bush, Miss Vance. Miller and I were after the stone, had the stage all set. You just worked faster than we
I
did.
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no? Incidentally, I do want to apologize for the condition of your eye. The darkness, you know. I didn't expect to find someone else reaching for the stone at the same time I did.
Gentlemen, I think you're making a mistake.
She's too smart, Silk. Let's get tough and
If
square.
you take another step toward me, I'll scream.
Now, just a moment. I'm sure there's no need for violence. Miss Vance, let me explain the situation.
Do.
To begin with, Miller and I went after the emerald on our own hook. You should know that a stone so large and so famous would be extremely difficult to dispose of. Consequently, we've been operating as what might be termed contractors.
Contractors?
Yes. We were hired to obtain the emerald, and for a very handsome retainer, too. You stepped in and almost robbed us of our commission.
Ah, the world's a cruel place, isn't it?
Yeah, for some people. Get to the point, Silk.
Miss Vance, we aren't the kind of men to lose a large sum of money with a smile. I suggest that we cut you in and split the proceeds 3 ways.
Oh, you cut me in?
Exactly. To dispose of the emerald, you would eventually have to do business with our employer, who happens to be the most important fence on the East Coast. He's a good man to have for a friend. A bad one for an enemy.
And I'm only to get a third. Is that all?
Well, on this deal, yes. But I think you're a clever girl. We ought to be able to work together. And do well, too.
And if I refuse?
Then Mr. Miller here will be forced to apply his own method of persuasion.
Oh. Well, I think you boys have something there. It's a deal. But I want to turn the stone over to your boss personally.
Excellent. You are a clever girl.
Good evening, folks. Papa's got a nasty old gun that might explode and go boom. Right in your puss.
Funny man, isn't he?
Yeah. Now you two step over to the corner and face the wall. That's right. And you, young lady, come over toward me. Say, why did you pick up that black eye? It's a Lulu.
You think you're clever, don't you?
Yeah. Now you stand right here by me while I give these gentlemen the once-over. Toting any artillery, Silk?
I never do.
Sure. But this time you were a little out of your territory.
Yes, and you're a long way from yours. Drop your gun, Sergeant, because I got one right in your back.
What? Are you in with these...
Oh.
Good work, Miller.
Did you have to hit him with that thing?
Come on. We better not lose any more time.
Yeah, let's get going. Who is it?
Jennings.
Just a moment. Gentlemen, come in.
Thanks, Mr. Latour.
And who is your charming companion?
We'll tell you about that in a minute.
Tell me first, did you get the stone?
In a roundabout way? Yes. You see, Miss Vance here beat us to the emerald, but we were able to persuade her to join forces with us. At no additional expense to you, I might add.
Excellent.
Oh, she's a very clever girl, Latour. On our way here, she was also instrumental in preventing our arrest.
Incredible.
Meaning what, Mr. Latour?
I mean that you are as clever as you are charming. Where is the emerald?
Miss Vance has it.
Miss Vance?
Of course. There you are.
I confess that I'm baffled.
What do you mean, baffled?
Miss Vance, why you should steal the Bentley emerald, prevent the arrest of my associates, and then so very obligingly bring the stone to me is more than I can understand.
Well, I decided after talking to these gentlemen that I'd like to join forces with you.
Especially since you are a detective.
She's a detective?
Certainly, you idiots. Don't you read the newspapers? There's her picture, the story that goes with it. She's taken over the Vance agency.
Hey, what a nervy dame.
Well, anyway, we've got the emerald.
Yes. And we also have a live corpse on our hands.
Bingo, where are you?
I was down in the lobby keeping my eyes peeled, like you said, when I seen Miss Vance and them two guys come out. So I figure I better follow them. And guess where they went? They went in the back door of Latour's. You know, that high-class jewelry store on Fifth Avenue.
Well, Bingo, you stay right where you are till I get there, and don't let anybody in or out. And don't go in yourself, you get it? Darn that crazy girl. Guinea Police Headquarters.
Then I take it we're all agreed?
That's right, Mr.
All right. We leave immediately for my cottage in Maine. It's right on the ocean, you know. By the time Miss Vance's body is washed in, she'll be unrecognizable.
Now, wait a minute. You know, murder's a serious business.
But at this stage of the game, so is exposure. I'm sorry we have to do this. Truly, I am.
Come on, let's get going.
Yes, we can leave by the street door. It's late, and no one will see us.
We'd better gag her anyway.
Good idea. Take care of it, Miller.
Right. Hey, it's the cops.
Come on, this way.
But the girl. If we're caught with her, we're dead.
I know. Wait. We'll put her in the vault. She'll suffocate. We can dispose of her body later. Now, hurry. Hurry. Out the back way.
Let him have it.
All right, boys, the game's up. Come on, up with your hands. Nice work, Bingo. Are you hurt?
Nah, where's Miss Vance?
Yeah, where is she, Latour?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, boys, we'll make them talk.
Wait a minute. I'm not taking a murder rap. She's in the vault.
Get her out, Latour.
It's not locked. Just throw back the bolt.
Well. Look at little Miss Pinkerton. Come on, out you go.
Think you're smart, don't you?
That's what I get for saving your life. Get back in the safe.
Oh, all right.
Noonan, you can take these gentlemen down to the station now.
All right, Sergeant. Come on, get along. Come on.
Now, when and where did you get that shiner, Miss Gumshoe?
When I took the emerald.
And why, if I may be so bold, did you snitch Exhibit A?
Because it was the only thing I could do. I saw this high pockets individual getting ready to turn off the lights. I had to act quick. I grabbed the emerald first.
And?
Well, I got the black eye in the tussle with Jennings, and then I got scared and I ran. I don't know why. I got into my car and they followed me.
But why did you stick a gun in my back and get me knocked out?
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Well, I found out that they were only part of a ring. The tour was the big shot, the master fence. That was even bigger than the emerald itself. I had to follow through, and then you got in the way.
Uh-huh. And you might add, it was a mighty good thing for you that I got back in your way.
Well, thank you kindly, Sergeant.
No, you're welcome. Now, let me tell you something, little Miss Muffet. All you did tonight was to mess up the sweetest little trap ever set by the police department of this great city.
Don't be a poor sport, Sergeant Murray.
Believe me, I'm not. We've been trying to find the identity of the man above Jennings and Miller for a long time, so tonight we set a trap.
A trap?
Yes, but the wrong mouse nibbled the cheese. Why do you think I gave Jennings and Miller so much rope? It's because I wanted them to steal the emerald.
You wanted them to steal the emerald?
Sure, it was a fake.
A fake? You mean I took a chance on my life for an imitation emerald?
That's right. You don't think we'd bait a trap with a real article? We arranged the whole thing with Mr. Bentley and the insurance company.
Well, of all the things.
Here comes the press. Hi, boys.
Hi, Sarge.
Hey, isn't that Mary Vance? Hiya, Mary.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Hey, by the looks of that shiner, Miss Vance has been a busy little girl. Come on, Mary, spill it.
What happened?
Now, just a minute, boys.
Sabotage, will you, Sarge?
Come on over here, Miss Vance, and tell us all about it.
Well, how do you like that?
It looks like Miss Vance is getting all the play, huh, Sarge?
Yeah, so it does.
Well, that's life, Sarge. In other words,
a guy named Murray is a first-class...
Sarge. Temper.
I don't mind admitting I had a very anxious night, Miss Vance.
You had an anxious night, Mr. Parker.
How does it feel to have your name on every front page in town?
Yeah, Miss Vance, you were in the limelight, all right.
It hurts my eyes.
Too much excitement, eh? Well, you can relax now. After last night's business, you'll have no trouble at all getting some good offers for the agency.
Mm-hmm.
Come in.
Huh, am I intruding?
Not at all, Sergeant.
Good. I'd like to take you to lunch.
Really? As a tribute to my ability?
Frankly, no. As a tribute to your luck. Stop kidding yourself, Mary. You're not a detective. You never will be.
That's not what the newspapers think.
Yeah? Well, if I hadn't been around, the only newspaper headline you'd rate today would have been an obituary.
Sour grapes.
I hear you're going to sell the agency.
What? I don't know where you got that impression.
But, Miss Vance...
Are you kidding?
I had intended to sell it, but you men who think all women are helpless nitwits give me 12 kinds of a pain. Not only am I going to keep the agency, but I'm going to show you that I can outsleuth you in every direction, including spades. Goodbye, gentlemen. I'm going to lunch alone.
Ain't she the spit of her Uncle Mike? Yep. So she's going to be Miss Pinkerton Incorporated, huh? Well, one of these days she's going to poke that pretty nose of hers into something and get it caught. And I won't be around to unhook it. Or, will I?
Supporting Miss Blondell and Mr. Powell were Hanley Stafford, Gail Gordon, Ed Max, Elliot Lewis, Frederick Gurman, and Sarah Berner. Story by Carl Foreman and Charles R. Marion. Music composed and directed by Lenny Kahn. Miss Pinkerton Incorporated was conceived and produced by J. Donald Wilson. This is Art Gilmore speaking. Listen in next week to Miss Pinkerton Incorporated for the story of the man who became obsessed with the urge to kill, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney must see people through different eyes than others. The man who passes on the street may be a criminal wanted for prosecution, or he may be an innocent man who will one day find himself enmeshed in the law by a chain of circumstance. To tell them apart is the function of justice. This case started on a lonely road on the outskirts of town.
How is he, Francie?
He's still out, Rocky. You hit him awful hard.
Well, what'd you expect for $93,000? A love tap?
Well, he isn't just another gambler who can't go to the law. He's an important man. He'll make trouble.
Yeah. For who? An undertaker?
Rocky, you're not gonna...
Yeah, I'm gonna. What do you want me to do? Wake him up, tell him I'm sorry, give the dough back to him?
He won it.
Suckers ain't supposed to win. I run that game for me to win, one way or another. Yeah, this place is as good as any.
Rocky, I'm scared.
Oh, you just shut your mouth and help me get him out, will you?
Rocky, please.
So help me, Francie. One more bleed out of you and I'll shove the muzzle of this gun down your throat and pull the trigger. Now, you going to help me get him out or you want me to drag you out with him?
Don't hurt me, Rocky. I'll help you.
That's better. Come on. Let's stop, will you? That's it. That's better. All right. You hear anything coming?
How could I hear anything in this rain?
That's good. Nobody else will hear anything either. Well, goodbye, Mr. Ferguson. Too bad you got so lucky.
In here, Ryan.
I wish you'd tell me what this is all about, Mr. Harrington.
District Attorney will tell you. Morning, Miss Miller.
Good morning, Harrington.
Chief in?
Yes?
This is Joe Ryan, the cab driver we've been looking for. And you better tell him. Yes, Miss Miller?
Harrington's here, Mr. Garrett. He has a Joe Ryan with him.
I'll send him in.
Yes, sir.
All right. Through here, Ryan. You've been a little difficult to find, Mr. Ryan. We've been looking for you for 4 days.
I didn't know that till this morning.
Are you in the habit of taking 4-day vacations from driving your cab?
No, sir. I took the time off because I've been looking for a good buy on a new cab.
Why didn't you register a change of address with the Motor Vehicle Bureau when you moved a couple of months ago?
I forgot, that's all.
Well, you know that's a violation, don't you?
Yes, sir, but... Look, is that why you picked me up?
No, that isn't why. 4 nights ago, Ryan, just before you took this unusual vacation, you picked up a fare outside the Chelsea Club. Just a few minutes before midnight. Remember?
Ah, so that's it.
What did you expect it to be? Story of the murder's been in all the papers.
I know it.
You picked up a fare who was found murdered the next morning, and you know about it. But you don't get in touch with the police. Why?
Why should I? I don't know nothing about it. I picked the man up and I drove him home.
His body was found out on Pendleton Road.
What's that got to do with me? I took him home. Look, if you think I had anything to do with this, you're sending your dogs on the wrong trail.
Are we? Do you know we impounded your cab at the garage?
No, I didn't know it. I haven't been near the garage.
Maybe you should have been. Police lab crews gave the cab a going over. This is their report. Like me to read it to you?
I'd like anything that'd help to clear this up, yeah.
According to this report, Ryan, there were bloodstains on the back seat and the floor mat of your cab. Type O. The report also states that John Ferguson's blood was type O.
Now, what's that prove? Lots of people have type O blood.
You've been reading up on the subject?
I don't have to read up. I was in the medics in the service. I got type O blood myself.
You trying to tell us it was your own blood on that back seat?
No, a guy got hurt in my cab.
When?
Why, it was the same night I picked Mr. Ferguson up at the Chelsea Club. Look, I've driven Mr. Ferguson lots of times.
Yeah, we know. The doorman told us. That's what started us looking for you. Who got hurt in your cab?
I don't know who he was. Can I tell you about it, about how it happened?
Oh, that's why you're here.
All right. Well, it was after I dropped Mr. Ferguson off. I picked up these 6 guys. They were wearing those hats, you know, the convention that was in town last week.
Shriners?
Yeah, that's right. Well, there were 6 of them. And, brother, was it raining. They flagged me down. I don't usually take 6, but, well, with the weather and everything, I packed them in.
Then what?
Well, like I said, it was raining cats and dogs. They wanted to go to Savern Plaza. I took the freeway in. Some guy cut in front of me at Montrose turnoff, and I had to go for the brakes. The road was wet, and I went into a skid. Threw him around a little bit in the back seat. One of the guys in the drop seat bumped something, got a nosebleed. That's it. That's the whole story. Look, you gotta believe me about this.
Ryan, just before he left the Chelsea Club, Howard Ferguson cashed a check for $2,000. That was at midnight. You say you drove him home, but his body is found the next morning out on Pendleton Road without a cent on him. And we find you out shopping for a new cab. And it doesn't look good, Ryan.
I don't care how it looks.
Where'd you get the money for the new cab?
I won it.
Won it where?
Well, I won it a couple of months ago, just before I moved. That's where I got the dough to move.
Oh, what do you mean by won?
Oh, the guys around the garage. We used to play the numbers. You know, the numbers racket.
And you won?
Yes, I won.
Then you won in $1 million in that sucker racket.
I know it, but that's where I got the dough. I spent part of it moving, and I was holding the rest until now to buy a new cab when the new models came out. They came out day before yesterday.
Uh-huh.
That's where the dough come from. Honest it is.
Okay. Then there's only one other thing you have to tell us about. Who sold you the numbers?
A guy named Willie Lamont.
Where can we find him?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, he hasn't been around the garage in a couple of months. All of a sudden, he just stopped coming around.
Can any of the other cab drivers verify that you won that money?
No, I never told any of them.
Ryan, your story is pretty thin.
You can prove the part about the blood, can't you? Find the 6 guys I picked up.
Almost 40,000 of them come in for the convention from every state in the country. The convention ended yesterday. Our chances of finding them might have been good while they were still in town.
Yeah, but we couldn't find you until this morning. And you didn't come in on your own.
I swear to you, I took Ferguson home.
Then how did his body get out on the Pendleton Road?
Wait a minute. I just remembered something.
You better remember for your own good.
What is it, Ryan?
Wait a minute. When I took him home, there's a big circular driveway at his place. Well, there was a car in front of the house when I let him out. I passed right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a couple of people in the car. It was a limousine.
Why didn't you mention this before?
Well, I didn't think of it. I figured they were waiting to get into the house.
You didn't wait to find out?
No, I collected my fare and blew.
Ryan, nobody saw that car except you.
Servants didn't see anything. They didn't even hear your cab, Ryan.
It was raining so hard, the rain kept them from hearing.
Well, that could be one explanation.
What other explanation could there be?
The one that all the evidence seems to point to. Ryan, you never took Ferguson home.
This is a frame.
Take it easy.
It's a frame. Mr. Ferguson was a big shot, so you got to pin this on somebody in a hurry. And I'm the patsy, ain't I? It's a frame, ain't it? No matter what I tell you.
Everything you said will be checked, Ryan. Every single point. If you're innocent, I want to know it. I have no choice but to hold you.
I know.
Take him over to the county jail and book him, Harrington. Then come back and meet me in the record room.
Okay, Chief. Come on, Ryan.
Miss Miller?
Yes, Mr. Garrett.
Call the county sheriff's office. Vice squad detail. Ask for Sergeant Payne.
Sergeant Payne. Yes, sir.
Tell him I'd like him to come over and meet me in the record bureau.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Chief.
Get Ryan booked all right?
Yep. Well, what'd you think of his story?
Weak, but it has possibilities.
Like what?
This, for instance. There's a petty gambler named Willie Lamond. 3 times arrested as a runner for various bookies. Always the same charge. Taking bets on the numbers racket.
Yeah, but those arrests are all dated before you convinced the state legislature that gambling ought to be a felony.
He's probably been more careful since then. Gamblers are hard to put out of business.
No regular joints operating.
No, but there are floating places. And runners like Willie Lamond picking up bets.
Well, can't be much of it.
More than you think. I've had somebody on the sheriff's vice squad working on a report.
Oh, who?
Young sergeant. His name is Ed Payne. He's on his way over now. I thought he might be able to give us some information on Willie Lamond.
Look, couldn't I have handled this gambling report?
You're too well known to the professionals, Harrington. I need a young man who could work right in with them undercover. Payne's well qualified, fresh out of Army intelligence and a comparative stranger in town.
Oh.
Don't worry. You'll be there when we have a complete report and the time comes from the crackdown.
Chief, even if we do find this Willie Lamond, he's not going to stick his neck out to help Ryan. He won't admit taking that bet.
We'll have to find a way to make him admit it. Without Lamond's testimony, Ryan will be a cinch for conviction.
Oh, Chief, there's a fellow over there looking around.
Oh, that's Ed Payne. Over here, Sergeant.
Hi, Mr. Garrett. The secretary said you wanted to see me.
Yes. Sergeant Payne, this is my assistant, Harrington.
Hello, Sergeant.
Glad to know you. Heard a lot about you.
There's somebody else I hope you've heard a lot about, Payne. A bookmaker's runner named Willie Lamond. He's still operating?
Uh-huh. Left town a couple of months ago. Went to Chicago.
Oh, that's rough.
It's all right. We can extradite him if we have to.
That might not be too easy, Mr. Garrett.
Why not?
There's been some talk about him since he's been gone. They say he got ambitious in Chicago. Word got around that he was holding out some bets on his new boss. And also slipping in a phony win or two to turn himself a dishonest dollar. The boss got wise to it.
You mean Lamond is on the run again? I need him badly as a witness.
Mr. Garrett, you know how the mobs are. If you want my opinion, Willie Lamond isn't on the run. He's standing still. Somewhere on the bottom of Lake Michigan, wearing a pair of cement shoes.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the vanishing runner, here is an important message from my sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A prominent citizen had been murdered, and a cab driver, surrounded by a mesh of circumstantial evidence, had been taken into custody. We needed a small-time gambler to verify the cab driver's alibi. But the underworld grapevine indicated that the only possible witness was dead. For 2 days, I had Harrington and Sergeant Payne of the Sheriff's Vice Squad check on every possible source of additional information. Haven't you been able to locate Harrington yet, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir. Basement garage called. He just drove in. He's on his way up now.
Oh.
You don't look well today.
Well, I had to get a grand jury indictment against Ryan this morning. It isn't a very pleasant prospect.
Well, it's not your... Oh, well, here's Harrington now.
Yeah, sorry it's gone so long, Chief. But I ran into some pretty funny things.
What?
This Howard Ferguson was having an awful lot of trouble before he was killed.
And what kind of trouble?
Well, believe it or not, financial.
Howard Ferguson?
Yeah, that's right. Here. Here's a complete rundown. He was draining money away from his business investments and putting it into his personal account, stalling his creditors. A few of them even had him on a COD basis. And a couple of other things, too. He was the...
excuse me. Am I interrupting?
No, it's all right, Payne. Come in.
Answer just came in from Chicago. No line on Willie Lamont.
Well, I guess the scuttlebutt you heard was right, then. Go ahead, Harrington.
That $2,000 check wasn't unusual. Ferguson had been cashing checks for that amount or more a couple of nights a week.
What would he need it for?
Only one thing I can think of, Mr. Garrett.
Gambling?
Only kind of business I can think of where a lot of money changes hands in the middle of the night.
Payne, when players go to one of these floating games you've been looking into, how are they notified where the game is going to be held?
Well, they aren't notified. A slip-up could lead to a raid. They don't tell the customers where to go. They come and pick them up in a limousine.
Limousine? Chief, Ryan said there was a limousine parked in Ferguson's driveway the night he drove him home.
Gamblers wouldn't have killed Ferguson for $2,000, though. They had an easier way to take the money away from him.
Unless he won.
Yes.
If a man got lucky in a big money game, he might win 50 or 100,000 with a hot pair of dice.
That's enough for a killing.
No, I'm not in, Miss Miller.
Yes, sir. Hello? It's the Holloway Bank and Trust for Harrington.
Oh, that's Ferguson's bank, Chief. They were checking something for me.
I better take it.
Hello? Miss Harrington. Yep. What's that name again? No. First name. Spell it. F-R... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it. Thanks. Thanks, Miss Miller. Ferguson had been writing some other big checks made out to cash, in addition to the one he cashed at the Chelsea Club. The bank says the others were endorsed by a Francine DeVoe.
Francine DeVoe. Mr. Garrett, can I call the record room for a minute?
Go ahead. Get it for me, Miss Miller.
You got a match, Payne?
Yes, sure.
Oh, thanks.
Sure will.
Record room? Just a second.
Thanks. Hello, Mike. Ed Payne. You still got that Willie Lamont folder you pulled for me? No, his wife's maiden name. Yeah, Mike, plenty. Thanks a lot. That's something, Mr. Garrett. Francine DeVoe, alias Francine Lamont. She was Willie Lamont's wife. I heard about it when I was trying to get a rundown on Lamont.
How come she didn't go to Chicago with him?
She divorced Willie a couple of years ago. Started to run around with the big-time gamblers, working for boys like Rocky Jessup.
What do you mean by working for them?
Bait. A shill. Stirring suckers to their games.
Men like Ferguson?
He cashed an awful lot of checks.
Can you find out where Rocky Jessup is holding his next game?
No, I could find out, but I couldn't get in.
Why not? You've been making contact.
Yeah, as a small-time gambler. I've never flashed the kind of money they're interested in. And if I did flash it all of a sudden, they might get curious.
Well, suppose you called up and said you had a wealthy customer, somebody you'd steer to the game for a percentage.
Yeah, that could work. But who? You or Harrington, they might know.
How about me?
Oh, please.
No, wait a minute, Harrington. How about it, Payne?
Well, could be good. Wealthy young woman from out of town looking for kicks.
Hey, I was only joking, Mr. Garrett.
Well, I wasn't.
I'd be scared silly.
They won't try anything inside the place. There'll be other people. Anything they do will be outside. And when you come outside, we'll be waiting.
But I won't know how to act or what to say.
Oh, we'll tell you. But first, take this.
$100? What would
Go to a costume rental place. Rent an evening gown, the best they have, and a fur wrap. Buy some good-looking costume jewelry. You drive it, Harrington.
But...
Come on, Cinderella.
You know what I want you to do, don't you, Payne?
I think so. After we get in, ask questions. Make them suspect I'm a cop.
That's right. Maybe if you tip your hand, they'll tip theirs. Now call Rocky Jessup and arrange for the pickup.
I'm scared, Payne.
Do you like a little action, huh, Miss Miller?
Yes, I think gambling's very exciting.
Well, I run a good game. You'll like it. What's your poison?
I beg your pardon? I can't hear you too well back here.
No, I said, what do you like? The wheel, phone, spaceport?
Roulette, Rocky. She likes the wheel.
Oh, good. You'll be happy that Payne suggested my place to you. Payne tells me you're from out of town.
Yeah, that's right. Cleveland.
Family and business there?
Yes, they have a chain of grocery stores.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, people gotta eat.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said that's right, Mr. Jessup.
Oh, just call me Rocky, huh? But don't let the name fool you. I'm really a soft guy. Payne will tell you.
Rocky's tops, Miss Miller.
I don't see any particular car following us, Payne.
The working relays on the radio car set up. One turns off, another one turns in behind us.
You say something, Payne?
Just telling Miss Miller about the percentages in the game. Odds, law of averages, and all that.
Yeah. You want to listen to him, Miss Miller. This boy knows the score. You might make a killing tonight. Well, here we are. Target for tonight.
Well, what kind of a place is this?
Oh, don't be scared. This is just an abandoned airplane hangar. Used to be an airfield here and a flying school. There's no use letting the building go to waste, huh?
You sure know how to pick the spots, Rocky.
Yeah, and you sure know how to pick the dolls. Well, come on, Miss Miller. Thinking you're liable to cost me some money tonight. Nobody's going to be looking at the dice with you around. Just got to be careful, you know. All right, go ahead now, folks.
Dark.
Well, it'll be light as soon as we get through the other door.
Oh, don't be afraid. Come on.
Hey, looks a little better than you thought, huh, Miss Miller?
It's surprising.
Well, all my customers go first class. Francine.
I'll be there in a second.
All righty. Francine's her hostess. She'll tell you where the action is. Oh, Francie, this is Miss Miller. She's from Cleveland, friend of Payne's. You know Payne, don't you?
I've seen him around. Francine. My uncle mentioned meeting a Francine the last time he was here on a visit. He likes to gamble, too.
Is that so? What's your uncle's name?
Miller. Same as mine. Robert Miller.
I don't remember him.
Well, it could have been another Francine, of course, but... Well, it is an unusual name.
How long ago?
Just about a week ago. Yes, just the night before he came back to Cleveland.
I didn't run no game last week.
Uncle Bob said the game was in some kind of an old restaurant on Penderson Road, something like that.
No, Pendleton Road.
That wouldn't be our game. Would it, Rocky?
No, not out there.
Must have been somebody else, Miss Miller.
No, he said Francine. He said it was raining like blazes. Oh, yes. And some man won a lot of money. Practically broke the game. Uncle Bob was standing right next to him. His name was Ferguson.
Your uncle tells you things in detail, doesn't he?
You better show me what refreshments we got, Francine, huh? Payne and the lady can just drift around and look things over. Okay, Payne?
Oh, sure. Come on, Miss Miller. I'll show you the dice table.
I thought that same Mr. Ferguson might be here. If he was, I bet the way he's at.
I sure don't like this, Francie.
Neither do I. Why didn't you tell me Payne was coming?
Why?
Because he's the one who's been nosing around asking questions about Willie.
Well, we had nothing to do with what happened to Willie.
No, but we did with Ferguson, and he was asking questions like a cop.
Why would a cop steer a rich dame here?
Rich dame, nothing.
Huh?
Did you see the label in that fur jacket she's dragging around?
No.
Madame Pompadour Costume Rentals.
Get him over to the door.
Well, I...
Do like I tell you. We gotta get rid of him tonight and blow town, but fast. Now, go ahead.
Miss Miller.
Oh, we were just watching.
There's a much bigger game in another room around the side of the building. Rocky thought you and Mr. Payne would rather go in there.
Which way?
Well, we have to go outside first and then around.
Well, that sounds interesting, Miss Miller.
Yes. Oh, that dark place again.
It's only for a second.
All right, cop. You and this dame outside to the car. And no funny moves or I get a hole in my pocket and you got a hole in your back.
Do what they say, Miss Miller.
Where are you going to take us?
Same place we took Ferguson. And we're going to leave you the same way.
I wouldn't count on that,
Rocky.
You're covered every way. Don't move.
You dirty...
Down, Miss Miller.
Don't kill me. He's dead. Don't kill me, too.
Let me help you, Miss Miller.
Oh, thanks.
How is he hanging?
Rocky, he's not dead. He'll live to stand trial.
Well, I'll testify. I'll make a deal with you.
We don't need any deals, thank you. Take him in, Hannigan. Payne?
Right, Chief.
Yes, Mr. Garrett.
Round up that crowd inside. They can do their gambling in a cell for the night. Come on, Miss Miller. I'll drive you home.
Thank you.
You're shaking. You scared?
Oh, Mr. Garrett, I just kept thinking when they were shooting, what could I ever tell a Madame Pompadour Costume Company if I brought back this fur jacket with a bullet hole in it?
What? Miss Miller, if I didn't hear it, I wouldn't believe it.
Oh, I shouldn't have expected a man to understand.
This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Rocky Jessup was tried and convicted on a charge of murder in the first degree. The death penalty was mandatory. His accomplice, Francine DeVoe, alias Francine Lamont, was sentenced to the women's prison for 15 years. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A knowledge of the law is a minor part of the qualifications of a district attorney, because enforcement of the law depends upon factors outside the law. Things the district attorney must know or learn if the blindfold on justice is to be lifted. Take this case. It started late one night in the cultivated field in the farm area of the county.
How many more bales we got to load, Slim?
15, 20 left, that's all.
Well, this'll be the last truckload, then.
Yeah. The sooner you get off the place with it, the better.
Mullen's sure going to be surprised when he gets a look at this field tomorrow.
What do we got for the stuff?
Market's about $30 a ton. Clear almost $200 apiece. Not as much as we could make stealing livestock.
Sure, steal livestock and get sent to the pen. Maybe there ain't as much money in alfalfa, but it ain't marked either. Nobody can say it ain't yours once you get in the clear with it.
I suppose Mullen suspects you had something to do with this?
Me? His old army buddy? Not a chance. Besides, he saw me take a sleeping pill before we turned in tonight. At least he thinks he saw me take it. Give me the pitchfork.
Here.
Push these bales back away from the tailgate.
Slim.
What's the matter?
Shh. I heard something moving over by the rack.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Mullen. Maybe he...
Keep quiet, Trent.
Who's out in this field?
It is him.
You better answer me. I can see the outline of your truck.
We better run for it.
No, he woke up. He must know I'm not in the house.
Who are you? Talk up, fast.
It's me, Mullen, Harry Trent.
What's the matter, Trent? You lost or something? Your farm's on the other side of that fence. What are you doing in my field in the middle of the night? With a truck full of my alfalfa.
Why, I've been...
Save it, Trent. Just tell me where Slim is. Where'd that thieving rat run to? I didn't run any place, Mullen.
You...
Don't move. That's a pitchfork you feel against your back. Now just march up to the house.
What are you going to do to him, Slim?
I'm going to lend him my bottle of sleeping pills and see to it that he takes an overdose of them. Nice, clean, and quiet. That'd be a great idea, Slim. If I'd hold still for it. But I ain't about to hold still.
Look out, Slim!
Punch him, Trent. Hit him. Let go of that fork, Mullen. Oh. Now, Mullen, here's something you don't have to hold still for.
Oh! You maniac. Now what are we going to do?
Shut up. We're going to do just what we started to do. Get that load out of here and sell it like we planned. And keep your mouth shut. If you don't, I'll shut it for you. Now get going.
Ain't you coming?
Of course I'm not coming, stupid. I'm going into the house and back to bed, where I've been all night. Get going.
There's the body, Chief.
Who found it, Harriet?
Hound came across it earlier this morning. Set up a racket. Dog's owner knew by the way he was barking that something was up, so he came over.
One of those men?
Yeah. Fellow in the Mackinac. Named Sam Richardson. His farm adjoins this one, along the east fence.
Who are the other two men?
Well, Harry Trent. Farm on the north is his. The skinny one is Slim Ferryman. He worked for Mullen, lives here on the place. Says he and Mullen were war buddies.
Find out if he has any family?
Just a sister, married. Name's Wharton, Ellie Wharton. She lives upstate someplace. We're trying to trace her.
Well, can't talk to her until we find her. You better talk to the neighbors now.
It's all right, Chinks. Just lie down. He won't bite.
This is Mr. Garrett, the district attorney, gentlemen.
Howdy. Hello.
This is Sam Richardson, Chief. This one's Harry Trent, and this one is Slim Ferryman.
Hi.
Hello. Gentlemen, I understand you're a dog found the body, Mr. Richardson.
That's right.
When did you last see Mullen alive?
Yes,
Yesterday morning. Passed each other by the fence down there. Talked a minute or two.
Now, how about you, Mr. Trent?
Well, I ain't seen Mullen for a couple of days, I guess.
Slim seems to be the one who saw him last, Chief.
Except for whoever killed him, he means, Mr. Garrett.
I know what he means. Tell me about you while we walk over to the house.
Well, sure. I saw Mullen last night. We ate supper, and I turned in early.
Then this must have happened during the night.
Must have.
Why would Mullen come out to this field at night?
I don't know. I didn't even know he'd left the house until Richardson came pounding on the door and woke me up this morning after he found the body. Is that right, Sam?
That's right.
How come you didn't hear Richardson's dog? Body's closer to where you were than where he was.
Well, I was sleeping kind of heavy. I took a sleeping pill last night. Must have knocked me out good. We put in a hard day yesterday.
Doing what?
Loading alfalfa from this field onto the truck. Me and Mullen must have moved about 200 bales.
Oh? Well, I was wondering why there were so few bales from such a large field. Only a dozen or so left.
Well, Mullen had a buyer for most of it, I guess. Anyhow, he spent the day trucking it away.
Tire tracks all over the field, Chief.
Mm-hmm. Any idea who Mullen sold his crop to, Slim?
He didn't say.
You think somebody might have paid for the stuff, Chief? Then come back to rob him?
Yeah, if that's it. Mullen made the robbing mighty convenient by coming out into this field at night.
Mm-hmm. There was no money on the body, Chief.
He may have hidden it in the house, or maybe he even had time to bank it yesterday. I want a thorough check made on it. If anybody...
Oh, that's the phone.
Hold it, Slim. I'll get it. You stay out here. Hello?
Mr. Garrett?
Oh, yes, Miss Miller.
We located Mullen's sister, Ellie Horton.
Oh, good. Where is she?
A town called Haskell, about 40 miles upstate. The address is 414 Sycamore Street.
Has she been notified of her brother's death?
I called the local minister. Asked him to break it to her.
Oh, that's good. She may be in condition to talk by the time Harrington and I get there. I want you to call the lab. Have Fred Morgan set out here. Tell him to bring plaster of Paris, Moular's equipment.
Yes, sir.
There are a lot of truck tire tracks in the field where Mullen was killed. I want castings made and compared with the tire tread on Mullen's own truck to make sure it was Mullen's truck.
Yes, sir.
And tell Fred to wait until evening to do it. I don't want anybody to see him.
I understand.
You know where to reach me. Ellie Wharton's in Haskell.
Yes, sir.
Who was it?
It was for me.
I'd like to get back to my farm if it's all right, Mr. Garrett.
Well, you can all go about your business for now. Come on, Harrington.
Where to, Chief?
Haskell, in upstate. We'll located Mullen's sister.
You, think she'll know anything?
Well, I don't know. But Mullen's friends and neighbors don't seem to know much, do they?
Why would anybody want to kill him?
Won't you sit down, Mrs. Wharton, please?
I can't. He was here only last Sunday, spending the day with us, playing with the baby and arguing with Dan.
Well, who was Dan?
My husband.
What were they arguing about, Mrs. Wharton?
Oh, I didn't mean a real argument. Politics, taxes. You know how men get to talking.
You know of anybody who might have gained anything by having your brother out of the way?
No, he never made any enemies.
The motive must have been robbery, Chief. The crop money.
Yes. I guess we'd better get back to town. Oh, you shouldn't be alone here, Mrs. Wharton.
The minister's coming back later.
Can't your husband come home from work?
He's away for a few days on a business trip.
Away? Where?
Buying crops. He works for the Haskell Feed and Grain Company.
Oh, see. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Wharton.
Chief, that job her husband's got.
Yes, buying feed and grain crops.
Seems to me like Mullen would sell that alfalfa to his own brother-in-law.
Seems that way to me, too. We'll drive over to Haskell Feed and Grain. I noticed their storage elevators off the highway when we were coming in.
Wharton won't be there.
Well, no, but they might be able to tell us where to find him.
Almost 4 p.m., Chief. We must have covered 50 farms since yesterday afternoon.
Well, Wharton's in this area someplace. Hey, look.
Huh? What?
Car parked outside of the barn up ahead.
Yeah, that's it, all right. Haskell Feed and Grain emblem on the side of the door. I don't see anybody around.
He might be in the barn.
There he is, the other end of the barn, leaning on the stall. Must be the owner of the farm he's talking to.
Oh, he's seen us. Coming this way now. Watch him carefully, just in case.
Yep.
You fellas looking for me?
You Dan Wharton?
That's right.
Would you mind telling us when you last saw your brother-in-law?
2 days ago, when I started out on this trip.
You stopped by his place?
That's right.
Family call or business?
Business. Made a bid on his alfalfa. We're just about finished sweating, ready to be hauled for storage.
Oh, how did you pay him for it? Cash or a company check?
I didn't pay him for it. He said it wasn't for sale.
You better be sure of that, mister.
What do you mean?
He means Mullen's alfalfa crop was sold and moved just before Mullen was killed. The night of the day you stopped there.
Whoever told you that is a liar.
It's no lie, Wharton. We saw it with our own eyes.
I don't care what you saw. I know that alfalfa wasn't for sale, to me or anybody else.
What makes you so sure of that?
I'll tell you what makes me so sure, and you can check with Bob Mullen's bank. Bob told me he'd made arrangements for a bank loan to buy 20 head of dairy cattle. That's why I'm sure. He was getting them in next month, and he needed that alfalfa for winter forage. He couldn't have sold it, not to anybody.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the blood harvest, here is an important message from my sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A farmer had been brutally murdered with a pitchfork in a harvested field. His helper had stated that the crop of alfalfa from the field had been sold the day of the murder. But the brother-in-law of the slain man insisted that the crop had not been sold. By the time I got back to my office, there was more disturbing information.
Morgan left these plaster castings of the truck tracks yesterday afternoon.
Will they match the tire treads on Mullen's truck?
He says no. Mullen's tires have just been recapped. These are badly worn. He marked the spots with red ink, especially the crescent-shaped gouge mark.
Might have been the buyer's truck, Chief.
Yes, except that Slim Ferryman said that Mullen hauled the stuff away after loading it. If it was the buyer's truck, Slim would have known who the buyer was, at least a description. Come on, Harrington. Bring those tire track castings with him.
Where to this time?
Back to Mullen's farm. I'm going to find the truck those tire marks came from.
Mullen only had the one truck.
Well, some of his neighbors own trucks, too. I want to make sure none of them owns one with a crescent-shaped gouge in one of the tires.
I'm about walked out, Chief. Why are we crossing the fields when we could drive to each place?
I don't want anybody to know what we're looking for.
Well, Richardson's place was clear. But we're lucky we didn't run into that dog of his. Well, this is Trent's place.
Yeah, looks like he moved his alfalfa crop, too. Fields are clear. Where's the house?
Just about making it out, see? Right there through the trees.
Good. They'll keep us covered. Keep your eyes on the ground.
Right. Hey, hold it.
What?
Nothing. Tractor marks here. Not what we're looking for.
Loose straw on the ground over there. Might have been a loading spot. Move that way.
Yeah. Trent must have had a lot of bales stacked there.
Yes. Well, he certainly did. And there are the truck marks.
Same tread as the casting, all right.
And there's our crescent-shaped mark.
That truck might be over in the barn.
Now, let it go for now. Send the lad crew out late tonight and get a casting right from the tire while Trent's asleep.
Are we going to drive all the way back into town?
No. We'll call them from the village and wait for them. Meanwhile, let's get off Trent's property before he sees us.
The cafe in the next block should have a phone.
All right.
Hey, look.
Coming out of the cafe, going for his car. We didn't have to be so careful out at Trent's place after all. It was here in the village.
Yeah. Too bad we didn't know that.
Well, looks like Trent isn't the only one taking a day off.
Yeah. Slim ferryman in there at the counter. They must have been together.
Now, let's go in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Garrett. Mr. Harrington.
Hello, Slim.
Hi.
You mind if we join you?
No, of course not. You got any line on who killed Mullen yet?
No. Too bad Mullen never mentioned the name of the man who bought his alfalfa.
Yeah, I wish he had.
You and Mullen go all through Korea together?
No, I never got overseas.
I thought you were war buddies.
Well, sure we were. I mean, I met Bob at a base hospital when he was shipped back. Bob Mullen was the best friend I ever had, you see?
Of course, Slim.
When you get the guy who killed him, I'd like to be there to watch when they strap the rat in the electric chair.
I know just how you feel. And I'll do my best to arrange it for you.
Well, I guess I better be going. Here's your money, mate. So long.
So long, Slim.
See you around. You had his teeth rattling there, Chief.
Yeah.
He was pretty frank about not being overseas with Mullen, though.
Well, he knew I could check his service record if he lied.
Oh, gosh. I forgot to call the lab.
Yes. But we're not going to wait from here. Call Miss Miller and tell her what we want.
Where we going?
Back to Haskell's to pick up Dan Wharton. I need him.
Look, Mr. Garrett, I don't know where you're taking me, but I don't want to leave Ellie alone for long.
We'll get you back as soon as possible. You want to help us get the persons responsible for Mullen's death, don't you?
You know who did it?
Well, we think so. Well, we need your help to prove it.
How much acreage did Mullen have in alfalfa? Like 7 or 8 to me.
8's right.
Know exactly how much the yield was?
Well, just about 2 tons an acre. 16 ton all told. That's a good yield for this year.
We saw Trent's alfalfa acreage, Harrington. I'd say he cut about 6 acres, wouldn't you?
Gee, Chief, I wouldn't know.
I can tell you. It was 6 acres.
Well, how do you know, Wharton?
I bought Trent's alfalfa crop from my company. Saw him right after Mullen refused to sell.
Feed and grain companies keep a record of all their purchases, don't they?
Sure.
Can the bales be identified? I mean, are they tagged or stored in such a way that you could tell whom they were bought from?
Yes, they are.
What are you driving at, Chief?
Final proof to break Trent down. I want to know if Trent sold any more than 12 tons of alfalfa.
Okay, fellas. Okay, set it down here.
Thanks, men. That's all.
So he did sell more.
That's right, Wharton. This is one of the bales Trent sold to Prescott Grain and Feed.
Sold it the day after he sold his entire crop to you.
And the day after Mullen was murdered.
How much of it did he sell?
15 tons.
Just a little less than Mullen raised.
There are a dozen bales left on Mullen's field, remember? Now, you've got to help us. Is it humanly possible to prove that this alfalfa came from Mullen's fields and not Trent's?
Yes.
Stuff grown on adjoining acreage? How?
Not by the alfalfa itself, but the way it's baled. This stuff Trent sold to me is baled with 14-gauge wire.
And what about it?
This stuff he sold to Prescott's is baled with 16-gauge wire. And that's the wire Bob Mullen baled with, 16-gauge.
All right, Harrington. Now we're ready to pick Trent up. And he can tell us where Slim Ferryman fits. Come on.
Light just went on inside.
I saw it.
What? Oh, it's you fellas. I heard your car come up the road and I thought...
And you thought it was somebody else.
No, I didn't know who it was.
Oh, we thought you might have been expecting Slim Ferryman.
No. Why would Slim come here?
To take a few lessons in farming, perhaps. So you could show him how to raise 27 tons of alfalfa on 6 acres.
27?
You must know how to do it, Trent, because you sold 27 tons.
But 15 tons of it belonged to Bob Mullen. He baled heavier. He used 16-gauge wire while you used 14-gauge.
I bought Mullen's crop.
He turned down Dan Wharton and sold it to you?
I mean, I hauled it for him. He thought the price might be better someplace else.
Not enough to haul it an extra 30 miles to Prescott's. And besides, you made that sale the day after Mullen was killed.
I had to do it. I was in a trap. I was afraid Slim would kill me, too.
Did he kill Mullen? Were you an eyewitness?
Yes, I saw him do it. I never touched Mullen.
Where is Slim now?
I thought you were him when you drove up. He was going to come by sometime during the night. I've been holding Prescott's check for Mullen's crop. Slim was going to pick it up, take it someplace tomorrow for cashing.
There's a car coming up the road now, Chief.
Handcuff Trent to that water pipe, quick.
But I didn't kill him, I didn't...
Mister, make it easy.
Let's get out there, Harrington.
Why not let them come to us?
He won't stop. You'll see our car and recognize it the minute he turns in behind the house.
He saw it. He's backing up the turn.
Get his tires.
That stopped him.
He's running for it. Move off to that side. The car's shielding him.
Stop running, Slim. You can't beat a bullet.
He's running into the barn.
What's that?
Down the stall there, I think.
Dark. I can't see.
Look out, Harrington!
I got him.
Yes. I think that's Trent's truck there. I'll turn on the headlights. He's dead, Harrington.
Yeah, I didn't see him. I don't even know how I hit him. I just ducked when you yelled, and something whizzed by, and I fired.
Yeah, he was on the ladder to the loft.
What was it he threw at me?
This.
What is it?
Sickle. Dug into the stall post about 2 inches deep.
Yeah, I was standing right there, too. Felt that feed bag brush my face just as you yelled. It's a lucky thing you did.
Yeah, I'm afraid Slim Ferryman wouldn't agree with him.
Look where he landed.
Yes. A stall full of alfalfa. Let's get Trent and take him in. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoy this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here's the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Slim Ferryman's death ended the case. Harry Trent entered a plea of guilty to murder in the second degree and is now serving a 20-year sentence. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney's dream is to find an eyewitness to the commission of a crime. But sometimes the dream can turn out to be a nightmare that helps the criminal instead of exposing him. This case started on a Friday morning, just a few minutes before 9 a.m.
All right, Carney, let's go over it once more.
We've been over it 20 times, Fallon. Let's get it done.
I ain't taking a chance on you making any mistakes.
I ain't making no mistakes. Think I want to go back to that pen again? Look, I've been casing this place ever since I got out.
You sure there's no guard?
Guard? In a check-cashing joint, nobody but the two tellers and the crummy alarm system.
If either of them moves for an alarm, start blasting.
All right. Hey, how are we going to hide out afterwards?
You leave that to me. Been working on a railroad section gang, laying new tracks. It's 30 miles out of town, and they're short-handed. I can get the gang boss to take you on.
Hey, that's good, Fallon.
Yeah. Nobody's going to expect to find two guys with 15 grand driving spikes on a railroad.
Hey, the armored car is pulling away now, Fallon.
Good. Now, the boys inside will have enough money to cash your check. Park right in front of the place and leave it running.
Right.
Keep me covered while I cash the check.
Yeah. Bet they never cashed a check like that one before.
Shut up. I'd like to cash this. Just read it, mister, and do like it says. Don't even open your mouth.
And don't stare at us. You heard him.
You've got 5 seconds, mister. Put the money in the...
Hey, he stepped on the alarm.
That's the last thing you'll ever step on.
Let's get out of here! We'll drop anybody who gets in the way.
Come on, Carney, get in.
Crowd's gathering already.
They won't hurt us any.
Look out! Car's coming out of that side street.
Let him look out.
You're going to hit!
Carney! I'm bleeding. Gotta get out, gotta get away.
Hey, driver, the tomb is alive. Get
better sit there until an ambulance comes, mister. Your head's cut mighty bad.
Get away from me.
Well, get back, everybody. He's got a gun. Get back. You won't run far.
Hello, Chief.
Hello, Harrington. Looks pretty bad.
Yeah.
Which one was the bandit car?
The coupe.
Who was in the sedan?
Man and a 5-year-old boy. Both killed.
They take the bodies to General Hospital?
Yeah. Oh, one of the stick-up men was killed, too.
Any trace of the other one?
No. I've got squads doing a house-to-house on the whole area, though.
Who's the registered owner of the coupe?
Don't know yet. It's being checked. Probably stolen.
Yeah, probably. Let's have a look at it. Blood on both seats. Steering wheel, too. The driver must have gotten a cut on his head or his hand.
He had a gash in his scalp.
Uh-huh. Hit the windshield on this side. A couple of hairs stuck to the jagged edge. Dark brown. Something for the lab to work on.
The corner druggist had a good look at him. Saw the whole thing from the store. Ran out to help. Almost got shot for his trouble.
Is he around?
Yeah, right over there. Oh, Mr. Reba. District Attorney wants to talk to you. All right, let him through, man. Let him through.
Well, too bad there weren't this many police around when this happened.
Well, it's a big city, Mr. Rebor. They do their best. Well, maybe you'd like to help.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. Child that got killed used to stop in the store. Father'd give him a penny for bubble gum.
I understand how you feel. Harrington tells me you saw the driver of the coupe.
As close as I'm seeing you.
Oh, excuse me, Chief. That sounds like the shortwave on my car radio.
Go ahead. Can you give me a description of the man you saw, Mr. Rebor?
6 feet tall, maybe. Built solid, dressed like a laborer.
Go ahead.
Of course, that could fit 1,000 men, but this one had a couple of gold teeth right in the middle of his mouth.
Gold teeth, huh? Well, that's very interesting. Anything else?
Nothing outstanding, except for a bad cut on his head.
Over and out.
I told your assistant the whole thing.
Was the cut bad enough to need stitching?
Oh, we'll have to see a doctor.
Well, that was the report on the coupe, Chief. It was stolen on the west side during the night or early this morning.
Well, when was it reported? Before or after this happened?
Well, just about the same time, Chief, but the owner is home. He's been there since last night. His story checks out.
Well, we'd better get down to the General Hospital. Well, thanks, Mr. Reba. We may be calling upon you again for an identification.
You can get me at the store anytime.
We'll go in my car. Leave yours here. One of the men can drive it in.
Okay. The lab boys are on their way out to cart the wrecks in, go over them for fingerprints. Not that we can expect much. Prints on a car get pretty smeared.
Yes, and even if we do get a clear set, we've still got to find the man who can match them.
This body is the dead hold-up man. Lift the sheet if you want.
Any identification on him yet?
His prints have been taken. They might lead to something. The medical examiner's report has his blood type and other data.
I'd rather have the blood type of the man who got away. You instruct the lab to bring in pieces of the windshield where he cut himself?
Yeah. They'll call us on it.
Doctor say anything about the teller they shot during the holdup?
Yeah, he's still alive, but in a coma. He's up on the 3rd floor. You want to go up?
Might as well while we're waiting for the reports.
The doc doesn't think he's going to live.
Well, he may come around long enough to tell us something.
Look, Chief, before we go up, you want to see the man and the child who were in the sedan? They're right in the next room on their way to the elevator.
All right. Not that they can help us much.
That's the child's mother. Saw at the accident. Happened only a block from their home.
Did you come to see my boy and my husband? Did you know them?
No.
Maybe you ought to go home for a while, ma'am.
Why should I go home? There's nobody there now. He wanted his daddy to be the one to take him to school. He was just being registered. His first day. 5 years old.
You must try not to think about it.
Nothing we can do to help her, Chief.
I know. Better leave her until she cries herself out.
Guy that's responsible for that ought to...
I know.
The elevators are over here.
car coming down now.
All right. Wheel him in the first room there.
Here's the doc now. We're just coming up to see you, Doc.
I'm afraid you're too late, Harrington. Mr. Garrett.
Was that the cashier?
Yes, he just died. If you want to come back with me, your lab is bringing in some glass fragments for blood analysis.
Yes. Did he say anything before he died, Doctor?
Just a few words. The man who shot him had gold teeth. Sorry to keep you so long, Mr. Garrett, but it isn't as easy to get a type when the blood is dried.
We understand.
It'll only take a second to make a comparison under the microscope now. Did you kill that overhead light for me, Harrington?
No, sure thing, Doc.
I'll get the focus now. Yeah, that does it all right.
You got it?
Mm-hmm. The man you're looking for is an AB type.
That common?
No, pretty rare, as a matter of fact. About 1 in... Oh, excuse me. Hello, Dr. Swift speaking.
This is Mr. Garrett's office, Doctor. Is he there?
Yes, just a minute. For you, Mr. Garrett, your office.
Well, thanks. Yes, Miss Miller?
Mr. Garrett, some reports just came in from the lab, the fingerprint crew.
Now, what is it?
The dead bandit has been identified as John Carney, a known criminal. Served time in several states for armed robbery. No known associates since leaving the penitentiary 3 months ago.
Oh, that doesn't help us. What about the prints on the car? Anything?
All the clear prints belong to the owner of the car, with one exception.
Well, what was that?
A full right thumb impression on the cap of the gas tank.
Has it been checked on?
Yes, sir. We had nothing in the criminal file, so we ran it through to Washington by wire photo. We just got the answer. An identification through Army records. A man named Robert Traumer.
Robert Traumer. Any location?
He owns the Midtown service station on Center Street. Do you want to pick up on him?
No. Harrington and I will handle it right away. Thanks.
Well, what is it, Chief?
Looks like we're not going to need that analysis after all, Doctor. Oh. I think we've found our man.
Good. Where?
Runs a gas station. Come on, Harrington. Let's pick him up.
Be with you fellas in a second.
We'll wait.
Gotta get this grease off my hands. Just finished the lube job.
We're not worried about your hands as long as we can see them.
Hey, what's the idea? What are you frisking me for?
Looking for a gun that made a hole in a fella.
Turn around so we can get a better look at you.
You mind if I dry my hands?
Go ahead.
Where were you this morning at 9 o'clock?
Well, I was right here working. Why?
You sure you weren't near the Apex check cashing service at 3rd and Grand on the south side?
Of course I wasn't.
Step over this way. Under the light.
Are you going to tell me what this is all about?
Let's see you smile.
What?
You heard him. Smile. Just smile, mister, that's all.
So you were here at 9 o'clock, huh?
I told you.
Those gold teeth say you weren't.
What kind of a
cashier you shot is dead, Traumer. So is a 5-year-old boy and his father and your partner, John Carney.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Don't you? Maybe the cut on your head will make you remember.
Cut on my head?
The cut you got when the cars crashed. Take that grease cap off. Let's have a look at it.
Sure, mister. I'll let you look. Well, my cap's off. You see any cut? Either of you?
No. No, Traumer, we don't.
Chief, the druggist Reba said he had a deep gash.
I don't know what you're looking for, mister. But if the guy has a gash in his scalp, just look again. 'Cause it ain't me.
This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the man with gold teeth, here is an important message from our sponsor.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
3 innocent people had been killed in a hold-up attempt and getaway. One of the bandits was dead, but the other was still at large. Eyewitnesses swore that the man we sought had gold teeth and a gash on his scalp. We found a man with gold teeth, but there was no mark of an accident on him. Harrington and I took him to the doctor's office at General Hospital.
Hey, what's he going to do with that needle?
Just take your blood type, unless you object. That's your legal right.
Why should I object? I haven't done anything.
All right, let me have your hand. Just going to prick your finger a little.
Go ahead.
Ouch!
How long will it take, Doctor?
Just a few seconds with a fresh specimen. Give you an answer as soon as the smear's ready.
The blood type we're checking you for is a pretty rare one, Frommer. AB.
I told you before, my blood is type O. I know from giving it to the Red Cross.
And if that's true, it eliminates part of your worries. But my assistant is bringing a druggist named Rebar over here. Rebar saw the killer close up.
He didn't see me.
Got it?
Yes, Doctor.
There it is.
Type AB?
No. Type O, like you said.
I told you, didn't I? I never lie.
Come in.
Oh, Chief, I got Rebar out here.
How about it, Frommer?
Bring him in. I've got nothing to hide.
Okay, Harrington.
All right, come on in, Mr. Rebar.
Hello, Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Rebar, I'd like you to take a look at this man. Take a good look. And then tell me if you've ever seen him before. How about it, Mr. Rebar?
Mr. Garrett, I'm not sure. After all, the man that got out of the car had a gun in his hand and blood all over his face. All I remember for sure is the gold teeth.
I don't want you to identify him unless you're certain, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now, can you make a positive identification?
No, sir, I can't.
All right, Mr. Rebar. Thank you. You can go.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You've done the right thing.
Well, my blood's the wrong type. I got no cut, and he couldn't identify me. How about letting me go now?
There's still the matter of a fingerprint that is yours, Trommer. I want you to come one more place with us. Voluntarily.
Where?
Police garage. The wrecks have been towed in there. I want you to see them. Will you come?
You're not trying to pin this on me, are you?
What do you think?
I'm with you. Let's go.
Recognize this car, Trummer?
Well, I see a dozen black coupes like this every day.
You've seen this one, all right. Your thumbprint proves that.
What?
Right here in the dusting powder on the tank cap.
So I gassed this car at my station, maybe. That's how I make... Hey, wait a minute. Let me see that cap.
Don't touch it now. I'll handle it.
Well, Trummer?
I sold a tank cap like that this morning.
You sure?
Well, yeah, a big guy in a black coupe. Could have been this car. Maybe I should have known there was something fishy about that guy, though.
Why?
Because he didn't have any money to pay for the gas. Didn't tell me until I filled her up, either. She was almost bone dry.
You mean you let him waltz off without paying you?
Well, what could I do? Siphon it out? I made him leave something for security, though.
What?
Well, a hunting knife and sheath he had on his belt. Worth maybe $8 or $9 new.
Did he come back to redeem it?
No. I got it locked in my tool chest back at the station.
We ought to have a look at it, Chief.
We will, as soon as I call the office.
District Attorney's office?
Garrett, Miss Miller. Anything come in on that scalp wound yet?
No, sir. We're still checking doctors. The whole telephone and radio division's on it.
That cut was deep. It'll need treatment sooner or later. Ask other counties to cooperate. Spread the search.
Yes, sir.
I'll be at Trommer's, the Midtown service station.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Would you know that man if you saw him again, Trommer?
Well, one customer's face looks like another, but I'd remember him.
You have gold teeth like you?
Oh, that's something I can't tell you. He was chewing a cut of tobacco, talking through it.
Tobacco, huh? Not many men chew tobacco anymore. Unless...
Unless what, Chief?
Unless they're doing a kind of work that keeps their hands too busy for smoking.
There's the knife, just like he left it.
Fresh honed and clean as a whistle, Chief. Now, why would anybody be carrying a hunting knife in the city?
More likely to be somebody who worked outdoors, away from town. Let me see that sheath.
Yeah.
Now, look at this.
Hey, initials burned in the leather. B.F.
Too bad he didn't burn in the full name.
Midtown service. Oh, yeah, hold on. It's for you, Mr. Garrett. Your office.
Hello, Miss Miller.
Oh, Mr. Garrett. We just got a report. It doesn't seem to be anything, but I thought I'd better call you.
Well, what is it?
A man answering the general description of the one you're looking for had 12 stitches taken in his scalp plate this afternoon.
Where?
Colderville, about 30 miles upstate.
Did you speak to the doctor?
Yes, sir. Colderville Hospital emergency room, but he said it was a compensation case.
Well, what kind of a compensation case?
He said the patient was a workman for the railroad section gang repairing track up in that area.
Well, how'd he get hurt?
Driving spikes. He said one flew up and hit him.
But the man answers our general description.
Yes, sir, except for one thing.
What?
The doctor said he didn't have gold teeth.
I see. Well,
I thought I'd better call you anyhow.
thanks. Keep working on it.
I will. Bye.
Goodbye. Oh, Miss Miller.
Yes?
Did the doctor give you the man's name?
Yes, sir. It was Fallon. Bud Fallon.
Well, just a minute. Give me that knife sheath, Harrington.
Here.
Thanks. Miss Miller, you did say Bud Fallon, didn't you? B as in boy, F as in flag.
That's right, Mr. Garrett.
And I think we've got our man.
But his teeth aren't gold.
I've got an idea about that, too. Listen, here's what I want you to do. Harrington and I are leaving for Colderville immediately. I want you to call that doctor back.
Yes, sir?
Tell him to dig out the swabs used in treating that wound on Fallon's scalp. If you can find the right ones, I want a blood analysis made. We'll pick it up when we get there.
Yes, sir. Right away.
Goodbye. Thanks, Trummer. Come on, Harrington.
Is the guy we want in Colderville, Chief?
In it or near it. He's working on a railroad section gang.
That fits what you said about the knife. Guy working outdoors.
Chewing tobacco, too. Man with a sledgehammer in his hands doesn't have much time for smoking.
But what about the gold teeth?
He hasn't got gold teeth. Never did have. It was a disguise he dreamed up when he stopped at Trummer's for gas. Trummer's teeth caught his attention and gave him an idea. Mighty good one, too. It almost saved his neck.
But how? How did he do it?
That's the one thing we've got to find out.
It'll be dark when we get to Colderville.
Not as dark as Fallon would like it to be.
Yeah, the railroad work cars now.
Oh.
Section boss said Fallon bunks in the next to the last one. Dark.
The caboose isn't. Probably use it for a recreation car. Card games, things like that.
Anyone try there first?
No. Too many men in there. Somebody might get hurt. We'll wait in his bunk car.
Yeah, it should be this one.
Yeah.
Watch out. Big step up.
Yeah, I see it. Got your flashlight?
Yeah.
Let's have a look around.
Sleeps about a dozen. I wonder which bunk is Fallon's.
I don't know. Here. Throw the light over here.
What?
Here on the bunk post.
B.F. Likes to put his initials on everything, don't he?
Now, this must be his footlocker.
Yeah, it ain't locked.
No.
Gun in there?
No, he'll have it on him. Look at this, though.
What are they?
A couple of plugs of chewing tobacco.
Wrapped in gold foil.
Sure. He tore off a piece of this gold foil after he saw trauma. Put it over his front teeth like this.
No wonder we got his description the way we did.
One thing he couldn't change was the AB type of blood, though.
Well, what do we do now?
Just sit and wait.
That's enough for me tonight. Deal me out. I don't know what I ever did to deserve such lousy luck.
Who's that back of my bunk? That you, Jake? Dominic?
Don't go, Fallon.
Who is it?
Who are you expecting?
We want to talk to you about a check you tried to cash this morning.
You're under arrest, Fallon.
Look out, Chief! Oh, my arm! Get the gun, Chief.
I've got it. Is this the same gun you used to kill the cashier, Fallon?
I never killed anybody.
Ballistics will tell us if you don't, mister.
You'll never get anybody to identify me.
We will when they see you with a piece of this gold foil over your teeth.
I don't have to say anything till I see a lawyer. My arm. I'm bleeding. You gotta get me to a doctor, quick. I already lost a lot of blood from my head.
Don't worry about it, Fallon. You'll be getting a transfusion in no time. It won't take long. We already know your blood type. Come on, Harrington. Let's carry him out. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Bud Fallon was convicted of murder in the second degree and 3 counts of involuntary manslaughter. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, he was killed in a fight when he attacked another prisoner with a knife. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Murder by Experts. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, world-famous mystery novelist and author of the recently published bestseller, The Life of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery writer Eliezer Lipsky. From the many thrillers he has read and enjoyed, Mr. Lipsky has selected a fast-moving, sardonic story by Joseph Roscoe. And now we present Kenneth Lynch in Dig Your Own Grave.
Silence in the courtroom. Harry Green, answer the question. Did you or did you not kill your wife? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes or no? That's a good one. How can I answer it like that? Just plain yes or no. I've been wondering myself,
Who was the killer, me or that crazy, suspicious mind of hers? My wife was a very strange woman, and I want to get you inside that mind of hers. You'll know then just how it is that a wife could dig her own grave. I swear I was always true to Hannah. It's important you understand that. Up to this incident, I never even looked at another woman. She'd never believe me, though. Never.
You don't fool me, Eric. You were quite a lady killer when I met you, and men don't change their spots.
When she met me. But what the years had slapped me down to. Time and a nagging wife, all the jobs she cost me, all the future with her suspicions.
Don't lie, Eric. You're clumsy at it. My mind works faster than yours. There's a woman in your life somewhere.
She was driving me crazy. She didn't trust me.
Why should I trust you? How about the times I phoned you at Charlie's poker parties and you weren't there? I won't be satisfied until I've found that other woman you're playing around with.
I'm trying to get you inside that mind of hers, you understand? I swear there was never any other woman up till that time. And then one day, suddenly, through a silly circumstance, Hannah got the wild notion she'd at last discovered who her rival was.
It's that young Betty Heath, that little actress who lives across the street.
But, Hannah...
Don't lie. I saw it with my own eyes, didn't I?
You mean about the dog just now?
Yes, about the dog just now.
But I can explain that if you'll only
you
listen.
You can explain everything, can't you, Eric? But I'm one person you can't fool.
Hannah, for heaven's sake, where are you going?
I'm going across the street to scratch her eyes out.
Hannah, you'll disgrace us before the neighbors. I swear I don't even know the lady. Hannah...
Yes, I want you to leave my husband alone.
What? Who are you? What are you talking about?
You needn't pretend, Miss Heath. I can read through you and him both. I'm Mrs. Hannah Green, as you no doubt suspect.
Get out of here. Get out of here at once, or I'll call the police.
You wouldn't dare.
You're out of your mind. I don't know your husband, and I don't know you. Oh, I do seem to have met you. Your type, I mean. You're the kind who digs your own grave, aren't you?
Miss Heath?
Yes?
Pardon me, you don't know me. I live in the apartment house across the street. I came to apologize for something that happened here the other day.
Apologize for what?
My name is Eric Green.
Eric Green? Oh. So you're that mad woman's husband.
My wife is very neurotic, Miss Heath.
But why'd she come barging in here? What on earth gave her the idea that
I was standing outside my apartment house, and a dog came up to me. It seemed lost, so I kind of walked it, wondering whose it was. Hannah saw me and recognized the dog as yours, Miss Heath.
Oh, so you're the one who found it. So that's why you're I see.
So I gave it to your doorman.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Green. That was kind of you.
Yes. Well, you see, that's how it was. She thought all kinds of things, you know.
Yes, I can imagine.
Well, that's all I came to say. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I guess
it was awfully nice of you.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I interrupted you.
Well,
I just wanted you to... I'm sorry.
It was all my fault.
I don't know why I've been keeping you standing here at the door. Wouldn't you like to come in and have a drink?
I'd love to. And that's how it all began. For 8 years, I hadn't looked at another woman. Then fate, in the guise of an unwitting Hannah, had introduced me to Betty Heath. Became a secret love that never would have been born if the twisted mind of a jealous wife hadn't conjured it out of thin air. I missed the next 3 Saturday night poker sessions.
Eric, it's nice here. I like this place.
Yes, it's sort of our place. I was never here with anyone else.
Eric, what did you do with your Saturday nights before?
Oh, I don't know. Poker or an all-night movie to forget I ever lived.
Oh, no, don't talk that way.
Betty, how do you feel about it?
About what?
Us. Are you scared or anything?
Oh, what have I got to be scared about? My goodness, I simply felt sorry for you that first day I saw you. And honestly, you were so pathetic and... Well, I knew you needed a friend. You know, maybe get things off your chest.
It's a funny thing. Right now, I don't think Hannah even suspects I do know you.
Well, she certainly was suspicious the day she stormed up to my apartment. Why the change?
Search me. She hasn't said one word about it since then. I think when she came charging up to your apartment that day, she expected to see, some wild painted chorus girl, a glamorous actress, see? But instead, she sees a sweet, innocent kid and gets thrown for a loss. You kind of threw me for a loss, too, Betty. Going for a guy like me.
Why not? Eric, I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm a fake. I've no acting talent whatsoever.
Oh, Betty.
I can't get jobs. I'll never get anywhere. What I really want is to get married.
Married?
Yeah. There was a very nice fellow named Tommy Birch. He asked me to marry him.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. Met a married man. Name of Eric Green. Isn't that funny?
Yes, that's how it all began. A drink, we talked, saw each other a few times, and we were in love. We didn't talk too much about Hannah, not at first. She was always there, the third point on the triangle. The longer Betty and I went on seeing each other, the more she crowded into my thoughts. Until the day came. It had to happen.
Eric, it can't go on. It's got to stop. I'm much too much in love with him.
Vice versa. Head over heels.
It's not as though you're free, Eric. Don't you see? It's not as though you were even ready to get a divorce. How many times have you gotten that off your chest to me? Bonds and ties. And pity. All right, then I'll get somebody to pity me a little. There's still Tommy Birch. No, Eric, don't. Don't come here. Please. We must never see each other again.
Eric, why are you sitting there so moody?
Please, Hannah.
I've an apology to make, Eric, dear.
Yes.
Oh, Eric, I must be a trial to you sometimes. But it's only because I love you.
What are you driving at?
Oh, that dog thing that time.
That dog thing?
Yes, you remember. Well, I later asked the doorman there, and he said the dog was lost that day, and you merely brought it back.
So you checked with the doorman, huh?
Oh, Eric, wasn't it silly of me to think you were carrying on with that Heath girl, whom you didn't even know from Eve?
But I do.
What?
I do know her very well.
What's that?
Betty and I are in love, Hannah.
What?
And it was all your doing. Poetic justice. Because we never even knew each other until then.
Why, you're lying. I was right in the first place. It had been going on all the time, just as I said.
Have it your own way.
I could always read you, Eric. Read you like a book.
You're sure of that?
I knew it was that cheap actress. I knew it because I'm always one step ahead of you, Mr. Two-Timer. You're not dealing with just anyone. You're dealing with a lawyer's daughter. And that one-cylinder brain of yours was never a match for mine. Never will be. Well, what now?
I want a divorce.
Oh, never. You think I'd give her the satisfaction?
I want a divorce, Hannah.
Oh, Eric, how could you say all these things to me? How could you?
You did it to yourself, Hannah. That crazy jealousy of yours.
Oh.
I tell you, I never did know her before. You promoted a triangle that never even existed. So go on, dig your own grave.
Why did you say that? Those words.
What words?
Dig your own grave. The very words that woman hissed at me.
I only meant...
I see it now. Of course. But I'm one step ahead of you, as usual. You're planning to murder me, aren't you?
What? Murder you?
Yes. Murder me. So you'll be free to marry her. Well, don't deny it. I can see it in your eyes.
That was the seed. I'm telling the honest truth. Till then, the thought had positively never entered my mind in the remotest way whatsoever. Harm Hannah? Why, I pitied her. Even still loved her in a way. But somehow...
Yes, kill me. You want to kill me, don't you? You want to kill me. I know.
She planted the seed in my mind. You understand? She planted the seed.
Young and pretty, eh? That's the way you want one when I'm out of the way.
She hammered the thought into my brain.
Always know what's in your mind, don't I? It'd be heaven, wouldn't it? Heaven, wouldn't it, when I'm dead?
Good heavens, stop it, Hannah.
Can't stand to hear your thoughts spoken aloud, can you? You don't fool me, Eric Green. I'm sharp enough to even see how you intend to murder me. I can give you a blueprint.
What?
I congratulate you on planning the perfect murder. I didn't know you had enough brains.
What the heck are you talking about? What blueprint?
Oh, don't pretend I'm on to you. You'll never outsmart me. I can read your mind.
Like a book, sure. Oh, please, Hannah. Me and Betty have decided to give each other up, if you want to know. So why on earth would murder enter my mind?
Who do you think you're kidding, Eric?
If she only knew it. That suspicious mind of hers was digging her own grave. Because now I really began to ponder murder. If only I could extract that foolproof method from her. If I could be sure Betty still wanted me.
Eric?
Hello, Betty. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Thanks.
Eric, I thought we weren't going to see each other again.
I know, but Betty, I want you to wait. Give me a little time.
A little time?
Yes. I think Hannah is weakening.
You mean she might give you a divorce?
Yes. So if you still want me...
Oh, Eric. Of course I still want you. But are you sure? Because I may as well tell you, Tommy Birch, well, he asked me again to marry him. Are you certain Hannah will give you a divorce?
Yes, I swear it. Just wait a while longer, a little while longer, Betty, and you'll see. I have a plan to get her to divorce me.
Oh, that was a wonderful dance, Eric. You know, you haven't forgotten a step.
Oh, neither of you, Hannah. You still dance like an angel.
I don't know what's come over you lately. You've changed so, Eric. Taking me out every night, shows, nightclubs.
Why couldn't you ever see you're the girl for me, not anyone else? You and that busy mind of yours.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. We went over all that, and I said I'm sorry.
That woman across the street, for instance. Couldn't you see I was just pretending all that business to teach you a lesson?
Oh. I had it coming to me, I told you.
And was that mind of yours traveling? That perfect murder plot, for instance, huh? You silly little goose.
Oh, Eric, don't.
What on earth did you think I was hatching?
Well, you'll die laughing.
Okay, so I will.
Well, you were staring rather intently at my medicine bottle that time we had the flare-up.
Huh?
And anyone with half a mind knows that an overdose of dietol could kill a person without leaving any trace of it in his system.
Yeah? No kidding.
All you'd have to do is to go and get one of my prescriptions sometime, alter it to a stronger dose, replace my bottle with this. I'd never be wiser. And poof, the perfect murder. How's that for a blueprint? Couldn't I have made a good criminal lawyer like my father? Admit it.
Sure, I followed her blueprint the very next day. First, I paid a visit to Dr. Norton, the family physician. I told him Hannah was down with a slight cold and couldn't come. Then I asked for the prescription, just her usual Dietol, which he'd given her so often. I altered the prescription ever so slightly. My next stop was the druggist's.
You want this prescription filled, Mr. Green, for your wife, huh? Yeah, from Dr. Norton. Well, I can have it filled for you in about an hour. Call back in an hour, Mr. Green. I see you're back, Mr. Green.
Yes, is my prescription ready?
You mean your wife's prescription, Mr. Green?
Yes.
The Dietol refill?
Yes. Is it ready? Oh, what's the matter? Is it ready or isn't it?
Are you asking about the prescription you left in this drugstore about an hour ago, Mr. Green?
Why, yes. Why do you ask? What's wrong? Who are you?
Detective Santini. Come with me, please. You're under arrest, Mr. Green.
This is an outrage. I demand to know what I'm being held for.
You did tamper with that prescription, Green, didn't you? Admit it.
You're crazy. I want to see a lawyer. What are you charging me with?
Attempted homicide.
Attempted homicide?
Yeah. You know, Green, when your wife reported her suspicions to us and demanded action, we thought she was crazy.
What?
We took routine action anyhow. She never at any time stopped suspecting about you and that other woman.
Suspecting?
That's right. What a head that woman has. Knowing you were going to kill her, she directed your efforts the better to foil.
No. Oh, no.
And now, Green, what was the name of that mouthpiece you wanted me to call in? Because, brother, you're sure going to need a good one.
And so I submit, Your Honor, and gentlemen of the jury, that the prosecution has not, and in the very nature of things could not establish a clear case of homicidal intent. Intent, gentlemen, against the defendant Eric Green. And why? For the simple reason that he had not given the fatal overdose to his wife. Hence, you must agree that even if the defendant had murder in his heart at the outset, which we deny, how could it be proved he would have given that overdose to his wife? Might he not have had a change of heart? Might he not have changed his mind and thrown that deadly liquid into the nearest gutter? We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
No. You can't let this man go free. He'll kill me. He tried it before, and he'll try again.
Congratulations, Mr. Green. We can't give you the electric treatment yet. But you'd better see that your wife stays healthy. Because from now on, if anything happens to her, brother, you're it.
I was a ruined man from that moment. Acquitted, huh? That made a difference to people, huh? As far as the world was concerned, I was a would-be murderer, something black and evil, to be shunned like a leper. I lost my job. After 9 years with the same firm, I lost my job. And no one else would hire me. And my friends, even the guys that knew me all my life, none of them were in when I phoned. They crossed the street to avoid having to talk to me. But the biggest blow of all was a letter the postman brought me just after the trial.
Dear Eric, I've moved away because of the publicity, and it's no use trying to find me. I always thought you were so gentle and fine. How could you bring yourself to attempt such a vile thing? Tomorrow I'm going to be Mrs. Thomas Birch.
And my wife, she had moved to a hotel and was suing me for divorce. I was a nice guy once, respected. She had ruined me. My whole life was a mess. I decided I must kill her. There was no room in the same world for the both of us. And yet...
You'd better see that your wife stays healthy, Mr. Green. Get it?
If Hannah should die, no matter how clever I planned it, even by remote control, even if I were 1,000 miles away...
Because from now on, brother, if anything happens to her, you're it.
They'd still suspect me. Still, I decided to finish her off, even if I burned for it. Life meant nothing to me anymore, but just once to outfox her. I racked my brains. Is there really such a thing as a perfect murder? Somehow I sensed a road direction. Somewhere in Hannah's suspicious nature lay the perfect crime. Maybe by using her suspicions, Sure, something clicked. By following the twistings of her mind, I'd hit upon a plan.
Hello?
Hannah, this is Eric. Hannah, don't hang up, please.
What do you want?
Hannah, I swear it was all a terrible mistake. Why, I never intended for one moment...
Indeed.
Hannah, if you'd give me half a chance to explain,
Are you through? If that's all you have to say...
No, wait, please. It isn't all. Hannah, I'm going away. I'd like to see you once more before I leave. For old time's sake.
Oh, you would you? For old time's sake, eh?
Yes. I'd like you to come over right now and have breakfast with me before I leave. Just the two of us alone. One last cup of coffee together, Hannah, to prove no hard feelings.
Just you and me and a cup of coffee, Eric?
Yes,
Just the two of us, huh?
just the two of us.
Well, of course, dear. Why not? I'll come over. You get the coffee ready.
There, one for you, Hannah,
Thank you.
and one for me. And now, I'll let you in on the real reason for our little get-together.
Yes, Eric?
You've ruined my life, Hannah. I don't want to live anymore. I'm about to commit suicide. I want to give you the torture of witnessing it. Hannah, I've poisoned my cup of coffee. Well, let's drink to my exit.
Come in, officer.
What? Detective Santini.
Hello again, Mr. Green.
Officer, I brought you along because I was sure he was going to make another attempt to kill me. I can now prove my husband's guilty intent to kill me, which I couldn't before.
Hannah, what are you saying?
Suppose we let her do the talking.
Notice, please, that he has just served 2 cups of coffee, one for me and one for him. He is, as usual, stupid enough to suppose I don't know what he's up to.
Now, wait a minute.
Shut up. Go on, Mrs. Green.
Not knowing, of course, that I would bring a witness along to this little plot of his, he has just told me he has poisoned his cup of coffee, that he intends to commit suicide with it. Very well. We shall see, won't we, Eric? Obviously, he has poisoned my cup, as I shall now demonstrate.
Hannah, what are you doing?
There. I just exchanged cups with him. And now, Eric, dear, let us drink. Come on, dear, don't pale so. Don't tremble. I'm drinking the poisoned coffee, aren't I?
Hannah, don't drink it.
So let's drink to your journey. Bottoms up.
Hannah!
There, you see, Eric.
What the? She's dead. My gosh, she's dead.
I warned her about my cup, but she drank it. You saw.
Yeah, I sure did.
You're a witness to what just happened, officer.
Yeah. Must have been that suspicious mind of hers. Why, she dug her own grave, that woman. Why... Oh, yeah? You're not getting away with this, Green.
What?
I'm arresting you for the murder of your wife.
What are you talking about? It was an unfortunate accident, that's all.
Was it?
I'm innocent.
Are you?
You were a witness?
Now was I?
An eyewitness. That crazy mind of hers dug her own grave, didn't she?
She sure did. And that's just it. I've an idea, Mr. Green, you could have planned it all this way. Every step. Knowing how your wife's mind worked, you could have known what would happen. Exactly from the time you invited her over for coffee. Anyhow, suppose we let the jury decide.
Well, there's the story. You asked me, did I kill my wife, yes or no? You see why I couldn't answer it like that? Yes or no? Who was the killer? Me or that suspicious mind of hers? Suppose you tell me.
And so the curtain falls on Dig Your Own Grave, which was chosen by guest expert Eliezer Lipsky, a former assistant district attorney of New York and author of the memorable Hollywood film Kiss of Death. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a man who exploited human minds, only to find his own giving way as his enemies closed in on him. A story selected for your approval by Patrick Quentin. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Dig Your Own Grave was written by Joseph Rusko. In the cast were Kenneth Lynch, Ann Shepard, Hester Sundergaard, Ron Dawson, and Jimmy Stevens. Music is under the direction of Emerson Buckley. Music was composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Cogan. All characters in our story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. This is Phil Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder by Experts.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Murder by Experts, with your host and narrator, Mr. John Dixon Carr, whose books have been translated into 17 languages and have sold over 10 million copies, and author of the recently published detective novel, Below Suspicion.
Good evening. This is John Dixon Carr. Each week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of crime and mystery which has been chosen for your approval by one of the world's leading detective story writers. Tonight, our guest expert is the noted mystery novelist Craig Rice. In keeping with the spirit of the holiday season, Miss Rice, herself a witty and humorous writer, has selected a hilarious and suspenseful comedy mystery by Joseph Rusko. And now we present Carl Eastman in The Case of the Missing Mind.
Let me out! You hear me, someone? Open this door and let me out!
You again, Mr. Andrews?
Doc!
Aren't we the troublesome patient?
Oh, Doc, you gotta believe me. It's all a mistake, a terrible mistake. You see, Doc? What's your angle, huh? I tell everybody the truth, the honest truth. So I'm a lunatic? What am I doing in a nut house?
Now, look. Our nice cousins are coming to visit, all the way from Two Forks. So let's be a good boy and watch our excitement curve,
Good boy, huh? Just wait till they show up. I'll tell them the way I got shanghaied here. They'll sue you for $1 million. They'll sue everybody.
Meanwhile, if your hallucinations persist, those fantastic tales, that alleged man you murdered...
But it was all real, I say. You got cotton in your ears.
All that abracadabra? Aladdin and the princess, Ali Baba.
There was no Ali Baba. I never said anything about Ali Baba, just Aladdin and the princess. I can't help it if nobody believes me. It's true, every word.
Now, calm down there, or I'll be forced to put you in a straitjacket again. Now, we wouldn't like that at all, would we? Of course not. Pleasant dreams, Mr. Andrews. And remember, this is not the Arabian Nights.
No, all this can't be happening to me. Not me, Kenny Andrews. Everybody's known me before. I always know the right time. But I tell this story, they look at me queer. So it does sound screwy. So it's my fault? My golly, the thing transpired. I swear it. Listen to me, someone. Listen. All right. Only 2 weeks ago, everything's normal, see? Like always, I'm doing the best I can with an angle. Only the best wasn't so hot the last few months. I've been up the creek. The horses were dogs. My one unhocked suit was all ripped and torn by a certain Broadway bookie. That is important. Keep your eye on that suit. I was absolutely from hunger, sitting in the lobby of a cheap hotel in the 40s, when, lo, this strange-looking character walks into my life.
Good morning, friend. Do you ever dream?
Just like that he began, the strange-looking guy with the purple hat.
Do you ever dream, my friend?
I'd noticed this character before, shadowing me for days. On Times Square, I button my shoe. How do you do? There he is. I lose him in Schubert Alley, and he's the man right behind me when I'm putting a slug in the automat. And now here's Mr. Queer sitting beside me. Do I ever dream, he wants to know.
What is it you dream when you dream, my friend? I am interested in wish fulfillment.
Say, listen, pal, are you for real? What's the idea of telling me anyway? Go take a long drop.
I'd like a word with you. You see, Mr. Andrews...
How'd you know my name?
I am a mystic, sir. I know all.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you know where I was born.
Two Forks. And now about your dreams, sir.
Say, who are you anyway?
Oh, call me Aladdin.
Huh? Caught you kidding. Aladdin?
Yes. Would you like to try my magic lamp?
The guy is strictly from a nightmare, I figure. But let him talk. Look who's selling who to Brooklyn Bridge.
Answer, friend. You begin to rub my lamp the wrong way.
Now look at Mr. Aladdin. Suppose you scramble.
Freeze, fellow. Put up your hands. Reach for the moon.
Suddenly, the crazy little guy had me covered. With a little green gun.
Reach!
Hey, what is this? This thing up?
You fool! To throw away good fortune when it seeks you out. For the last time, sir, what is it you dream when you dream? The theme that keeps returning. Your heart's desire.
Like a nightmare. Watch your step, Kenny, I says to myself. You're dealing strictly with a query. Humor him or you're a dead pigeon. Oh, okay, sure, bud, I get you now. I always dreamed that somebody suddenly handed me 50 grand and a beautiful princess.
Ashkenazi!
My gosh, I hardly get it out of my mouth when it happened. You got to believe me, you got to, I tell you. This weird character in the purple hat, he whips out a huge envelope, he counts out 50 $1,000 bills, he hands them over to me, he shouts,
"The princess, my friend, will come later."
And he disappears out of the hotel. On my honor, on my mother's grave. That's the way it all started. I warned you my story would sound like a hophead's fantasy. I don't blame anyone looking at me sideways. I even examined my own head listening to me tell it. Such things don't just happen. A strange character in a purple hat, a green gun, and there it is, 50 grand. First, I don't believe my eyes. A guy like me, sharp, knows what time it is. He's strictly from Missouri. Still, them greenbacks look like the real McCoy. I stumbled over to the bank on the corner and up to a bank teller. I had to find out. Would you kindly mind breaking this bill for me like a good fella?
Well, let's...
The guy stared at the bill. Stared and stared. And then at me, suspicious.
Say...
Goodbye, Kenny Andrews. 10-year stretch.
$1,000 bill? Well,
He's casing it, but good. Easy, Kenny. Keep that heart still. Keep that heart still. Keep that heart still. We'll hear. Here it comes.
Yes, you know, we don't get these very often at this branch, and... how would you like to have your change, sir?
Clean! It was clean! 50,000 cabbages! A minute ago, I couldn't crash a needle stand, and now I'm king! My head spun round and round. I nearly passed out. Next thing I know, I'm spread out on a bed, back in my crummy hotel room. I feel in my shirt. It's still there. I count the bills again. All there. Passports to heaven. Hold on to that green. Hold on. All the money in the world at your feet. First, buy a new suit. Don't answer. Get rid of these rags. A suite at the Waldorf. Ignore it. You're not here. Don't talk. It's yours. Guy in a purple hat, he came over to you. So it's magic. So what? I heard of such a thing. I read of such a thing. You're such a wise guy. Maybe I'm dreaming. No, not that. No, please, the one time in my life. Hello?
It is real, my friend.
Oh, Mr. Aladdin?
You are not dreaming.
Oh, wonderful.
You are thinking of buying a new suit.
I am? I mean, yeah, I am.
You are not to do so. This is the only condition. You must always wear that suit. Disobey and the penalty is death. You are being watched. Remember. But everything else on heaven and earth is now yours for the asking. Happy joys, my friend.
You see? This gets screwier and screwier. But Aladdin's my boy, see? No questions asked. Who cares about front when you're healed with 50 G's? Clothes make the tin horn, but when you're a prince, that's how all my troubles began and headed me for this joint. When I can't resist anymore and go and tell the strange events to the boys along Broadway, they give me the quick brusharoo. It was unnatural. Am I dreaming, I says to myself? All right, if I am, I'm going to get rid of the silly sequence. The rags must go. I enter a ritzy dog shop. My good man?
Yes?
I was just torn to shreds on the stock exchange. You know, the Hurly-Burly.
I see, sir.
Yeah, you know the bulls?
I understand, sir. A new suit.
Yeah, I want to order about a dozen, and I want them out of this world. Something with a little dash supreme.
Yes, sir. Well, now, if you'd like to consider these numbers here.
But just then, my eye caught something looking in at me through the window. It was another eye, and it had a mad stare. And over it was a purple hat. And the pocket was aiming at me against the window. And without seeing it at all, I knew it was a little green gun.
These charming summer worsteds, sir?
Look, pal, what are you showing me suits for? Who said suits? I said overcoats.
You said overcoats?
With a fur collar.
A fur collar? In July? Are you mad, sir?
Why not? If I gotta wear a coat to cover my past, it might as well have a fur collar. I always visioned me in one, but only in my wildest dreams. So, next, with a lot of haberdashery and gloves and this and that and a walking cane, I'm ready for anything. I'm out to live, see? Come what may. Even a dog catcher. That night in Manhattan finds me slumming at a private table in a midnight casino. The classiest spot in town. Where before I could never even afford the bar.
Your order, monsieur.
I already had a few quickies all over the stem. By now, I am a god. Champagne, Charlie, and a bottle for every lady in a joint whose escort can claim a purple hat. All eyes were upon me with admiration, including the most gorgeous little number at the very next table.
Beg pardon, monsieur.
It's the waiter smiling at me, very polite.
You forgot to check your code at the door, monsieur. It is a rule of the establishment.
Oh, yeah? We'll see about this. Call the head waiter.
I am the head waiter.
Oh, yeah, huh? Go drop dead.
Gentlemen, please.
It's that luscious brunette with the creamy shoulders sitting alone at the next table.
Pierre, your manners. You disappoint me.
But he's wearing an overcoat.
Silence. Why do you not take this gentleman's order?
But it is a rule of the house.
Rules are for the riffraff. Can you not see he is perhaps an eccentric millionaire? That he is moreover to be my guest.
Oh, so, Princess. In that case, Princess, 1,000 pardons, Your Imperial Highness.
Go ahead, say it. Tweet, tweet. Jenny Andrews got the DTs. All right, don't swallow it then. But will someone please solve it for me?
I am lonesome, young man. Won't you join my table?
So this is the princess I was foretold. We made it a twosome, this royal doll and me. We killed 3 bottles, never taking our eyes off each other. Each was too entranced. Now what are we doing? We're sailing along 57 toward Park Avenue. Her head on my shoulders.
Oh, Kenyusha.
In a sky blue limousine driven by a little midget. You heard me, a little midget.
Be kind to me, babushka.
She is a Russian, it seems. Princess Julie, from a branch without their heads cut. And she gives off like a rose.
Promise you will be very kind.
Where are we going, princess?
You silly goose. Don't you remember?
Oh.
We are on our way to my apartment. Sit closer. More vodka, my darling. It is the champagne of the Volga.
Sure, why not?
And what about some delicious joiva?
What's that?
Oh, joiva is the love candy of the Orient. Open your mouth, my little Kenyusha.
Oh, it's wonderful stuff. Oh, this ain't happening. This ain't really happening, is it?
Oh, hush, my life. Go on, tell me more of your philosophy.
Where was I, princess baby?
Angles?
Oh, yeah. It's all a matter of angles, see? I'm full of them, your highness. In this town, if you're sharp, cut your wits, never give a sucker an even break, one can rise to millions. Now, taking 2 forks.
2 forks? Who is 2 forks?
In Oklahoma, where I was born. Out there, they don't even know what time it is. If I stood out there, your worship, I'd commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
I ran away when I was 12.
More vodka, Kenyusha. You tell me about it. I must know all about you.
Naturally. I live with my Uncle Iggy, see? Well, a poor yokel, he spends all his time digging in his backyard. For what? Worms! Can you tie that?
How quaint. Go on.
Yeah, my cousins, Your Excellency. Just as dopey. Joe and Fanny and all the rest. The cow's giving milk today? It stifles me, get it? There's no room for a smart guy with an itch in a place like that. You listening?
Yes, drink up, my love.
So I get my first angle. I organize a cousins club, elect myself treasurer, buy me a ticket to New York, and shake the dust forever. That's it, pretty good, huh? Your Grace. Your Grace, the room's turning sideways.
Oh, come closer, my heart. Kiss me again. Kiss me.
It's hot in here.
Then why not take off your overcoat, Kenyusha?
Oh, no. I'm all right now. Say, Princess. Whose cane is that over there by the piano? It's not mine.
No, my sweet. It is my husband's. Some music.
You what?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Kenny. He's out of town. Oh, I hate him. I hate him, the beast. He abuses me so.
Oh, he does, huh?
Oh, babushka, why am I telling you all this? Because always in my lonely life I am looking for someone. In my dreams I have seen him, and he has caressed my cheek. But the days go by and the years, and he does not come. And yet, always I know that someday, and tonight it happened at the midnight club, one glance.
Oh, Your Honor. Do you feel that way, too?
Oh, Kenny, you do love me.
Oh, do I? Oh, Princess, I'm crazy about you, Your Honor. With all my heart and soul, and it's a great privilege I never visioned. I do anything for you.
You do anything?
Anything. Just to have you.
Would you commit murder for me?
Murder?
Would you commit murder for me, can you?
What's that?
Speak low.
Speak low.
My husband. Yeah? It's his knock.
Your husband? I thought you...
Would you kill for me, Kenyusha?
He's got his key in
Then
the door.
here's my gun. Take it. When he opens the door, shoot. Yeah, but do you love me, Kenyusha? Do you want me? Huh? Oh, my heart, think only that monster stands in the way.
The door, it's opening. He's coming in. There he is.
What are you waiting for? Shoot.
What do you dream when you dream, my friend?
You killed him.
My golly! It was him! Mr. Aladdin!
Hey, Chief, you know the guy we've been getting complaints about all day with Aladdin's lamp?
That raggedy bum with the fur coat in July? Casey, I want him picked up and put in a cage.
He's right here now, Chief. He wants to see you.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, Wild Eyes.
I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to give myself up.
Casey, don't go away. I don't want to be left here alone with this lunatic. What's up?
He says he just bumped off a guy a half hour ago.
What? Who'd he bump off?
Aladdin.
Aladdin? Ain't that a hot one now?
I don't know what made me do it. I killed him in cold blood. I don't know what come over me. But she's absolutely in a clear, I tell you, and I'm willing to fly alone.
Hold on there. She. Who is she?
The princess whom I was doomed to meet.
The princess?
Why, sure.
Now, don't give me any more of that Arabian Nights. What the devil are you wearing a fur coat in July? I think you're crazy.
I'm beginning to think so, too.
Shut up. Stop shaking. Now, what about that 50 grand fairy tale?
It's gone. After we killed him, we ran out of her apartment. I felt in my shirt, and it was gone.
We killed him? Where's the princess?
She had an appointment with a hairdresser.
What? Sit down. You mean that murderess...
What murderess? I absolve her. I turned her head. For once in my life, I'm going to act like a man. I killed him. But I can't stand it anymore. My conscience been haunting me. It's like a nightmare.
You expect me to swallow that hocus pocus? What do I look like?
Then don't swallow it, but please solve it for me.
Where is the corpus, if any?
Lay it dead and to be.
All right, let's go. But if you're dragging me along on a wild goose chase, I'll put you away in a padded cell. Now, come on. Vacant. Bare. No one even lives here. Where do you see a body?
Can't understand. My gosh, officer, I was just here, but now it's empty.
Hey, what are you trying to pull on
Can
me?
I help you, gentlemen? Who are you looking for?
Who are you?
I'm Mrs. Podolsky, the janitress.
Well, who lived here last? You know a Princess Julie?
A princess witch. I'm afraid, mister, you got the wrong building. No one been living in this apartment for the last 6 months.
What about it, Pierre? You're the head waiter in this nightclub. Do you ever know or wait on such a dame?
Princess Julie.
Yeah.
But no, Monsieur Inspector. She is utterly unknown in this establishment.
That's a lie. You remember darn well just a couple hours ago. My fur coat. She was sitting at the next table. And
Yeah, do you know this eccentric jerk here? Huh? Take a good look at him.
Monsieur, I have never before seen him in my whole life.
Let go, officer. Let go my neck. Where are you rushing me?
Get back in my car, you. You're headed for the judge. Princess Julie.
No, wait a minute. Wait. I remember something now. She gave me a piece of paper. It's somewhere. A phone number. Here, look. The phone number. Her hairdresser's, where I was to call her. Instead, I gave myself up. Honest, look.
Let's see.
Here. There's a phone in that store. Go ahead, call it. Ask for her. See if I'm crazy.
All right. Kenny, just one more chance I'll give you. But if you're giving me the business again, I'll tear you limb from limb. Come on.
Hello?
Hello, is this a hairdressing parlor?
What number do you want? Who is this?
Describe her. A ravishing brunette.
Shut up. This is Inspector Ross, Police Department. Is this a hairdresser's?
My dear fellow, this is a private sanitarium for the insane.
What?
Dr. Bennett speaking.
Tell him her teeth are like a pile. Tell him...
Shut up, you. Sorry, Doc. I guess this is just a bum steer. You see, I got a prisoner here told me that a Princess Julie...
What? What's that? What's your prisoner's name?
Kenny Andrews.
Kenny Andrews, that's him. Don't let that man away. Get him right back here. He's an escaped lunatic.
What? Well, I'll be... Now this makes sense. Look, Doc, give me your address, quick. I'm delivering him myself in person, and it'll be a pleasure.
Is the princess there? What do they say, huh?
What do they say? Brother, you're going home.
Let me go! Let me go!
Is this your man, Doc?
Yes, that's him. He escaped from here 2 days ago.
You're a liar! I never seen you before in my life.
Attendant, give me a hand, quick.
Now, let me alone. What are you doing? I'll bust you one. Hey, please, this is a terrific...
Thank you, Inspector. It's lucky for the community you found him.
Yeah, and am I glad to unload this baby. What a ride he took me for. What an imagination.
Oh, he's definitely a schizophrenic, poor lad. Too bad. Well, of course, we'll just keep him here under observation till he's committed elsewhere.
You notified his relatives?
Yes. They're on their way now from Oklahoma. They haven't seen him since he was a child. I hope they won't ask for his release. That would be tragic.
It'd be bloody murder. Why, he's a menace. I'm sure glad you're taking him out of circulation.
And that's my story. See, the whole truth. I swear it all transpired. Listen to me, someone. You don't believe it, then at least solve it for me. Let me out, you hear me? Open this door and let me out. Just while my cousins get here. That sawbone's a liar. I tell the honest truth, so I'm a lunatic. I'm Kenny Andrews. I always know the right time. What am I doing in the hospital? Such things shouldn't happen to a dog. Open up, I say. Let me out.
You again, Mr. Andrews. Aren't we the troublesome patients?
You just wait till I get here.
Your cousins are here
That's all,
now.
you just
Let's
wait.
calm down so they won't get frightened. So we can go home with them to Two Forks. Otherwise, we'll spend the rest of our life here. Now, that's the boy. This way, please. Kenny is ready to see you now.
Oh, am I glad you guys came. If you only knew... You!
What is it you dream when you dream, my friend?
Aladdin. You're dead.
No. Cousin Joe. Alive.
Huh? Promise you will be very kind, can you, Chuck?
Princess Julie. Oh, Your Honor.
No, Cousin Fanny. You're crazy.
But my golly, what is this? Am I still seeing things? Hey, you two been taking me for a sleigh ride?
Oh, no, Cousin Kenny. How could we? Yokels like us take a sharp guy like you?
Not your dopey cousins from Two Forks, Kenny. The cow's giving milk today?
Oh, my golly, what's your angle? I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
You will, Kenny. You remember Uncle Iggy?
Huh?
Digging and digging in his backyard? For what, Kenny?
Worms.
Right. Uncle Iggy died 2 weeks ago. You know from what, Kenny?
What?
Heart shock.
Huh?
You know what gave him heart shock, Kenny? He struck oil in his backyard and became a millionaire overnight.
Huh?
You know who he left the $6 million to in his will, Kenny?
Who?
You.
Huh?
But you're not going to enjoy it, Kenny, because you're non-compass menace, get it? You're crazy.
And that's where we come in, Kenny. You see, his will also reads that when you die or go crazy, the fortune's to be split among your other cousins.
You always did suspect you'd suddenly do one or the other, Kenny.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This has all been a frame-up. Sure, I get it, everything. I've been framed. You wanted to make people think I'd gone haywire. So you put up this whole mishmash. How did you know where to trail me?
Easy. For a smart guy with a niche, only one place for him. New York.
And we met up with a certain bookie. The rest was easy.
Oh, I got a headache. I got things pounding in my ears. That gun I plugged you with.
Blanks.
That waiter at the casino.
Cousin Georgie.
The Sawbones.
Cousin Hank.
The midget.
Cousin Lou.
The janitress.
Cousin Bessie.
Oh, this should happen to me. To me, you crooks, you swindlers. You admit it. You stay there and admit it all.
Why not? What do we got to lose now?
Who to do such a thing to your own cousin?
You remember the Cousins Club, Kenny?
Now you angle your way out of this, baby. Come on, Fanny, he'll weep. Let's go.
Make with the paper dolls, Kenny.
No, listen, you rogues, you can't pull this on me. Never, you'll never get away with it. You'll see. You think you're pretty slick, huh? Wise guys. Make with the paper dolls, huh? No. That'll never keep me here. Not Kenny Andrews. Such a thing shouldn't happen to a dog. What'll I do? Spray me, someone. Listen to me. All you punks tune in on my story, do something. What are you just sitting for? This thing's funny. Help me. Advise me. For crying out loud. Give me an angle.
And so the curtain falls on the case of the missing mind, which was chosen by guest expert Craig Rice. Miss Rice is the author of Having a Wonderful Crime. Next week at this time, Murder by Experts brings you a story of a New Year's Eve masquerade party with death as a guest in disguise, selected for your approval by one of the foremost leading mystery writers of the world. Until then, this is your host, John Dixon Carr, hoping you'll be with us again next week at this time.
Case of the Missing Mind was written by Joseph Ruskell. In our cast were Carl Eastman, Ann Shepard, Bill Zuckert, Ralph Camargo, and Bert Cullen. Music under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. Murder by Experts is produced and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Kogan. Bill Tonkin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at Marsden Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden Leeds, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Coming. Yes, what is it?
Are you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the Manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow, with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke.
A stroke?
That's what it be.
Well, hurry, man, let's go. Come now, Mrs. Maltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord give it and the Lord take it away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why, Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seemed so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Morning, sir.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltraverse dies? You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltraverse's death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcer. This Richard Maltraverse had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, how you say, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a super?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltraverse's death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, certainly, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer suspense of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find the true cause. But hemorrhage, ma foi, hemorrhage is, well, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Eh, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Eh bien. Now, where is this place, this Marsden Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden-Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden-Lee. All right, Hastings, we go.
So this is Marsden-Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Ticket, sir.
Here you are, my friend.
I suppose you're the commandant for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you've made a funeral of Master Maltraverse. But the manor.
Oh, you say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with a thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we should see. Now, could you tell us where Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye, up yon hill, about half a mile.
There. Come, Hastings. Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltraverse.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum.
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, you know, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
That's so, indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? His ulcers of the stomach, they are what you call chronic,
Yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltraverse before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith healing sect.
But you examined the body?
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under gardeners.
And the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot, huh?
My dear sir.
I beg pardon. But I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound through the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy, huh?
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami. Except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's. Because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame, it is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday, huh?
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
Oh, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
Yes, so I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard one or two shots at a distance.
So? Where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Yeah, here it is. Ah. 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you remain here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
Oh, I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. And I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration.
Why, are you interested in such things, Mr. Poirot?
All fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go. Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Wait, really, Mr. Poirot? I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie,
Hello.
you! Why, I thought you were on your way back to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down? Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed Madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot. The Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
Shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
All right, Poirot. Now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. Garçon!
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçons.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, a dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right, Governor. You've been up at the Manor, sir?
Aye. I mean, yes, we have.
A sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the Manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Awesome.
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll bet above the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? He object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But I is my opinion, I is.
Without a doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bock, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Wait, a mug of ale.
Righto, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Or what was the talk at the dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I've spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They'd been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings she does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me? I am not so.
Why, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not the closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word, the first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Very well, Poirot.
Now, day,
Night.
name,
Place.
Bernard,
Shore.
Monday,
Dinner.
journey,
Ship.
country,
Uganda.
story,
Lions.
bird gun,
Farm.
shot,
Suicide.
elephant,
Tusks.
money.
Lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not, but nevertheless you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind. Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him. Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man, to Marsden Manor. Hastings, to Marsden Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with the bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try...
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Bien, madame. I am sure you will succeed. Until 8, madame. Au revoir.
Hello? You want the article agency? Au revoir. This is Hercule Poirot. Dear mon ami, Henri, I have a part for you. For one appearance only. Oui, as always. Now listen closely. This is what I wish you to do. Dr. Bernard, this is Hercule Poirot. Tell me, doctor, when you saw Mr. Maltravers after the stroke, did he have on the shoes? He did? Scotland Yard. Inspector Japp, please. Hello, Japp. This is Poirot. Quite well, thank you. Inspector, I think I have a murderer for you. No, there is no time to explain. Be at Marsden Manor, Marsden Lee, at 8 o'clock tonight. Wait outside the window. And do not come in until I call, eh? Good, remember. Marsden Manor at
8. Alors, Madame Atrovers, we are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say, there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Well, let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the lights.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please. No matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
But of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he is outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed. Oh, no, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Listen. Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It's the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. My husband, you must have seen him too.
Look. She's right. He is there. His hand. Look, it's pointing. What's that light coming from? It's pointing at her.
Mon Dieu. Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood? Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I said, take it away. Take it away.
Light!
Good heavens, Poirot. She's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens. That lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe. His shoe, Poirot? Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance, was it all fake?
Mais certainement. She meant to pull the sheep. Wool. Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the sheep's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with a great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic. the WOR Mutual series, which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tarplin. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that conceit of murderers is colossal. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking. This is Mutual. Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives. Men against murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the world's great detectives of fiction and invites you to listen to the story of his most exciting case. Tonight, we meet Sir Henry Merivale, known to his host of friends as H.M., in the story, Death in the Dressing Room. Good evening, H.M. Tell me, you were with Scotland Yard for a long time before you retired, weren't you?
I was indeed, Mr. Knight.
And didn't I hear that you ran some sort of a secret department for them?
Well, there was nothing secret about it. You see, it was called the Department of Queer Complaints. All the crackpots were sent in to me. As a matter of fact, that's how I happened to be on the spot when this nightclub murder took place. You see, I was there investigating one of our queer complaints that didn't seem to have anything to do with murder. And, well, suppose I begin at the beginning, eh? You know how sometimes a nightclub will catch the public's fancy, a place to see and be seen at? Well, at the time of this story, the Orient Club in London was having just such a season, flourishing like the proverbial Green Bay tree. Tony Kaplan, who ran it, was a smooth, slippery customer, Piccadilly by the way of Times Square and Monte Carlo. And he did have one big drawing card, the star of his show, by the way, another Times Square product, Francine Rapport. She was a great dancer. On the afternoon of the day in question, Tony Kaplan was rehearsing Francine.
Francine, what's the matter with you? You're introducing this Javanese temple dance tonight. Come on, quit clowning and get with it, will you?
Oh, let's cut it out, Tony. It's too corny. Standing in the middle of the floor, waving your arms around like snakes. That went out with the arc.
They'll eat it up. Listen, Francine, since when did you start masterminding your routines? You dance and leave the thinking to me.
Oh, yes? Well, maybe I don't like the way you've been thinking lately, Tony. And maybe I don't like the way you've been acting either. Where were you last night after the show?
Oh, nuts. Let's not go through that dialogue again. Put on another record.
Well, don't get any big ideas under that patent leather hair of yours. I got plenty on you, Tony, and I might use it. If you make me, see?
Yes, I see. Another thing I see is that I pay the orchestra to rehearse, not to referee a love match. Come on, let's try that ending again. Okay, fellas, okay. The Java number. Pick it up 8 bars from the finish. Okay, That's it, Fran. Now you've got it. Up 1 and 2 and finish. Swell. See, I told you it'd be good.
Okay, but I still think it's right from the silo.
Now, let's try it with that blue spotlight.
Blue spotlight? Are you nuts, Tony? You know what blue does to me.
Look, Fran, it's gotta be blue. This number's supposed to be mysterious, see? All the lights out and just that blue baby spot on you. Don't forget you're covered from head to foot with those jewels.
You mean I'm covered from head to foot with that stinking oil?
All right.
I tell you, Tony, it gets all over me. When I fish, I feel like I've been in an oil well.
So what? You can wash it off after the number. Well, it's the only thing that'll make those cheap sparklers gleam. Now quit beefing, Fran. This number will knock 'em dead.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
I always do, baby. Okay, boys, from the beginning now, please.
Tony, can I speak to you for a minute?
Why, Paula, you can do more than that to me, beautiful. Come over here. What's on your mind, sugar?
It's that costume of Miss Francine's. You know, it's just net. And with all those phony jewels on it, Tony, I won't be able to get her into it fast.
Oh, forget the costume, baby. Concentrate on yours truly for a change. You know, honey, you do things to me.
Mr. Tony, please. Not here. Someone will see you. Miss Francine, she's looking.
I'll let her look. I'm crazy about you, baby. You know that, don't you?
But Tony, Miss Francine...
Leave that to me, baby. Little Tony will fix everything. See?
You will make Paula the great dancer, no?
I'll do more than that. You'll have cars, jewels, furs, the works.
Careful, Tony. She's coming.
Stop that music. Stop the music. Say, what's going on here between you two? Paula, I told you to stay in the dressing room and finish my costume, didn't I?
Yes, ma'am. It was just that I wanted to ask Mr. Kaplan a question about it.
Oh, yes? Well, ask me from now on. You've been asking Mr. Kaplan a lot of questions lately, and he's been giving you an awful lot of answers.
Oh, come on, Fran. Can't a guy be polite to a nice little girl?
Not when he works so hard at it. You lay off, do you hear? Next time I catch her hanging around you, little Paula won't live here anymore.
All right. Now, if you'll take my advice, you'll put your other expression back on account of you got company. Don't look now. I think the white hope of the Forsyth fortune is headed this way.
Monty?
The kid himself, the heir to the Forsyths. I'm just about ready for the squeeze play. What do you think, Fran? Will the fish bite?
If he won't, I will. Why, Monty, how sweet of you to drop in.
Francine, I've got to see you now. I've got to talk to you.
Why, of course, Monty. I'm sure Mr. Kaplan can hold up the rehearsal for a few minutes.
Oh, why, certainly. Boys, suppose we run over that hula number.
Let's go to my dressing room. It's cozier there. Well, Monty, suppose you've come to talk to me about those letters again.
But, Francine, you don't understand. Those letters are very important to me.
But, sugar, they're very important to me, too. They're so sweet. I've never had such letters before.
That's just it, Francine. You see, I'm in the diplomatic service. If those letters ever get out, well, I mean, they aren't very discreet. It would mean the end of my career almost before I started.
Yes, I see it. Wouldn't be so good if anybody else saw them. Well, I guess you can have them back.
Oh, Francine, you're wonderful. I knew you'd understand. I knew you'd give them back to me.
Give them back? Well, it amounts to that, I guess, but there's a favor I've got to ask of you in return, Monty.
Of course, Francine, anything.
Well, you see, I'm afraid I've been a bit extravagant lately, and I'm terribly hard up.
I see. Yes, I see perfectly. How much?
Now, don't be mad, sugar. It's only £1,000.
£1,000? But that's impossible. I haven't that much money. I wouldn't know where to get it.
That's your business, Mr. Diplomat. Why, I'm giving you a bargain. That's because I like you so much. Why, just think what the Daily Comet would pay me for
All
the
right,
one about...
you win. But I've got to have time.
Why, of course, sugar. You can have plenty of time. Shall we say, tonight?
Tonight?
Yes, tonight, after my first show. The dough is to be in an unmarked wallet. And whoever brings it walks up to Tony Kaplan and says, I beg your pardon, you dropped your wallet.
Kaplan? So he's in on it, too. I might have known. A pretty little game.
Yes, we thought so, too, but now I'm tired of playing. So don't you forget. Bring that £1,000 tonight, or else. Make it after my first show, here at the Orient Club.
I'm sorry, sir, there are no tables.
What would I say, Armand?
Sorry, sir, we are entirely full.
Armand, please.
Sorry, madame, but you see. Oh, good evening, Sir Henry.
Well, Armand, you have my regular table, of course.
But of course, monsieur.
Ah, fine.
For Sir Henry Merivale, there is always the table. Right this way, if you please, monsieur.
Ah, you see, there you are, Matthews. Simple when you know how, isn't it? Yes. Come along.
By Jove, Chief, I don't see how you do it.
Don't you? Personality, my boy. Personality, only that.
Here you are, Sir Henry. Table 16 as usual.
Ah, very good, Armand. Thank you. Oh, here.
Thank you, monsieur.
Oh, this is very nice. Well, I got your message to meet you here, HM. I must admit I don't know why we're here, sir. Are we, slumming?
Why, not exactly. We're here, Matthews, because this club, the Orient, is run by two of the slickest crooks I've ever had the pleasure of knowing.
Really?
Tony Kaplan and Francine Rapport. And because Scotland Yard has complaints about a new and highly ingenious racket they're presumably working. Pocket-picking in the futurist manner.
What? Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Well, let me explain. You see, a guest here with a good many drinks inside him seldom remembers exactly how much money he has in his wallet. Now, if that wallet is lifted and deftly returned, minus £3, say, or a fiver, he simply assumes he must have spent it.
I see.
The method is harmless and very nearly undetectable, but the takings each week must be enormous.
Very ingenious.
Yes, isn't it? I say, there's an interesting-looking girl. That one in white at the next table.
What? Why, HM.
Eh? Oh, no, I don't mean aesthetically. In this case, I mean professionally.
Oh.
She's just dropped a man-sized wallet on the floor. She seemed very nervous when she picked it up again. I wonder...
Man's wallet? What would she be doing with a man's wallet?
I'm sure I don't know, but I mean to find out.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
The floor show's about to start.
Tonight, Francine offers for your approval for the first time a new dance, the Japanese Temple Dance.
I say, Jim.
Yes?
Look, that girl in white we were just talking about. She's leaving her table. She's going into the bar. Follow her, man. Find out where she's going and report to me.
Right, sir. I say, bartender.
Yes, sir.
Did a lady in white just come in here?
Yes, sir. She went in there, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, you can't go in there, sir.
I think I can. Here. I'm a police officer.
Oh, police.
Yes. Where does that door lead to?
To the dressing room, sir.
Oh, I see. But the girl did go in there.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right. Out of my way, please.
Yes, sir.
Let me by, please.
Wait a minute. Not so fast, young lady. Would you mind telling me what you did with that wallet you put in your handbag a minute ago?
Wallet? Really? What wallet?
Now, look. I'm a police officer.
Oh, I see. One of those persons who have a good time here and then arrest the management for selling drinks after hours.
No, I have nothing to do with that. But would you mind explaining what you were doing with that wallet?
I suppose I'll have to. I picked it up off the floor.
Oh, picked it up?
Yes, it's quite true. Not being able to appreciate the charms of Miss Francine Rapport, which evidently stagger you men so, I went to the bar during her dance. On the way, I picked up the wallet. Naturally, when the lights went up, I wanted to find the proper owner.
And why didn't you?
Well, what do you think I'm doing here? Miss Rapport, I understand, is part owner here. I'm sorry if the proper procedure is to stand on the table and shout that you found a wallet. I thought of taking it to Miss Rapport.
Oh, I see. And did you give it to her?
No, she isn't here. Evidently, she didn't come back here after her dance. Perhaps you'll be good enough to let me pass so I can take the wallet to Mr. Kaplan.
Now, just a minute, please.
Oh, all right. You can come with me.
No, let's say you come with me. We're going back to Francine's dressing room.
No, I won't.
Come with
won't.
me, I said. Is, this Miss Rapport's dressing room?
Yes.
Well, then. You'll soon find out if she's here or not, eh?
You see, I told her she wasn't here.
Yes, so you did. But if you don't mind, I think I'll just make sure.
Wait, you can't go in there.
Huh? Well, who are you?
Paula, Miss Rapport's maid.
Oh, then open the door. I'm a police officer, and I want to see her.
But you can't.
Come along.
Very well.
What's this? She's dead.
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't do it.
Murdered. Stabbed in the back with a pair of scissors.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Stay where you are, both of you.
And now, folks, the medley of dancing hits, beginning with the favorite of yesterday and today, Winthrop.
Close that door, please. All right, now you. You told me your name is Paula. Miss Rapport's maid?
Yes, sir.
Were you here when Miss Rapport came back from her dance a few minutes ago?
No. No, I was not. I can prove I was not. She met me at the end of the passageway. Gave me a message to take to Mr. Kaplan to come back and see her. I went and told him. I was out there. Mr. Kaplan can tell you that.
All right, now, all right. Steady. Paula, do you know where table 16 is?
Yes, sir.
All right, at table 16, you'll find a big, heavy-set man with a sandy, ruddy complexion. His name is Sir Henry Merivale. Ask him if he'll come in here right away, will you? But don't say a word about this to anyone else. Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Can't I go now? Please, I can't stand looking at her there.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to remain where you are. See, this in our hand. Scrap of paper, Evidently left when the murderer snatched the rest of it from her grasp. Got to see you. Ever your adoring Monty.
Monty?
Oh, you know him.
No, I don't.
But you knew she was dead. Why didn't you tell me? You must have known I saw you come out of this room.
You think I'm insane. You'd only have thought what you're thinking now. But I didn't kill her. I came in here, found her dead. All I wanted to do was to get away. I don't expect you to believe that. I probably wouldn't believe it myself if I were in your place.
Then what about that wallet?
Tony Kaplan's wallet. You might as well know now.
Oh, you stole it.
No, I didn't steal it. He dropped it.
He dropped?
He dropped it, I tell you.
You still got the wallet?
Well,
You better let me have it.
Here it is.
Thank you. £1,000.
What's going on here? Who are you?
Steady, Kaplan. Don't touch anything.
She's dead. Francine.
Yes, Kaplan, we...
They got her. She was all I had. Who did it? Tell me. Who did it?
Easy,
I'll
Kaplan.
kill him. Who's that girl?
I came
What's she
in
doing here?
Well, she told me she'd found your wallet.
Yes, that's right. Now, Mr. Matthew, you can clear up one thing. I mean about that wallet. Mr. Kaplan can clear it up. I saw him drop it. He can tell you who I am, too. He can vouch for me.
All right, Kaplan. What? Is this your wallet?
What wallet? Where? What are you talking about?
Does this wallet belong to you?
Certainly not.
I suppose you'll say that you don't know why I'm here either.
Madam, I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that Francine is dead. Dead, do you understand? I love Francine. I come in here to find her stabbed with a pair of scissors. And all you people can do is babble about a wallet. Oh, I don't know who you are. I never saw you before in my life. Did you kill her? Did you?
Did you?
I've done a lot of things in my life. To judge by the number of police in my club tonight, they think I've done a lot more. But I couldn't have killed Francine. I never left that orchestra platform from the time Francine was dancing till just a moment ago. 50 people will testify to that. Once in my life, I'm in the clear when dirty work's been done. This kind of dirty work, this kind.
What kind of dirty work, Tony?
Who are you?
Sir Henry. Oh, boy, Chief, am I glad to see you.
Why, thank you, Jim.
Hello, copper. Come to run us all in?
No. Francine's maid told me. I've telephoned divisional headquarters about our unfortunate homicide here. They'll take charge. No, I really came to break up your newest and I think most ingenious racket.
I don't get you.
This is a test for the air raid warning protection. This is a test. there is no air raid at this time. The 1st Fighter Command, New York, requests that all radio broadcast stations receiving this test transmit time when signal was received by telegraph to 1st Fighter Command, New York. These tests will continue at certain intervals. If it is ever necessary to close broadcast stations due to enemy air raid attack, your station will make a short announcement of the fact when it goes off the air. This is only a test. Thank you.
This wallet contains the blackmail money that Kaplan and Miss Rapport wanted from your brother for his letters to Miss Rapport, doesn't it?
No.
You're crazy.
You were instructed to hand the money to Kaplan in public in the presence of witnesses in a wallet with a little speech. This is your wallet, isn't it?
It's not true.
You can't get away
You
with
went to
it.
give it to him by the orchestra platform, but at the last minute you lost your nerve, didn't you?
No, I
So you followed Francine in here and tried to fling it at her instead.
You're trying to trick me.
That's another one of their little games. Nice, safe blackmail. They used to pull that one in Paris.
You're going a little fast, aren't you, copper? You could get into trouble, you know, talking like that. Making accusations you can't prove out of nothing.
Not exactly nothing, Anthony. Monty Forsythe telephoned us, but then he lost his nerve and refused to set a trap. There was nothing else we could do about it.
Well, what else could I do? I had to get back those letters Monty wrote her. He won't help himself, and I...
Look here, Miss Forsythe. I seem to have made a fool of myself. I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mr. Matthews. You may not have caught a pickpocket, but how do you know you haven't caught a murderess? Look there at that piece of paper in Francine's hand. That's torn off one of my brother's letters, and our wonderful Mr. Kaplan knows it as well as I do.
I don't know what Francine was up to. About letters, that is. She wanted to sell some letters. That was her business. But if there were letters, where are they now?
Well, here's part of one at any rate. You know, strange what soft hands and arms Francine has. By the way, Miss Forsythe, did you get the letters?
No. I've told you. She was dead when I got here. I was only here half a minute anyway. I haven't got any letters. Well, you can search me if you like. Kaplan had the letters. He probably still has them.
I never had any letters. Maybe your brother got him. Didn't this copper say he's here tonight? What's his alibi?
You know you really are a nasty bit of work.
That may be. We're none of us perfect, not even you. But you see, Miss So-and-so, you're in a jam, a bad jam. Now, I'm not in a jam at all. I didn't kill that poor kid. I couldn't have killed her. The coppers themselves will tell you I never left that orchestra platform at any time.
Is that true?
Yes, it's quite true.
See?
No, I don't see. All I know is that it cost Monty and me nearly everything we've got to scrape that money together. There must be lots of poor fools like us. The clever ones of this world have it all their own way, haven't they?
Oh, I think not, Miss Forsythe. No. Come in. Oh, it's you, Paula. Come in and close that door, please. Paula. Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Maybe you have. I was at the Tin Hat Club 2-3 years.
No. I've never been at the Tin Hat Club. No. Haven't I seen you more recently than that?
I don't know.
Very well, we'll skip that. How many dressing rooms are there here?
2 besides this.
Any other principals aside from Miss Rapport?
No.
And the chorus girls, did they change in these rooms?
I'll answer any of your
I'm
questions.
talking to Paula now.
No, on the other side. Miss Rapp would not let them.
When did you last see Miss Rapport alive?
I passed here when she came back off the floor. She gave me a message for Mr. Kaplan.
Ah, so you have an alibi too, eh? Tony, you're a good dance director, aren't you?
Yes, I guess so. What's that got to do with it?
Do you suppose you could teach Paula here to do that temple dance, now that Francine won't be able to dance it any longer?
Oh, I suppose it. Look here, H.M., what are you getting at?
In fact, you've already taught her, haven't you, Tony?
No, certainly not.
Did you notice the dance finished 3 measures too soon tonight, Tony? Didn't that worry you?
Have you gone up your rocker?
I think not. Let me have a look at your hands, Paula.
My hands?
Yes, both of them.
If you're saying Paula had anything to do with killing Francine, you're wrong. She was out on the dance floor with me the whole time. 50 witnesses can prove it.
No doubt.
And if you're saying she's a pickpocket, you must be completely off your nut. What do you think you'll find in her hand anyway? Beeswax?
No. Not at all. No, only oil.
Oil?
You're quite right. She was out on that dance floor the entire time. She's got oil on her hands and arms, Tony. How did she get it there?
Let me alone.
How should I?
I'll tell you. From the oil that was smeared on those jewels on her costume while she was on that floor dancing. Why was she out there dancing instead of Francine, Tony? Or shall I tell you that, too?
You're crazy.
Because Francine was in here, dead. Wasn't she, Tony?
No.
You killed Francine before the dance.
No.
Then you went out to the bandstand and Paula took Francine's place. You were sure no one would recognize her in that dark blue light with her Japanese headdress on.
No.
Paula, keep your trap shut.
Everybody assumed it was Francine, would swear they saw her alive. And everybody would swear they saw you out there all the time. A pretty alibi, Tony.
Yeah, that's right. I got a swell alibi, copper. Try and break it down.
Well, Paula, who is it to be? You or him?
No, I didn't kill her.
He'll rat on you, Paula. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I'll tell.
Why, you
I'll
black-hearted,
I
double-crossing
didn't
rat.
kill her.
Eat it out, Captain, or you'll get hurt.
He killed her. He killed her with scissors. He say you dance. Nothing happened. He promised marry me. I do nothing.
All right. Constable.
You called me?
Yes, Constable. Take them away.
Aren't you upset?
A nasty customer, Jim.
All right, sir. They both are. And it was lucky for you Paula didn't have time to wash that oil off her arms. You might never have caught her.
Yes, that helped. But it was plain from the first that there'd been a substitution of identities.
From the first, Sir Henry?
Yes.
Well, I don't see how.
Well, Jim, as you know, I have an eye for a pretty girl. But that's not all. Whatever you might say about Francine Rapport, she was a magnificent dancer. I didn't know who it was dancing out there tonight, but I knew it wasn't Francine.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series, which brings you each week one exciting case, one member from the sick band of the world's great detectives. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you one of the best-known and best-beloved figures in all crime fiction, Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot, the man with the little gray cells. The story is the tragedy at Marsden Manor, in which Poirot double-crosses a double-crosser. Tonight's detective was H.M. Merivale, played by Roland Winters. Original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adapted by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Calling all cards. Has anyone seen Detective McGarry?
Yes, Sarge, I have.
Who are you?
Detective McGarry.
Yes, friends, it's McGarry and His Mouse, starring Wendell Corey with Shirley Mitchell, with music under the direction of Peter Van Steeden. The misadventures of rookie Detective McGarry have been made famous by Matt Taylor in the pages of This Week magazine. And now, here's Dan McGarry's girlfriend, Kitty Archer.
Kitty Archer to you, but the mouse to Dan McGarry. That's what he's called me since our school days, his mouse. I guess every girl likes to talk about her fellow, and maybe my big red-headed Dan isn't much to brag about. People think he's dumb. He's always getting into some sort of trouble. But then he always manages to get out of it. Now, you take what happened the other night. Dan dropped by my house on his way home from police headquarters. I was on the front porch when Dan opened the screen door.
Hello, Mouse. Hey, what's up? You're hopping around like a flea on an air deer.
I've got good news. Sit down, Dan.
Thanks, Mouse.
Who do you think's coming to visit us?
Who?
My very favorite Uncle Clarence.
Oh, hey, little fat Uncle Clarence in Chicago?
I just got the telegram. He'll be in on the 7:30 train Saturday night.
Well, I must say I'll be very happy to see Uncle Clarence again.
I remember you two had lots of fun together last time he was here.
I'll see. Was he ever a very wonderful sucker at poker? Oh, say, how long is he going to be here this time?
Well, I imagine it'll be a long stay this trip. He's going to open a branch of his toy factory here.
No kidding.
Uh-huh.
Hey, I hope he brings some of his samples like he did the last time. I had fun.
Yes, it was the first time I ever had to compete with a yo-yo.
Well, I'm terrible glad he's coming, Kitty. Now, what are we going to do in the way of showing him a good time?
I've been thinking. First, we'll have a surprise party for him.
That's a good idea. Hey, Mouse, here goes your phone.
Oh, it's all right. Mom will get it. She's inside answering some letters. Now, let's see. We'll invite your Uncle Matthew, of course.
How about Joe and Bernice?
Oh, sure. But the most important thing is that I want you to meet Uncle Clarence at the train and bring him home. I'll have everybody here for the big surprise party.
Just leave that to me. I'll take it. Oh, hello, Mom. How's tricks?
I'm all right, Dan McGarry, but I'm past the age of playing tricks. Now, that phone
Hey, ain't
call...
that good news about Uncle Clarence coming to visit?
Yes, it's very good news. Now, that phone
Me and
call...
Kitty here was just now framing up a surprise.
Dan McGarry, will you shut up?
Huh?
Mom's trying to tell you something, Dan.
Oh, go ahead, Mrs. Archer. What's on your mind?
That telephone call was from Inspector McGarry.
Uncle Matthew?
None other. He wants you to report to police headquarters at once.
Oh, hey, that ain't fair. I already finished a tour of duty.
Tell that to Inspector McGarry.
Dan, maybe it's something to do with the Westmore Bank.
Westmore Bank?
Yes, bank. It was held up this afternoon.
No kidding. The Westmore Bank held up?
And robbed, I might add.
Well, what do you know? Nobody ever tells me these things.
Dan, you'd better not keep your Uncle Matthew waiting. You know he can get madder than Donald Duck.
Oh, hey, this is a very important case. It may be my big break. If I crack this one, Mouse, we might go up to detective first grade.
And if you don't get out of here, we may find ourselves back in uniform. Now go on.
I can see the papers now. Rising young detective solves bank robbery.
Dan McGarry, the inspector's waiting.
Kitty, your future husband stands at the doorway to fame.
That's good, Dan, but close the door. You're letting in flies.
Hello, Uncle Matthew. Well, here I am, ready to answer the call of my sworn duty.
Oh, now, isn't that very fine of you? It's only 45 minutes since I appealed for your presence. Where have you been?
Well, I'll tell you, Uncle Matthew. I dropped by the Westmore Bank on my way down to sort of case the joint. I developed a few very important angles.
Sit down and shut up, you big lunkhead.
Why, Uncle Matthew, you surprised me. I thought you'd be very glad that I started right in to solve the Westmore Bank robbery.
I'll be very glad when you learn to do the little jobs assigned to you.
Little jobs?
I've got a very simple little assignment for you.
You mean you ain't gonna give me the Westmore case?
Listen, all you've got to do is to sit in a cell in the county jail with a petty crook.
County jail?
Yes. Your cellmate will be a little rat by the name of Digits Harper. Your job will go in as a suspect. Sit with Digits and pray he'll do some talking.
Does this here Digits happen to be connected with the bank stick-up?
There was a real brain behind that bank stick-up. We suspect the fine hand of Nick Scalzi.
Oh, Mr. Big, eh? Why don't I just go out and put the arm on this here Nick Scalzi?
We haven't got enough on him yet to even give him a nod. You just get cozy with Digits Harper, that's all.
Oh, hey, Uncle Matthew. This here's a terrible puny assignment. Why, the worst dope in the department could do it.
Well?
Well, Huh? Oh, hey, this here's fierce.
On your way now, on your way. Get Digits talking as soon as you can. We can't hold him more than a few days.
Few days? You mean I gotta play patty cake with this citizen that long? Oh, no, Uncle Matthew, I can't do that.
You what?
Kitty's Uncle Clarence is coming to town Saturday night, and, well, I gotta meet him at the train.
Well, that's fine. The sooner you get Digits talking, the sooner you'll be out of jail.
But, Uncle Matthew...
Now, that's enough talk. Now then, go dirty yourself up and be off. And leave your gun and badge here.
Okay, Uncle Matthew. Duty's duty. But believe me, there ain't no justice. The bank robbers are as free as an undertaker's tears, and I wind up in jail.
Hello, Dan. Back from headquarters so soon? We've got company. Look who's here.
Oh, hello, Joe. Hello, Bernice.
Hello. Hello, Dan. Kitty's just been telling us about the surprise party for her Uncle Clarence. Gosh, Joe and me think it's terrible exciting. Huh, Joe?
Yeah, exciting. Well, it's a swell idea throwing a sweet riot for Uncle Clarence, but I ain't sure yet that I'm going to be among them there present.
Dan, what are you talking about?
Kitty, I got to go to jail.
Jail?
Oh, for goodness sake, Dan, what kind of rap have they got against you?
Well, it ain't exactly a rap, as you say, Bernice. I'm doing it in the line of duty. Duty.
Did you say something, Joe?
Yeah.
What?
Duty.
Oh. Well, what kind of duty, Dan? Is it in connection with the Westmore Bank case?
Well, in a way, Kitty.
What do you mean, in a way? Didn't you get the assignment?
Well, sort of, Kitty.
Oh, Dan, for heaven's sakes, what's the matter with you? You're talking in circles.
Well, I'll tell you, Mouse. All I gotta do is make out like I'm a crook. Sit in the cell with another crook and make him talk.
Oh, say, Joe, he is wonderful at making people talk, huh, Joe?
Yeah, wonderful.
Yes. He just sits and don't say nothing, so somebody's got to talk, huh, Joe?
Yeah, somebody.
Dan, I think maybe I can help you with this case.
Kitty, you help me?
I have before, haven't I?
Well, I gotta admit you did a time or two.
I've got a wonderful idea to make this crook talk.
Now, Kitty.
Now, look, I'm coming down to visit you when you're in jail. All you've got to do is fall in line with whatever I say.
Mouse, I don't know what you got in your mind, but I don't like it.
Oh, now, don't you worry about anything. Tell me, Dan, what's the name of a very big, powerful gang leader?
Living or dead?
Living, of course.
Say, how about Fatty Schmidt from Chicago? Joe was reading something to me about him out of the paper, huh, Joe?
Yeah, the paper.
Killjoy. Fatty Schmidt. Oh, that's an easy name to remember.
Well, it's time for me to go to jail now, so I'll say goodbye to one and all.
Oh, gee, I'd hate to see any of my friends go to jail, even if they happen to be innocent. I remember when Joe was fined $10 for passing a red light. When he had to go to the court, I cried and I cried. I cried so much that Joe started to cry, too. And he cried and he cried.
Hey, look, Bernice. Joe's crying.
Oh, for goodness sake. Hey, what's the matter, Joe? What's making you cry? Dan going to jail?
No, my $10.
McGarry and his usual confusion will return in just a second.
And now back to McGarry and his mouse.
I must say, Digits, you're a very monotonous cellmate. Here it is Saturday night, and all you say is...
I ain't talking, chum.
Yeah. Why, a person would never think we was in the same racket.
I ain't talking, chum.
All I asked is, who's taking care of you? I'm worried about you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'd like to be sure there's a Mr. Big behind you with enough power to spring you out of here.
I ain't?
Yeah, I know. You ain't talking, chum. Well, I told you all about the terrible rap they got on me, but...
I won't stay any longer than you say.
Well, will you look who's coming down the corridor? It's none other than my girlfriend. Hello, Mouse. Gosh, I'm sure glad to see you.
Hello, honey. How's tricks? I hope these stir screws around here ain't giving you a bum shake.
Stir screws? Bum shake? Hey, Mouse, what kind of a way is this for you to be talking?
Ah, wise up, chump. Don't be a lunky all your life. Who's your boyfriend?
Oh, this here's Digits Harper. But he ain't talking.
The kid's smart. Nobody ever got himself jammed up by keeping his choppers clamped.
His choppers clamped?
Look, pal, I ain't got much time to hang around this cage, see? I've been sent here by Mr. Big, see?
Mr. Big, see?
Yeah. You get me?
You mean Uncle Matthew? He's the biggest thing I know.
I mean the real Mr. Big. Fatty.
Fatty? You mean Fatty Schmidt from Chicago?
I ain't talking, chum.
Mouse, you're talking too much.
Ah, pipe down, sap. You listen to me. Mr. Big says he got the mouthpiece to put the zinger in. You'll be sprung out of this flea parlor by 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock?
Yeah, and don't forget you got to meet somebody at the train.
Oh, yeah, the 7:30 train from Chicago.
7:30, Chicago, huh? Well, that's very interesting.
But, Mouse, that don't give me enough time to even wash my kisses
That's
before...
all, chum. I got to breathe now. I'll see if the old hangout as soon as you're sprung. Thanks, guys.
Well, for goodness sake. Oh, hey, I get it now. Say, that mouse of mine sure is a smart little cookie.
The mouse, eh? Well, I heard of freight car freighter, boiler room beaches, and whistling Gertie. But the mouse, that's a new mall on me.
That happens to be my girlfriend, and she ain't no mall.
Oh, so you're going to meet a train from Chicago at 7:30, huh? Hey, you wouldn't by any chance be meeting a party by the name of Fatty Schmidt, would you?
I ain't talking, chum. Hey, why don't you look where you're going? Well, if it ain't my old cellmate Digits. I see you got sprung, too.
Yeah, I know the right people. Here's one of them right here. Meet Nick Scalzi.
Nick Scalzi?
Yeah, pal, that's me.
Well, for goodness sake.
And I got 6 rodmen scattered around this railroad depot just in case you make a wrong move.
Hey, what's the big idea?
The big idea is that we're a reception committee for your friend Fatty Schmidt when he gets off that train.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You guys are talking through your hats. I'm here to meet my girlfriend's Uncle Clarence.
Oh, yeah? Think I'm sap enough to fall for that stuff? Digit tells me your mole tipped the real lowdown in the county jail.
Digits is nuts.
Listen, punk. Nobody's muscling into my territory. Got that?
Hey, Nick, here comes the passengers out the gate.
Okay, Digit. Now, Buster, you give me the nod when you see your boy.
Well, I don't see anything that even looks like him.
How about this little fat guy coming through the gate?
What little fat guy? Oh, him.
Ah, there you are, Danny boy.
Didn't see him, eh, Buster?
Dan, it's good to see you again. But I hardly know you, son. You look like you just got out of jail.
Uncle Clarence, you're a mind reader.
Well, where's Kitty? I thought she'd be with you.
Oh, Kitty had some things to do at home.
Don't forget I'm here, Buster.
Oh, Uncle Clarence, have you ever heard of Nick Scalzi?
Scalzi? Well, no, Dan. Can't say as I have.
Well, you're going to hear a lot about him from now on, I'm thinking. This here's Nick Scalzi.
How do you do, Mr. Scalzi? And a friend of Dan's is a friend of mine.
Hello, Fatty.
Fatty, now look here. Oh, hold it, Uncle Clarence. Hold it. Mr. Scalzi here just wants to talk a little business or something with you.
Well, then, I'm in no mood to talk business. I'm tired, I'm hot, and I'm thirsty.
Thirsty? Well, I can fix that. We'll go over to Mike's joint. We can have a nice, quiet talk there and some cool drinks.
I think maybe it's a good idea to do like Mr. Scalzi says, Uncle Clarence. A guy can learn a lot from an operator like Scalzi, and me, I'm always learning.
Come on, let's go.
Well, I suppose a little sip of something would go good.
Okay, Digits. Tell the boys everything's set. Trail us over to Mike.
Right, Nick.
I'll carry your bag, Uncle Clarence.
Thanks, Dan.
Hey, when are you going to quit this Uncle Clarence stuff? Are you afraid to call him Fatty?
Why, no.
Oh, it's all right, Dan. If Mr. Scalzi insists on calling me Fatty, why, you can call me Fatty, too.
Okay, Uncle Clarence.
Hello? Hello? Yes, I'm still waiting for that information about the 7:30 train from Chicago. What? On time? It came in over an hour ago. Oh, dear. Well, thank you. Well, this is a fine state of affairs. The train got in over an hour ago.
Well, for goodness sake, where can they be at? This here's turning out to be a disappointment party.
That lunkhead nephew of mine has fouled this thing up somehow.
Well, my brother Clarence manufactures toys, but he's got other ways of amusing himself. Yes, I suppose he and Dan are inching their way here by way of some cool taverns.
Maybe they got lost.
Lost?
Oh, sure. Joe got lost once upon a time, huh, Joe?
Here, Lord.
He went out to the store to buy something for me, and what do you think?
What, Benny?
All of a sudden, he didn't know where he was. His mind went blank. Huh, Joe?
Here, conked out.
Oh, now don't you worry, Kitty. They'll be along sometime.
Oh, yes, but in the meantime, everything's getting cold.
Except your temper. I can see that's getting hotter by the minute.
Gosh, I know just how Kitty feels. Makes me terrible mad when somebody keeps me waiting. Joe here was late for our wedding, huh, Joe?
Yeah, wedding.
And by the time he got there, my face was red and my ring was green. I was so mad I brought him out something fierce, huh, Joe?
Yeah, slug me.
Well, I don't think we ought to wait any longer for them. Come on, folks, let's eat.
That suits me. We can give them something when they get here.
You bet we will. I'm going to give them a piece of my mind.
Well, McGarry's really in hot water. So let's stick around, see if Uncle Clarence can help him out. Now back to McGarry and his mouse.
That hit the spot.
I go very easy on the stuff myself. Guys in our racket's got to keep their heads. Hey, Fatty?
Oh, well, then I take it we're in the same business, Mr. Scalzi?
Yeah, but you know, I've been thinking. For a big shot like you, it seems to me you travel awful light.
Yes, this trip, that's right. But I was thinking of bringing along a half a dozen of my best dolls.
A half a dozen dolls?
Oh, you ought to see Uncle Clarence's dolls. He's got some real classy stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, you love them, Nick.
Yeah.
Do you know something? I've done better with dolls this year than ever in my life.
Amazing. Well, let's forget the dolls for a while and talk business. Now, I got enough...
Here you are, Nick. Mike says Diesel's on the house.
Set him down, Digits. Stick around.
Look, I don't want to put the pressure on nobody, but it's getting late, and you said you wanted to talk business, Nick. Why, yes. Just what did you have in mind, Mr. Scalzi?
Well, I've been figuring you ain't in town to see the sights. So that being the case, I figure you're getting set to move in on this territory.
That's right. My plans are all set.
Yeah? That's what you think. I got different ideas.
Well, what do you mean? Well, you see, Uncle Clarence, Nick here don't like competition. Well, Mr. Scalzi, that's very silly. Competition is the lifeblood of business.
Yeah, and sometimes the blood gets spilled.
I welcome competition, if it's fair and square.
Suppose it ain't fair and square.
Well, Nick, as you can easily figure, Uncle Clarence is an old hand at killing off cutthroat opposition.
Suppose they don't kill off so easy.
What? With an organization like he's got, it ain't no trouble at all.
Yeah. How big an organization you got, Fatty?
425 altogether.
425?
Wow, that's a few people.
And I figure to move at least 75 more in here right away.
Are you kidding? 425 people. And me, I'm operating with only 6 guys.
Hey, you're really small potatoes, Nick.
Well, you ain't got a mob like yours.
Look, Uncle Clarence, seeing as how Nick here is already in this territory, maybe you and him can make a deal to work together. Why don't you tell us something about your business, Nick? Yes, what's your specialty, Nick?
Me? I go in for banks.
Banks? Oh, fool. Nobody can tell me anything about banks. Oh, they're all right as a starter, but there's no money in them.
Oh, yeah? Would you call $60,000 in one haul a bad clip?
No, 60,000.
That was our gross on the Westmore Bank job. You must have read it in the papers, Fatty.
In the paper?
Sure, I guess your boy here read about it.
Oh, yeah, the Westmore job. Hey, Nick, I didn't know you pulled that job.
Hey, sure, and with only 6 guys. Just goes to show you.
Sure does. Just goes to show you. Hey, Uncle Clarence? Why, yes, Dan, it certainly does. It just goes to show you.
You see, Fatty, it doesn't always take a lot of guys to make up a good organization.
Yes, I see your point, Nick. So, Uncle Clarence, don't you think you and Nick ought to get together, huh? Well, there's something in what you say. I think maybe we will. Well, I'm glad that's set. Hey, Uncle Clarence, suppose I go call up your local contact and have him come right over? Call up my, your local contact. Oh. Seeing as how Nick and him's going to be working pretty close, as soon as they meet, the better.
Swell idea. I'd like to meet the guy. But a phone booth's right out by the bar.
Thanks, I'll be right back. Oh, boy, what a break. This'll show Uncle Matthew. Show him I ain't as dumb as he thinks I am. I'll bet I get a medal for this.
Hello?
Oh, Kitty.
Dan McGarry, where in heaven's name are you? We've been waiting and waiting.
Hold on a minute, Mouse. I just captured the Westmore bank robbers.
You what?
I mean, I got them right here at Mike's place, corner of Chestnut and Gower. Tell Uncle Matthew to get here as fast as he can and help me put the arm on him.
Oh, my goodness. I'll tell Uncle Matthew right away. He has a squad car out front.
Tell him to shake it up, Mouse. The quicker we bring in Scalzi, the quicker we get promoted to detective first grade.
Detective first grade? Look, McGarry. Gary. We don't settle for anything less than lieutenant.
All right, Scalzi, all right. Stand in front of that microphone.
Gosh, I ain't never been to a police lineup before. It's exciting, huh, Joe?
Yeah, exciting.
Okay, Scalzi, okay. Now then, have you got anything to say for yourself?
Just a word of advice to my fellow thieves here. Boys, don't never get mixed up with dolls or toy manufacturers.
Okay, boys, take him away, take him away.
Well, this is the greatest thrill I've ever had, seeing a big bank robber jailed.
Oh, it was wonderful. Dan, however did you do it?
Well, it took a lot of brain power, Mouse. That there's a story I can tell our kids when we're married.
Yes, Dan.
And the little punks better believe me.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Calling all cars. Has anyone seen Detective McGarry?
Yes, Sarge, I have.
Who are you?
Detective McGarry.
Yes, friends, it's McGarry and his mouth. The misadventures of rookie Detective McGarry have been made famous by Matt Taylor in the pages of This Week magazine. And now here he is, Dan McGarry himself, handsome as ever, brave as ever, and confused as ever.
Maybe some guys can figure dolls out, but here's one guy that can't. Take my mouse, Kitty Archer. Now, there's a little bundle I think I know pretty well on account of we're going around together with one another a long time. Then comes this fierce thing the other day on my day off. Kitty and me are figuring on going to the beach with our friends Bernice and Joe. I'm supposed to pick up Kitty at her house, and while she's waiting for me, her and her mom are making up sandwiches for us to eat at the beach.
Oh, Kitty.
Yes, Mom?
How many hard-boiled eggs do you think that cop of yours can eat?
Oh, 7 or 8 ought to do, Mom.
7 or 8? With sandwiches, salad, and cold cuts? Heavens above.
Oh, he's on a diet.
But why should he go on a diet?
He's thinking of the future. He says nothing looks more ridiculous than a fat cop chasing a thin crook.
Oh, I see. By the way, isn't it about time he was here?
Well, he is a little late, Mom, but he'll be here all right.
Well, he better be. I don't want to see all this food go to waste.
Oh, Mom, stop worrying.
I'm not worrying. But I wish I knew some way to make sandwiches and keep my fingers crossed at the same time.
I'll get it.
Oh, here we go again. I wonder what his excuse will be this time.
Hello?
Hello, Kitty. Is that you?
Yes, Bernice. You were wrong, Mom. It's Bernice.
Well, for goodness sake, where are you? Me and Joe have been waiting and waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bernice, but Dan hasn't gotten here yet. You know how things are these days with that Slats Morgan gang on the loose.
Well, look, so long as he's late, maybe you better meet us downtown on the corner of Price and Buckwell. Joe wants to go down to Horseman's department store and buy a bathing suit.
Well, I thought he had a bathing suit.
Yes, so he did, but when we dug it out of the closet, what do you think?
What?
It was full of holes.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, we suspect Moors. Joe was crushed. You know how modest he happens to be. Why, those Moors even ate away the sleeves.
Oh, just a minute, Bernice. Oh, Mom, will you answer the door? I'm on the phone.
What's the matter, Kitty?
Just a minute, Bernice. Oh, Mom!
Yes, Kitty, I heard you.
Hey, Kitty, what are you mumbling about?
The doorbell's ringing, Bernice.
Oh, for goodness sake,
Mike. I didn't even hear it. I'll answer it right away. Oh, no, Bernice. No, not your doorbell, my. Hey, Bernice. Oh, for the love of Mike.
It's him, Kitty. The law's here. Come on in, Dan.
Now, you see, Mom, I told you he'd be here. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Miles. Now, look, I just want to...
Well, Detective McGarry, haven't you got a kiss to spare?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Now, look, Kitty. Before you go and stretch me out for showing up late like this here, let me tell you how it comes to be.
It doesn't matter now that you're here, Dan, but we'll have to hurry.
I know, but all the same, I'd like to explain things.
Well, I'll go put the stuff in the basket so you can get right off to the beach.
Thanks, Mom.
Look, Mouse, there ain't nobody getting right off to nowheres.
Why not?
On account I gotta work. I'm assigned to a special detail.
Oh, no, Dan, not again. Not after all the preparations we've made.
Yeah, Mouse, I feel fierce.
I suppose it's the Slats Morgan gang.
Oh, no, Kitty. The commissioner's supposed to meet some famous celebrity at the railroad station and present the key to the city, and I gotta help keep the crowds back.
But, Dan, what'll we do with all the sandwiches and things?
Well, just keep them on ice or something. This job won't take more than an hour, and I'll be right back here. Look, Mouse, I gotta get going. Uncle Matthew's blowing for me. He's waiting outside in the squad car.
Oh, is Uncle Matthew going to be on the special detail, too?
Oh, sure. Him being the ranking inspector in the department, he's got to be the commissioner's deputy and hold the gold key on a hunk of black velvet whilst the commissioner gets off the welcome speech.
Well, all I can say is the police must have little to do wasting their time on a celebrity.
Well, Mouse, it's just one of them jobs the department has to do sometimes.
Well, this is a fine time to pick with the Slats Morgan gang holding up people all over town.
Hey, Danny! Oh, look, Mouse, I got to go before Uncle Matthew blows a gasket.
Well, go ahead. But don't forget, now, you'll be back in an hour.
Oh, sure. And don't you worry about the Slats Morgan gang. We're going to run them mugs down if it takes forever.
Well, I'm glad you've set a time limit.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go now.
All right. Oh, before you go, you better leave your money here, Dan.
Huh?
Remember the last time you were in a crowd, somebody picked your pocket.
Gee, Miles, you think of everything. Take it easy, Falls. Quit the shoving. Lady, will you please stop digging your umbrella into the small of my back?
Doctor, there she is. Gee, Mama Vane and Payson. Oh, ain't she beautiful? Gosh, she looks just like in the last picture.
Hey, Slats. Slats.
Yeah, Pinky.
Get a load of them diamonds Mona Verner's wearing.
What do you think I'm looking at? Her complexion?
Gee, Slats, the last time I saw that much ice, Sonia Henny was skating on it.
Yeah, we better do something about it. Come on, Pinky. Let's go think this over.
Miss Byrne, now stand over here, please. I want the photographers to get a shot of you in the crowd.
Is this all right, Mr. Crowd?
Yeah, right there near the commissioner. Okay, boys, get me a good picture of this now.
Oh, how thrilling. How perfectly thrilling. Back in my own hometown at last. Oh, all these people, and they're all my old neighbors, aren't they, Commissioner Mulcahy?
Yes, Miss Byrne, they're all your old neighbors.
How awfully lovely. My neighbors, friends, fellow townsmen.
Yep, that's right. Where's the golden key, Inspector?
Right here, Commissioner.
Neighbors, friends, home. This is really home, Commissioner. I've returned at last in triumph.
Yep, it's home. And now, Miss Byrne, on behalf of the mayor, the city council, and the citizens of this
hold that, Miss Byrne. Hold that pose. Hold it. You got it, boys? Perfect.
Yes, Commissioner. You were saying?
I was saying that on behalf of the mayor, the city council, and the citizens of this fair city... What's the matter now, Miss Byrne?
That boy, that handsome boy over there, his face looks familiar. Commissioner, isn't that Danny McGarry of PS 97?
No, that's Danny McGarry of Precinct 24. Now, Miss Byrne, on behalf of the mayor, the city council, and the citizens of this fair city...
It's the same red-headed Danny McGarry? Oh, Commissioner, isn't he cute?
Yes, Miss Byrne, he's awful cute. Now, if you'll please stand...
Yes, it's the same dear boy who used to carry my school book.
Miss Byrne, I got a great publicity idea. A great idea.
Oh, Mr. Krause, you and your idea.
Oh, but this is terrific. A touch that gives purpose to your homecoming. I can see the front pages now. Glamorous movie star returns to arms of childhood sweetheart.
Oh, you mean Danny McGarry, my childhood sweetheart. Why, of course. How utterly romantic.
The papers lead it up. Come on, Miss Verne, a picture of you planting a kiss on the fevered brow of your old love. Okay, boys, get this shot. Miss Verne, would you mind going over here and standing near your old boyfriend?
Miss Verne, on behalf of the mayor, the city council, and the citizens of this fair city...
When you people get back like I'm telling you, will I have to push you back? Oh! Lady, watch that umbrella. Your aim's getting better.
Danny McGarry, little Danny McGarry, of all people, how thrilling seeing you here.
I work here. Oh, hello, Mona. How's tricks?
It's so wonderful meeting you after all these years. Aren't you going to kiss me, Danny?
Kiss you? Me? What for?
Why, for old time's sake.
Look, Mona, if it's all the same to you, I'll just say hello to you and let it go at that.
Come here, Danny.
Oh, now look, Mona, for Pete's sake, let go.
Danny, don't.
Oh, cut it out.
Hold that kiss, Miss Verne, hold it. That's it. There we are, square. I'll give you the story of that gorgeous dynamite.
Miss Verne, you shouldn't do a thing like that.
Miss Verne, now look here. On behalf of the mayor, the city council...
Yes, Commissioner, you're about to say?
I was about to say, here, lady, here's the key to the city, and here's a copy of my speech. Read it sometime.
Oh, how lovely. I just adore keys. And now, Commissioner, would you like to make me very, very happy?
Miss Verne, as guests of honor of our fair city, your wish is our command.
Then could we have Detective McGarry accompany us to the hotel for the reception?
That big lunkhead accompany you? Why, if that's what you want, McGarry? Yes, sir. You will ride in the car with Miss Verne to the hotel.
But, Commissioner, I got a date with my mouse.
That's an order. Yes, sir.
Come on, Daddy.
And McGarry.
Yes, sir.
Wipe that lipstick off your face.
Hello? Is that you, Kitty? This here's Bernice.
Oh, Bernice, are you and Joe still waiting on the corner of Price and Buckwell?
We certainly are.
I'm terribly sorry. Dan hasn't gotten back yet. I don't know what's happened to him.
You don't, but I do. He just went past us in a car.
Oh, then he's on his way here.
As a matter of fact, he was going in the other direction.
Oh.
And who do you think was in the car with him?
Who?
None other than our old school chum, Mona Verne.
Mona Verne. Mona Verne? So that's who the celebrity was. And you say he was in the car with her?
Yeah. You know, Kitty, I wouldn't feel too good if my fella was out with that type of a person. She's had 3 husbands already. She may be getting in the mood to make it a quartet.
Oh, don't be silly, Bernice. I'm not worried about McGarry. Of course I'm not worried about Dan.
Well, it's getting awful late. I guess our picnic's off, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Yeah, that's what Joe thought when we saw McGarry in the car with Mona.
What do you mean?
Well, Joe figured that Dan wouldn't want a cold sandwich on the beach when he had a hot chicken in the car.
Well, Detective McGarry seems to be standing in hot water up to his neck. Glamour girl Mona Verne has latched on to him in a big way. A picture of him being kissed by Mona is due for the front page of every newspaper. And all this just when he had a date to go on a picnic with his mouse Kitty. Well, it's late afternoon now, and Kitty and her mom are sitting on their front porch. Incidentally, the afternoon paper has just been delivered.
Kitty, will you come into your dinner? Everything's getting cold.
No, Mother. I'm going to wait right here. I know he'll stop by on his way home. Oh, this is disgusting. Right on the front page. Dan McGarry kissing Mona Verne.
That looks like Dan's car now. Yes, it's him.
Well, he's missed one picnic today, but he's in for another one now.
Now, hold your temper, Kitty, till you hear what he has to say.
I'd like to hear him talk his way out of this. Here it is, right in the front page of the paper.
Well, I'm going inside. The air out here is a little too blue to suit my complexion.
Hello, Kitty. How's tricks? Grabbing yourself some fresh air. Oh, what a day, what a day. I've been kicked around so much since I saw you, I feel like I spent a weekend in a Mixmaster. Feels good to take some weight off the leather. What's new with you? How's tricks?
Look, Mouse, I can explain everything.
I'm sure you can.
It ain't my fault we had to blow the picnic. Honest, it ain't.
You said you could explain everything. Well, start off by explaining this. You and Mona Verne all over the front page of the afternoon paper, and you're kissing her.
I am not. She's kissing me, and very much against my will.
And look at this caption. Girl returned to arms of her first love. What rubbish. You in love with Mona Verne.
Kitty, I'm not in love with her. I'm in love with you.
Well, then why did you let her kiss you?
I'm taken by surprise. I'm helpless. Mona copped a sneak on me.
Well, you don't look like you're trying to get away from her in this picture.
I couldn't get away. The crowd was pushing. A detective holds my right hand. A detective holds my left hand. I'm in the middle, stretched out like a shirt on a wash line. All of a sudden, bing, I'm kissed.
Oh, it's disgusting. It's humiliating. What will my friends say? What will Bernice and Joe think?
It's a frame-up, Mouse. Her press agent, Mr. Krause, framed the whole thing.
Oh, I suppose I just tell my friends I'm a victim of a frame-up. It all happened just because my fiancé was stupid.
I'll prove it.
Dan, why did you let this happen? Why didn't you do something about it?
But, Kitty, what could I do about it? I was surrounded.
Well, you are going to do something about it right now.
I am? What?
You're going right down to Mona Verne's hotel and get that Mr. Krause to make the papers print a retraction.
You mean make them take back what they said about me and Mona?
Exactly.
Hey, gee, Mouse, you sure are smart to think of that. I'll go right down there and make that little runt printer what you said.
Mm-hmm. And if you come back here without it, you better start looking for another finger to put this engagement ring on.
Don't you worry, Kitty. If Mr. Krause don't straighten this out, he's the one that's going to be looking for fingers. And his ears and his nose may be missing, too. Wait right here. I'll be back in half an hour. And what's more, Mona, if that little bum Krause don't make the papers take back what they said, I'll tear his ears off.
Oh, come, Danny. Sit down. Now, take it easy. I've got a very pleasant surprise for you.
Surprise for me?
Mm-hmm. I've had a long talk with your dear commissioner, and guess what?
What?
I've prevailed on him to make you my bodyguard during my entire stay here.
What? Hey, I'm the one that'll need a bodyguard.
Well, aren't you thrilled? Just think you'll be with me constantly.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Oh, no, Mona, this can't be. This is impossible.
Not at all, Danny, darling. The commissioner's already agreed. And guess what we're going to do? Just you and me.
We're going to start moving in opposite directions right now.
Oh, no, Danny. We're going on a tour of the old neighborhood. We're going to visit the Firehouse, PS 97, Dreamland Ballroom, and, all the old places.
Well, I hope you have a swell time. Good night, Mona.
Danny McGarry, this is an order from the commissioner.
I've already got an order from the mouse.
But remember, I'm your responsibility. If anything happens to me, you may have to face charges.
For the love of Pete, Mona, will you have a heart?
Of course, dear boy. Come on, we're off on our tour.
Oh, hey, Mona, you can't do this to me.
And the big news on the home front tonight is the red-hot romance between glamour gal Mona Verne and our own Detective Dan McGarry. Ah, yes, the course of true love sometimes does run smooth. For tonight, big, bashful, red-headed Dan is taking his Mona to visit some of their old childhood haunts. Mona's been unlucky in previous amorous adventures.
Oh, that's enough,
this
Mom.
looks
Turn
like
that thing
the
off.
real
I've heard
thing
all
at
I can stand.
It's a happy day indeed when a big movie star can remain loyal to an old love, especially...
Oh, what Tommy rot. Loyal to an old love. The only old love that Mona Verne could be loyal to is Mona Verne.
What in the blazes has that nephew of mine gotten himself into now?
Well, Uncle Matthew, your nephew seems to have gotten himself into something that isn't going to be too easy to get out of this time.
Yes, I can see what you mean.
Oh, I never should have let him go back to her hotel.
She's quite a girl, that Mona Verne, with a long, wavy hair and a big brown eyes. Why, if I was 20 years younger myself, I think I'd enjoy an assignment like that.
Matthew McGarry, act your age. Kitty, where are you going?
I'm going down to that hotel and make Mona Verne stop making a fool out of my
No,
dad.
Kitty, wait a minute. Oh, Matthew, go with her. It's too late for her to be gone downtown alone.
Oh, sure, Margaret. Kitty, wait for me.
Besides, if she runs into Mona, they may need a referee.
And now let's get back into the hot water. With Dan acting as Mona's unwilling escort about town, and with Kitty and Uncle Matthew on their way to Mona's apartment, well, I suppose the logical thing would be for us to go to Mona's apartment, too, and see what's happening.
Hey, Slats, you find anything?
Not much. Jewelry box is empty. Nothing in the bureau either.
She must be wearing all her ice.
Hey, Pinky, listen.
What's the matter?
The elevator door just opened. Maybe that's her. You duck in the alcove there. I'll get behind the door.
Okay, Slats.
I'll douse the lights. Duck.
Oh, home. Really, there's no place like home.
That's what I've been thinking all night.
But I've had a perfectly delightful time. Simply delightful, Danny, darling.
Well, this finishes up my tour of duty for tonight, and like you was just now saying, there's no place like home.
Going so soon, Danny? It isn't midnight yet.
Just the same, I'm on my way.
No, you're not, pal.
Why, what the...
Reach for the ceiling. It's a stick-up.
Get him up, both of you.
Now, don't tell me Krause is pulling this old publicity stunt again.
Publicity? Is this here a publicity stunt?
We want that ice you're wearing, lady.
What, again? He had them stolen from me only last month in Detroit. I've been held up so often, I feel like a good example.
If you people will kindly excuse me, I don't want to get mixed up in any more stunts.
Don't want to get mixed up in it, eh, pal?
I'd like to help you out, but I'm in bad enough as things stand now.
Hey, is this guy kidding?
Shut up, Pinky. Come on, lady, let's have the ice.
This is very stupid. Why didn't you let me know you were coming?
Let you know.
Sure. What's this going to look like in the papers? All this stuff I got on is only worth a measly $5,000.
That'll do, let's have it.
Listen, my fans will think I'm broke.
Ain't you got no more stuff lying around, Mona, to make it look good?
Well, the only other things I brought with me on this trip are my pearl necklace, my sapphire brooch, and my diamond bracelet.
Where does this stuff happen to be as of this moment?
Downstairs in the manager's safe.
Nuts. Might as well be in Egypt.
Oh. Wait a minute, fellas. Maybe I can figure something out.
You figure something out.
Oh, I'm very experienced when it comes to holdups. I got it. Suppose you fellas call things off for the night and come back in the morning.
Yes, I'm getting sleepy.
Hey, what will we come back in the morning for?
The necklace and stuff, of course. Miss Verne could go down to the safe and get it for you.
Go down and... Hey, wait, I gotta grab a chair.
Don't you like the idea?
No, I don't. If it's all the same to you, we'll grab what's present and scram out of here.
Well, okay, Mona. Give 'em what you got on.
All right, Danny, but this is going to make me look awful cheap. Here's the ring.
Thanks. How about the wristwatch?
All right. Oh, this darn clasp. It's stuck.
Hey, Mona, I got another idea. Why don't you give me a note to the hotel manager, and I'll go down and get the necklace for the boys.
Go down and get... Oh, hey, I don't get this.
You do that for us?
Why not?
That's pretty wide of you, buddy.
I can't get this clasp open.
Let me give you a hand, lady.
Oh, good. I'll hold your gun for you.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, you can't do that.
Will you get that, Danny?
Yeah, sure, Mona.
Yeah, be careful what you say, pal. I got a gun on you.
Don't worry. I know how to keep my mouth shut. Hello, Miss Verne Sweet speaking.
May I speak to Miss Dan McGarry? Is that you?
Mouse, is that you?
Yes, it certainly is me.
Kitty, this is a big surprise to me, hearing from you.
What are you doing alone with Mona at this time of night?
But I'm not alone with the mouse. There's some more people here besides...
Well, there better be. I'm down in the lobby with Uncle Matthew, and we're coming up. You'd better not be alone with Mona.
Well, what do you know?
Who was it, Danny?
It was Kitty. She's coming up with Uncle Matthew.
What? Who's coming up with who?
My girlfriend and my Uncle Matthew. Hey, stick around. You'll like Uncle Matthew.
Come on, Pinky. This joint's getting too crowded.
Wait a minute. You can't go now.
Yeah, and why not?
Didn't I just tell you my girl's coming up with my uncle from headquarters?
Your uncle from what headquarters?
Police headquarters.
A copper.
Uncle Matthew's an inspector, I'll have you know. Let me give you a friendly tip. Don't ever say copper. Us detectives don't...
You a copper, too?
Please. Detective. Don't spoil things by getting me mad at you.
Come on, this place is beginning to crawl.
Look, all I'm asking is one little favor.
Get away from that door, chum.
You fellas don't understand. My girl Kitty's a pretty jealous little mouse. If she finds me along with this Vern here, she'll give me a one-way ticket to nowheres in particular.
Get away from that door. I'll let you have it.
Now, really, boys, this is carrying things too far.
Yeah, you're overacting something fierce.
Look, Bud, we ain't acting. We're getting out of here.
Now, wait a minute. Can't you do a guy a favor? All I'm asking for you is to wait here so you can square me with my girl.
Get away from that door. You get this rod right over your skull.
Hey, what are you getting so tough about?
Dan, look out!
No, you don't, mister. If that's the way you want to play.
Oh!
Why, you big nut.
Oh!
What's going on here?
Dan, what's happened?
Hello, Kitty. Hello, Uncle Matthew.
Hey, what's this? Well, I'll be hanged. Look who's laying on the floor. Slats Morgan.
Huh?
Slats Morgan? Then this wasn't
Dan, you captured Slats Morgan. That's what you meant when you said someone else was up here.
Slats Morgan. Oh, yeah. Slats Morgan. Him and his pal was trying to heist Mona's jewels.
Dan, my boy, I'm proud of you.
Oh, where am I?
Lay down there, you big...
Now, take it easy, Dan. I'll put the cuffs on both of them.
Oh, Dan, you're wonderful. How did you ever do it?
Well, Kitty, I had to keep my promise. I told you I'd bring them mugs in, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. And I knew you'd do it.
Dan, this is marvelous. This is too good to be true.
It is, huh, Mona?
Well, of course, this is better than just a publicity stunt. This is the real thing.
What do you mean?
Why, tomorrow, every paper in town will have our pictures on the front page.
Hey, Miles, come on. Let's get out of here.
This is Bert Park saying goodnight and inviting you to be with us next week for another adventure of McGarry and his mouse.
This is Mercer McLeod, the man with the story. Out of his own imagination, a struggling painter draws a scene. A rather revolting scene, a murder, as a matter of fact. But when he showed this mythical scene to a patron...
It's obvious you strangled this woman, robbed her of her money, and threw her body under this wall.
But I never saw this woman before in my life.
Then how did you draw this whole scene so accurately?
That's it, sir. I don't know. I just drew the scene out of my head.
I'm afraid you must stand trial for the murder of Teresa Becker.
And all that because of a hastily drawn sketch. Well, I'll tell you the rest in a minute. mysterious drawing. I am Christian, the painter. Outside the chapel of San Sebald, there stands a little tavern. It was there I spent the unhappiest days of my life. I'd gone there to study the old European masters, and I lived from day to day by painting cheap portraits. But, in spite of everything, I could never earn enough to keep my stomach full or my lodgings paid. And then one day, a strange thing happened. An unquenchable desire to draw filled my mind. I sat before my easel and drew a rapid sketch. A sketch which hadn't the slightest resemblance to any of my previous work. Involuntarily, my hand held the charcoal and moved over the paper. Imagine a dreary courtyard, enclosed by high, dilapidated walls. Embedded in the walls were hooks. It was a slaughterhouse. And with every stroke of my charcoal, a new detail was added. There was the sole of a foot, a leg, a skirt of a dress, and by degrees, an old woman began to appear, pale and wasted. She'd been thrown down by the side of the wall, struggling to free herself from the hand that clutched her throat. It was a murder scene. I gazed in amazement. Did I draw this? And why? This old woman, her face contracted by terror, her hands struggling to free her throat from her murderer's grip. Did I? And this man, the person to whom the hands belonged, I couldn't quite see him. It was hazy. Oh, by this time, my forehead dripped perspiration, my hands trembled, and it was then I heard a knocking at my door. Just a moment. Yes?
Are you Christian the painter?
Yes?
Well, my name is Anne Frederick. Perhaps you know my father.
Baron Frederick?
Yes.
I've heard of him, of course, yes.
Well, my reason for calling on you is that quite by accident I ran across one of your paintings the other day and was exceedingly impressed by it.
Oh?
And, well, if all your work is as good as what I saw, I feel it shouldn't go unnoticed.
Dear lady, you may be just in time.
I beg your pardon?
Well, if you'd care to see my other work now.
Oh, I would, very much.
Then please step inside.
Thank you.
I'm afraid the place
I know, you're going to make excuses for the state of your room. They all do, you know. Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you.
And this. You do landscapes, too.
A little.
Excellent. And...
Yes?
Did you draw that sketch?
Yes, I did it just before you arrived here.
Oh. Could I buy it?
Buy it? Of course not. If you like it, you may have it. Here.
Thank you. Your work is most realistic. Well, you'll hear from me again in the very near future.
Well, I thought, was this a change of fortune at last? But why was she so impressed by that horrible sketch, which wasn't even finished? And then again, how came I by that vile creation? These thoughts occupied my mind for the better part of an hour, until at length, another knock was heard at my door.
All right. Are you Christian?
Yes?
You're under arrest.
Under arrest? What for?
You'll find out. Come on.
I was taken outside, pushed into a conveyance, and driven to another part of the city. We stopped, and I was told to get out. An officer took hold of my arm and led me along a low alley. We turned a corner. A final push by one of the officers landed me squarely in the middle of the very courtyard I had drawn in my sketch. The walls with hooks, the slaughterhouse, and near the wall lay the old woman, her face blue, her eyes wide open.
You know who I am?
Yes. You're Baron Frederick.
My daughter recently brought me a sketch of yours. Now, do you recognize this scene? Well, Christian? It's obvious you strangled this woman, robbed her of her money, and threw her body under this wall.
But I never saw it before in my life.
Then how did you draw this whole scene so accurately?
That's it, sir. I don't know.
That won't do, Christian.
But I tell you, I just drew the scene out of my head.
I'm sorry, Christian, but I'm afraid you must stand trial for the murder of Teresa Becker.
Locked in prison, I found myself in a state of profound stupidity. I didn't know what to think. Was this real? Had I murdered the old woman? And this I puzzled over all that endless night. And I thought of the drawing. The murderer was in the unfinished part of that sketch. If I could only picture him. Wait. Something is shaping before my eyes. I think I see him. Oh, if I could only finish the sketch. I almost see him. Almost. Finally, dawn broke. At first dull and undecided, and then it blazed against the wall of my cell. I heard the chattering of humans. I walked to my window and looked out. The market opposite was opening. Old women with their baskets, dealers in old clothes, farmers calm and grave, butchers with their bare arms cutting meat, and... Who was that? That butcher carrying a quarter of beef on his shoulder. He turns his face.
Guard, come here. Guard! Now, what's the matter here? I saw him. He's out there in the street. Look, through the window. Do you see that butcher at the first block cutting meat? He's the man. He's the murderer, not I. Ask the Baron Frederick to come here with that man. I'll make him confess. I will. I'll make him confess. I will.
This is Mercer McLeod again. Well, what do you think of our young painter now? Do you think he can make him confess? Well, I'll be back in a minute, friends, and I'll let you know. Now, back to the cell of Christian the painter.
Hurry, guard, hurry! That's the man!
A sudden idea flashed across my mind. I put my hand in my pocket and found an old bit of crayon. I rushed to the wall and began to draw the murder scene with superhuman energy. There was no uncertainty, no hesitation. I knew that scene too well by now, and now the man. It was easy. Yes, I knew him too. I had seen him, and suddenly he was there before me. He lived. His full-face figure upon the wall stood out with startling vitality. And now I heard movement outside. They had come.
Christian, we've brought this man. Now, what have you to say?
I would like this man to take a look at that wall.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Hold him. Hold him. Hold him. Hold him. Hold him. There. Anything to say, my man?
Who drew that picture? I did.
But how could you? I made sure there wasn't a soul about when I think that's enough for the present. Christian, I congratulate you. All right, men, take him away.
Well, years have passed since that nightmare adventure, but the memory of that drawing refuses to leave my mind. How could a crime committed by a man I did not know at a place I had never seen have been reproduced in all its detail? When the body sleeps, does the soul wander? Who knows? I don't. Do you? Well, at this point, I don't know how many of my stories you've listened to, but probably you know that all characters are portrayed by Rita and myself. Say hello, Rita, will you?
Hello.
And now...
I know. Goodbye.
So, soon I'll be telling you another. Goodbye, then. This is yours truly, Mercer McLeod, the man with the story. This is Mercer McLeod, the man with the story. You hear that? That's a little oblong ebony box. It's called the Music Box from Hades. That's enough. Turn it off. It was manufactured by the wizard Sin Bokilish of Nuremberg in the early 16th century. It constitutes the result of a particularly fiendish pact made with an evil power. Now, recorded on metal in this little box is a demoniacal and cunning tune to which no man can listen without being snatched off the face of the earth. Well, impossible, you think? Just wait. I'll tell you all about it in a minute. The music box from Hades. Ralph Mace hunched under the awning of the antique shop, gloring at the March drizzle as he waited for his bus. If his Aunt Audrey would hurry up and die, he wouldn't have to make trips downtown for medicine, yes. And after she died, Ralph's pinched-up face grimaced at the thought of all her money.
Could I sell you anything?
Ralph turned to see a cherub-faced little man wearing a frock coat. He was, apparently, the owner of the antique shop. His Aunt Audrey loved antiques. Yes, she loved music, too, and was forever wasting money buying chamber music records.
I have just about anything you might want inside.
I don't want anything, thank you.
You see that ring on the white velvet just under that handsome chalice? That once belonged to the Borgias. Lucrezia, I believe. Quite adept in the art of poisoning, so they tell me. Of course, I'd choose some other method of eliminating besides poison. It can always be traced. Aha, I see I interest you.
What way would you use?
Music?
Music?
Why, yes. Sorry, I have to go in now. But in case you're in the market for some really remarkable antiques...
just a minute. But the little man was gone, and the suburban bus, which had already driven up, was now pulling away. But Ralph Mace just stood there under the awning, racked by indecision. Finally, with a scowl on his face, he opened the door of the antique shop and stepped inside.
Decided there was something you wanted after all. What is it?
I want a present for my aunt.
Oh, an aunt who loves antiques, eh?
She's also very fond of music.
This aunt of yours is perhaps wealthy, huh? Oh, so sorry. Mustn't ask personal questions, must we? Well, it so happens that I have just the thing you want, unless I am sadly mistaken. Now, you see this oblong ebony box? Yes. This is called the music box from Hades. It was manufactured by the wizard Sin Bokilish of Nuremberg in the early 16th century. It constitutes the result of a particularly fiendish pact he made with an evil power. Now, recorded on metal in this little box is a demoniacal and cunning tune to which no man can listen without being snatched off the face of the earth.
You don't really expect me to believe this hocus-pocus, do you?
Would you like a sample? Oh, it's all right. Hearing just a few notes or strains can't hurt anyone. It's the whole movement. It forms a hideous pattern which at last seizes hold of its victim's mind, and by an evil rearrangement of its vibratory pattern, the listener is swept into the black limbo. Shall we have a sample?
But I don't see any levers or dials on it. How do you set it running?
By simply whispering the demon's name, like this.
Macho, what an plan.
Eh?
Good heavens. That's awful.
And to shut it off, I merely whisper the demon's fire name.
Pinda, Oida.
And it stops.
And what are you asking for this piece of mumbo-jumbo?
$25.
I'll take it.
But I must have your name and address and your money, please.
Audrey Mace was a sweet-faced old lady, and all she asked of life now was to sit and listen to Haydn or Mozart on her old phonograph. But even that pleasure had been somewhat dimmed in latter years, not only by Ralph's persistent growlings about the few record albums she allowed herself to purchase, but by the fact that she was slowly going deaf and had to resort to the use of a hearing aid. Now she was sitting motionless in her favorite wing-back chair, her blue-veined fingers toying with the hearing aid box in her lap.
I brought something for you, Aunt Audrey. Something I think you'll like. Here.
Is it a present? For me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now this is sweet of you, Ralph, dear.
It's a music box. Listen. It's starting up, Aunt Audrey. Listen. I'd better get out of here. I'll see you later, Aunt Audrey. I hope you like it. Ralph spent half an hour upstairs, gloating. Now everything would be his. All Aunt Audrey's securities and all her lovely dollars in the bank. It must be all over now. I'll go down and see.
Hello, Ralph. Dear, you look troubled.
It's a fake. A fake. The box hasn't any part at all.
Ralph, dear, what are you doing?
I'm going to smash this crazy toy into 1,000,000 pieces.
What was happening? His hands trembled, refusing to touch the box. It was the ears. Something was wrong with his ears. Searing pain severed his brain. It was the demon music. Its patterns had woven about his brain and ensnared it. Now his mind was incapable of thinking. It couldn't remember the word that would stop the music. Everything blurred in his sight. The prim little parlor became the vortex of a maelstrom. Ralph clutched at his throat. No! 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 Now, perhaps you're wondering why all this affected Ralph and not Aunt Audrey. Are you? Well, I'll be back in a minute and tell you. Now, let's go back and find out about Aunt Audrey, who is just about to receive a caller. For the antique dealer, in the meantime, has had a change of heart. He is now entering Aunt Audrey's sitting room.
You must forgive my unseemly intrusion, but I've been knocking on your door for hours, it seems. I wouldn't have burst in this way, but it's terribly important. You see, I contracted to sell a gentleman who lives at this address, yes, this music box, and, well, I thought it over carefully and decided that this particular music box is not to be sold. In fact, I've decided to burn it.
I'm sorry, my nephew is
not... so you were the aunt he was buying it for.
You might just as well stop talking, sir. I can't hear a word you're saying. My nephew, who seems to have gone out, brought me this lovely old music box. But of course I couldn't hear it. If you wish to say something to me, sir, would you please write it on the back of this envelope? Here's a pencil.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Yes, here.
Thank you. Did your nephew hear the music box? Oh, yes, of course he heard it. Then he just seemed to leave the room.
Heaven rest his soul wherever it may be.
I just know it plays some lovely Mozart melody. You see, sir, the battery in my hearing aid went dead this afternoon. And dear Ralph didn't seem to want to spare the money to buy another.
Well, little friendly advice. Be careful of those old music boxes. Yes, I remember when I was a little boy, as a matter of fact. Oh, what is it, Rita?
No, you're supposed to say this point.
What am I... Oh, yes. Yes, oh, yes. I have to tell you, not that you don't know, of course, but all the characters in my stories are portrayed by Rita and myself. Say hello to our friend, Rita, will you?
Hello.
Now, say goodbye.
Oh, goodbye.
Now it's my turn. Goodbye, folks, from Mercer McLeod, the man with the story. This is Mercer McLeod, the man with the story. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the door buzzer seemed strident and demanding. There was a pause. Then it rang again.
Tommy, wake up. There's someone at the door. Tommy. Shall I answer it? Oh, dear. Oh, all right. I'm coming.
Where is he?
Who?
Don't stall, sister. Look, there's blood on the doorstep. He came in here.
There's no one here, and I'm going to close the door.
Grab it, Joe.
Oh, leave me alone, will you? What right have you to come in here like this and... Oh!
Another squawk out of you, and I'll slap you silly. Okay, Joe, search the place.
Well, I'll tell you of this midnight encounter in just a moment.
Blood on the doorstep.
Who's there?
Sheila sat up in bed. She listened. Moonlight poured in through the open window, bathing her bare shoulders and rippling jet-black hair with a silvery glow. Holding her breath, she listened. Sheila's heart pounded madly. Except for this intruder, she was alone in the house. Her mother and dad were away on their vacation. Again, there was a slight noise, this time from the stairs. She watched the door of her room with dull terror. For the first time in her life, she wished the family hadn't bought this lonely house down by the lake. What good was a lovely garden and the cool lake breeze if one were going to be murdered? Sheila opened her mouth to scream and found she couldn't utter a sound. And now, the door opened. The moonlight illuminated a disheveled, swaying, grim-faced young man in a stained white shirt and dark trousers. Sheila,
Tommy, what is it? Tommy!
Sheila, I'm sorry. I had to come here.
Oh, Tommy, what's happened?
I've been shot. Sheila ran into the bathroom and returned with iodine and bandages, bewildering thoughts racing through her head. What was her fiancé running away from? And what's this? What was Tommy, the quiet, friendly chief designer of space aircraft, doing with a gun under his arm? She smoothed down the last piece of adhesive tape, decided that the bleeding had stopped, and started for the telephone to call the police. But wait. Suppose Tommy was running away from the police. She shuddered and slipped on a negligee. What should she do?
Tommy, wake up. There's someone at the door. Tommy. Shall I answer it? Oh, dear. All right. I'm coming. Just a moment.
Where is he?
Who?
Don't stall, sister. Look, there's blood on the doorstep. He came in here.
There's no one here, and I'm going to close the door.
Grab it, Joe.
Don't leave me alone. What right have you to break in here like this?
Another squawk out of you, and I'll slap you silly. Okay, Joe, search the place.
Okay, boss.
Now, you. In there. Go on. Now, switch on the light. Now, sit down.
You're not the police.
What do you care? When we get this guy, we'll clear out of here and you can go back to bed.
Who are you?
Get up.
Doc, there's blood on the floor upstairs, and it looks like this day's been patching him up. But he ain't there.
Nonsense. Go back and find him. If he makes a move, shoot.
Okay, boss.
So you're in on this, too, eh?
What do you mean?
Where is he?
I don't know.
Well, we'll get him.
Doc, he's here. He's out cold.
All right, good. Drag him down here.
No, he's badly hurt.
Shut up. Bring him down, Joe.
Okay.
Now we're getting somewhere.
You'll kill him treating him like this.
So what? We want them drawings.
Here we are, boss.
All right, search him.
I have, boss. They're not on him. I got his gun, though. He must have given it to the dame.
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. Look, babe, give us them drawings, and we'll scram out of here.
But I don't know anything about them.
Probably they're planted upstairs. Joe, turn a room inside and out.
Okay, Doc.
You'd save yourself a lot of grief if you'd tell us where they're hidden. Your friend here will probably conk out if he doesn't get to a hospital, so how about it?
What makes you think he carries such things around in his pockets? They lock their drawings up in the vault at the plant.
He's been working on this design at home in the evenings. He was working on them tonight when we called on him. Unfortunately, he slipped through our fingers and took the drawings with him. Where did he put them?
I don't know.
Well, when he regains consciousness, I'm afraid we might have to hurt you a bit to force him to be, reasonable. Providing, of course, that Joe doesn't locate him. There isn't much time.
What are you going to do?
Well, we might have to cut your pretty face up a bit with a penknife. That should arouse his chivalry, don't you think? How are you making out, Joe?
Nothing yet.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, your friend looks like he's coming to. Want to see the knife? Here it is. Yep, I guess we wasted enough time. All right, sister.
No.
Come on.
No. No. No.
This is Mercer McLeod again, and I'll be back to tell you the rest in just a moment. Back to Sheila, Doc, and the unconscious Tommy sprawled on the floor. Sheila shuddered. Then she tensed. Had Tommy moved? She tried hard not to look directly at him, lest Doc notice too. Yes, he had shifted his arm slightly. Then he sighed. Doc turned and bent over him, gun poised. Sheila stealthily reached out and picked up a heavy bronze bookend. She sprang to her feet and crashed it down on Doc's head. He sank to his knees in a limp heap. That girl, Sheila.
Tommy, I thought you were dead.
Quiet now. I'm just a bit groggy, that's all. When that smoothie held you in front of him, I didn't know what to do, so I pretended to faint. It seemed to take care of things for the moment, but gosh, it was mighty hard to keep still when he was pushing you around. That crack about cutting you up riled me too much. Shh. What? Pass me that bronze bookend.
Yes. Everything all right, Doc? Doc?
Now, pretend Doc is giving you the works, eh? I'll make slaps.
Oh, yes. Oh, stop it! You're hurting me! Stop it!
Hey, Doc, let me take a swat of that smarty skirt. I'll make her talk. Oh, boy.
Oh.
Well, that's that. Now for the police.
Oh.
You know, Sheila, when we get married, there'll be no heavy objects around. You aim too straight for a woman. Oh, hello, police. Russian ambulance and a doctor as well as a squad car.
over to the Howell residence out at the turnpike. Right?
Oh, Tommy, I thought we'd never get out of this.
Yeah. That's thanks to you, dear.
Tommy, what about those drawings?
I hid them under one of the flagstones at the front door.
One of the flagstones?
Yes. I know which one because I dripped some blood on it. Well, Rita?
Well, Mercer, what about those drawings?
What's the matter? Didn't know that I could draw, eh?
All you can draw is your salary.
Pretty as a picture, aren't you?
Well, I'm not as bad as I'm painted. I've been just etching to say that.
Framed again. Well, as always, friends, all characters were portrayed by Rita and myself. And as Rita says...
Goodbye.
I say I'll be telling you another soon. This is yours truly, Mercer McLeod, the man with the story.
Presents Parker Fenley as Mr. Feathers.
Well, yes, I believe that when any gentleman sees a poor, defenseless female in distress, he should notify the police.
It's Mr. Feathers and the woman in the case. Mr. Feathers, written by Gerald Holland and starring Parker Fenley. Mr. Feathers, a man not quite like any next-door neighbor you ever had. Mr. Feathers at grips with life in the untroubled and quite untypical town of Pike City. Possibly the warmest admirer of Mr. Feathers in Pike City, with the obvious exception of Mrs. Feathers, is Norbert Corbett, the part-time delivery boy for the Pike City Pharmacy. Norbert is regarded locally as an amiable, normal young man, and it probably would require a Park Avenue, New York psychiatrist to find anything really complex about him. And yet, Norbert finds it increasingly difficult these days to maintain his emotional balance. Now, just where a psychiatrist would start in dealing with Norbert's problem is probably a Park Avenue trade secret. But he might very well start in the living room of Miss Emma Klaus, attractive daughter of the popular Pike City baker.
Oh, don't make me laugh, Mr. Corbett.
Oh, it's not my intention, Miss Klaus, to try for yucks in this connection. I'm dead serious.
You, a writer? Oh, don't make me laugh.
Well, I consider myself as much of a writer and possibly more so than Mr. Philo Dolan.
Really? Well, there's just one slight difference, Mr. Corbett.
Namely?
Namely that Mr. Philo Dolan happens to be the editor of the Pike City High School yearbook.
A position obtained by pull, if I may say so.
Oh? To what pull do you have reference, may I ask?
I have reference to the pull of his uncle, namely J.P. Dolan, who's a member of the school board and takes a full-page ad in the yearbook and has also political connections, if I may say so.
That's ridiculous. Do you think that Mr. Philo Dolan's uncle wrote the essay for him that won the Dr. Bellows Prize last year?
Oh, that.
Oh, that, yes. Have you ever won an essay prize, Mr. Corbett?
Well,
Have you ever won any literary prize, Mr. Corbett?
Well, not exactly a
Have you
prize.
ever written anything that's been printed, Mr. Corbett?
I write all my stuff in longhand, and furthermore...
Oh, don't make me laugh, Mr. Corbett.
I got talent. I got plenty of talent. All I need is for someone like a man of the world who gets what I'm driving at in my stuff. All I need is for someone like that to take me in hand and give me direction.
Who, for instance?
Who, for instance?
Yes, who?
Well, somebody like... Well, like Mr. Feathers.
Mr. Feathers at the drugstore?
Why not?
Oh, don't make me laugh, Mr. Corbett. Mr. Feathers!
That's the way it is, Mr. Feathers. Miss Emma Klaus just don't understand me.
Why, I wouldn't worry about that, Norbert.
But the trouble is that...
Excuse me, Norbert. Pike City Pharmacy, Mr. Feathers. Why, Gabriel Heder. Radio survey. No, Norbert, no. The fact that the Klaus girl don't understand you is nothing to worry about.
No?
No. In fact, the smarter a man is, the fewer people understand him. Nobody understands Mr. Albert Einstein, do they?
Well, no, sir.
And you take my Uncle Weed. Now, he was a very smart man. Nobody understood him.
Is that so, Mr. Feathers?
I guess I come closer to understanding him than anybody else.
What line of endeavor did your Uncle Weed follow? Is my remark ludicrous, Mr. Feathers?
No, but it was just that, strictly speaking, Uncle Weed didn't follow no line of endeavor after the age of 40.
You mean he retired?
Why, I suppose you could call it that, in a way. You see, what happened was, Uncle Weed, he bought a radio. It was a tube set. He wouldn't have a crystal set in the house. That was because his hands used to shake in the morning and he just couldn't adjust the cat's whisker.
Oh, I suppose radio was quite crude in them early days.
Oh, yes. You didn't have none of your refinements like today. I mean, there was none of your Queen for a Day or People Are Comical programs, and no jackpots whatsoever.
There wasn't?
No, sir. And, of course, the soap story programs, they was just in their infancy. Young Widow Brown had just buried her husband. John just had the one wife. And one man, he not only didn't have a family at that time, he wasn't even engaged to be married.
Golly, I guess that goes way back.
Well, sir, Uncle Weed, he sat listening to the radio. That was the new one with the tube set. He sat listening steady day and night for a month. Then he calls me into his room. He switches the tube set over to soft music by the A&P Gypsies, and he says to me, boy, he says, I think that I've hit onto something here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Feathers, you think maybe I ought to tell Miss Klaus?
Boy, says Uncle Weed, radio is the greatest invention of the age. Boy, he says, I've been listening to these stories on the radio, and I think I've deciphered the message that they mean to convey.
Well, I guess I'd better be getting started on my deliveries.
What message do you have reference to, Uncle Weed, I says, if you'll excuse the interruption? Always speak your mind, boy, says Uncle Weed. You never miss your pocket watch until you're asked the time of day. He was a great one for dropping little nuggets of philosophy like that.
Well, golly, I don't see
Boy, says Uncle Weed, if these radio stories are any indication, the big thing from now on is going to be people going around helping others. Well, I put my head back on the antimacassar and I let that sink in. Don't you see, boy, he says, with gentlemen like David Harum, Bill the Barber, and Scattergood Baines, with folks like them plugging the idea, he says, it's bound to catch on. And with more and more people starting in to help others, what, he says, is going to be the result?
I don't see
Uncle
what...
Weed, I says, what is going to be the result of all these people helping others?
Well?
Boy, says Uncle Weed, I foresee a great scarcity of others. Therefore, boy, he says, I'm quitting work. As of now, he says, and devoting the rest of my life to being another. Get the bathtub plant on the wire, he says. I'm sending in my resignation.
Golly, was he out of work the rest of his life, Mr. Feathers?
Uncle Weed never turned his hand again, Norbert. He became another. Now then, have I answered your question, Norbert?
Well, yes, sir, you sure have. Still in all, Mr. Feathers, I don't see how I can apply this philosophy to my problem, which is how to be a writer and impress Miss Klaus.
Excuse me just a minute, Norbert. Pike City Pharmacy, Mr. Feathers. Oh, hello, Clem. Well, you don't mean to tell me. What? No, I ain't surprised at all. That's why I call it an all-purpose ointment. It got the linotype machine working fine, did it? Well, I'll certainly remember that, Clem, and thank you. Goodbye. That was Clem Charté, the newspaper editor. He put some of my all-purpose ointment on a clogged linotype machine, and it's working fine now, he says.
Well, golly, that all-purpose is like a miracle drug, Mr. Feathers.
Oh, yes. Clem's tickled to death with it. He said any time I wanted a favor in return, just to let him... Oh, my gracious, that's an idea.
I beg your pardon?
Clem wants to do me a favor, Norbert. You want to be a writer. I tell you what. You race over to the Pike City Post and you ask Clem to give you a tryout as newspaper reporter.
Newspaper reporter, hey!
Tell Clem I sent you. And here, take him this large economy all-purpose ointment with my compliments.
Yes, sir. Gee, thanks, Mr. Feathers.
And you better rub a little of the ointment in your hair, Norbert. It could stand grooming.
Yes, sir, Mr. Feathers.
There goes an intelligent boy. Let's see now. Pike City Pharmacy, Mr. Feathers. Why, Dewey. What? No. George E. Dewey, the Navy man. Someday that Dr. Gallup is going to run out of questions.
Well, howdy, Mr. Feathers.
Oh, hello, Doug Bellows. Well, what's the good word?
I just ran into Oscar Klaus at the bank.
Oh, that's a coincidence. I was just discussing his daughter, Emma.
Yeah, well, Oscar is mad as a wet hen.
What at?
Why, somebody passed a counterfeit $20 bill at his bakery.
Is that a fact? Does Oscar know who did it?
Why, yes, he recalls a flashy-looking woman giving him the 20. He said she didn't come from around here.
I better be on the lookout.
Yeah, I thought I'd tip you off, Mr. Feathers. It might be a gang, working their way through this territory.
Gracious, yes.
Yeah. According to Oscar Klaus, this strange woman was quite a good looker.
Why?
Yeah, you want to be careful she doesn't come in here and try to vamp you, Mr. Feathers.
I'd like to see anybody try to vamp me.
And you're actually a reporter on the Pike City Post, Norbert?
Well, I'm just getting a tryout, Mrs. Feathers. I'll also continue my activities as delivery expediter at the drugstore.
Oh, that's good. They depend so on you, Norbert. Is that an official press card you have in your face?
Well, no, ma'am. It isn't exactly official. I cut the press part out of a cleaning and pressing advertisement.
Oh. Well, now, how can I help you, Norbert?
Well, Mrs. Feathers, I'll tell you. What I thought I'd turn in for my first story is a profile of Mr. Feathers.
A profile? Oh, no. Mr. Feathers' photographs much better full face.
Oh, no, Mrs. Feathers, you don't understand. A profile is like a character sketch or short life story of a person.
Oh, so that's what it is.
Have you kept a scrapbook of Mr. Feathers' activities?
Why, yes, I have, Norbert. It's right here on the library table. Would you like to have a look at it?
Oh, very much so, yes.
Well, now, suppose you just pull up a chair and I'll let you take notes from the scrapbook.
Good deal.
Beg your pardon?
Good deal. It's an expression of Mr. Clem Shortay, the editor.
Oh, well, now you just make yourself comfortable there, Norbert.
Huh? Say, here's an interesting clipping. Wing Feathers succumbs to acute indigestion.
Oh, yes. That was Mr. Feathers' uncle.
Yes, Mr. Feathers was telling me about him this morning.
Is this a regular assignment from Mr. Shortay, Norbert?
Well, no, man, it's my own idea, but I figure the life story of Mr. Feathers would make a very good feature.
Oh, yes, indeed, especially with the pictures, don't you think?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to borrow some of the pictures in this scrapbook. Who's this infant on the bare rug?
Oh, let me see. Why, that's Mr. Feathers.
Yeah? He was pretty bare himself at that time, eh, Mrs. Feathers?
Isn't that remark a little out of order, Norbert?
Oh, excuse me.
Will it disturb you if I answer that, Norbert?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Feathers residence. Bonnie Feathers speaking.
Mrs. Feathers, this is Emma Klaus. Is Mr. Corbett there?
Why, yes, Emma, he is, but he's very busy. Now, just a minute. Norbert, could you speak to Emma Klaus?
Interruptions. Oh, very well. Hello, Miss Klaus.
I saw your bicycle outside the Feathers, Mr. Corbett. That's how I knew you were there.
Miss Klaus, I'm very busy.
I'm sorry, but the reason I called was I met Mary Lou Burkholder.
Mary Lou! There's a sweet kid.
Oh, you think so?
Miss Klaus, I'm very busy. What have you called me in reference
Well,
to?
Mary Lou said that you're a newspaper reporter now.
That's true. Of course, I suppose newspaper reporters are not in the same class with editors of high school yearbooks like your friend, Mr. Philo Dolan.
Oh, him. Why, he's so immature.
Yeah?
Oh, he's a mere child. He could never be a newspaper reporter.
Well, you've certainly changed to a new phase, Miss Klaus. However, I'm very busy writing a profile.
Oh, well, what I called in reference to, Mr. Corbett, was to give you a tip about a big story.
Huh?
I thought maybe you could have a scoop.
Scoop? What's the story, Miss Klaus?
A strange woman passed a counterfeit $20 bill at Daddy's bakery. Daddy said she was very attractive in a flashy way.
Counterfeiters. Flashy woman making passes. Hey, what a yarn.
Is it any good, Mr. Corbett?
Terrific. I got to get right on this, Miss Klaus.
Will you forgive me for what I said this morning?
Possibly. We'll discuss that later. Goodbye.
Norbert, whatever in the world?
A big story just broke, Mrs. Feathers. A flashy woman making passes at Mr. Klaus.
Oh.
I'm called to active duty.
Gracious. Oh, then won't you do the life story of Mr. Feathers?
Oh, sure, but I got to get to this crime story first. Would it be all right if I took the scrapbook with me, Mrs. Feathers?
Oh, I don't know, Norbert. Mr. Feathers might not like that.
Well, I got to have him, Mrs. Feathers. The freedom of the press is involved here.
Oh, well. Well, all right then. But be very, very careful of that scrapbook, Norbert. If anything happens to it, I just couldn't face Mr. Feathers.
afternoon, madam.
Cute.
I beg your pardon?
Cute store.
Oh. Can I help you?
Maybe.
How are you fixed for toothpaste?
What do you think?
Well, you seem to have sound molars there.
Kind of sharp, aren't you, Mr.
Mr. Feathers.
Oh, not really.
It's a family name.
Oh. Well, Mr. Feathers, I have a frightful headache.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, we got lots of headache remedies.
What do you recommend?
Why, that depends. Do you want something with a fizz?
Whatever you think is best.
Well, now, for my own headaches...
Oh, that's what I'd like. Whatever you take.
Why, I don't take anything. What I do is massage my neck muscles with an all-purpose ointment.
All-purpose ointment?
Yes, it's my own formula.
Then I bet it's good.
Well, I've got some interesting results. Clem Charté, the newspaper editor, he used it to fix a clogged-up linotype machine.
The same stuff cures headache?
Oh, yes. What you do is have your husband apply the all-purpose to your neck muscles and then massage.
But I don't have a husband.
Oh. Well, do you have a brother?
Well,
that creates a problem.
This headache is just killing me.
Gracious, I don't know what to say.
Couldn't you,
What? I beg your pardon?
Couldn't you massage my neck muscles?
Why...
Being a druggist, I mean, you're almost like a doctor.
Well, yes, I am an apothecary and a notary public.
A notary, too?
Yes. All right, madam, just take a seat at the table there.
Thanks, you're so kind.
Now, I'll use my 1950 new and improved ointment on you. This contains otto of roses. I had a few complaints about the smell of the 1949 unimproved all-purpose. Now then, let me just scoop a little out of this jar. Bend your head forward, madam.
Mr. Feathers.
Yes?
My friends call me Prue.
Is that so? Well, that's certainly friendly enough. Put your head forward there.
All right.
If you ever get married, tell your husband the first thing to do is apply the ointment generously to the neck. What's the matter now?
It's cold.
Oh, well, that's just at the first application. Now then, here comes the massage. Tell your husband, if any, to knead the neck muscles firmly with a downward stroke.
Oh, you have such strong fingers.
Why, I squeeze all the oranges at our house.
I'll bet you do.
Just relax, madam.
My friends call me Prue.
Yes, so you said.
What do your friends call you?
Mr. Feathers. Say, I'll venture to say your headache feels better now, eh?
Just wonderful.
Just a few more strokes now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there we are.
Oh, it's a miracle. I haven't a trace of a headache now.
No, I should think not. I used almost half a jar of the large economy size. You can take the rest with you.
What do I owe you, Mr. Feathers?
Why, that comes to 49 cents.
Is that all? It's worth much more than that.
Why, that's true, Prue, but I depend on volume sales.
I see. Can you change it 20?
$20? Oh, gracious, I'm afraid there ain't that much in the cash register. Mr. Gowdy ain't come back from the bank yet. Ain't you got anything smaller?
No, I haven't.
Well, now wait. Let me see my wallet here. Maybe I can change it out of my own pocket.
That would be sweet.
Oh, yes, I can make it. There we are. There's 10 and 5's 15, 1's 16, 17, 18.
Don't I owe you something for the massage?
Oh, no, I wouldn't charge for that. 19 and 51 cents. Thank you. Call again.
Afraid I won't be able to call again, Mr. Feathers. I'm just motoring through.
Oh, is that so? Well, I hope you have a pleasant trip.
Thanks. Goodbye, Mr. Feathers.
Goodbye.
Don't take any wooden nickels.
Oh, gracious, no. I see somebody listens to Milton Berle, right or wrong.
Bye.
There goes a woman with a keen mind. And a wonderful set of neck muscles.
Young man.
Huh? Oh, me?
Yes. Say, aren't you Gregory Peck?
Me? No, I'm Norbert Corbett.
Oh, well, you know, you're a ringer for Greg Peck, Norbert.
Yeah? I ain't never been told that.
People must be blind in this town. Say, will you do me a favor?
Oh, certainly.
As you can see, I'm double parked here.
Oh, yeah.
Would you mind running the paper store there and getting me a copy of Good Housekeeping?
No, ma'am. I'm in a big hurry, but I could spare a minute, I guess.
Here's the money, Norbert.
Yes, sir. Gee, $20. Is this the smallest you got?
Uh-huh. But they'll change it for you, won't they, Nor?
Well, yeah. I guess I'm pretty well liked in this town. Say, would you mind holding this scrapbook for me?
I'd be glad to, Norby.
I'll be right back.
All right, Norby. Oh, brother. This town is a pushover. I'm in the...
All right, sister. Looks like I caught up with you at last.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Well, I know you, Prue the Passer. A date with Uncle Sam.
You're a T-man. You're not taking me.
Oh, no, you don't. Snap the cuffs on her, Edgar. Right. Grab that scrapbook, Edgar. Label it Exhibit A.
Hello, President. Bonnie Feather speaking.
Hello, Mrs. Feathers. This is Emma Claus.
Oh, hello, dear. How are you?
Just fine, thanks. Did you see the afternoon paper?
Why, no, haven't.
Well, Mr. Feathers has his name in the paper.
Oh, really? Did Norbert write him up?
No, the T-man locked him up.
Emma, what are you saying?
Mr. Feathers has been arrested as a counterfeiter.
Oh, no.
He's being held as the accomplice of Prue the Passer. They found a scrapbook in her car.
I'm going to faint.
They also found a counterfeit bill in Mr. Feathers' wallet. There's a big crowd around the jail.
Mr. Feathers in jail. Oh, no.
Isn't it exciting, Mrs. Feathers? I mean, having the T-men right here in Pine City. Oh, don't you just love T-men? I think they're the most romantic.
Oh, no, Mr. Feathers.
Dr. Barlow speaking. Well, Bonnie, what's the matter? Yeah? Well, Jingles, you don't mean to tell me Mr. Feathers is in jail? Why, now that's ridiculous on the face of it. Well, the very idea of accusing Mr. Feathers of being a counterfeiter, why, it's... Of course, I have read an official detective about people leading double lives for years. What's that? Oh, now, Bunny, I didn't mean anything like that, no. Yes, certainly, Bunny, I will. I'll race over to the jail this very minute. Mr. Feathers held for counterfeiting. Jingles.
Mr. Feathers.
What do you want, Prue the Passer?
I got an awful headache. Do you have any of that all-purpose ointment with you?
I always have it with me.
You think you could reach through the bars and massage my neck muscles?
Why, I wouldn't touch your neck muscles with a 10-foot pole, Prue the Passer.
Please, Mr. Feathers.
No!
Nuts to you, Feathers.
Just don't bother me. Just don't bother me, Prue the Passer, you lawbreaker.
Mr. Feathers.
What is it, Norbert?
The guard was telling me, Mr. Feathers. We were just talking, you know. He was telling me we could get 20 years for this.
Norbert, can't you think of something cheerful?
No. I was just thinking, Mr. Feathers, if I was to get 20 years, how old I'd be when I got out.
Oh, for gracious sake.
I'd be eligible to run for United States Senator.
How old do you have to be for that?
30.
I'll be eligible for ambassador to Luxembourg.
You ain't kidding, Prue the Passer.
Don't talk to that woman, Norbert.
Nuts to you, Feathers.
Ellen. Well, Doc Bellows.
Mr. Feathers, this is an outrage. I just told that T-man so.
You did?
Why, yes, I did. I told him you were one of the most respected citizens of this town. I said it was absolutely ridiculous to hold you on a charge of counterfeiting. You know, I said you were a victim of circumstance. I said that I'd take this case right over his head. That
you did?
You bet I did. And then I played my trump card. Yes, sir. I said if need be, I'd pick up the telephone and place a call to Washington and put the matter right up to Harry.
Gracious. Harry S., I heard his daughter sing just the
No, not Harry S., Harry J. You remember Harry J. Bedfellow used to live on Avocado Street here in town?
Oh, Harry, yes. I believe he operates an all-night diner there in Washington.
Yes, that's right. All the big politicians hang out there.
My gracious, I appreciate your standing up to that T-man. But what did he say, Doc?
Oh, he crawfished. But he says he can't release you until he checks your prints against the file in Washington.
Well, he didn't take my print.
No, but it seems they found your prints on Prue the Passer's neck muscles. That Edgar who helped the T-man make the arrest, he's on his way to Washington with the print right now.
Is Edgar a T-man?
No, but he's connected with some other outfit.
Well, look, you tell Edgar I don't want this case dramatized on the radio.
No, sir. By jingoes, I'll go back and make that clear to the T-man right now.
Yes, please do.
Oh, Doctor.
Yes, madam.
Can you give me something for a headache, sir?
Madam, I do not treat the criminal element.
I'm not.
Just sit tight, Mr. Feathers. Don't make a move till you hear from me.
I won't budge, Doc.
I'll get action or know the reason why.
Hey, Mr. Feathers, ain't nobody taking steps in my behalf?
Don't you worry, Norbert. If Doc gets me in the clear, I'll see that you're released.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Feathers.
Who's the dame coming down the line?
Where? Oh, gee, it's Miss Klaus. Hello, Miss Klaus.
How do you do, Mr. Corbett?
Gee, it's nice of you to come and see me in jail, Miss Klaus.
Who came to see you? I'm here to get the T-man's autograph.
How do you like that, Mr. Feathers? How do you like that?
I'm afraid you got a fickle girl there, Norbert.
Yeah, when you stop to think about it, Miss Emma Klaus is the reason we're both sitting here, behind bars.
I've been thinking of that, Norbert. I don't mind telling you I'm pretty burnt up about it, too.
Gee, I hope you ain't sore at me, Mr. Feathers.
No, I don't blame you at all, Norbert. I blame that girl and her father. His bakery has seen the last of me.
Well, now, who's this dame coming down the line?
Mr. Feathers. Mr. Feathers.
Bunny, what in the world are you doing here?
I brought you a cake.
Oh, well, thank you.
And there's a file in the middle. Goodbye, dear. I'll wait for you always.
Gracious.
Well, I'll be. What is this, a jail or Osman Johnson?
Hey, the lights are going dim.
Yeah, somebody's frying.
Right. They got an electric chair in this jailhouse?
No, an electric range. The sheriff's wife is probably frying chops for supper.
Oh. You know something, boys?
No. What?
This is all beginning to sound very reasonable to me.
Good morning, Mr. Feathers. What kind of a night did you have?
Oh, just fair, Doc. Oh, the passer, she snores terrible.
Oh, she does.
Yeah. Any news?
Oh, plenty. I've cracked this case wide open. Just open up that cell, Sergeant.
How about me, Doc?
Yeah, you can open Mr. Corbett's cell, too, Sergeant. All right, you just step right out, Mr. Feathers. You're a free man.
Oh, say, did you clear this with the T-man?
Yeah, Edgar wired from Washington, but there were no prints of any kind, even remotely resembling yours.
Well, I should think there'd be some remote resemblance. I mean...
It feels good to get out of that cell.
Yeah, well, come along with me, gentlemen. You're going out in the open air as free men. Come along now. You know, this has all been a doggone outrage.
Look, you fellas go on ahead. I'll be right along with you.
All right, Mr. Feathers. Come on, Norbert.
Yes, sir. Gee, this has been an interesting experience.
I beg your pardon, but...
Well, what do you want?
Through the passer, I just want to say goodbye. And to say that I don't bear you no ill will.
Oh, forget it, Feathers.
Through the passer, I'd like to leave a thought with you.
Now, don't start preaching.
I'm thinking of what that poet said. Kipling, I believe 'twas. You're more to be pitied than censured. You're more to be helped than despised.
No.
For you're only a lassie who ventured on life's stormy path ill-advised.
Oh, skip it, Feathers.
Now, you think it over, Prue the passer. And when you come out from behind them big gray walls up the river there, come to see us. So as Miss Feathers and me, we'll be glad to lend you a helping hand. As my Uncle Weed used to say, if you can't help others, be another.
Oh, nothing.
And meanwhile, here, you Take this.
Huh? What is it?
This is my all-purpose ointment. If you should ever be bothered again by that nagging headache, why, just have the warden rub some of this on your neck.
Well, what do you get for that size jar?
This the 49-cent size, large economy.
Okay, I'll take it. Can you change it 20?
Yes, I think so. Let's see. Yes, there's $1, 4's 5, 5's 10, 10's 20. Thank you very much. Call again.
You've been visiting with Mr. Feathers, written by Gerald Holland and starring Parker Fenley, produced by Herbert Rice and directed by Rocco Tito, with original music composed and conducted by Ben Ludlow. The cast included Eleanor Phelps as Bunny, Wendell Holmes as Dr. Bellows, Mert Copeland as Norbert, Lee Truhill as Miss Klaus, and Inga Adams as Prue. This is Bob Emmerich speaking. Join us next week at this time for another visit with Mr. Feathers, heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.